Subhuti looked at the two of them. Since Pangu was able to cleave apart the primordial chaos to establish heaven and earth in creating his Pangu's world, why wouldn't there be others within the infinite primordial chaos that could do the same? Ning and Redsnow were instantly rendered speechless. That other world also had its elder gods. However, in order to differentiate them from us, we referred to them as fiends. We called them elder fiends, true fiends, and empyrean fiends. Subhuti said heavily, as for that world itself, we referred to it as the seamless chaos world. Seamless chaos world? Both Ning and Redsnow were stunned. Seamless? Seamless gate? Right. The modern seamless gate originated from the seamless chaos world. Subhuti nodded. The seamless chaos world and our Pangu's chaos world, these two chaos worlds were continuing to move through the primordial chaos, drawing closer and closer to each other. There would come a day in which the two chaos worlds would smash into each other. In fact, as our two worlds drew closer, the major powers of both sides could subconsciously sense that the hands of fate were working to fuse the two worlds together into a single, massive chaos world. The seamless chaos world was different from our world, Subhuti said. In our Pangu's chaos world, because Mother Nuwa was a transcendent figure who rarely got involved in worldly matters, we ended up having many internal wars and many casualties. The most powerful member of the seamless chaos world, however, was the elder fiend of the heart, Demon Heart. This demon possessed tremendous ambition, and he had long ago taken over the entire seamless chaos world with his unmatchable power. Back then, they had 5 elder fiends of earth, fire, water, wind, and heart. They also had 2 other Deofather-level figures who were as powerful as the likes of Taoist 3 purities. Patriarch Demon Heart in particular, he was very close to Pangu's level of power. Not even Mother Nuwa was a match for him. Our side had suffered heavy losses due to our years of internal struggles. They actually had even more true gods than us. Too many of ours had died in our internal wars. In truth, they were more powerful than us. Given Patriarch Demon Heart's ambitions, he naturally wanted to take control over the fused chaos world, but those of us from Pangu's chaos world naturally wouldn't agree. And so, war began. Pangu's chaos world against the seamless chaos world, a war that shattered the heavens. However, right at this critical moment, a terrifying figure appeared, the Lord of all things. Subhuti was deathly serious now. The Lord of all things was and remains the most terrifyingly powerful outsider from the primordial chaos that Pangu's chaos world and the seamless chaos world have ever encountered. In fact, the reason why our 2 chaos worlds were slowly moving closer to each other was because of his secret machinations. Ning and Redsnow felt their hearts clench. After both chaos worlds had suffered tremendous casualties during the war, the grand army of the Lord of all things appeared. Subhuti continued, the reason why he was known as the Lord of all things was precisely because he had reached an unfathomable level of expertise in making use of the various materials of the universe. In fact, the entire Tao of constructs originally stemmed from him. The Lord of all things had an enormous number of golems under his command, many of which were at the Tao Father level of power. In addition, he also had a large number of Queen Mothers under his command. These were the same as the creatures you encountered within the Nihilam zone, capable of giving birth to countless powerful soldiers. When all of the soldiers joined together into armies, each of them had the combat power of a Tao Father. His personal power, however, was actually just on par with the likes of Taoist 3 purities or Tathagata. However, the Lord of all things had even altered his own body. It was quite unique, because it was simply unbreakable. The sudden arrival of the Lord of all things, along with his grand army that was comparable to the total power of either chaos world, it was a calamity. However, right at that critical moment, Mother Nuwa made her breakthrough. A qualitative breakthrough. She broke through to Pangu's level, and she instantly began to massacre our enemies. The Lord of all things was slain, while Patriarch Demon Heart was forced to hide by merging his body into the heavenly Daos. The Seamless Gate had already suffered enormous casualties during the war, and the survivors were absolutely butchered by Mother Nuwa. The only one who managed to escape from her hands was Patriarch Windfiend, who was second in power only to Patriarch Demonheart. He even managed to rescue many of the major powers of the Seamless Gate as well. Fortunately, the first person Mother Nuwa acted against was Patriarch Demonheart, otherwise, Patriarch Windfiend probably would have been able to rescue him and save him as well. His fleeing abilities truly were incredible. Patriarch Windfiend? Ning and Reds now both memorized this name. Anyone who could flee from Mother Nuwa and save so many other major powers as well was worth of them memorizing. Patriarch Windfiend is now respectfully referred to by the Seamless Gate as the Lord of all Fiends. His power is truly unfathomable. Subhoodie exclaimed. That apocalyptic war, it caused the two chaos worlds that were about to fuse together to instead completely shatter apart. The largest remnant piece is now known as the Primordial Ruin World, while the other pieces became the Celestial Realm, the Netherworld Kingdom, the 3,000 major worlds, and the trillion minor worlds, Subhoodie said. As for the soldiers and the army left behind by the outsider, the Lord of all things, some of them were slain by Mother Nuwa, but most of them ended up being driven into the Primordial Ruin World. The remnants of his army didn't pose a major threat to us. Rather than get rid of them, we left them there as a warning and a reminder, Subhoodie said solemnly. We were to never forget that the primordial chaos still contains other living creatures. We simply can't afford to engage in internal wars of attrition any longer. The three realms were formed. Later on, for an extremely urgent reason, Mother Nuwa left us and entered the primordial chaos, never to return. After Mother Nuwa left, Patriarch Windfiend came back, bringing the many major powers of the seamless chaos world with him. Subhoodie shook his head. He was simply too difficult to deal with, and his forces weren't weak. Since we were worried about the threat which outsiders posed, and since Patriarch Windfiend wasn't confident that he could defeat us, our two sides came to an accord. Ever since then, we have had no further quarrels with the Seamless. There are many living creatures within the three realms which have the blood of gods in them, while others have the blood of fiends within them. In truth, since both our world and the Seamless world were both chaos worlds, there wasn't that much of a difference between us. Thus, we simply referred to these creatures as fiend gods. As for those who were born from primordial chaos, they were jointly referred to as fiend gods of primordial chaos. Strictly speaking, though, those of us from Panga's world should be referred to as Empyrean gods and true gods of primordial chaos, while those of the Seamless Gate should be referred to as Empyrean fiends and true fiends of primordial chaos. Subhoodie continued, countless years passed. The three realms gave birth to many more major powers, and the three realms once more began to flourish and grow. However, not too long ago, all the major powers began to subconsciously sense that an unavoidable war was going to erupt between our side and the Seamless side. All major powers possess fairly formidable subconscious senses towards fate, as you know. We could sense that if we tried to avoid the war, the result would be death. Ning and Reds now completely understood. So the Seamless Gate had originated from a separate chaos world. The whispers of fate and destiny are never wrong. Subhoodie shook his head. Although all of us have many suspicions, we can clearly sense that the Nuwa Alliance will only be able to survive if we annihilate the Seamless Gate. Master. Ning couldn't but interject, the Nuwa Alliance belongs to Panga's chaos world, while the Seamless Alliance comes from a separate one. Why, then, are people like Old Man Yuan hesitant? Hoof. Subhoodie said coldly, they are a pack of fools. Both of our sides have shared the three realms for countless years now, and many of the major powers on both sides have become very close friends with each other. There are countless fiend gods amongst the many races. In truth, both sides all but merged together long ago, and so Old Man Yuan and his ilk still wish for both sides to peacefully coexist. They view the Seamless as being brothers and are unwilling to become enemies to them. But the whispers of fate definitely can't be wrong. I am absolutely certain that we can only survive if we wipe out the Seamless Gate. In turn, the Seamless Gate is also absolutely certain that they can only survive if they wipe us out. Although there are many things we do not understand with regards to this great tribulation, fate always points and guides us towards the correct path. Subhuti looked at the two men before him. Ning. Reds now. The two of you are still weak, you need to continue training for now. After all, even if we manage to survive this storm, it's very possible that yet another outsider like the Lord of all things will appear, causing yet another tribulation to descend. Understood. Both Ning and Reds now were very solemn. Outsiders from the primordial chaos? Other chaos worlds? Why had Mother Nuwa entered the primordial chaos, never to return? These questions caused Ning and Reds now to understand that in the past, they had been like frogs within a well, unable to see the greater world outside. In truth, the heavens were far vaster than they had imagined them to be. Having concluded his tale of the secret history of the three realms, Subhuti let out a smile. Right. Ning, I understand you have a daughter with you. Show her to me. Yes, master. When Ning thought of his daughter, his heart instantly turned warm. He immediately willed for his daughter Brightmoon to emerge from the world of the violet dawn pearl. The barefoot Brightmoon nibbled on her fingers as she curiously stared at her surroundings. Father. Brightmoon instantly wrapped her arms around Ning's thigh. Brightmoon, come here. Kowtow and show your respects to the old patriarch, Ning instructed. Brightmoon's eyes instantly turned huge. She stared carefully at the ruddy-faced, white-bearded old man, then obediently fell to her knees and kowtowed. Brightmoon greets you, old patriarch. Subhuti was greatly pleased by what he saw. Laughing, he said, your father is my disciple, and so you can be considered a member of Mount Innerheart as well. Thus, I shall transmit Fiend God body refining techniques and key refining techniques to you. He pointed towards her. Swish! Instantly, a streak of light flew straight into Brightmoon's forehead. Thank you, master. Ning was overjoyed. At present, there were very few things capable of making Ning happy, and the person he cared most about was this precious daughter of his. Mount Innerheart's rules were very strict, so Ning didn't dare to casually teach her any of the techniques he had learned here, but the other techniques he had weren't particularly elite. If your daughter can overcome her tribulation and become a celestial immortal or Empyrean god, I'll give her another give. Alright, you can leave now. Subhuti waved his arm. Reds now, you stay for now. Yes. Both Ning and Reds now assented. Ning immediately picked up his daughter, who had fallen into a dazed, sleep-like state. Subhuti had transmitted a veritable ocean of techniques to her, and there was a limit to how much she could process. In the following days, they remained at Mount Innerheart. Ning lived a peaceful life here, along with his daughter. Only when he was with his daughter would the pain in his heart be slightly alleviated. Slowly, Ning's heart grew calmer and calmer. He was quietly preparing, because he could sense that the day of his tribulation was drawing closer and closer. Father. Brightmoon came running towards him. Brightmoon. Ning smiled at her. Father, I heard you are about to undergo your Empyrean tribulation? Brightmoon raised her head to look at the nearby Uncle White. Grandpa White, my father is going to undergo his Empyrean tribulation? Who told you? Ning asked. Everyone in Mount Innerheart knows about it, Brightmoon immediately said. My fellow disciples really are blabbermouths. Ning shook his head helplessly, then looked at Brightmoon and nodded. Yes. Tomorrow, I shall undergo the Empyrean tribulation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 4, Empyrean God Tribulation. Chapter 4, Empyrean God Tribulation. I heard that the Empyrean tribulation is very dangerous. Brightmoon was very worried. Her two hands were clenched tightly in front of her chest. Ning bent downwards, gently taking his daughter into his arms. He looked at her face, then smiled. Bright moon, don't worry. The Empyrean tribulation might be dangerous to others, but to me, your father, it's really nothing. Really? Bright moon hesitated. Really? You have to trust father, Ning said. All right. Bright moon reached out with her little hands to hug Ning's head. Father, mother's gone. I don't want you to leave me too. Ning felt his heart ache. Bright moon was still very young. Yue's death had an enormous impact on her. Father will never, ever leave you, Bright moon. Ning held his daughter in his arms, then whispered to her, Father will always protect you. This was Ning's promise to his daughter. That night, Bright moon slept by Ning's side. She was afraid that Ning would leave her and go take on the Empyrean tribulation by himself, and she insisted on personally watching him undergo it. Only then would she feel at ease. Time to get up. Ning tweaked his slumbering daughter's little nose. Bright moon struggled to open her eyes, then gazed blankly at her surroundings for a moment. Clearly, she hadn't fully woken up yet, but upon seeing Ning she couldn't help but reach out to hug him. Time to get up. It's already bright outside. Ning gave his daughter a little kiss on the face. Oh. Bright moon rubbed her eyes, then sat up and looked towards the outside. It was early dawn right now, and the skies were slowly brightening. Ah. Father, you are going to undergo your Empyrean tribulation today. Right, so hurry up and get up. Outside the room. The Whitewater Hound and little Cheng had been waiting here for some time now. Upon hearing the playful voices coming from within the room, they couldn't help but reveal smiles. These days, Master only ever laughs when he's with little Bright Moon, little Cheng said. He's redirected all the love he felt towards Yue and his parents to that little girl. The Whitewater Hound let out a sigh. Fortunately, Yue gave birth before it all happened. Otherwise, I really can't imagine what my son Ning would be like right now, after suffering such heavy blows. Kriya walk. The door to the room swung open. A handsome, slender white-robed youth walked out, leading an adorable little girl by the hand. The handsome youth looked young, but his calm, sea-deep eyes seemed to hold infinity within them. Everyone understood that he was no longer young. His heart, in particularly, would no longer be young again. Let's go, Ning said. Right. Uncle White and little Cheng followed behind Ning. Right after they emerged from the courtyard, they saw Blue Cliff Xiaoyu waiting outside. Master, Xiaoyu called out respectfully. Holding his daughter Brightmoon's hand, Ning led Uncle White, little Cheng, and Xiaoyu out of Mount Innerheart. He then used a spatial teleportation to arrive at a vast, desolate area within the Crescent World. A large group of people had already gathered in this location. Junior apprentice brother. Ning. Young master. Reds Now and the rest of the 7 Empyrean gods, Silver Moon, Lord Zhang, Crazy G, and the others had all arrived. They had even brought their disciples and grand disciples with them. After landing, Ning waved his hand. Autumn Leaf, Moon North Sun, and several others suddenly appeared next to him. Junior apprentice brother, you have to be careful. Although the Empyrean tribulation won't be too hard for you, it's still good to be careful, Crazy G instructed. Don't worry at all, second apprentice brother. Ning nodded, then walked by himself to a nearby location. He only took 3 steps, but moved a total of 3,000 meters away. Then, he just silently stood there. Boom! His crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens, energy had been forcibly barred at the 17th stage for a long time now. It was ready to break through at any moment, and now, it broke through the final bottleneck to enter the 18th stage. At the same time, Ning's true body also broke through to the peak of the void level as a key refiner. As he simultaneously broke through in both aspects, the heavenly Daos immediately began to activate and take effect. A short while later, a wind began to arise around him. His tribulation has started. Master really is quite straightforward. As soon as he arrived, he immediately initiated his tribulation, but Junior Apprentice Brother is formidable and has experienced extraordinary things. His Empyrean tribulation will most likely be similarly extraordinary. The crowd watched from far away with nervousness, especially Bright Moon. Her two little hands were so tightly clenched that her nails were white. She chewed on her lips as she stared at Ning. She was afraid that her father would disappear as well. Far away, in the distant wilderness, stood an old man and a woodcutter. Nobody was able to detect their presence. Not even Crazy G noticed them. Tell me, do you think your junior apprentice brother will succeed? Subhuti asked. The Empyrean tribulation? No question about it. The only question in my mind is, during his 9 sets of thunder tribulation, will the pure Yang gold light thunder appear? The woodcutter chuckled. Pure Yang gold light thunder? HRM, it has indeed been a long time since it last appeared. From the primordial era to the modern day, the number of times it has appeared has been pitifully low. If it does appear, although it will pose a major threat, it'll also allow your junior apprentice brother to possess an even more perfect Empyrean god body, Subhuti said. Wind. Fire. Thunder. These 3 tribulations serve to temper the body. Key refiners generally would gain a celestial immortal body when they succeeded. As for fiend god body refiners, their Empyrean tribulations would generally be much more powerful than the ones the key refiners faced. When they succeeded, however, they would gain the body of an Empyrean god. The more powerful the Empyrean tribulation, the more perfect an Empyrean god body one would possess. There were differences in power amongst Empyrean gods as well, after all. For some weak Empyrean gods, countless eons would needed for their bodies to train to the peak of power. The quality of an Empyrean god body was one of the factors that determined if one would be able to become a true god or not. Rumble. A wild wind began to howl as countless wind blades swirled together into an enormous vortex, with Ning standing at the very heart of it. Terrifying. The wind tribulation alone is even more terrifying than the 9 sets of thunder tribulation which his primal twin endured. The distant viewers had strange looks on their faces. The power of this wind was simply too terrifying. Even for Ning, his key refiner techniques were useless right now. He was completely relying on the 6th cycle of his 8-9 arcane art to defend. He stood there in the center of the wind vortex, staring at the skies in a very calm manner. Whoosh! The final burst of invisible Empyrean god wind arrived, entering through his head and spreading out throughout his body, causing every single part of it to shudder. His heart, however, was as calm as water. He wasn't moved even slightly. While shuddering and trembling, Ning's divine body began to soundlessly evolve. This evolution wasn't particularly noteworthy, however, only when the thunder tribulation ended would his body truly undergo a qualitative change. The wind tribulation is over. Ning raised his head to look at the sky as he murmured softly to himself. An enormous, scorchingly hot cloud had appeared in the air above him. This spinning cloud was covered with a layer of golden flame that was visible to the naked eye. As the cloud descended, the temperature in the surrounding area began to drastically rise. Activate. The distant Crazy G immediately waved the ragged fan he was holding, and a blurry azure light arose to surround the spectators, protecting all of them. Everything in the wilderness around Ning, however, was instantly charred. In fact, everything began to transform into dust as the cloud of fire continued to descend. The ground itself began to disappear beneath Ning, who simply stood there in the air, staring at the cloud. Whoosh, the flames descended upon Ning, who still didn't do anything to fight back. All tribulations started weak and grew progressively more powerful. The same was true for the fire tribulation. If the 6th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art was unable to endure the tribulation, Ning would then move to fight back. The fire tribulation, however, Ning felt confident that it wasn't capable of forcing him to defend himself. The flames blazed about him, quickly reaching to the true fire level. One type of true fire after another appeared, including even solar true fire. But Ning simply continued to stand there, not caring at all. Finally, the cloud of fire dispersed. Boom! Ning suddenly seemed to transform into a burning man as a fiery light suddenly engulfed his entire body. Ah! Bright Moon, watching from far away, was so terrified that her face turned ashen. It's fine. This is Empyrean God fire. There's no way to block it, all you can do is endure it. Although it's far more powerful than celestial immortal fire, the nearby little Qing explained, your father's Dao heart is formidable. He isn't afraid of this fire. Indeed, Ning quickly returned to normal. Time flowed on. Soon, the skies themselves began to gather power within them. Empyrean God Reds now, Silver Moon, and the other distant spectators all turned solemn. The wind tribulation and fire tribulation had been extremely easy for Ning. Given that his heart force had reached the 4th stage, even the demon heart tribulation would most likely be quite easy. 4th stage heart force made him an incredible figure of the 3 realms. There was no way he would succumb to the demon heart tribulation. The only potential threat to him was actually the thunder tribulation, which would also serve as the most important part of the tempering of his Empyrean god body. I wonder how powerful the first bolt of junior apprentice brother Ji Ning's 9 sets will be. They all watched nervously. It was absolutely guaranteed that Ji Ning would undergo the full 9 sets. The more powerful the first thunderbolt was, the more terrifying the final, 81st thunderbolt would be. The sky went dark. Bright Moon suddenly called out nervously. Everyone, Ji Ning included, raised their heads to stare at the sky. Right. The entire sky had turned pitch black, as far as the naked eye could see. The seemingly infinitely large storm clouds had covered this entire region, and their overwhelming power was simply shocking to behold. As for Ning, he still just stared calmly towards the skies. Now, however, a pair of divine swords had appeared within his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 5, Empyrean God Ji Ning. Chapter 5, Empyrean God Ji Ning. What a shocking aura! Crazy Ji twirled his fan, narrowing his eyes. Empyrean God Reds now just watched solemnly. All of them were extremely experienced and had seen many things. They knew very well that normally, the clouds of the thunder tribulation would consist of 2 dark clouds that would draw close to each other and merge together. This was true even for most 9 sets of thunder tribulation. Only when the thunder tribulation underwent a qualitative change would something like this happen. The vast heavens were filled with a tribulation cloud of seemingly infinite size. Rumble. At the very center of the infinite tribulation cloud, countless streaks of violet light could be seen dancing about. The violet light began to swirl about and gather in number until they filled nearly the entire cloud. By now, one could see violet streaks of light stretching off as far as the naked eye could see. Slowly, a storm whirlpool began to form in the air above Ji Ning. The whirlpool began to spin in a very sluggish, arduous manner, but as it spun, it continuously drew in and devoured the violet light around it. Even the tribulation cloud itself was being sucked into this maelstrom. Whoosh! The edges of the tribulation cloud could now be seen. It continued to shrink and flow into the maelstrom, as did the endless streaks of violet light. Within the center of the maelstrom was a region of utter chaos. A short while later, the only thing left in the skies was this terrifying chaos maelstrom. The tribulation cloud had completely vanished. Not even any hint of its former aura of might had been left behind. Why do I feel so nervous right now? Moon North Sun mumbled softly. I've never seen any records regarding a thunder tribulation like this in any of the books of Mount Innerheart. Little Qing was worried as well. bolts of lightning began to materialize within the chaos maelstrom. These lightning bolts were almost completely violet, with a few streaks of white mixed into them. Whoosh! The violet-white thunderbolt came crashing down from the vortex in the skies. It didn't possess a savage, dominating aura. Instead, it possessed a terrifying aura of imperial majesty, making viewers feel as though it was an emperor that they had to bow their heads before. Ning frowned slightly. When my primal twin underwent its tribulation, this sort of beautiful, violet-white thunderbolt only appeared starting from the 73rd bolt. I didn't expect that the very first bolt my true body would encounter would be on this level. Ning had a feeling that this thunder tribulation of his wouldn't be so easily overcome. Boom! Ning just stood there in midair, allowing the thunderbolt to crash upon his body and allowing sparks of electricity to dance across him. A divine body on the level of a pure yang treasure wouldn't be easily damaged. Boom! 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 One thunderbolt after another came crashing downwards. The power of the thunderbolts continued to rise. By the 9th bolt, the thunderbolts had turned completely white, a dazzling, pure, sacred white that contained an ineffable nobility and majesty to it. The white bolts crashed down upon Ning's white-robed body, but Ning simply stood there, head raised as he watched them slam down towards him. The thunder tribulation's not that bad. The distant bright moon watched as her white-clothed father was bathed in the radiance of the white thunderbolts. A look of veneration was in her eyes as she said excitedly, "Father hasn't even done anything, but he's still able to easily endure them." But little bright moon, the fact that your father is easily able to resist these thunderbolts doesn't mean that his thunder tribulation isn't a terrifying one. Before you were born, your father's primal twin underwent the celestial tribulation. When that happened, only the very final thunderbolt of his 9 sets was this dazzling white color. The nearby Uncle White explained, "Your father has trained in the 8-9 arcane art, and has a formidable divine body, which is why he can take it head-on." The 8-9 arcane art, is that powerful? Bright Moon's eyes sparkled. I want to learn it too. Boom! 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 The bolts of lightning continued to crash downwards. The noble, dazzling white color began to be intermixed with streaks of gold, causing the thunderbolts to have an aura of supremacy and exaltedness. It was as though Ning was facing the Tao of the heavens itself. As the thunderbolts crashed down upon him, bathing him in electricity, Ning felt as though he was being washed in water. His entire divine body felt quite comfortable, and it was slowly beginning to change in very minor ways. The 36th bolt, the 49th bolt, the 54th bolt. The power of the thunderbolts continued to rise. The 6th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art truly is incredible. Empyrean God Redsnow sighed softly. All those years ago, when I faced the final thunderbolt of my Empyrean tribulation, I had to go all out in order to survive it, but it was only as powerful as this 54th thunderbolt of Ning's. But Ning hasn't even been forced to fight back. His divine body is completely capable of enduring this level of power. Junior apprentice brother Redsnow, you were born when heaven and earth had first been established. Back then, the 8-9 arcane art didn't even exist, Crazy G said with a laugh. From the looks of junior apprentice brother Ning's thunder tribulation, there is a high chance that the pure yang gold light thunder will appear. Pure yang gold light thunder? Empyrean God Redsnow grew slightly worried. If that's the case, I'm afraid that the 6th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art won't be able to withstand it. Crazy G lightly twirled his fan. Chuckling, he said, "Just watch." Bathed in electricity, Ning could clearly sense the power of the thunder tribulation continuing to grow. The 72nd bolt. The 73rd bolt. The lightning bolts had turned almost completely golden, with just a little bit of white remaining within them. The power of the thunderbolts was so great that Ning's body was beginning to shudder. Tiny wounds had begun to appear across his body, but his divine power automatically and instantly healed them. They're actually striking me so hard that my divine body is almost unable to endure it any longer. Ning still just stared at the skies, allowing the thunderbolts to come crashing down as he watched them carefully. The 78th bolt. The 79th bolt. The 80th bolt. The final bolt. Come out. The white-robed Ning's body momentarily blurred as he assumed the 3 heads, 6 arms form. 6 of the Ananda world swords appeared within his hands. Break! The 6 Ananda world swords in his hands, Ning charged upwards towards the skies, charging straight towards the chaos maelstrom within them. A streak of completely pure gold had appeared within the chaos maelstrom as well. This lightning bolt didn't have any other colors within it whatsoever. The pure gold thunderbolt carried a supremely yang, supremely aggressive aura, and supremely sharp aura. Just looking at it would make one's heart shudder. How terrifying! Brightmoon's heart trembled. Pure yang gold light thunder. Reds now was shocked. Pure yang gold light thunder. Crazy G finally stopped fanning himself as well. Patriarch Subhuti and the woodcutter watched from afar as this happened. Pure yang gold light thunder, it would only appear during these tribulations. Normally, there was no way for immortals or fiend gods to train to a level where they could manifest this pure yang gold light thunder. The power of this thunderbolt was too shockingly great, and it contained boundless mysteries within it. Ning, using 3 heads, 6 arms, and his 6 Ananda world swords, charged straight against the heavens. The supremely yang and supremely aggressive pure yang gold light thunder came smashing down towards him. Crash! 6 dazzling streaks of swordlight lit up. Every single streak of swordlight was filled with Ning's powerful heart force. His 4th level heart force had been completely poured into his swords. Boom 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 boom. The 6 powerful streaks of swordlight smashed head-on against the thunderbolt. The bolt of pure yang gold light thunder was completely blasted apart with a violet explosion, but shattered bits of golden electricity still came crashing down upon Ning's body. However, they were only enough to cause Ning's divine body to tremble slightly. They were unable to leave behind any actual wounds. Whoosh! The chaos maelstrom in the skies rapidly began to shrink, condensing into a final streak of lightning. Swish! The streak of lightning landed upon Ning's body, having moved so incredibly fast that there was no way to block it at all. Crackle, pop, rumble. Ning could sense all of his bones crackling and popping. Thanks to this profound, arcane streak of lightning, his body was quickly changing and transforming, becoming even tougher and even more powerful. At the same time, his internal organs and his muscles were rumbling as they transformed as well. According to the legends, if one endures the pure yang gold light thunder, then after one becomes an Empyrean god, one will have a perfect divine body. Ning understood what was happening. If an Empyrean god wished to break through to become a true god, a prerequisite was that the Empyrean god's body had to first be perfected. A perfect divine body meant that in terms of speed, divine power, or physical strength, one had to reach the utter peak of power possible for Empyrean gods. If there was no pure yang gold light thunder, he would have to slowly train for an extremely long period of time. Ning sat down in the lotus position within the desolate wilderness. The demon heart tribulation had come. The demon heart tribulation is of no threat to Ning. Patriarch Subhuti smiled merrily towards his distant disciple, then nodded and said, "We can consider his Empyrean tribulation to have been a success." Patriarch Subhuti then vanished into thin air. The woodcutter nodded slightly as well. In a soft voice, he said, "I wonder if this junior apprentice brother Ning of mine will be able to break through to become a true god or Taofather before the final end war." And then, the woodcutter vanished as well. As the two vanished, the only one of the spectators who seemed to vaguely sense something was Crazy G. Crazy G turned his head, scanning behind him with a frown on his face. What did I just sense? Was that master and eldest apprentice brother? In all of Mount Innerheart, the only ones who were capable of acting in such mysterious, inscrutable ways were his master and the eldest apprentice brother, the most formidable figure amongst all of the disciples. Ning's heart force was far too powerful. Although the demon heart tribulation that descended upon him was extremely terrifying, Ning's heart force was able to easily resist it. Ning only had to spend roughly a month within the demon heart world before he completely awakened from it. I've always known that she would be the shadow cast over my heart. I even tried to force myself to believe that she really was my senior apprentice sister. Alas, I could still sense, no matter how hard I tried, that it was nothing more than a lie. An illusion. Ning sat there in the lotus position. He slowly opened his eyes, filled with unshed tears. However, his tears quickly dissipated and vanished. His heart force had reached the 4th stage. It was far, far too powerful. He had wanted to spend some extra time with Yue in the world of the demon heart tribulation, but alas, he found out, to his agony, that his heart force was so powerful that he couldn't help but see through all of the lies. The Yue of the demon heart world was fake. An illusion. At the same time, Ning understood that if his heart force had only been at the 3rd level, he might been completely unable to tell that the Yue of the demon heart world was an illusion, and that he might have truly, forever become trapped within that world, never to escape again. Nothing more than foolish hopes and dreams. Ning shut his eyes. Boom! Heaven and earth seemed to change in color as beautiful, auspicious clouds of light filled the skies and golden lotuses filled the ground. Rumble! Enormous copies of the solar star and lunar star appeared in the air above Ning. An utterly torrid flow of power from the solar star and lunar star was transmitted directly into Ning's body, as did an enormous amount of natural energy from heaven and earth. Ning, seated atop a field of golden lotuses, had become the heart of this seemingly infinite storm of energy. Light swirled across his entire body, and within it, a golden pellet Jindan took form. At the same time, his divine body began to ravenously devour the power of the solar star and the lunar star. By the time everything came to an end and the world turned normal again, Ning's divine body was already beginning to emanate a natural aura of majesty and power, an aura that belonged exclusively to the most supreme of Empyrean gods, because Ning's divine body had already reached the perfect level. Father! Bright Moon ran straight towards him. Ning, still seated in the lotus position, laughed as he hugged his daughter. Father, you are too incredible. In her father's arms, Bright Moon raised her head to look at him. Light was shining from her eyes. She would never ever forget the sight of her father being bathed in lightning, nor would she ever forget the sight of the enormous solar star and lunar star appearing above her father's head as he sat there atop a bed of golden lotuses. A heartbeat later, Empyrean gods Red Snow, Prime Light, Snow Scorpion, Dove Snake, Nine Fangs, Sunblaze, and Dark Moon all moved in unison towards Ning. Looks of utter excitement were in their eyes, and the giant yellow bear appeared as well. The 8 of them looked towards Ning, faces full of joy and anticipation. And then, they all knelt down respectfully on one knee. Respectful greetings to you, Manor Lord. The star-seizing manor was finally going to once more appear within the 3 realms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 6, The Starsizer World. Chapter 6, The Starsizer World. His daughter still in his arms, Ning hurriedly rose to his feet. Everyone, please rise. Only then did the 7 Empyrean gods and the giant yellow bear rise to their feet, their eyes still filled with excitement. In the future, don't kneel before me. Ning shook his head, his daughter still in his arms. I am nothing more than the heir to my master, Taoist 3 lives, which is why I was fortunate enough to become the Manor Lord of the Star-Seizing Manor. In terms of cultivation, all of you have been training for far, far longer than I have. In terms of power, I am just like the rest of you, a mere Empyrean god. The Manor Lord is the Manor Lord. The dazzlingly beautiful white-browed woman, Snow Scorpion, revealed a smile. The Manor Lord commands the Star-Seizing Manor. We are your subordinates. We have to follow the rules. That's right, Manor Lord. The bald old man, Ninefangs, let out a laugh. Long ago, countless fiend gods would prostrate when our god king gave an order. Ah, just thinking about those days makes my blood boil. Back then, I hadn't even become an Empyrean god. Manor Lord, don't, Snake was about to say something as well, but Ning swept them all with his gaze. My rule is, you are not to kneel before me. Reds now and the rest of the 7 exchanged glances. They could sense Ning's resolve, and so they no longer argued against him. They respectfully assented, yes. At his current level, Ning's Dao heart was incomparably pure. He liked what he liked, and he disliked what he disliked. There was no way Ning would allow the old rules of the star-seizing manor to bind himself. Ning was different from the former God King. Daoist 3 lives. Daoist 3 lives liked to dominate and liked to fight for supremacy in the world, but Ning did not. He preferred to focus on increasing his personal power. If one was powerful enough, one would naturally be able to dominate all those in one's path. Mother Nuwa was a good example. She had been the paragon of the 3 realms. Ning's goal was to reach Pango and Nuwa's level, and then to surpass them. But of course, that was assuming Pango's level wasn't the final stage possible in cultivation. Junior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother Ning. The many distant spectators were all completely stunned. Amongst the many disciples of Mount Innerheart, the vast majority of them, aside from the likes of Patriarch Subhoodie and Crazy G, knew of the connection between Ning and Daoist 3 lives. Not even Moon North Sun or Autumn Leaf knew about it. Daoist 3 lives? He was a true god who was born from the vast, infinite primordial chaos. According to the legends, the divine ability he created, the star-seizing hand, is no less terrifying than Hoi's archery. So Senior Apprentice Brother is actually the successor to Daoist 3 lives? All of them were completely stunned. After Empyrean God Redsnow and the rest of the 7 had intervened during the Realm War, word had long since spread that these were the former followers of Daoist 3 lives. This resulted in his name once more being discussed by the many immortals and fiend gods of the 3 realms. The likes of Moon North Sun and Uncle White had naturally heard of the story of Daoist 3 lives as well. Right. Ning swept the familiar faces of his kinsmen and his fellow disciples with his gaze, then nodded. Daoist 3 lives is my master as well. When I was young, I was fortuitous enough to receive his legacy. From today forward, I shall also be considered a member of the star-seizing manor. Reds now and the rest of the 7 are also Empyrean gods of the star-seizing manor, but Mount Innerheart was composed of members of many different organizations. For example, it included the Flowerfruit Mountain lineage, one of the most powerful of dire monster lineages. Ning had now become the commander of the star-seizing manor lineage. Then does that mean I'm also considered as belonging to the star-seizing manor lineage? North Sun laughed. I guess you could just barely qualify as a member, Little Ching chortled. I'm Master's Spirit Beast, I definitely qualify as a member. Junior Apprentice Brother Ning, you have suddenly risen to the exalted rank of Manor Lord of the star-seizing manor. In the future, I imagine that there will be many favors I will need to ask of you, Silvermoon said with a laugh. Right now, my star-seizing manor is still a bit weak. Senior Apprentice Brother, why don't you join our lineage? Ning said with a laugh. Subhoodie had a total of 20 personal disciples. The eldest was the woodcutter, while the second was Crazy G. Both of them were Dao fathers. The third disciple, Zen Master Goldlight, had been a golden crow that was born from within the solar star. He had incredible talent and shocking levels of power, but he roamed the 3 realms and was difficult to locate. The fourth disciple was Lord North River. He had originally belonged to the primordial human clan, but he was now the hegemon of a celestial river located within the celestial realm, the North River. He had established the North River clan there, and had more than 10 Empyrean gods and true immortals under his command. The fifth disciple was Silvermoon. Silvermoon had been born a terror beast, and truly was a demonic figure. He had unleashed a storm of blood and murder during the primordial era, but then had calmed down. He had stayed in seclusion in Mount Innerheart ever since, willing to be the guardian of Mount Innerheart's divinity's palace. The sixth disciple was the leader of the dire monsters of Flowerfruit Mountain, Sunmukong. Long ago, when Mother Nuwa had repaired the damage to the heavens, she had used 5 colored rainbow stones that were created through distilling the essence of the 5 elements. One of the leftover pieces, after having absorbed spiritual energy from heaven and earth over the course of countless years, had then given birth to Sunmukong. Sunmukong was truly a born genius who had trained even more quickly than Ning himself, almost instantly becoming an Empyrean god. By now, he had even broken through to become a true god, and was an extremely famous figure amongst the dire monsters. The first 6 disciples of Subhuti were all extraordinary, to say nothing of the fact that he had 14 more. Join your star-seizing manor? Silvermoon twirled his fan, a hint of indecision on his face. You know, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Senior apprentice brother Silvermoon, if you were to join us, then the 2 of us would each become the commander of a 3-eyed god, Redsnow said with a laugh. Although Redsnow was very confident in his power, he didn't dare claim that he was necessarily more powerful than Silvermoon. My 2 junior apprentice brothers, after pausing for a moment, Silvermoon smiled as he looked at Ning. I wasn't joking just now. The storm has arrived, and my peaceful days are about to come to an end. I'm in no rush right now, but once I decide to rejoin the rest of the world, then I shall do so as a member of your star-seizing manor. Ning and Redsnow were overjoyed. Both of them had just made casual invitations, but they hadn't actually expected Silvermoon to accept. The space around Ning and the 7 Empyrean gods turned blurry. We've already entered the Starsizer world. Redsnow pointed downwards, the 8 of them standing in midair. The vast world beneath is us, the Starsizer world, the foundation of our star-seizing manor. Right. Ning wielded his core sense to spread out, and it rapidly expanded to cover the entire Starsizer world. Our Manor Lord has incredibly powerful core sense, he's actually able to encompass the entire Starsizer world with it. The beautiful snow scorpion gasped in astonishment. Completely cover it? Ninefangs was absolutely shocked as well. The Manor Lord has only trained for a century, but his core sense has actually reached a level like this? Corazent's power came from the soul. The more powerful one was, the more rapidly one's soul would gain in power. For example, the primal level was beneficial to the soul, but the void level was even more beneficial. Upon becoming a celestial immortal, the Jindan would be formed and the soul would be completely merged into it, allowing it to improve at an even more shockingly fast pace. As for the pure yang Jindan of a pure yang true immortal, its effects on the soul were even more astonishing. No matter what though, nurturing the soul was something that required time. Ning's true body had just become a pure yang true immortal moments ago, after all. If he had been given 1,000 years, his soul would naturally be nourished by his pure yang Jindan to an extremely powerful level. In that situation, none of them would be shocked by the power of his core sense. But Ning had literally just overcome his tribulation, and he had trained for merely a century or so, but... Don't forget that Manor Lord's heart force has reached the 4th stage, Redsnow reminded. Ning didn't say anything to them. In truth, he was capable of encompassing the entire world with his heart force alone. If he was to use his core sense through his heart force, he would be able to encompass a much, much greater area. However, that wasn't particularly impressive. It must be understood that the maximum core sense of a Taofather was capable of encompassing the entire 3 realms. But of course, that would only be possible for a short period of time, as it was incredibly taxing to the soul. Eh? Nin nodded slightly. The Starsizer world has a total of roughly 16,000 celestial immortals, 1,500,000 loose immortals, and more than 100,000 void-level fiend gods. It really is comparable to the Grand Xia. Those void-level fiend gods have all existed since the primordial era. Redsnow shook his ears. In the countless years which have passed since then, the only one who managed to break through was Ninefangs. None of the others have made any breakthroughs. As for the 16,000 celestial immortals, not a single pure yang true immortal has appeared amongst their ranks. Ning said in surprise, "Why is that?" "Because the world was severed from the rest of the three realms," Primelight said solemnly. "There's no way for them to undergo any true tempering in testing. Without enough pressure, without enough experience, it is incredibly difficult for any of them to make any breakthroughs. The celestial immortals of the Grand Xia are able to roam the entire three realms and fight against some of the experts of the 3,000 major worlds in the celestial realm. Naturally, a few will make breakthroughs every so often. The Starsizer world, however, has always remained completely sealed off." Primelight shook his head. "We've been waiting this entire time for our new Manor Lord to be born. If no Manor Lord arises, then our Starsizer world would never reappear," Redsnow agreed. Ning felt tremendous admiration for Redsnow and the rest of the seven. Back then, nobody had known if Daoist Three Lives was still alive or not, and Three Lives hadn't forced them or required them to remain loyal to him. Many of his subordinates had left, but the seven of them had resolutely clung to their duty to stand guard here. Although our Starsizer world doesn't have that many celestial immortals or loose immortals, we have more than enough to form a perfect Heaven Punisher formation. Redsnow suddenly glanced sideways towards the empty space next to him. The giant yellow bear suddenly appeared, who stared in a pitiable manner towards Ning. "Big Bear." Ning was stunned. A look of expectation could be seen in the giant yellow bear's eyes. The treasures which Master stored within the treasure hall were meant for his various successors to use. Master didn't know how many successors there would be before an Empyrean god would emerge amongst them and become the new Manor Lord of the Star-Seizing Manor. "Ning, now that you have become the Manor Lord, you can go collect the 3 items which Master left behind for you. There is a space which only the new Manor Lord can enter, not even I can enter it. For countless eons, I've been wondering what the 3 treasures which Master left behind are. I've been absolutely itching to find out. Hurry up and go collect them and let me take a look at them. I promise I won't tell anyone." The giant yellow bear looked eagerly towards Ning. 3 treasures? Ning said in surprise, "Didn't my master, Daoist Three Lives, simply leave behind a few pure yang treasures for me?" But those were all for the various successors, not the new Manor Lord. Now that you have become the Manor Lord, all the treasures of the manor are yours, along with the most important treasures, those 3, the giant yellow bear hurriedly explained. "I've heard of this. The God King once spoke to me about this as well." Redsnow looked towards Ning. The God King had already reached the 6th cycle of his star-seizing hand. His hands were far more powerful than any proto-cosmic spirit treasures. They had already reached the legendary Chaos treasure level. Thus, the God King traded away the most precious treasures he had to the other true gods and Taofathers in order to prepare these 3 treasures for you. You can say that he did this to help our star-seizing manor prepare to once more rise to prominence. Manor Lord, hurry up and go collect them. My foster father didn't tell us what the treasures were either. All of us are also quite curious, Primelight said hurriedly. All right. Ning was also quite curious about what Daoist Three Lives had left behind. He immediately looked towards the giant yellow bear. Big Bear, lead the way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 7, Please help me, Master. Chapter 7, Please help me, Master. Right on. The giant yellow bear excitedly spun around, instantly causing them to teleport elsewhere in the estate. Within the star-seizing manor. Ning, the giant yellow bear, Redsnow, Primelight, Snow Scorpion, and the others all appeared within the main hall. The rest of you can wait here. The giant yellow bear turned to look towards Redsnow and the others. The secret treasure vault is only accessible to the new Manor Lord. All right. Redsnow nodded. Unlike you, you big bear, the rest of us are quite patient. Look at how eager you are. Primelight shook his head and snickered. The giant bear stared at him. Are things the same for you and me? I've been guarding this place for countless eons now. It wasn't so bad before, but now that I know that Ning has made his breakthrough and become the new Manor Lord, of course I'm going to be unable to control my curiosity. I'm not to blame. Enough, Big Bear. Lead the way, Ning said. Come with me. The giant yellow bear led the way, and Ning followed him. The bear and the man walked through the hallways of the underwater estate. In truth, the estate was quite vast. This was the place where Taoist Three Lives and his countless fiend god minions had lived, after all. Ning, you have now become an Empyrean god and a true immortal. You can completely bind the star-seizing manor, the giant bear said. Right. Later, I'll bind it completely. Ning nodded. He was in no rush. The star-seizing manor was an estate-type treasure which held the Starsizer world within it. Now that he had become an Empyrean god, all he had to do was wait for Tao Father Crimsonbright to send the necessary immortal pills to him. He would soon be able to reach the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, at which point in time his body would be comparable to a top-grade pure yang treasure. Even if he encountered any danger, there would be no need for him to hide within the estate. Even if he did need to hide, Ning had collected proto-cosmic spirit treasures during the Realm War. The underwater estate was now much less important to him than it had been in the past. However, it still held unique importance for him. When he had been very young, it had been extremely helpful to him in his growth. Whoosh! They flew past a curtain of water and arrived at a blurry spatial corridor. Ning and the giant bear walked through the corridor, moving towards a place which Ning had never been before. Ning saw that at the end of this spatial corridor, there was a blurry barrier of flowing light. This is the protective formation which Master left behind, the giant yellow bear said, pointing at the barrier. Long ago, Master said that only the new Manor Lord would be able to open it. Oh? As Ning walked forward, he sent his core sense forward to investigate it. Although he wasn't exactly an elite formations expert, he still knew a good amount regarding the art of formations. Open up. After analyzing it for a moment, Ning suddenly reached out with his palm. The divine star-seizing tattoo appeared within it, and he slapped his palm down against the barrier. Light flowed atop the barrier as a rune that was extremely similar to the star-seizing tattoo appeared atop it. Ning's palm transformed to become 300 meters in size as he slammed it down upon the barrier, but the only result was that the shockwave forced him back 3 steps. It didn't open? The giant yellow bear was puzzled. Not right now. Ning stared at the light barrier, then shook his head. Let's go back for now, Dot. Why can't you open it? Master said that the new Manor Lord would be able to open it, the giant yellow bear said frantically. Ning laughed. I discovered just now that this barrier comes from the exact type of energy as the star-seizing tattoo. The only thing that can open it is the star-seizing tattoo, but when I tried just now, I discovered that because my own tattoo isn't complete enough or strong enough. I imagine that only after reaching the 5th cycle can one open this barrier. But of course, there's another method, to rely on overwhelming power to force it open. Although my master Taoist 3 Lives was quite formidable, countless eons have passed since he set up the formation. If I rammed against the formation he left behind 10 or so times, I'd probably be able to break through it, but if I did that, the treasures which Master left behind might be teleported away through some other mechanism. Right. You can't brute force it. The giant yellow bar nodded hurriedly. This was no joke. It was entirely possible that there was a secondary mechanism within that would teleport the treasures away into the void of space or into some extremely dangerous regions once the formation was broken through by brute force. How hard would it be to locate the treasures once they were lost? In fact, counterattack formations might appear as well. Let's go. Ning turned and left. I need to first train my star-seizing hand to the 5th cycle, but Ning first went to the main hall of the star-seizing manor to meet with Redsnow, Primelight, and the rest. They were all eager to find out what relics Dao's 3 lives had left behind, but alas, Ning had been unable to actually break through the formation for now. The 7 of them had no choice but to return to the Starsizer world for now. Within the Treasures Hall. All of the treasures of the Treasures Hall are here. The giant yellow bear pointed towards the ceiling as he handed Ning a book. This book has a record of all the Immortal ranked and pure young treasures. Ning nodded and accepted the book. There's actually a total of 28 pure yang treasures. Ning couldn't help but sigh in amazement. And that's in addition to the Soul Key 9 Elements pearls and the Ananda World swords. All of the pure yang treasures that Master left behind are fine specimens. Amongst the best pure yang treasures, there were a few that were especially powerful. All of them were set treasures, and the very best ones had their own specialties. It was hard to say which was the definitive best. The 8 Fires Qiankuan world, for example, had been forged by Elder God Jerome, who had already fallen during the war that ended the primordial era. It had been forged with incomparably precious treasures into the form of 8 lotus petals. When the 8 lotus petals completely bloomed, they could unleash 8 powerful streaks of true fire. It must be understood that the entire 3 realms only contain 9 types of true fire, but this 8 Fires Qiankuan world included 8 of them. In addition, Elder God Jerome had fused some marvelous formations into this treasure of his. Once all 8 types of true fire were merged together into one, they would possess utterly earth-shattering destructive power. Pure young true immortals would most likely only be able to flee in the face of this power. Only Empyrean gods with powerful divine bodies would dare to fight it head-on. Most importantly of all, this was a large-scale area attack that was the size of a world. It could absolutely destroy everything within its range. Thus, the 8 Fires Qiankuan world, despite merely being a single top-grade pure yang treasure, was worth more than 100 ordinary top-grade pure yang treasures. There was also the Grand Blood Shadow formation of the heavens. It was composed of a total of 99 top-grade pure yang treasures, and once they joined together to form 99 Blood Shadow clones, they would have similarly astonishingly might. Alas, there are no sword formations, which is what I need. Ning shook his head. Although there were flying swords amongst the treasures, Ning needed a total of more than 700 pure yang flying swords. The vault which Dao's 3 lives had left behind simply didn't include that many items. The finest sets of top-grade pure yang treasures which Dao's 3 lives had stored in his vault were some of the finest treasures of the 3 realms, capable of allowing any Empyrean god or true immortal to instantly become far more powerful. Unfortunately, Ning was no ordinary Empyrean god or true immortal. He had reached the 4th stage of Heart Force already. Once he mastered the 5th cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand, and the 9th cycle of the 8-9 Arcane Art, he was already a supreme figure amongst his peers. The amount of benefit these treasures would bring him was very limited. He was simply too powerful already. He didn't need too much outside support. Or, to put it a different way, the outside support he needed had to be of a tremendously powerful level. Ning would naturally be willing to risk his very life to acquire a chaos treasure, but those were far too precious and rare. Not even most Dao Fathers or true gods were in possession of one. One of the reasons why Dao's 3 lives had been so powerful was precisely because once his Star-Seizing Hand reached the 6th cycle, his hands had become as powerful as chaos treasures. Chaos treasures, only the primordial chaos could give birth to treasures of such astonishing, heaven-shaking power. Ning left the Star-Seizing Manor to visit his master, Subhuti. Within Subhuti's Taoist monastery. Master, Ning called out respectfully. What is it? Subhuti looked towards Ning. Your disciple wishes to train in the 5th cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand, but needs some materials to do so. These materials are very hard to gather. Your disciple is willing to exchange treasures for them with you, Master, Ning said. The Xia Emperor had once wanted to come up with enough treasures for Ning to train to the 5th cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand, but not even most true gods or Dao Fathers were in possession of those treasures. Most likely, they would have to seek out friends and gather the items from many places. But of course, Ning naturally had sufficient treasures to engage in the necessary trading. During the Realm War alone, Ning had acquired multiple pure yang treasures and 2 protocosmic spirit treasures. However, those pure yang treasures were not part of a set. Dao's 3 lives had collected multiple sets of top-grade treasures, which was exceedingly rare. The total number of treasures, however, was enough to trade for the necessary materials for him to reach the 5th cycle of the star-seizing hand. As for the likes of the 8 Fires Qiankuan world or the Grand Blood Shadow formation of the heavens, any single one of those sets would be enough to trade for the necessary materials. As your master, I have yet to give you any gifts for your breakthrough into the Empyrean God level. Subhuti shook his head. You can consider the materials needed to reach the 5th cycle of the star-seizing hand as a gift from me. However, although I'm able to give you the materials needed for the 5th cycle, I'm not able to give you the materials you will need for the 6th cycle. Your disciple understands. Nin nodded. Almost all the items that could be used for him to cultivate his hands to the chaos treasure level were only locatable within the primordial chaos, and extremely rare as well. In the past, Dao's 3 lives had been lucky enough to encounter a piece of golden starstone in the primordial chaos. After analyzing the starstone for countless years, he came up with a way to use the starstone, along with many other materials he had located within the primordial chaos, to develop the 6th cycle of the star-seizing hand. Treasures like that golden starstone, however, were incredibly rare. Per what Dao's 3 lives had said back then, Dao's 3 purities had also encountered a piece of golden starstone, and had eventually used it to create the Immortal slaying sword diagram. Tell which materials you need, Subhuti said. Yes. Ning began to list them out one by one. Subhuti raised an eyebrow. Smiling, he said, this is actually rather difficult. I'll need to go find some of my old friends to acquire them. Wait a bit. Subhuti closed his eyes and sat there quietly for a few moments. A short while later, a spatial vortex appeared next to him and an old man dressed in Taoist robes appeared within it. The old man handed Subhuti a brocade sack, then disappeared. Ning understood that the old man was actually a created incarnation of his master. It's all here. A brocade sack and a gourd appeared within Subhuti's hands. This sack has the materials you need, while the gourd contains the Great Firmament Immortal pills from Taofather Crimsonbright. There are more than enough pills for you to train to the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art. As he spoke he waved his hand, causing the brocade sack and the gourd to float towards Ning. Ning accepted the items. Thank you, master. His heart was filled with delight. After training to reach the 5th cycle of the star-seizing hand, he would be able to acquire the relics left behind by Dao's 3 lives. And, even more importantly, his hands would become comparable to top-grade proto-cosmic spirit treasures in might. Top-grade proto-cosmic treasures, they were second only to chaos treasures. In addition, once Ning used 3 heads, 6 arms, he would essentially have access to the equivalent of 6 top-grade proto-cosmic weapons. Proto-cosmic spirit treasures weren't rare, as Ning had quite a few, as did the Xia Emperor. But top-grade proto-cosmic spirit treasures, Ning hadn't even acquired a single one thus far. What are you planning to do next? Subhuti said, looking at Ning. Ning replied respectfully, your disciple intends to roam the 3 realms, tempering my Dao heart in the mortal dust and meditating on my sword arts. If his heart force could make yet another breakthrough to the 5th stage. Although thus far, Hui had been the only one capable of it, making his own chances quite low, if he really did succeed, then he would become supremely powerful even amongst true gods and Dao fathers. Ning had a feeling that the 5th stage of heart force could only be found within the red dust of the mortal world. This was one of the reasons why Eastbreak and many of the others who had reached the 4th stage of heart force often spent most of their time roaming the 3 realms. Heart force wasn't something that could be forced. Thus, Ning would still spend most of his time tempering his sword arts. Also, I'd like to ask you for some help, Master, Ning said respectfully. Help? Subhoodie looked at Ning. Ning nodded. The storm is now upon us, and the wars between us and the Seamless Gate are unceasing. I want to ask you, Master, to help me seek out opportunities to fight them. Alternately, give me targets to attack. I'll wipe some of the Seamless Gate's headquarters and lairs. Targets to attack? Subhoodie was surprised. That'll make the Seamless Gate go berserk. The Seamless Gate and the Nuwa Alliance were like two massive armies that were facing each other. The Nuwa Alliance had its major worlds, while the Seamless Gate has major worlds of its own. Both sides would assault each other while defending against enemy assaults. There were some extremely formidable Empyrean gods and true Immortals in the three realms, but they would at most appear during a realm war. Outside of a realm war, they wouldn't dare launch an assault against a headquarters of the Seamless Gate. If you launch a direct assault against one of their headquarters, although I can't sense any danger at present, once you attack they might send their full force against you, Subhoodie said worriedly. This is going to be extremely risky. To launch sneak attacks without an army supporting you, it will be very, very risky. Even if you succeed, you'll only succeed once or twice. Those successes will enrage the Seamless Gate, and they will come up with ways to set traps for you. If you repeatedly attack them and ambush them, you'll probably end up being trapped and ambushed by them instead. Ning nodded. I understand. That's exactly what I want, for them to be enraged, for them to go berserk. The more berserk they become, the more I will attack them and the more of them I will kill. Do you have to do this? Subhoodie looked at Ning. He didn't understand. The more powerful one was, the more one would understand how important it was to protect oneself during a war. Launching sneak attacks, yes, the chances of success would be very high, but without an army supporting you, if you failed, you would become easily entrapped and perhaps even lose your life. Even if you succeeded, you would become a top priority target of the Seamless Gate. I have to. Ning nodded. You are now quite formidable, and you are capable of commanding a Heaven Punisher. The Seamless Gate will have to pay an enormous price to deal with you. Thus, they'll treat you exactly the way they do the likes of Lu Dongbin. They won't actively act against you, as you have already reached a high level of power. The reason why they wanted to kill you earlier was because you were weak, because you hadn't grown up yet, Subhoodie said. You had to nip potential threats in the bud. Once they actually became serious threats, however, by then, the Seamless Gate wouldn't really be willing to pay the enormous price necessary to get rid of them. Please help me, Master, Ning said respectfully. Where were the headquarters of the Seamless Gate? Which ones were the best to assault? Which ones should be left untouched? Patriarch Subhoodie would be thousands of times better than him in making these decisions. Can you tell me the reason? Subhoodie looked at Ning. I am going to rescue Yue, Ning said. Rescue? She's not dead? Subhoodie was shocked. She isn't dead, how do you know this? Ning nodded. She's not dead. Her soul is currently suffering unspeakable torments at the hands of the God King within his infinity hells. The reason I know this is because prior to this, the God King tried to force me to join him. He told me that if I didn't join him, he would have her suffer endless torment. Subhoodie instantly understood. He couldn't help but look carefully at this disciple of his. He could completely imagine how agonizing this choice had to be for him. And yet, despite feeling such despair, his disciple had actually been able to break through in power and reverse the course of an entire realm war. I am going to rescue her, and this is the only method available to me, Ning said. I'm going to kill them. Kill them. Kill them until they are enraged. If they send one person to deal with me, I'll kill one. If they send 10, I'll kill the entire group. I'll kill them until their rage turns to fear, until their fear turns to regret, until they finally come to make peace with me. But I'll only stop my slaughter once they release her. I have to slaughter them until they truly regret it. Only then would they be willing to release her. Ning looked at Subhuti. This is the only way I can rescue her. Please help me, Master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 8, The Relics of Three Lives. Chapter 8, The Relics of Three Lives. Subhuti looked at Ning. He was silent for a few moments, then said slowly, "You are taking a tremendous risk. You are trying to force the Seamless Gate's hand, but to force them to make peace with you, to make the proud, exalted Seamless Gate sue for peace, that is going to be incredibly hard. You should understand what sort of a path you have decided on. Your disciple understand." Ning didn't hesitate at all. This was a path filled with danger and death. Even though Tao Fathers wouldn't personally intervene, the Seamless Gate still had other methods at their disposal for dealing with Ning. For example, using human wave tactics. They could hide a real more's worth of Immortals and Fiend gods into an estate-type magic treasure and attack Ning, or produce multiple Empyrean gods and true Immortals on Lu Dongbian's level and have them surround Ning. Sufficiently high numbers of Immortals and Fiend gods could threaten even Tao Fathers, to say nothing of Ning. Ning would be walking on a tightrope. The path forward led to success, but falling off on either side would lead to death. "Alright," Subhuti said softly. "If you push yourself far enough, sometimes a miracle will happen. The only thing I can do is help you locate appropriate targets amongst the headquarters of the Seamless Gate. Everything else will be up to you." "Thank you, Master." Ning was overjoyed. "You have to be as careful as possible," Subhuti instructed. He himself had only learned just now that this disciple of his had made the choice to thrust you way into the infinity hells. Subhuti couldn't help but sigh, yet remained powerless to change things. "Go." Subhuti nodded, then closed his eyes. Ning bowed respectfully, then turned and left the Taoist monastery. After leaving, Ning returned back to his own residence, then entered the still room of the Star-Seizing Manor. He seated himself atop the netherwater jade bed, then took out the brocade sack and the gourd. First, the Star-Seizing Hand. Instantly, 5 streaks of light flew out from the brocade sack and swirled around him in the air in a pentagon. They shone brilliantly with dazzling golden light, warm blue light, vigorous azure light, fierce red light, and ponderous yellow light. They contained such deep concentrations of 5 elements essence that one could sense them clearly, even without engaging in training. Those crystals that were glowing with a watery blue light, for example, the tiny pile of crystals gave off a sensation akin to a vast, endless sea. Whoosh! Ning shut his eyes as the surrounding 5 elements essences began to surge towards him. Training in the Star-Seizing Hand and the 8-9 arcane art was quite fast. Both techniques were techniques that involved training the physical body to become as powerful as magic treasures. Thus, the only requirements were fully understanding how the techniques worked and having enough materials. It was the same as actually forging a treasure. A day later, Ning walked out from the still room and arrived in the main hall. He immediately saw the giant yellow bear, Redsnow, and the rest of the 7. "Congratulations." The giant yellow bear clasped his furry paws together and bowed. "You've mastered the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, and your star-seizing hands are now comparable to protocosmic spirit treasures. Ning, these 2 mighty divine abilities alone are enough to allow you to roam the 3 realms without fear. With your arcane art having reached the 9th cycle, you are now almost invulnerable." "Congratulations," Redsnow said as well. "It would be wonderful if I could also become apprentice to Patriarch Subhuti and learn the 8-9 arcane art," the child-sized Primelight said, shaking his head and sighing. The Manor Lord and elder brother Redsnow have both become apprenticed to Subhuti. Redsnow in particular, he's absolutely ancient, but he's shameless enough to force his way into becoming our Manor Lord's junior apprentice brother. And he chose to start learning the 8-9 arcane art shortly after he joined their school. I want to learn it as well." The alluring snow scorpion looked towards Ning. Which Empyrean god wouldn't? Nine Fangs mumbled to himself, back when I was just a minor soldier under the command of the God King, all I was qualified to do was to listen to him lecture. Even now, I can't actually learn his techniques. Everyone else began to grumble and grouse. As for Ning and Redsnow, they just listened, not daring to say a thing. In truth, this was something which virtually every single Empyrean god of the three realms felt jealous over. The 8-9 arcane art had long been revered as the #1 divine ability in the three realms for those below the true immortal level. However, training in this divine ability was simply too insanely expensive, especially for the 9th cycle. The price for that was far greater than the price for reaching the 5th cycle of the star-seizing hand. Even Dao-fathers would feel heartache upon paying such a price. Ning and the 7 Empyrean gods had rendered major merits during the Realm War without taking any share of the spoils, which was why Daofather Crimsonbright, a true god and Daofather who had been born from the primordial chaos, had been able to swallow the painful price necessary to provide Ning with that gourd of immortal pills. Look at the sour looks on each of your faces. Enough, enough! The giant yellow bear hurriedly urged, hurry up and have Ning go and break apart the seals which Master left behind. Let's go see those 3 treasures. Right. Those 3 treasures. I wonder what those 3 treasures are. Manor Lord, hurry up and go take a look. Come straight back and tell us right away. The eyes of Prime Light, Snow Scorpion, and the others all lit up. They no longer grumbled or spoke words of jealousy, and instead urged Ning to go take a look right away. I'm quite curious as well. Wait for me here. I'll come back shortly and inform you all. Ning immediately left behind the main hall. Soon, the giant yellow bear and Ning arrived at that spatial corridor, as well as the glowing formation that lay at the end of the corridor. Break! Ning slapped out with a palm, transforming it and making it 300 meters in size. His palm carried a terrifying aura of power with it. It was like the heavens themselves were smashing downwards. The power of his palms was noticeably greater than it had been before. When Ning's palm slapped down against the protective formation, a layer of light flowed across its surface as a rune that looked similar to the star-seizing tattoo appeared on it. Ning's star-seizing tattoo and the rune merged together. Whoosh! The formation simply disappeared, as though having been blown away by a gust of wind. Ning immediately saw the wooden door in front of him. He walked forward, immediately pushing it open. Kriok! The door swung open. Big Bear, let's go in together. Ning turned to look at the giant yellow bear. No, no. Master's orders were explicit, only the new Manor Lord is allowed to enter. The giant bear shook his head. Those treasures aren't for me anyhow. After you come out, just tell me what they are and let me take a look at them. I'll be satisfied with that. Ning nodded, then stepped inside the room without any further attempts at persuasion. As he entered, his surroundings changed. Ning was stunned. This was a very ordinary little room. Within the room was a prayer mat, and atop the prayer mat sat a bald, one-armed man who was dressed in fur clothes. He looked towards Ning with a hooded gaze. Ning could immediately recognize this man. It was Taoist 3 Lives. When Ning had been taught the star-seizing hand divine ability, he had personally seen Taoist 3 Lives' appearance. You have arrived. The man spoke. Ning instantly understood that this was nothing more than part of the spell left behind by his teacher. These words had been spoken by Taoist 3 Lives long ago. For you to enter this place means that you have already mastered the 5th cycle of the star-seizing hand. I, 3 Lives, finally have a successor. A calm, distant look was in Taoist 3 Lives' eyes. When I was alive, I wasn't able to find a good successor. For me to find one after I die, it is enough. I don't have any requests to make of you. I only ask that you treat with kindness those who have decided to continue to protect the star-seizing estate. I suspect that Redsnow will stay behind, but I am uncertain about the rest. The heart is hard to fathom, after all. When I was alive, they were loyal to me, but after I die, it's hard to say. As for the guardians, I hope that you will treat them kindly. If there are any pure yang treasures within the treasures hall which suit them, please give them to them. As for you, I have prepared these 3 top-grade protocosmic spirit treasures for you. I hope that you will survive to make yet another breakthrough, becoming a true god and a Tao Father. Let my star-seizing hand truly become renowned throughout the 3 realms. I was able to develop the star-seizing hand due to a series of lucky karmic encounters. Alas, although I am a true god, I was unable to master a heavenly Tao and become a Tao Father. Otherwise, my star-seizing hand would become even more powerful. Taoist 3 Lives shook his head. But of course, that's nothing more than a bit of empty pride. As for the path you shall take in the future, that will be entirely up to you. Even if you want to dissolve the star-seizing manor and let everyone go their separate ways, that's fine. I only ask that you treat the guardians of the star-seizing manor with kindness. Reds now, Eastbreak, Primelight, Dragonsong, how many of them are willing to stay behind, I wonder? Taoist 3 Lives then shook his head and chuckled. Forget it, forget it. Whoosh. His figure disappeared into thin air. Ning was stunned for a moment, then he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed heavily. He kowtowed in thanks for Taoist 3 Lives having shown him such kindness in transmitting the Tao to him. If it hadn't been for the legacy of Taoist 3 Lives, Ning probably wouldn't have been able to become as accomplished as he now was. Although many of the immortals and fiend gods under your command have left, there were still some who resolutely stood guard over the star-seizing manor. Don't worry about the 7 of them. I will definitely treat them well, Ning said solemnly. This was a solemn oath. No one had been around to force the 7 of them to wait there patiently for so long. None of them had any idea as to how long they would have to wait, but they had been willing to do so. In truth, Ning himself felt tremendous admiration and respect for those 7 Empyrean gods. Ning rose to his feet. He waved his finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lids atop the 3 boxes in front of the prayer mat all opened. Within the box on the left was a large amount of beads, each of which emanated an utterly shocking aura. The second box in the middle contained a small, seemingly ragged wooden boat that was the size of his palm. The third box on the right contained a small golden pagoda. So you are the new manor lord of the star-seizing manor? A small bald monk dressed in golden robes emerged from the surface of the small golden pagoda. You've finally come. We've been trapped here forever. I've gotten sick of this place long ago. What's the rush? Take things slow. An old man dressed in simple clothes appeared from the small wooden boat. He looked like an old farmer. Finally. A slender, handsome-looking child appeared in the air above the countless beads, seated in the lotus position. His gaze, however, was the fiercest and sharpest of the 3. Go ahead and introduce yourselves, the 3 of you, Ning said with a laugh. Old man, you speak first, the handsome child said. The simple old man nodded. This old man is the spirit of this raggedy old boat. This boat is known as the Void Boat. Long ago, when heaven and earth were established, a bead of pure energy was formed from the essence of heaven and earth. After 84,000 years, this bead gave birth to the boat. It can shatter the void itself. It moves so fast that in terms of speed, it was ranked as one of the top 5 treasures of the primordial era. The void boat is very fast, the handsome child said calmly. During the primordial era, there were only 2 chaos treasures that were suited for high-speed movements. One was in Mother Nuwa's hands, while the other is in Taoist 3 Purity's hands. In the entire primordial era, only those 2 treasures surpassed the Void Boat. Based on what 3 Lives said, he prepared the Void Boat for you as a life-saving treasure. I am meant for use in fleeing as well. The small bald monk standing atop the small golden pagoda laughed merrily. This little pagoda was formed from some unique treasures of the primordial chaos. It is extraordinarily profound and arcane, and was titled by 3 lives as the 9 lives pagoda. Once you bind this little tower to yourself, you can tap into the profound energy within the tower to create 9 incarnations of yourself. These 9 incarnations will all have power equal to your own. They can use fleeing divine abilities to flee at high speed, but when they do, they'll use up the energy inside of them. Once the energy is all used up, the incarnations will dissipate. Not even true gods or Tao fathers will be able to tell any of the 9 incarnations apart from each other. However, you absolutely cannot allow these incarnations to actually fight people. Once they do, then the enemy will realize that the incarnation is not using divine power or immortal energy and instantly realize that it isn't real. The 9 incarnations are principally meant to allow you to flee and to distract the enemy, not for you to use them in combat. Their value lies in the fact that if they don't engage in battle, there's simply no way to tell which is real and which is not. Not even Mother Nuwa was able to tell them apart. The bald little monk said confidently, Taoist 3 lives had been wondering as to whether or not to bring me into the war, but he heard from Nuwa that there would be extremely terrifying figures in this battle, and that the 9 lives pagoda wouldn't be of much use within it. Thus, he left it behind. Ning was stunned. So both the void boat and the 9 lives tower were meant for fleeing? During the war that destroyed the primordial world, some of the major powers like Subhuti hid themselves, only occasionally intervening to rescue a few people. 3 lives had known that the enemy was incredibly powerful, second only to Pangu. Even the 9 lives pagoda would be of limited use, but 3 lives had still decided to go and face their foes head-on. He truly was a bold, valiant man. And you? Ning looked towards the handsome child seated atop the beads. The handsome child looked back at Ning. Both of them are meant for fleeing. I, however, am meant for killing your foes. He's the supreme killing treasure, the old man above the void boat agreed. He's quite savage, the small bald monk nodded. The handsome child swept the two with a cold glance. Both of them beamed back at him in a rather silly manner. The handsome child then looked back towards Ning. All 3 of us are top-grade protocosmic spirit treasures, but controlling them is fairly easy. I, however, I'm not something which ordinary Empyrean gods or true immortals can control. I am a supreme killing treasure. If you can't control me, I urge you to hurry up and relinquish me to Taoist 3 purities and have him give you a more appropriate treasure in exchange. Can't control? Ning was startled briefly, then laughed. You haven't even told me your name. Bind me first, the handsome child said coldly. If you can control me, then I'll tell you my name. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 9, The 36 Heavens. All right. Ning instantly willed the pile of beads to fly into the air. They spread out like a dazzling river of stars, filling the entire room. 3,600 beads, Ning mused softly to himself, then chuckled. Bind. His pure yang energy spread out in 3,600 streaks, covering each and one of the beads with his power. He bound them in but an instant, leaving behind his soul imprint upon them. Protocosmic spirit treasures were the easiest of all treasures to bind. As long as the spirit of the treasure didn't resist, then even mortals would be able to bind them by dripping a drop of blood onto them, which would create the necessary soul imprint within the spirit treasure. Upon binding the beads, Ning instantly could sense everything that was held within the 3,600 beads. He instantly sucked in a cold breath. This restrictive spell. It was so profound as to be illegible and incomprehensible. It was vast, profound, arcane, and utterly unfathomable. Oof. I imagine you've just discovered the seals? The handsome child said with cold arrogance, the primordial chaos is filled with countless stars. Once a star dies, its essence will be crystallized into a crystal core. When Pangu established heaven and earth, some of these crystal cores entered Pangu's world by happenstance. These 3,600 crystal cores were nourished by the energy of Pangu's newly formed world, resulting in them transforming into the star gold beads. Every single star gold bead is a protocosmic spirit treasure, and is capable of transforming into almost anything, including swords and sabers. These 3,600 beads resonate with each other, forming a perfect whole. They definitely are the most supreme of protocosmic spirit treasures. Eventually, Daoist 3 purities acquired me. Daoist 3 purities, after mastering yin and yang, began to rove the primordial chaos. Thanks to a stroke of great karmic luck, he ended up discovering a set of 9 chaos seals. He could sense that these 9 chaos seals were unspeakably profound, and so he decided to erase the many previous seals that he had placed within me, replacing them with the 9 chaos seals. As a result, the power of these beads increased dramatically. However, these chaos seals were simply too unfathomable and mysterious. The handsome child looked towards Ning, then said proudly, even in the primordial era, there was not a single person who was capable of fully binding and controlling the 9 chaos seals. No one at all? Ning was shocked. These are chaos seals. They appeared within the primordial chaos and contain utterly unfathomable mysteries, the handsome child said confidently. Back then, Daoist 3 purities had invited Mother Nuwa herself to try to bind them, but even she had been only capable of binding the 8th chaos seal. But of course, Mother Nuwa only spent 3 years trying. If she spent a few trillion more years, she probably would have been able to completely bind them all. Ning was truly stunned now. Mother Nuwa had been incredibly powerful, but it had taken even her a full 3 years to master the 8th chaos seal. It made sense. Daoist 3 lives had placed the treasures in this place prior to the war that destroyed the primordial era. Thus, back then Mother Nuwa hadn't mastered the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos and hadn't reached Pangu's level. Daoist 3 purities kept me by his side for countless years, but was only able to bind the 7th chaos seal. The handsome child said confidently, the chaos seals were immaculately born by the primordial chaos itself. How could mere human power compare to it? The 9 chaos seals might be formidable, but during that great war, Mother Nuwa ended up breaking through to reach Pangu's level. Ning chuckled, if Mother Nuwa was to try again, I'd imagine she'd be able to succeed this time. Pangu's level? The handsome child was surprised. What? Mother Nuwa reached Pangu's level? The old man above the wooden ship was shocked as well. Simply incredible. The small bald monk's face was filled with veneration. It'd be wonderful if I ended up in Mother Nuwa's hands. Only then could I be used to my full potential. A look of desire was in the handsome child's eyes. Ning laughed and berated him, you brat, not even Daoist 3 purities used you, to say nothing of Mother Nuwa. Daoist 3 purities has chaos treasures. The handsome child's voice was filled with some degree of resentment. Every single chaos treasure was born from the primordial chaos. They are born with chaos seals within them that are perfectly joined together, and thus they possess tremendous power. Although I have chaos seals within me as well, they were added in later. Naturally, that makes them a bit inferior. The small bald monk teased, the main issue is that you are too hard to bind and control. In the end, not a single one of the major disciples of Daoist 3 purities was willing to use you. That's because they have no vision. The handsome child shook his head disdainfully. Daoist 3 purities was the leader of the Daoist path. He had many treasures, and was a master at refining pills and forging artifacts. He was thus able to infuse the 9 chaos seals he found into the stargold beads, but it had still been extremely hard to do. He had many treasures but only a few disciples. He had given each of his most favored disciples, including Lu Dongbin, a chance to acquire the stargold beads, but in the end they had each decided to forego the beads and had chosen other treasures. Ning laughed, perhaps after one masters all 9 of the chaos seals, your power will be simply extraordinary, but even Daoist 3 purities was only able to master 7 of the seals. His disciples naturally understood that treasures that suited them would be better choices. But I'm the supreme killing treasure. The handsome child stared at Ning in an extremely prideful manner. Do you know? Daoist 3 Purities used me as the master blueprint for his creation of the sword diagram for his immortal slaying swords. Oh? Ning was surprised. The immortal slaying swords sword diagrams were modeled after my 9 chaos seals. Daoist 3 Purities joined 4 mighty chaos swords together, then infused them with 7 layers of seals of his own devising. That's the reason why it has such extraordinary power, and why the immortal slaying swords were reputed to be the #1 killing treasure of the primordial era. But in terms of the profoundness of the seals? The 7 seals which Daoist 3 Purities devised simply cannot compare to the 9 chaos seals inside me. The handsome child looked at Ning. Daoist 3 Purities said himself that even though I am only a supreme protocosmic spirit treasure, anyone capable of mastering and controlling all 9 chaos seals would be able to unleash a level of power that was no lower than that of his immortal slaying sword formation. That's why I'm the supreme killing treasure. Honestly, he's the only one who calls himself that. The old man on the boat snickered. More like the meanest killing treasure, the small bald monk agreed. Anyone capable of binding all 9 seals would probably be on Pango's level. By then, every single casual punch or kick would be comparable to the power of the immortal slaying sword formation. Ning laughed. You guys? The handsome child was frantic with rage. Enough, enough. You are pretty formidable. Ning laughed. Let me give those 9 chaos seals a test first. You have to be able to bind at least one of the chaos seals if you want to be able to control me at all. Otherwise, the only way you'll be able to use me is as little balls to throw at people. It'd be a complete waste of my status as the supreme killing treasure. The handsome child said arrogantly, very, very few Empyrean gods or true immortals can master even the first chaos seal. Generally speaking, it's impressive for even Dao Fathers to be able to master 3 of the chaos seals. Daoist 3 Purities had to spend countless years in order to master 7 of them. Ning just sat down in the lotus position, completely focusing his heart and mind on binding the chaos seals. Rumble. The 3,600 star gold beads levitated in the air above Ning, glowing with light as dark golden runes flowed over them, transforming as they did so. No matter how long one stared at them, the divine runes would constantly change and appear different from the ones that came before. These were the chaos seals. They would constantly change, never remaining constant and forever transforming. It was like the circular ratio, pi, of the human world, a number that stretched off into infinity with no pattern. The chaos seals were similarly without any pattern or end. The only way to master them was to master the fundamental essence that lay beneath them. When Daoist 3 Purities had found the 9 chaos seals, he had been stunned and shocked by them. He had spent a total of 120,000 years in the primordial chaos meditating on them. After sensing that he had gained a basic understanding of them, he had chosen to infuse the 9 chaos seals into the 3,600 star gold beads. But alas, he had only been able to completely copy and infuse the 9 chaos seals into the beads. As to comprehending and mastering them? He was far from it. Simply inconceivable. So the chaos seals are actually this arcane and profound. Ning's mind was completely focused on the seals. He felt like an ordinary mortal on Earth who was staring at the vast, seemingly infinite stars of the Milky Way. He wasn't capable of knowing what was on a single one of those stars, and yet, before him lay the entire Milky Way. This caused Ning to feel a sense of despair that halted him in his very tracks. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. Simply stunning. This was definitely the most profound, the most stunning seal which Ning had ever seen. Not even the mysteries of the heavenly Daos could even come close to comparing to these 9 chaos seals. Let me focus on the first chaos seal for now. Ning focused all of his efforts into understanding the most basic, the most simple, and most rudimentary chaos seal, the first seal. By now, Ning was applying the full force of his powerful heart force and analyzing the chaos seals. This was extremely taxing on his heart force and extremely exhausting. However, thanks to the fact that his heart force had reached the 4th stage, Ning was able to force his way into completely binding and mastering the first Chaos Seal in one try. The first of the 9 Chaos Seals began to wriggle about like a tiny tadpole, then completely disappeared, having fallen under Ning's control. Ning opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with strange divine runes which flowed through them. No wonder my master, Taoist 3 Lives, procured this treasure for me. After mastering the first Chaos Seal, Ning instantly understood. The disciples of Taoist 3 Purities are most likely all extremely close to the Tao Father level. However, I've only mastered the Grand Tao of the Sword. I haven't even mastered the Grand Tao of the Water Drop, to say nothing of the Heavenly Tao of Water. Although he was extremely powerful, his power came from his heart force and his divine abilities. As for the Tao, Ning was very, very far away from being able to comprehend the Heavenly Tao of Water. The likes of Patriarch Lu, Silver Moon, and Redsnow had long ago mastered multiple Grand Taos. They were extremely close to mastering a Heavenly Tao. In fact, some of them had reached the final bottlenecks. Upon breaking through the final bottlenecks, they would become Tao Fathers. Ning, however, hadn't even mastered the Grand Tao of the Water Drop. He was very, very far from their level. So the Grand Tao of the Water Drop was this simple. Ning could clearly sense that his insights into the Grand Tao of the Water Drop was rising at a simply monstrous rate. After having encountered the incomparably profound and exalted Chaos Seals, he could sense that mastering the Grand Tao of the Water Drop would become far simpler. This treasure is tremendously beneficial to me in comprehending the Tao and in improving my sword arts. Compared to those seals, my sword arts are simply too crude. Ning had already found the right direction for himself. Condense. Ning willed it, and whoosh! The 3,600 star gold beads actually began to merge together. Every 10 beads joined into one, resulting in a total of 360 larger gold star beads. Ning, however, felt great pressure when he did this. Condense! Light flashed in Ning's eyes. He was forced to employ his heart force. With heart force guiding his immortal energy, he was able to cause the 360 gold star beads to once more merge together to form a total of 36 gold star beads. Every single gold star bead emanated an utterly shocking amount of power. By now, controlling them was just as hard as controlling a perfect heaven punisher. He had to employ his heart force in order to succeed. What? You are able to condense me into the 36 heavens? The handsome child levitating next to Ning cried out in shock. How can that be? Just controlling those 3,600 beads is incredibly difficult. Only a fraction of the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the universe are even able to bind and control them. As for controlling the supreme 36 heavens, there are no Empyrean gods or true immortals who can do such a thing. This is something which only Tao Fathers can do. The small bald monk was shocked as well. He turned to look towards the handsome child. Were you just bragging in the past and spouting hot air in front of us? It is true that only Tao Fathers can perfectly bind the beads into forming the 36 heavens. The handsome child repeatedly shook his head. Taoist 3 Purities had his most formidable disciples all give it a try, but none of them were able to succeed. If they were, there's no way they would have been willing to give me up. He stared towards Ning in disbelief. Ning, however, was completely occupied by the sensation of unearthly might that came from the 36 heavens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 10, Leaving the Mountain. Chapter 10, Leaving the Mountain. What a treasure! Ning stared at the 36 hovering star gold beads. After the thousands of beads had condensed into 36, every single bead contained utterly enormous amounts of power. In addition, every single bead contained a heavenly world within it, with each one being comparable in size to the Grand Xia. However, these 36 heavens were only capable of persisting for a short period of time. Only when the 3,600 beads were compressed into 36 beads would they transform into the 36 heavens. Once Ning withdrew his heart force and his energy, the 36 heavens would once more disperse back into a cluster of thousands of tiny stars. The 36 heavens. Each one of them is comparable to a major world. Even you just smashed people with them, they would still possess enormous power. However, controlling them is quite onerous, at least as onerous as commanding a perfect heaven punisher. Ning realized that keeping these beads in the 36 heavens form was extremely difficult and tiring. The reason why he could do it was because he had powerful heart force and a soul heart force technique. There really weren't many Empyrean gods or true immortals who could do what he did. Transform. Ning willed it, and the 36 heavens hovering in the air instantly began to transform in shape, first transforming into 36 flying spears, then into 36 battle standards, and then into 36 hoops. Master, these star gold beads can transform into a myriad of things, the handsome child said. Eh? Ning came to a halt. Glancing at the handsome child, he said with a calm smile, "Am I hearing things? Did you just call me master?" The palm-sized child stood there in midair. He said solemnly, "Master, you were able to bind and control the FRST of the 9 chaos seals. You were even able to condense the 3,600 star gold beads into the 36 heavens. I imagine that there are very few Empyrean gods or true immortals in the entire 3 realms who can compare to you, Master. To be able to follow you is my good fortune." Wah! The old man atop the wooden boat stared wide-eyed. "You were so mean-looking earlier. Now, all of a sudden, you've become so meek?" The small bald monk mumbled to himself as well. "Master is very formidable." The handsome child swept them with his gaze, then said icily, "You are fortunate to be able to follow him. I will naturally follow him with complete willingness. In the future, I might have some karmic luck of my own as well." The handsome child then looked towards Ning, a scorching heat in his gaze. Long ago, Taoist 3 purities had his most powerful disciples test me out, but not a single one of them was capable of immediately mastering the 36 heavens. In fact, Taoist 3 purities once said that this was something which only true gods and Tao fathers would be able to do. But you, Master, you did it. This little fellow's flattery skills were quite extraordinary. "I have a question," Ning said. "What is the name of this treasure?" "The star gold beads of the heavens," the handsome child said. "When I was first born, before the 9 chaos seals were fused into me, I was already capable of transforming into the 36 heavens. Although shifting me into that form is very difficult, once one can do so, it'll be like one can strike against foes with the combined power of 36 major worlds. But of course, the amount of power you'll actually be able to control will be up to your abilities, Master." "The star gold beads of the heavens?" Ning nodded. "Is the transformation into the 36 heavens the ultimate form? But why is it that I have a strange feeling that it shouldn't be? Master, you've noticed it as well?" The handsome child was surprised. Ning looked at him. Taoist 3 purities and Mother Nuwa discovered it as well, the handsome child said hurriedly. "The form with the 3,600 beads is the first and most ordinary form. The second form has 360 beads, while the third form has the 36 beads that comprise the 36 heavens. This should be the ultimate form, but both Taoist 3 purities and Mother Nuwa had the feeling that there should be a way to merge all 3,600 beads into one. Upon doing so, they can transform into an actual star, like the solar star or the lunar star. However, neither Mother Nuwa nor Taoist 3 purities were able to come up with such a way." Ning now understood. To combine them all into one? It seems his senses weren't off. However, if neither Mother Nuwa nor Taoist 3 purities had been able to accomplish it, this would clearly be a very, very difficult path to tread. As for what would happen when they all fused into one, if it would be able to transform into a star like the solar star or lunar star, that was just the conjecture of Mother Nuwa and Daoist three purities. This treasure is extremely hard to control. It's not very suitable for others, but it's perfectly suited for me. In all the three realms, I am the #1 Empyrean god and true immortal when it comes to control. Ning felt quite delighted with himself. Although his divine abilities were formidable, those were only of use in close combat. A straight application of heart force in combat used it up at an astonishing rate. Divine archers, for example, would use up all of their heart force in just 10 or so arrows. Thus, treasures that could be used to attack at long range were very important. This was especially true because his soul heart force technique, in and of itself, used up very little heart force. After binding the 3 protocosmic spirit treasures, Ning walked out of the room and returned to the main hall, where Redsnow and the others were frantic with impatience. Wow! Incredible! Ning only disclosed the existence of the void boat and the stargold beads of the heavens. As for the 9 lives pagoda, he kept that a secret. The other 2 items he would use quite often, and so there was no need to hide them. As for the pagoda, however, the more mysterious it was the better. I've already acquired the most powerful Pure Yang treasures which Master 3 Lives left behind, Ning said. Master left word and instructed me to be kind to the Empyrean gods and true immortals who have stayed behind to guard the star-seizing manor. If you need any treasures, just tell me. All of the Pure Yang treasures are listed within this book. Ning handed over the book which the giant yellow bear had given him. All of you, take a look, Ning immediately urged. These Pure Yang treasures were of limited help to him, and none of his family members such as Bright Moon, Autumn Leaf, Uncle White, or Moon North Sun were celestial immortals. The only celestial immortal he was close to was his master, Dianzai, but Ning had already prepared an even more suitable treasure for immortal Dianzai. Immortal Dianzai was a newly ascended celestial immortal, after all. If he acquired an excessively powerful treasure such as the 8 Fires Chinkuan world, that would actually prove to be a calamity for him, not a blessing. Let me take a look. Redsnow was the first to peruse the book. Me too. Primelight craned his neck over to take a peek. Nice treasures. The Pure Yang treasures which the God King left behind are all quite nice. They all praised the God King's treasures. Redsnow looked towards Ning. Ning, Sunblaze and Darkmoon have been with the God King for a long period of time, and so the God King gave them suitable treasures long ago. Primelight was the God King's son, so he goes without saying. As for myself and Snowscorpion, we were 2 of his commanders, and so the God King gifted us with appropriate treasures long ago as well, but these treasures aren't particularly important to us, but I believe Dovesnake needs a treasure. So does Ninefangs. Back then, he was merely a void-level fiend god. He only made his breakthrough to become an Empyrean god after much time passed. Dovesnake and Ninefangs both hesitated, but in the end, both nodded. Dovesnake chose the Pure Yang treasure, Yin-Yang Twin Poles Disc. This could only be considered an above-average treasure amongst the many Pure Yang treasures Ning had, but Redsnow and the others all nodded in agreement. Clearly, the Yin-Yang Twin Poles Disc was extremely well-suited to Dovesnake. The best treasure for a person wasn't necessarily the most powerful treasure, it was the most suitable treasure. Back when Dovesnake had followed the God King, he hadn't been particularly favored. This was because Dovesnake was a venomous god beast that looked docile but was actually savage. 3 Lives didn't really like his personality that much. He preferred those who were open and aboveboard. Even if a subordinate was vicious and crafty, he preferred it when they were obvious about it. As for Ninefangs, he ended up choosing an extremely powerful top-grade Pure Yang treasure, the Grand Blood Shadow formation of the heavens. Ninefang's true form was that of a bat. The Grand Blood Shadow formation of the heavens was indeed very well suited to Ninefangs. However, because this set was one of the best treasures which Ning had, Ninefangs had been extremely hesitant to choose it. Only after Redsnow and the other had encouraged him had he decided upon it. This caused Ninefangs to feel tremendous gratitude to Ning, and it further solidified his loyalty to Ning. After all, although Ning had said that this was on Three Lives' orders, Three Lives had died long ago. It was completely up to Ning as to whether or not he was willing to hand these items over. Ning himself honestly didn't mind. There was no point in him having that many unused pure yang treasures by his side. If the Empyrean gods under his command all had formidable treasures, that would increase the power of his strike force. That was a good thing. Master. After having handled the above matters, Ning went by himself to meet with Patriarch Subhuti. Subhuti was seated in the lotus position. He opened his eyes. Ning said respectfully, "Your disciple is preparing to leave the mountain and to leave the crescent world. Have you finished your arrangements?" Subhuti asked. "I've finished them." Ning said respectfully, "Your disciple's primal twin is going to stay with Bright Moon, Uncle White, Little Qing, Blue Cliff Xiaoyu, and junior apprentice brother Northsun here at the Crescent World. The Crescent World is, at present, a rare oasis of peace within the three realms. I don't wish for Bright Moon to be in danger, and so I'll have my primal twin stay with her as she roams the Crescent World, allowing her to experience more things and grow up." Subhuti nodded. "Right. The army of Immortals that belongs to your Starsizer world, what formation do you plan on using with it? The Heaven Punisher formation? True God Xingtian has nodded and permitted you to continue using it. I have other formations that you can use, but they are only on par with the Heaven Punisher formation. Do you want to switch?" "No need." Ning shook his head. "Your disciple is already quite familiar with the Heaven Punisher. There's one more thing I would ask of you, Master." "Speak." Subhuti looked at Ning. "Your disciple is going to act against the Seamless Gate, but first I want to deal with Young Flame Freak and Evergreen," Ning said respectfully. "Those two? All right. Once an opportunity arises, I'll notify you." Subhuti nodded. "After you leave the Crescent World, you have to be careful." "All right." Ning nodded respectfully, then asked, "Should I have Reds now stay here?" "No need. I've already taught him what needs to be taught, and he's already learned what he needs to learn. The rest is up to him," Subhuti said. Ning nodded. He was going to take the entire Starsizer world with him when he left. The 7 Empyrean gods would also follow his lead. He was the Manor Lord, after all. "Then I'll go summon Reds now and the others. After we are all gathered, please send us away, Master." "Your disciple bids you farewell," Ning said respectfully. "Go." Subhuti closed his eyes, and Ning respectfully began to walk away. "You must be careful." Subhuti's voice once more rang out within Ning's mind. "Yes." Ning was momentarily startled, then assented as he left. The black-robed Ning led his daughter Bright Moon, Autumn Leaf, Uncle White, Little Qing, Moon Northsun, and Blue Cliff Xiaoyu down into the Crescent World, beginning their adventures through it. My daughters left the mountain. Ning, Reds now, and the others all stood there atop Mount Innerheart, watching from afar. Whoosh! A twisted spatial vortex suddenly appeared above the grasslands in front of them, leading to an unknown destination. "Time to leave," Ning said. And so, Ning led his 7 Empyrean gods into the spatial vortex, leaving this garden world. What was awaiting Ning on the other side of the spatial vortex? Naturally, a storm of blood. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 11, The Number 1 Sword Immortal of the Three Realms. Chapter 11, The Number 1 Sword Immortal of the Three Realms. The Grand Xia. Ning and the 7 Empyrean gods appeared in midair. They immediately saw the imperial capital of the Grand Xia located directly beneath them. Master actually sent me to the imperial capital of the Grand Xia? Might as well go pay a visit to my master, Tiansai. Ning turned and looked towards the 7 nearby Empyrean gods, then said, I'm going to roam the 3 realms and temper myself in the red dust of the mortal world. Unless something comes up, there's no need for you 7 to always be following me. As I see it, you can go back to the Starsizer world for now. If there's anything important, I'll send a mental message to you. That's not acceptable. How can you have no subordinates by your side, Manor Lord? Instantly, everyone began to argue against him. You are the new Manor Lord of the Star-Seizing Manor. You aren't a rogue cultivator. Reds now immediately argued, if you don't want all of us to follow you, then how about this? Let's just have Ninefangs follow you and serve you. Ning was startled. He glanced towards Ninefangs. Ninefangs was the last of the 7 to break through to the Empyrean god level. When Dao's 3 lives had been alive, he had merely been a void-level fiend god. However, he physically looked the oldest. Upon hearing Retsno's words, Ninefangs hurriedly said, Manor Lord, when roaming the 3 realms, there will always be some minor, trifling matters to handle. We can't let you be forced to personally deal with everything, can we? Having just acquired the grand blood shadow formation of the heavens, Ninefangs was quite eager to show his gratitude. Fine. Nin nodded. Then the rest of us will return to the Starsizer world. Reds now and the rest of the 6 immediately departed, returning to the Starsizer world. As for Ning, he first paid a visit to the imperial capital of the Grand Xia to visit Immortal Diansai, the Xia Emperor, and his cousin Yuchi Xia. Ning had originally planned on having his master Immortal Diansai accompany him, but Immortal Diansai declined. But of course, he didn't decline the pure yang treasures which Ning gifted to him. He chatted with Ning for a long while, giving him some advice. Time to go. Early next morning, the white-robed Ning walked out of his room, followed by the bald elder, Empyrean god Ninefangs. The 2 of them teleported straight out of the Grand Xia, heading towards a minor world. The 3 realms had 1 trillion minor worlds. There were simply too many of them, and every so often old minor worlds would be destroyed and new minor worlds would be born. Thus, only a tiny number of these minor worlds were actually named. The minor world which Ning and Ninefangs had headed towards, however, did have a name. Its name was East Phoenix. East Phoenix World. Ning stood at the peak of a mountain, the bald elder Ninefangs by his side. This is one of the 27 worlds of Fuju. Ning swept it with his gaze, able to see to the very end of the East Phoenix world. It lives up to its reputation as one of the places where Tao Father Fuju once lived. East Phoenix world has countless different landscapes and far more cultivators than ordinary minor worlds. It even has a celestial immortal standing guard over it. It seems as though the 3 disciples of Tao Father Fuju are quite cautious. The exalted number 1 sword immortal of the 3 realms, he actually perished, his soul lost forever. Ninefangs shook his head and sighed. Ning nodded slowly, sighing as well. One of the reasons why Ning was voyaging across the 3 realms was in order to search for a way to allow his heart force to break through once more. A second reason was to meditate on his sword arts. If he couldn't find the first, he would spend his time cultivating the second. Naturally, Ning would pay a visit to the 27 worlds of Tao Father Fuju. Tao Father Fuju. He was born a human and trained as a key refiner. He had become a Tao Father of the Great Firmament during the Primordial Era, and became famous due to his sword. He had managed to train his sword force all the way to the 5th level. Sword force was just like heart force, it could also be divided into 5 levels. If one reached the 5th stage of sword force, one would be considered supreme even amongst true gods and Tao Fathers. This Tao Father Fuju became publicly acknowledged as the number 1 sword immortal of the 3 realms because, back when the Primordial Era had ended and the 3 realms era began, he had created a supreme sword art which had stunned the 3 realms, the 5 treasures, sword art. By relying on this sword art, Tao Father Fuju had become the indisputed number 1 sword immortal of the 3 realms. According to the legends, Tao Father Fuju's sword was indescribably fast, Ning sighed. so fast that it surpassed the limits of speed established by the Tao of the heavens. When ordinary true gods or Tao fathers fought against him, they wouldn't even be able to block his sword. In power, he was very close to the leaders of the Taoist path and the Buddhist Sangha. I imagine that he is on par with my master himself. But alas, such a peerless figure ended up dying within the primordial chaos. We don't even know how he died. Ninefangs shook his head as well. There were records of the many events which had occurred after the primordial era ended. Primelight, Ninefangs, Snow Scorpion, and the others had been in seclusion for far too long. It was only after they emerged and began to read these records that they began to learn of these things. During the primordial era, many major powers perished, including even elder gods. During the Three Realms era, there were naturally major powers who had perished as well, but one of the affairs that had particularly shocked the Three Realms was the death of Tao Father Fujiu. The only information that was known was that he had died in the primordial chaos. As for how he died or who killed him, nothing was known. Someone who was publicly acknowledged as the #1 sword immortal of the Three Realms, a figure who was comparable to Patriarchs Subhuti and Old Man Yuan, and was extremely close to the three emperors of mankind, Taoist three purities, and Lord Buddha in power, had died, just like that. Many were thoroughly stunned by this news. Subhuti and the others had searched for the reasons behind his death, but they hadn't found anything. After Fujiu died, the 27 worlds of Fujiu became incredibly popular. This was because when Tao Father Fujiu had trained in the sword, he would sometimes leave behind some of his sword arts on the mountains or in underground caves when the mood struck him. These remnants of his sword arts contained unfathomable power which not even Empyrean gods or true immortals would dare touch. When Tao Father Fujiu had been alive, his disciples would often go to these 27 worlds to analyze the sword arts he had left behind. As for the other Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Three Realms, they generally wouldn't have a chance to do so. But then, Tao Father Fujiu died. His disciples were merely Empyrean gods and true immortals. They naturally wouldn't dare to keep these 27 worlds for themselves. Thus, they opened the worlds up to the public. All immortals or fiend gods of the Three Realms could come here to meditate on the remnant sword arts left behind. The only restriction was that no one was permitted to cause any damage. If anyone did, that person would become the common enemy of countless immortals and fiend gods. And in truth, given that the remnants contained the might of the #1 sword immortal of the Three Realms, how many would be so suicidal as to attempt to destroy them? Each of the 27 worlds had remnants of his sword arts left behind on them. Some had more, some had less. The most exalted world was Sword Immortal World, because it contained the complete set of the 5 treasures, sword art within it. As for the other 26 worlds, they just contained some scattered, incomplete remnants. Thus, after traveling through all of the worlds, the various Empyrean gods and true immortals would generally choose to gather upon Sword Immortal World. Very few of them would remain on the other 26 worlds. During normal, peaceful times, there would perhaps be more than 1,000 of them on Sword Immortal World. Sometimes they would spend 1,000,000 years or 100 million years cultivating on that world. However, since the Three Realms was gripped by a great storm, most of the Empyrean gods and true immortals had joined the armies of their respective realms. There were now very few of them left on Sword Immortal World, to say nothing of the other 26. Tao Father Fujiu was acknowledged by all as the #1 sword immortal of the Three Realms. I naturally have to go and analyze his sword arts, Ning said. Ninefangs, let us first wander East Phoenix World and the rest of the 26. We'll save Sword Immortal World for last. Yes, Ninefangs said respectfully. Let's go, Ning said. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ning and Ninefangs flew through the air, moving towards a giant, towering mountain. Because East Phoenix World was merely a minor world, it had a circumference of just 100,000 kilometers. It was actually smaller than Swallow Mountain. It took them only a very short amount of time to fly to their destination. Quite a few people here. Ning glanced downwards. There were mountain peaks below them, and at the base of the mountain peaks sat many immortal cultivators and dire monsters. They were in the lotus position, quietly meditating and training. However, even the most powerful are merely at the loose immortal or earth immortal level, Ninefang said. Normally, Sword Immortal World would have plenty of Empyrean gods and true immortals. East Phoenix World would have a good number of celestial immortals, but given the current status of the three realms, the celestial immortals have all been ordered to join their respective armies. Naturally, the strongest remaining figures are at the loose immortal level. Ning swept the mountains below with his gaze. There really were many cultivators seated there. The vast majority were actually Zifu disciples and Wanxiang adepts. They were all seated on prayer mats which had been left behind by the Empyrean God and true immortal disciples of Taofather Fujiu. This was to provide them with organized seating for their meditations. Otherwise, if all of them just haphazardly squeezed together, how could anyone calm down and concentrate? Manor Lord, I'll move them away, Ninefang said. No need. Look, that little dire monster is planning to give us a seat. Ning chuckled as he pointed towards a skinny, horned dire monster who sat in the very first row of seats. The dire monster stared unblinkingly at the mountain cliffs, but his eyes were bloodshot. Blood was beginning to leak from his mouth. Clearly, he was beginning to succumb and go insane. The sword arts left here were simply unfathomably profound. They had been left by a Taofather. If you gave up when you couldn't understand, you would be fine, but if you tried to force your way through, you'd easily go insane. Go! Ning willed it, and whoosh! The dire monster instantly disappeared into thin air, with Ning then appearing onto that prayer mat. The immortal cultivators around him were all focused on their meditations. Although 2 or 3 of them noticed Ning appear, they didn't pay too much attention to him. Ning and Ninefangs were both keeping their auras reserved as they wandered the 3 realms. Otherwise, if they were to release their Empyrean god auras, they would have terrified all of the immortals and fiend gods present to the point of quivering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 12, Meditating. Chapter 12, Meditating. I'll meditate here. Ninefangs, you can either meditate as well, or go find some other things to do, Ning said mentally. Understood, Ninefangs said respectfully. He then flew to a distant winehouse. He was going to stand guard in the surrounding area, ready to carry Ning's orders whenever necessary. The skinny little dire monster who had vomited blood stared around blankly. What? Why am I here? The area around him was filled with the waters of a flowing river. This was not the meditation area. Wasn't I on Mount Dashcloud? Right, I went too far just now. I almost went crazy. Some expert must have intervened and rescued me. The little monster felt fear for what had almost happened. In Ning's eyes, he was nothing more than a little monster, but in truth he was a primal level dire monster. His heart had been filled with hatred, and he had deeply desired to gain insight into a profound sword art to take revenge. However, he had been too forceful in his attempts to cultivate and so had fallen into madness. In truth, it was very risky for anyone below the celestial immortal level to meditate on the sword arts of a Taofather. The path of immortal cultivation, however, was a path filled with many pitfalls. There were many stories of those who had developed powerful sword arts after having gazed upon the sword arts of a Taofather. It was very common for one to gain sudden insight on Mount Dashcloud, resulting in them establishing a school of their own. Thus, there were often many weak cultivators who would come here to meditate. Ning sat there in the lotus position, staring at the sword arts that had been left behind upon the mountain walls. The mountain walls were protected by layers of formations, none of which were particularly special. They had most likely been left behind by Taofather Fujiu's Empyrean God and true immortal disciples. The sword intent which radiated towards him, however, truly stunned him. He felt as though it was stabbing into his very heart. What powerful sword intent! The scars on the mountain wall that were created by casual blows from his sword arts, countless years have passed, but they are still this terrifying. Ning stared at the scars carefully. These had been left behind by a supreme sword immortal that was on Subhoodie's level. That's odd. Ning immediately had a strange feeling as he stared at the scars. There seems to be a fundamental difference between these sword arts and the other Deofather-created sword arts I studied at Mount Innerheart. The style is completely different, as though they belong to two completely different schools of thought. Ning frowned. But what exactly is different? He was searching for the answer. Ning was now an Empyrean god and a true immortal. He was a master of the sword, and was extremely talented in this regard. He could immediately sense that something was different. It was a very indistinct, blurry feeling, and Ning wasn't immediately able to pinpoint what exactly was causing it. I have it. Ning had a sudden thought. He waved his hand, and a star gold bead appeared within it. Ning had already bound all of the star gold beads. As a protocosmic spirit treasure, it could be controlled by Ning to reveal no presence or aura whatsoever. It was like a completely ordinary item right now. Every single one of the 3,600 star gold beads had been infused with the 9 chaos seals. The chaos seals. Ning stared at the constantly changing runes that flowed over the surface of the star gold bead. The runes were changing ceaselessly, never repeating in any discernible pattern. Right. The sword arts of Daofather Fuju remind me of the 9 chaos seals. They feel very similar. Ning immediately realized what the difference was. The sword arts created by Daofathers are generally bound by the mysteries of the Tao of the heavens. But Daofather Fuju's sword arts, as well as these 9 chaos seals, they seem to have surpassed the Tao of the heavens, Ning mused to himself. The 9 chaos seals were discovered by Taoist 3 purities when he roamed the primordial chaos. It makes sense for them to have surpassed the heavenly Taos, as they sprung forth from the primordial chaos. But Daofather Fuju's sword arts have surpassed the heavenly Taos as well. The Tao of the heavens was the heavenly Taos of the 3 realms. They were the laws that governed the functioning of the 3 realms. Outside the 3 realms, the heavenly Taos were without effect. For example, in the primordial chaos, only the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos would function. The other 9 heavenly Taos were useless. According to the stories, Daofather Fuju's sword was shockingly fast, surpassing the limits of the Tao of the heavens, Ning mused. Perhaps this is the reason why Daofather Fuju's sword arts were so terrifying. I need to carefully meditate on this. Upon noting the similarities between the 9 chaos seals and Daofather Fuju's sword arts, Ning immediately began to meditate. Every so often, he would switch over to meditating on the 9 chaos seals. Whenever he reached a roadblock, he would then switch to meditating on his sword arts. He would compare and contrast the two. Unexpectedly, Ning began to discover that the previous bottlenecks he had encountered when training in the Grand Tao of the Waterdrop and the Grand Tao of Qiankuan were actually easy to break through. Clearly, the insights he had gained into the 9 chaos seals and Daofather Fuju's sword arts were of tremendous benefit towards him in training in other Grand Taos. Time slowly passed. Nine Fangs had once more come to the distant winehouse to drink wine. The winekeeper had long ago grown accustomed to this bald old man, because he had often come here to drink during the past month, and always chose to drink the extremely venomous 5 Immortals wine. Another name for this wine was the 5 Venoms wine, because it was created through matching and mixing 9 different venoms together. It was truly toxic, but it was also incomparably delicious. A Zifu disciple would die upon having a single sip. One had to at least be a primal Taoist in order to be able to savor this wine without perishing. Here is some of our finest 5 Immortals wine. Please enjoy, honored guest. The winekeeper personally delivered the wine and 2 appetizers to Nine Fangs, who leisurely poured himself a cup. Gurgle. He raised his head and drank the wine. A twin sensation of fire and ice simultaneously flooded his entire body, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. Ninefangs laughed and nodded. Eh? Ninefangs suddenly had a strange feeling. He immediately turned his head to look towards the distant Mount Dashcloud. He gazed towards the white-robed youth that was seated amongst many other figures at the base of Mount Dashcloud. Grand Dao? Ninefangs was surprised. He then hurriedly sent mentally, "Congratulations, Manor Lord, for having mastered the Grand Dao of the Water Drop. Aren't you the sensitive one? I was just testing things out, and you immediately sensed it," Ning sent back. Ning was in an excellent mood. He had always had a high degree of affinity towards the Grand Dao of the Water Drop. This past month of analyzing the 9 Chaos Seals and the Deofather's sword arts had been extremely taxing, and his progress had been rather limited, but he actually ended up breaking through all bottlenecks and completely comprehending the Grand Dao of the Water Drop. Now, he had mastered 2 complete Grand Daos. The Grand Dao of the Sword and the Grand Dao of the Water Drop. The sword arts here on Mount Dashcloud were left behind by casual strikes from Daofather Fuju. They aren't that profound. The next month or two here won't be of much help to me. Ning didn't hold too many hopes towards the rest of the 26 worlds either. The most important world was the final one, Sword Immortal world. Still, Ning was going to be very cautious and deliberate in his cultivation. He would first take a look at all of the 26 worlds. Perhaps they might be of help to him in meditating on the complete 5 treasures sword art. The second month after Ning's arrival at East Phoenix World. The Golden Crow hung high in the sky. A large ship came sailing in through the heavens. There were many soldiers atop the desk of the ship, as well as many beautiful women who were surrounding a youth that was drinking wine merrily. He'd give a pinch here and a caress there, filling the ship with shrieks and giggles. "Your Highness, Mount Dashcloud is right up ahead," a pale-faced, beardless man said respectfully in a low voice. "We arrived?" The beautifully dressed youth rose to his feet. The beautiful woman in his arms followed his gaze as he stared at the distant Mount Dashcloud. "My beauties, be good and have a nice rest. I'm going to go meditate on sword arts for a while," the youth chortled. The beautiful women all said a few flattering words, causing the youth to feel absolutely tickled. Still, this youth was qualified to act this arrogantly. He was the 3rd prince of the East Phoenix dynasty of this planet, and the most talented of all the princes. His status was quite special. "Let's go." Soon, the prince led his pale-faced attendant and a host of guards to the base of Mount Dashcloud. The weakest of his guards were at the Wanxiang adept level, with the 2 commanders being primal Taoists. As for the prince, he himself was a primal Taoist as well. So many people? So many monsters as well. The prince frowned. According to what Master told me, the 3 realms is in the midst of a storm, which has resulted in our minor world becoming more peaceful than ever before. Still, there are now almost no celestial immortals who come to our world. The most powerful cultivators here are merely on the loose immortal or earth immortal level. Lungxiu, hurry up and shoo away one of the people at the front. "Your Highness, you must not be rash. Although the strongest figures at Mount Dashcloud are merely loose immortals and earth immortals, some might have powerful backgrounds," the pale-faced attendant hurriedly cautioned. "In addition, you yourself are merely a primal Taoist, Your Highness, and your 2 guards are merely primal Taoists as well. Don't anger those loose immortals or earth immortals. You might end up suffering because of it." The prince nodded slowly. Fair enough. Although he didn't really actually care about those loose immortals or earth immortals, right now, at least, he wouldn't be able to beat them in a fight. Then pick one of the weak ones. The prince swept the people present with his gaze. There should be some weaklings amongst the 27 prayer mats in front, right? Nobody who can sit in the front would be truly weak. Let me take a look. The attendant hurriedly took a good look. 21 of the prayer mats in the front are occupied by loose immortals or earth immortals. They give me a sense of tremendous pressure. The other 6 give me much less pressure. They should merely be at the primal Taoist level. Your Highness, which of the 6 do you think I should pick? 6? The prince took a careful look. 4 are monsters. Monsters who have reached the primal level are generally much more powerful than humans of the same level. That leaves 2, that white-robed youth, and that grim-looking man. The grim-looking man has a terrifying, baleful look in his eyes. I imagine his sword arts must be quite formidable. That white-robed youth looks fairly unremarkable, though. I imagine he's just an ordinary primal Taoist, but there were differences in power amongst primal Taoists. Some were monsters who could challenge void-level experts. The baleful aura around the grim-looking man was definitely proof that he was no ordinary primal Taoists. Let's go with that white-robed kid, the prince said. Hurry up and shoo him away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 13, Sword School. Chapter 13, Sword School. Your humble servant will go right now. The attendant chortled, then walked forward. Mount Dashcloud was extremely large, and there were many regions from which one could view all of the remnant sword scars left behind. The first row only had 27 seats, but there was a distance of more than 30 meters between each seat. This way, everyone could train calmly. The attendant walked straight towards Ning. Fellow Dao Dash, the attendant began to say in a shrill voice, reaching out to pat Ning on the shoulders. When training, Ning had his heart force spread out to cover this entire minor world. He was completely focused on his meditations and on the sword scars left behind by Dao Father Fujiu. He was mentally deducing and inferring one type of sword art after another. He had already visualized thousands of different types, more than 10 of which were more powerful than the 3-foot sword. Every so often, he would gain an insight from the visualized sword arts. This would allow Ning to walk farther and farther along the path of sword force. At this moment, Ning was completely focusing on deducing yet another powerful sword art. Pat. Someone patted him on the shoulder. Ning was instantly startled awake, and all of the effort he had put into analyzing this sword art went completely to waste. My heart force has covered this entire minor world. If any Empyrean god or true immortal arrives, I should have found out long ago. Who the hell just disturbed me? Ning was rather displeased. One of the greatest taboos was disturbing others when they were meditating. Ning immediately turned his head to look towards the pale-faced attendant. Ning could immediately tell that this person was merely a primal Taoist. Fellow Taoist, the attendant said, pointing at the prayer mat beneath Ning. My prince wishes to meditate on sword arts and needs a spot. He's taken a fancy to your spot. Ning frowned, then looked backwards. He saw the beautifully dressed youth ensconced by many guards. The youth gave Ning a sideways glance, seemingly quite disdainful. You should know what to do. A look of arrogance was in the attendant's eyes. As he saw it, once this white-robed youth saw that there were 3 primal Taoists accompanying the prince, he should be able to guess that the prince had an extraordinary background. Immortal cultivators generally understood the principle of courting fortune and avoiding misfortune. Don't bother me when I'm meditating on the Tao. Ning gave the attendant a cold glance, then shut his eyes and continued to meditate. You, the attendant pointed at Ning, rendered momentarily speechless. Fellow Taoist, don't make trouble for yourself. He barked. Ning completely ignored him. Given his power and his status, these little fellows were as weak as ants in the face of his might. Ning wouldn't care too much if a few ants bellowed at him, he simply couldn't be bothered to. In addition, this was Mount Dashcloud, a place for meditating on the sword arts of a Tao Father. Generally, very few would dare to actually attack someone here. Ning believed that this person would just yell at him a bit, then leave helplessly. Your Highness. The attendant ran back to the prince's side. What's going on? The prince was rather irritated. That white-robed kid is like a stone. He's quite tough. He completely ignored me, the attendant said helplessly. He's courting death. The prince's face sank. Attack! Kick him out of here. No! The attendant said hurriedly, "This is Mount Dashcloud, a place for meditating on the Deofather's sword arts. Any disturbances will interfere with the meditations of countless immortal cultivators and dire monsters. All of them will be furious with us. It's one thing for us to irritate one of them, but we can't irritate all of them. We're not going to kill him, we're just going to kick him out." The prince said with a frown, "Those who are truly focused on their meditations won't be startled awake by some fights in the outside world. The ones that will wake up are the ones who aren't in a true meditative state yet. Also, set up a small formation around him when you attack. That way, you won't disturb the people around him, right? The three of you, go." The prince gave the orders. The attendant and the two commanders shared a glance, then acknowledged the order. Yes. The three of them immediately walked towards Ning. Rumble. A crystalline globe of fire appeared before the attendant's chest. Instantly, a barrier of flames appeared around them, surrounding Ning. "Fellow Taoist." The attendant barked loudly, his voice exploding by Ning's ears like thunder. Ning opened his eyes. He gave the three a look. "Hurry up and leave. Give up your seat. Otherwise, don't blame us for showing no mercy," the attendant barked. The two nearby commanders became filled with auras of power as well. The immortal cultivators and dire monsters who were nearby all halted their meditations, focusing their attention on the area around Ning with curiosity. Amusing. It's quite rare for people to fight at Mount Dashcloud. These three are a bit too brash. If the fellow wants to give up the seat, that's one thing, but they actually intend to force him from it? Even if they really want to give him a drubbing, they should wait until he leaves Mount Dashcloud. Why rush? The surrounding immortal cultivators and dire monsters all chatted amongst themselves. It was very common for immortal cultivators to get into fights over minor matters, but it was rare for something like this to happen at Mount Dashcloud. Unwilling to give up your seat? Fine. Once you leave Mount Dashcloud, don't blame me for showing no mercy. In the face of a threat like this, most weaker cultivators would obediently give up their seats. Hurry up and leave. F***ck off. The two commanders barked out as well. They both had extraordinary backgrounds, they wouldn't care about an ordinary primal Taoist. Insolence. A cold light flashed through Ning's eyes. Rumble, an invisible wave surged out, striking against the bodies of the three primal Taoists. The attendant and the two guard commanders were just about to attack, but they suddenly sensed a wave of unearthly power crash over them. They were knocked backwards, and the commander who had told Ning to F***ck off began to scream in agony as soon as he landed on the ground. Ah! Aha! My Zifu, the commander's voice was filled with agony and terror. The other, chubbier commander fell on the ground alongside the attendant. The two of them clambered to their feet, staring at their comrade. His Zifu was destroyed. Destroyed. Both of them were filled with utter terror. The three of them had been knocked flying in a single clash, with one of them having his Zifu destroyed. Although they all had extraordinary backgrounds, this was exactly why they had been unwilling to offend any of the Earth Immortals or Loose Immortals. Although they had extraordinary backgrounds, it would take time for reinforcements to arrive. If they were crippled in the interim, that would be a miserable outcome, and so they had sought out the white-robed kid, who had appeared to be the easiest to bully. "We just rammed into a steel plate," the chubbier commander muttered. "A steel plate with nails. Bullshit!" The prince roared. The chubbier commander instantly no longer dared to say a word. In secret, however, he celebrated the fact that it was his comrade who was the one to speak rudely, as was usually the case. This time, his comrade had really suffered for it. "Your Highness," the attendant said hurriedly. "This person is very powerful. How dare you cripple my man?" The prince had a terrifying look in his eyes as he stared daggers at the distant Ning. The worst part of the situation was that more than half of the immortal cultivators and dire monsters seated below Mount Dashcloud were watching this event with curiosity. They weren't like Ning, after all, who could easily go into a months-long meditative state. They were far weaker than him, and the Deofather's sword arts were far too profound. They had to stop extremely frequently, after just meditating on the sword arts for a short period of time. For so many cultivators to stare at him, the prince felt even more embarrassed and angry, and he shifted all of it towards Ning. Fellow Daoist. The prince strode forward, his attendant and the chubbier commander hurriedly following behind him. The prince's voice was clear, but it carried anger in it. Your actions are quite vicious. Ning just shut his eyes again, completely ignoring him. The prince didn't dare to actually act against Ning himself. He had seen Ning attack earlier. The prince was a mere early-stage primal Daoist. How could he be a match for Ning? My 5 junior apprentice brothers. The prince called out loudly. Whoosh! 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 Dot. Instantly, 5 figures descended from the top of Mount Dashcloud. Each of them had powerful auras. They were all at the loose immortal level. 5 loose immortals. The 5 loose immortals who stand guard over Mount Dashcloud for the sword school. This youth actually addresses the 5 of them as junior apprentice brother? Can it be that he is also a member of the sword school? However, judging from his age, I would have thought those 5 loose immortals should be much older than him. Do you really need to ask? If he dares to address the 5 of them as junior apprentice brother, then he must be a true, formal disciple of the sword school. I recognize him. He's the 3rd prince of the East Phoenix dynasty. He has been accepted by Celestial Immortal Triscorpion as his disciple. So that's the case. Seems like the white-robed man is doomed. He's offended a formal disciple of the sword school. The white-robed man really doesn't know his limits. He should know that his opponents must have powerful backgrounds, for them to dare act in such a brash manner here at Mount Dashcloud. He should have been more cautious. Look at him now. He's pissed off a major foe. Instantly, everyone began to discuss this matter. The 5 loose immortals all landed, the cultivators and monsters around them making way before them. None of them dared to offend the sword school. The 5 loose immortals all bowed courteously towards the prince. Senior apprentice brother Eastluck. Greetings, senior apprentice brother Eastluck. These 5 loose immortals had all been alive for more than 100,000 years, but they all spoke out with great courtesy. They were disciples of the sword school, but they were merely outer disciples, not core disciples, which is why they had been sent here to maintain order. Their task was to ensure that the beautiful surroundings of Mount Dashcloud were not damaged, or, to put it another way, they were gate guards. The prince before them, however, was a true disciple. So he really is a disciple of the sword school. A formal disciple. Look at that gold medallion. I heard that the sword school is actually a very powerful school of the 3 realms. The founder was Daofather Fujiu himself. Instantly, yet another storm of discussion arose. The sword school had been founded by Daofather Fujiu, and in the past its status had been equivalent to that of Mount Innerheart. However, Daofather Fujiu had died. When trees fall, the monkeys that lived in it would scatter. In addition, Daofather Fujiu was fairly mediocre in teaching disciples. He hadn't been able to produce a single Daofather. Thus, only 3 Empyrean gods and true immortals continued to remain within the sword school. The current sword school wasn't even as strong as the star-seizing manor. But despite that, it was still a school with 3 Empyrean gods and true immortals, and with many friends spread throughout the 3 realms. Thus, it could be considered one of the top-tier schools of the 3 realms. A formal disciple had a status that was far higher than the status of an ordinary void-level earth immortal. This man actually dared to be disrespectful to our sword school. Seize him. Seize him! The 5 loose immortals flew towards Ning like streaks of light. Ning opened his eyes again. He gave them a glance. Boom! His gaze struck against their bodies as though it had taken solid form. The 5 of them once more transformed into streaks of light, but this time they flew backwards, and they flew so far away that they could no longer be seen with the naked eye. Ning turned to look towards the prince. No, the prince was so terrified that he hurriedly stumbled backwards. In his terror, he fell backwards and tumbled to the ground in his sitting position. This was too terrifying. He hadn't even seen what technique this man had used. It seemed as though the man had merely used his gaze to send those 5 loose immortals flying. The guards behind him were utterly terrified as well. None of them even dared to breathe. Whoosh! A streak of light flashed, and a bald old man appeared next to Ning. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Manor Lord, your subordinate came late." Ning laughed calmly. A minor matter. In truth, Ninefangs was utterly enraged right now. He had been taking his sweet nap just now, right next to the winehouse. As he was an Empyrean god, his senses were naturally still spread out to cover the surrounding area. If any slightly powerful figures such as celestial immortals came over, he would have immediately noticed. But the prince and the others were mere primal Taoists. Ninefangs simply didn't pay them any attention at all. It wasn't until Ning had released his power with that look that Ninefangs had been shocked awake, only to discover that someone had actually come to make trouble for his manor lord. "You dare to offend my manor lord? Are you looking to die?" Ninefangs glared furiously at the prince. Still seated on the ground, by now the prince understood that this white-robed youth had to have a truly extraordinary background as well. "I'm a disciple of the sword school." The prince hurriedly pulled out a golden insignia, clutching it as if it was his last hope. "I'm a formal disciple of the sword school. My master is a celestial immortal patriarch. Master is standing guard here at East Phoenix World. My grand master is Patriarch Dallas. Ninefangs, we're here to analyze Daofather Fuju's sword arts. After all, let's be courteous about this," Ning said with a laugh. The prince instantly felt relieved. He laughed coldly to himself. It seemed as though the man was still afraid of the sword school. However, on the surface he still didn't dare to act too arrogantly. No matter how powerful the sword school was, it wouldn't be able to rescue him immediately. "You've offended my manor lord." Ninefangs started to say, but Ning interrupted him. "Don't even bother." "Right, the kid said his master is the celestial immortal that is protecting the East Phoenix world." "Bring him over here," Ning said. "Yes." Ninefangs nodded, then reached out with his right hand. Whoosh! His right hand instantly pierced through the heavens as he sent it traveling more than 10,000 kilometers as he made a grabbing motion towards the celestial immortal patriarch who was within the imperial palace of the East Phoenix dynasty. Within the imperial palace, celestial immortal Triscorpion was enjoying life right now, drinking some wine as he watched beautiful women dancing in front of him. He was born a monster, but he had entered the sword school and eventually been assigned by his own master to stand guard over East Phoenix World. The main task he had was to protect Mount Dashcloud. What a wonderful life! I really am blessed, for Master to have sent me here. My other fellow disciples are preparing to fight against the Seamless Gate. Celestial Immortal Triscorpion felt quite delighted with himself. It was his great fortune to be assigned this task. And my luck really isn't half bad. After I came to this East Phoenix world, I actually found a promising young talent. Eastluck's comprehension abilities really are quite high. I don't need to take part in the war, and I even found a good disciples. Excellent, excellent. Celestial Immortal Triscorpion beamed merrily as he stared at the beautiful women before him. Boom! Celestial Immortal Triscorpion turned his head, only to see a massive, pitch-black hand smash through his rooftop and grab him. Ah! Triscorpion only had enough time to let out a scream before he was grabbed and pulled away. The dancing beauties stared blankly at the empty throne, then stared at the massive, gaping hole in the palace ceiling. They could still visualize that massive hand of black light. The patriarch's been seized. The patriarch's been captured. All sorts of terrified cries rang out. But, oh my. This is just. All of the immortal cultivators and dire monsters at Mount Dashcloud stared blankly, heads raised, at the massive arm that stretched far off into the horizons. How could an arm stretch that long? What they didn't know was that Ninefang's true form was that of a bat. If he was to transform back into his true form, it would be more than 10,000 kilometers long. The same was true of Snow Scorpion as well. If he wanted to, he could stretch his arm out to a length of 100,000 kilometers. And if he was to reach the true God or Taofather level, well, Taoist Three Lives was capable of smashing a major world with his palms. Whoosh! The impossibly long arm was retracted. The bald old man had seized an immortal by the collar with his right hand, and was holding him as easily as he would a chicken. Hey kid! This your master? Ninefangs pointed at the captured Triscorpion. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 14, 1 year. Chapter 14, 1 year. Emmas, Prince Eastluck's eyes bulged out as he began to stammer. Eastluck? The captured celestial immortal Triscorpion instantly understood when he saw the prince. A look of stunned rage appeared in his eyes, then he hurriedly said, Senior, this junior is only responsible for protecting the East Phoenix world. I did not intend to offend the two of you at all. My master is true immortal Dallas. Please spare me, seniors. Manor Lord. Ninefangs looked towards Ning. Release him. Ning nodded. Only then was Triscorpion allowed to land on the ground. He hurriedly rushed 2 steps forward, then delivered a vicious slap against Prince Eastluck's face as he roared furiously, Do you think Mount Dashcloud is a place for you to cause trouble? Do you think these 2 seniors are people you can afford to offend? He slapped the prince 2 more times, then hurriedly turned and smiled ingratiatingly towards Ning and Ninefangs. Seniors, when you grabbed me just now, I was so terrified that I shattered a message talisman. I'm afraid that my master is going to arrive soon. He had thought that he was in mortal danger, but now it seemed as though these 2 weren't planning to act viciously towards him. Your master? Ning said. This junior's master is true immortal Dallas, Triscorpion said hurriedly. Ning nodded slowly. I've heard of true immortal Dallas' great fame, but I've never met him. It seems I'll have a chance to meet him today. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in the distance, and with it came a loud, clear laugh. This must be the one who slew immortals and fiend gods with his sword as he invincibly dominated the realm war, fellow Taoist Dark North, yes? How can this junior be worthy of you personally dealing with him, fellow Taoist Dark North? You are giving him far too much face. This laughter echoed throughout the wild mountains. Invincibly dominated the realm war? Both Triscorpion and Eastluck were rather dazed. As for the other cultivators, they were simply puzzled, because they had no idea what a realm war even was. Ning glanced towards the newcomer. This was a sloppy-looking youth with a big beard who was flying towards him atop a cloud. His beard was extremely long, but his face looked very young. It made for an odd contrast. Everyone says that true immortal Dallas is uninhibited and unconventional, but in possession of an absolutely merciless tongue. Today, I've seen it for myself. I admit that I am at fault. I gave a minor punishment to your disciple, Ning said with a calm laugh. He had heard long ago that true immortal Dallas was a man who said whatever he thought, and that sometimes his words would offend others. But in turn, his straightforward, genuine nature made it so that he made some truly good friends. He was a rather famous figure of the 3 realms. Hey, that's not what I meant. True immortal Dallas flew over, his sleeves fluttering. For a kid like this to be so brazen and foolish as to offend you? Of course you can kill him if you want. That's completely up to you. What I'm saying is, there's no need for you to dirty your hands. Just say the word and I'll do it for you. Just consider it as me keeping my school clean. Ning was speechless. True Immortal Dallas reputedly was uninhibited and sloppy, said what he felt, and was absolutely shameless. It seemed all the stories about him were true. There really weren't many Empyrean gods or true immortals who would say such things in front of their own disciples. Doomed. I'm doomed. Prince Eastluck just sat there, completely dazed. Invincibly dominated the realm war? Is he referring to the realm wars which Master told me about, the ones where countless millions of immortals will gather together in a titanic clash? The realm wars which large numbers of Empyrean gods and true immortals are dying in? This white-robed, he was able to invincibly dominate a realm war? Eastluck was truly dazed now. He couldn't even comprehend what he had done. Even Patriarch Dallas is so humble before him. Clearly, he's far more powerful than Patriarch Dallas, and his subordinate was able to stretch his arm out for thousands of kilometers to capture a celestial immortal. Who is this person? Why did I have to run into him? Why am I so damned unlucky? Prince Eastluck was filled with terror and regret. But alas, if you often walk by the riverside, how can you avoid getting your shoes wet? He had grown accustomed to acting arrogantly, thanks to his status, and today, he really had rammed into a steel plate. No, a plate of divine chaos steel. Finished. I'm finished. I'm dead for sure. Dead for sure. Prince Eastluck had gotten used to seeing heads rolling within the imperial palace upon an important figure being angered. This person before him had a status that was far, far beyond his own. It would be simplicity itself for the white-robed youth to crush him to death. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, Ning, Ninefangs, and true Immortal Dallas all soared into the skies, departing from East Phoenix World. Only now did Prince Eastluck regain his senses. They left? Eastluck blinked. I didn't die? Master! Prince Eastluck hurriedly looked towards the nearby celestial immortal Triscorpion. Triscorpion glared daggers at him. Oof. If we did as my master Dallas suggested, I would wipe you out right now. Wipe me out? Prince Eastluck was horrified. Fortunately, Senior Dark North interceded on your behalf. He said that you didn't have any intentions to kill him. That's the only reason why you've survived this, Triscorpion snapped. But although you shall be spared the death penalty, that doesn't mean you'll go unpunished. It's true that I didn't intend to kill him, Prince Eastluck said hurriedly. I just wanted to shoo him away. After he crippled my subordinate, I was furious with him and planned to lock him up and punish him. Prince Eastluck wasn't an evil person by nature. However, because he had been born into the imperial clan and because of his talent in cultivation, he had been flattered by others all his life and became accustomed to acting in an arrogant, high-handed manner. And after he became a disciple of the sword school, his status had only risen even further. Simply put, he had gotten used to bullying others, which is why he had been so stunned and furious when Ning had crippled his subordinate. How long had it been since someone else had bullied him? After Ning had revealed his true power, Eastluck had instantly been so terrified that he couldn't stop sweating. Fortunately for him, he hadn't planned to kill Ning. If he had, how could Ning possibly not have noticed? If that was the case, Ning wouldn't have interceded on his behalf at all. My master, Dallas, had been planning on expelling you from the school, but Senior Darknorth instead suggested that you be sent to the mortal world instead. You are to serve as a junior servant in a winehouse for 300 years. During these 300 years, you are not to fight back when struck, nor are you to argue when cursed at. Triscorpion laughed coldly. If you disobey, then you will immediately be expelled from the sword school. Prince Eastluck finally let out a sigh of relief. He immediately fell to his knees, then kowtowed towards the skies. "Thank you, Senior Dark North." It would indeed be difficult for him to serve for 3 centuries as a servant in a winehouse, and one who could not fight back when struck or argue when cursed at. But if he was to be expelled from the sword school, in the past, he had offended many with his arrogance. If it wasn't for his status as a disciple of the sword school, he probably would have died without a burial spot long ago. No matter what, he was still a disciple of the sword school. All he had to do was be tempered within the red dust of the mortal world for 3 centuries. Your disciple swears to obey. May the Tao of the heavens bear witness. Prince Eastluck instantly swore an oath. Go. From this day forth, you are no longer a prince, you are nothing more than an ordinary mortal servant. Celestial Immortal Triscorpion flicked his sleeves. Come see me in 300 years. Yes, Master. Eastluck immediately left respectfully, then transformed into a streak of light and flew into the skies by himself. Triscorpion couldn't even be bothered to take a second look at this disciple of his. He was a dire monster by birth, and possessed of a strange temperament. In the past, he absolutely doted on Eastluck, but now that Eastluck had caused such a disaster, resulting in him being captured, Triscorpion focused all of his resentment on Eastluck. He no longer felt any positive feelings towards Eastluck at all. If it hadn't been for the fact that Ning and Dallas had come to an agreement on Eastluck's fate, Triscorpion would have expelled that little bastard from the school already. 3 centuries. Poof. Triscorpion immediately teleported away and disappeared. Even after 3 centuries, when this disciple came back to see him, he wouldn't be in the mood to teach him sincerely. This was because he now detested this disciple of his. This disciple might be talented, which is why Triscorpion had previously favored him, but now, he felt repulsed by him. So what if the kid was talented? How many talented figures would be able to overcome the celestial tribulation? However, no one would have thought that after this arrogant, wayward Prince Eastluck spent 3 centuries as a servant in the mortal world, he would become modest, low-key, humble, and courteous. He was like a piece of rough jade that had been carved and polished until it shone with brilliance. He would overcome his tribulation and become a celestial immortal, then be accepted into the Buddhist Sangha. In fact, during the final end war, he would become a general of the Nuwa Alliance who would fight shoulder to shoulder with Ning. Ning himself would never have imagined this happening, of course. He crippled the first guard because he could sense that the guard had planned to kill him. The prince, however, wasn't beyond saving. Thus, he devised a path that he thought would be able to grind away the prince's arrogance and pride. That was the extent of his considerations. By now, Ning's attention was focused towards his sword arts and his struggle against the Seamless Gate. He had planned to stay on East Phoenix World and train there for 3 or 4 months, but true Immortal Dallas had explained to him that the other 26 worlds only had remnants of the 5 treasures, sword arts, whereas Sword Immortal World had the complete version. In other words, all of the remnants could be found within Sword Immortal World. There was no point in wasting time on the other worlds. Ning still felt that the other worlds were worth spending some time on, but he decided that 10 days per world was enough. And so, he began to wander through one minor world after another. Some worlds had sword arts left behind on mountain walls. Others had sword scars left behind on the wild landscape, in the form of rivers and creeks. Still others had sword scars that carved out valleys and gorges within the forests. These had all been left behind in a casual manner by Tao Father Fuju. Stargold beads in hand, and with Empyrean God Ninefangs by his side, Ning walked and meditated his way through all of the minor worlds. Ning often made progress by comparing the 9 chaos seals to the sword arts. He spent at least 3 or 4 days in each world, up to a maximum of 2 months at most. After he finished wandering the 26th world, a full year had passed. Finally, Ning arrived at the last of the 27 worlds of Fuju. The most important world, Sword Immortal World. Sword Immortal World. There wasn't a single mortal within this minor world. At the very center of this minor world, there were 5 mountain peaks, each one taller than the last. The strange thing was, the first peak was 1,000 kilometers tall, the second was 2,000 kilometers tall, the pattern continued all the way to the fifth, which was 5,000 kilometers tall. For a minor world to have such tall mountains was simply inconceivable. The mountain peaks stabbed high up into the uppermost layer of clouds. The 5 treasure peaks. Ning and Ninefangs appeared in the air amidst them. They stared at the 5 towering mountain peaks. The majestic aura of might and pressure that swept out towards them from the mountain peaks caused Ning to feel startled. Ninefang's face even turned pale for a moment before he was able to steady himself. What a powerful aura! I was caught off guard and felt a bit nauseous just now. Ninefangs said with surprise, ordinary celestial immortals probably wouldn't be able to endure it. How could the mountain peaks that hold the legendary 5 treasures, sword art, not be extraordinary? The 5 treasures, sword art, is the number 1 sword art of the 3 realms, Ning said with a laugh. Auras are invisible and formless. Whether or not you can endure an aura is up to the strength of your Dao heart. Ninefangs, although Empyrean gods don't have to worry about going insane, the Dao heart is still important. You need to work on yours. Ninefangs nodded. Yes, Manor Lord. Of the 7 Empyrean gods under Ning's command, Ninefangs had the weakest foundation. The others had accompanied Daoist 3 lives in countless battles during the primordial era, after all. Back then, Ninefangs had merely been a void-level fiend god. He only made his breakthrough within the Starsizer world, and he hadn't experienced many actual battles afterwards. Given that he also didn't have a good master to teach him, he was lacking in many areas. The number 1 sword art of the 3 realms. I heard that it is incomparably marvelous. Ning had heard many legends of the 5 treasures, sword art. Each legend was more fanciful than the last. The more legends he heard, the more curious Ning became. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ning and Ninefangs went flying towards the 5 treasure peaks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 15, Sword Force. Chapter 15, Sword Force. 3 streaks of light suddenly flew towards the direction of Ning and Ninefangs. Ning took a careful look, instantly recognizing that one of the 3 was true immortal Daoist. He had never seen the other 2 before. Is this fellow Daoist Ning? A rather ugly-looking man called out. I heard long ago from junior apprentice brother Daoist the fellow Daoist Ning was going to come here. We've been waiting here a long time, but we were unable to find you. My heart was burning with impatience. A handsome youth smiled merrily as he spoke. Ning laughed. I've made the 3 of you wait so long, fellow Daoists. I'm ashamed, quite ashamed. We live right here on Sword Immortal World. We'd still be here even if we weren't waiting for you, the youth laughed. Ning laughed as well. I've already met fellow Daoist Daoist. The muscular fellow must be Empyrean god Hidden Willow, while this one must be the sword immortal of the outer heavens, fellow Daoist Jimin. I've long heard of fellow Daoist Jimin's illustrious reputation. Today, I finally have the chance to meet you. After Dao Father Fujiu had perished, many of his followers had scattered. These days, the sword school only had 3 Empyrean gods and true immortals left. They were true immortal Daoist, Empyrean god Hidden Willow, and true immortal Jimin. True immortal Jimin had been the first to join the school. Empyrean god Hidden Willow had come later, while true immortal Daoist had been the last. True immortal Jimin possessed truly extraordinary power. There were only 2 individuals in the 3 realms who had mastered the entire 5 treasures, sword art. One was a Dao Father, while the other was true immortal Jimin. After he mastered it, he instantly rose in power to become one of the most supreme of true immortals, on par with the likes of Lu Dongbin, and so he was reverently titled the Sword Immortal of the Outer Heavens. So this is fellow Daoist Ning? Fellow Daoist Dark North actually arrived as well. I heard of fellow Taoist Darknorth's exploits in the Crimson Bright Realm War. He used his sword to suppress a Taofather golem. Fellow Taoist Ning. Suddenly, one voice after another began to ring out as more streaks of light flew towards them. True Immortal Dallas hurriedly explained, "These are the Empyrean gods and true immortals who are at Sword Immortal World to study the 5 treasures, sword art. They naturally are on our side as well." Prior to the storm arriving, Sword Immortal World usually saw thousands of Empyrean gods and true immortals gathering here, with the occasional Taofather as well. However, now that the storm has arrived, and given that many of the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the 3 realms have already visited this place, there are now very few people here. Aside from the 3 of us and the 2 of you, fellow Taoist Ning, there are 39 other Empyrean gods and true immortals currently present. These individuals all belonged to the New Alliance, and they all knew of Ning. Naturally, they held Ning in high esteem. There were very, very few people who could have an impact on a realm war the way Ning did, after all. Even the likes of Reds now had to join forces with the rest of the 7 Empyrean gods in order to possess such tremendous power. Given that Ning was able to match a Taofather golem in might just by commanding 1,000,000 immortals, which Empyrean god or true immortal would dare treat him with discourtesy? Even supreme sword immortals like true immortal Jimin, who had mastered the 5 treasures, sword art, treated Ning with great courtesy. After chatting for some time, everyone went their separate ways. They were all here to train in sword arts. After all, this was what truly mattered. There are some other fellow Taoists who you haven't met yet, they should still be busy with their meditations, true immortal Jimin said with a laugh. The 3 leaders of the sword school accompanied Ning and Ninefangs as they flew forward on a cloud. Right. Ning nodded. I can already see them. He was able to see the 5 towering peaks in the distance. The peaks, the valleys, the distant mountain lakes, there were Empyrean gods and true immortals seated in the lotus position throughout the 5 peaks. All of them were rather casually spread out, and normally none of them would bother each other. That one over there is fellow Taoist Jade Sky, true immortal Jimin said as he pointed to the first mountain peak, where a black-robed man was seated atop a giant boulder. That one over there is fellow Taoist Icefeather. He pointed to a barely visible white-robed youth that was seated in the lotus position deep within a mountain cave. All of them were seated in the lotus position, as unmoving as boulders. It was hard to tell how long they had been there. The 2 of them have given up everything to focus on the 5 treasures, sword art, true immortal Jimin said with a sigh. The others are at most observing and studying. They'll occasionally gain an insight, but they aren't truly training. Given up everything? Ning was surprised. Can it be that the 5 treasures, sword art really is as terrifying as the legends say? The nearby true immortal Dallas chuckled. Some legends are exaggerated, but other legends don't go far enough. Oh? Both Ning and Ninefangs listened attentively. The legends regarding the 5 treasures, sword art were quite fanciful. Supposedly, not even Taofathers would dare to casually train in it. The 5 treasures, sword art is indeed incomparably marvelous and mysterious, true immortal Dallas laughed. It is completely different from any other sword art of the 3 realms. Ning nodded. He had noticed this as well. Other sword arts are founded upon the heavenly Taos, but the 5 treasures, sword art walks a different path, true immortal Dallas said. If you just train as though you are dipping a toe into the water to test the temperature, you'll at most gain an occasional bit of insight. If, however, you start your training from the very first chapter of the 5 treasures, sword art, then some of the things described in the legends will occur. Ning's face changed. True immortal Dallas said softly, all the other Taos you have gained insight into, heavenly Taos, grand Taos, ordinary Taos, you will slowly begin to forget them. They will completely vanish from your memories. The more you train in the 5 treasures, sword art, the more of the other Taos you will forget. Once you beginning training in the 3rd chapter of the 5 treasures, sword art, aside from the Tao of the sword, you will forget all other Taos. True immortal Jimin looked towards Ning. Ning nodded slowly. so that's how it is. The nearby true immortal Jimin said that the 5 treasures sword art has 4 chapters. The first chapter is recorded on the walls of the first mountain. The second chapter is on the second mountain, and the third chapter is on the third mountain. The final, 4th chapter is naturally on the 4th mountain. As for the 5th mountain, my master, Taofather Fuju, used to live there when he was alive. It holds a minor cavern estate within it. Once you begin training in the first chapter, your insights into all other Daos shall be affected. Slowly, they'll begin to recede. The deeper your insights into the 5 treasures sword art becomes, the more insights into the other Daos you shall lose. After you finish the 3rd chapter, all other Daos shall be lost. The only path remaining is the Tao of the sword. The 4th chapter is the most difficult chapter of all. The most terrifying outcome is that you will master the 3rd chapter, but be unable to master the 4th. Once you master the 4th chapter, you'll have mastered the entire 5 treasures sword art, and you'll truly understand how marvelous and divine this sword art is. True immortal Jimin sighed with feeling. Ning was puzzled. Training in the 5 treasures sword art will cause your insights into the other Daos to be lost? Is it possible to retrain and regain them after losing them? It's possible, but True Immortal shook his head. When you begin training in the other Daos, you'll begin to gradually lose your insights into the 5 treasures sword arts. What? Ning was shocked. Thus, you have a choice, either train in the various other Daos or only train in the 5 treasures sword art. True Immortal Jimin chuckled. But of course, if you completely master the entire 5 treasures sword art, it'll be completely memorized as a perfect whole within your mind. You can begin to train in other Daos once more, and by then you will no longer be impacted. The nearby Empyrean god Hidden Willow interjected, but the 4th chapter is far too difficult. To master the 1st chapter, you have to have at least reached the 1st stage of sword force. As for the 2nd chapter, you'll need to have reached the 2nd stage of sword force. In turn, mastering the 4th chapter requires you to have at least reached the 4th stage of sword force, and that's just a prerequisite. Even if you have reached that level, you still might be unable to succeed. Ning nodded. He had heard these stories before. But the 5 treasures sword art truly was too powerful. After mastering it, the speed of one's sword would exceed the limitations of the heavenly Daos themselves. True Immortal Jimin, for example, was one of the most supreme true immortals of the 3 realms. Once he broke through to become a Taofather, he would immediately become a supreme one thanks to his 5 treasures sword art, even though his other insights were comparatively inferior to those of the other Taofathers. This was because the speed of his sword would be faster than anything else. This was the reason why the 5 treasures sword art was so alluring. Once you master the entire 5 treasures sword art, you'll be able to enter the cavern estate in the 5th peak which Master left behind. True Immortal Jimin pointed towards the distant, tallest peak. Master died in the primordial chaos, but before he entered it, he gave us certain instructions. He said that if something unexpected happened to him, we were to make the 5 treasures sword art available to the public. Any fiend god body refiner who has mastered the 5 treasures sword art can enter his cavern estate and receive his most important legacy. Oh? Ning was startled. In the countless years that have passed since Master died, unfathomable numbers of Empyrean gods and true immortals have come here to meditate. Even true gods and Taofathers have come here. However, very, very few are willing to give up all their insights into the other Daos and focus solely on the Tao of the sword. This is especially true for key refiners. Once they lose their insights into the Tao, they'll be unable to control the immortal energy within their bodies. They'll begin to go insane and die from the deviant energies. Ning nodded. Key refiner Taofathers, for example, they are Taofathers because they have mastered a heavenly Tao. But what if they forgot that heavenly Tao? Given how utterly enormous the great firmament energy in their bodies are, once they forgot their Daos, they would be completely unable to control that energy. It would deviate and possibly even detonate, causing their souls to be shattered and destroyed. Thus, amongst key refiners, only sword immortals can train in this sword art, and they have to at least be at the pure young true immortal level. As for fiend gods? It's true that they can train in it without having to worry about their energy deviating. But the exalted true gods, most of them have trained for countless years and have extremely deep insights into the Tao. How many of them are willing to give up all of their insights? From the primordial era to the modern era, there have been only a total of 3 true gods who have truly come here to train in the 5 treasures, sword art. However, fiend gods by nature are weaker when it comes to comprehension abilities. Those 3 true gods in particularly were not exceptionally talented with regards to the Tao of the sword. It is hard to force your way into getting insights, and so in the end they all gave up, true immortal Jimin said. In truth, those 3 true gods were some of the weakest amongst their peers, which was why they had been willing to discard everything to train in this art. They had thought that if they gained this astonishing sword art which allowed the speed of their swords to surpass the limits of the Tao of the heavens, they would instantly become some of the most powerful true gods alive. But alas, they had no talent in this field, and so it was too difficult for them to succeed. Take Ning as an example. He was able to advance very rapidly in the Tao of the sword, but if he trained to train in the grand Tao of time, he would most likely progress at an unbearably slow rate. The 2 who truly succeeded in mastering it were both key refiners. I am one of them. The other is Tao Father Holy Flame. Because both of us are key refiners, neither of us were able to receive Master's legacy. However, Tao Father Holy Flame can now be considered the number 1 sword immortal of the 3 realms, true immortal Jimin said with a laugh. Ning nodded. Tao Father Holy Flame had grown up in a peculiar way. His mother had been a celestial immortal known as Princess Iron Fan, while his father had been an Empyrean god known as the Bull Demon King, one of the 7 great dire monster saints of the primordial era. Tao Father Holy Flame had been born with tremendous talent in fire, and had thus been known as the Red Boy. Thanks to his incredible talent, he had smoothly sailed through his cultivation to become a celestial immortal, and the Samadhi true fire he nourished in his body was especially powerful. In the end, he became apprenticed to the Buddhist Guanyin and had become her follower. 1. Eventually, the primordial era ended and the 3 realms were born. He ended up breaking through to become a pure young true immortal. After Tao Father Fuju died, he came to meditate on the 5 treasures, sword art, and he was absolutely crazy in his training. Buddhism? His parents? He discarded and forgot about all such things, and he actually managed to succeed in one go. After he mastered the 5 treasures, sword art, his power and status instantly skyrocketed. He then spent centuries to painstakingly regain the grand Taos which he had forgotten. More than 30,000 years after he mastered the 5 treasures, sword art, he mastered the heavenly Tao of fire and became a Tao Father. After that, he became known by the exalted title of Tao Father Holy Flame. He personally welcomed his mother Iron Fan back home, but he didn't pay much attention to the Bull Demon King. 2. In addition, his sword had become the fastest sword of all the 3 realms. Many immortals and fiend gods believed him to be the number 1 sword immortal of the 3 realms. However, Tao Father Holy Flame's foundation was a bit weak, as he had only mastered a single heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao of fire. Even his sword force was merely at the 4th stage, and he had yet to reach the 5th stage. Thus, not everyone agreed that he was the number 1 sword immortal. Clearly, however, he was one of the most supreme Tao Fathers around. Those who were more powerful than him during the primordial era now had to treat him with reverence. This was one of the marvels of time. Perhaps, in the future, a young fellow who was currently weak would end up becoming so powerful that Holy Flame himself would have to treat him with reverence. You now know about all the pros and cons of the 5 elements, sword art. True immortal Jimin looked towards Ning. It's up to you whether you wish to train in it or not. Ning nodded. He had heard these legends long ago, the only difference today made was that he now knew a bit more than he had in the past. In truth, The year he had spent on the other worlds was a testament to Ning's decision. He was going to embark on the path of the sword immortal, and that path alone. For the sake of the 5 treasures, sword art, Ning had long ago decided to give up his insights into the grand Tao of the water drop and the other Taos. Right now, the reason he was powerful was because of his heart force and his divine abilities, such as the star-seizing hand, and the 8-9 arcane art. He wouldn't forget any of them. The only things he would forget were his insights into the Tao. We won't disturb you any further. True Immortal Jimin and the other 2 immediately left. Nine Fangs, I'm going to go take a look at the 5 treasures, sword art. If there's nothing urgent, don't interrupt me, Ning said. Nine Fangs hurriedly assented. Ning flew far into the distance, heading towards the first chapter of the 5 treasures, sword art. 1. This is a story straight out of Journey to the West. The story of Princess Ayan Fan, the Bull Demon King, and Red Boy is one of the more famous encounters that Sun Wukong had to face. 2. In the stories, Red Boy lived with his mother, who was estranged from her husband Bull Demon King because the latter was a terrible playboy and adulterer who cheated on her all the time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 16, Training in Solitude. Chapter 16, Training in Solitude. The 5 treasure peaks were ancient beyond belief. A complete version of the number 1 sword art of the 3 realms, the 5 treasures, sword art, had been left behind on them, giving them an aura of being even more exalted than the Tao of the heavens. Solitude. Stillness. The aura and presence emanating from the 5 treasure peaks was enough to ensure that neither birds nor bugs could survive here. The only living creatures here were the 40-plus Empyrean gods and true immortals, but given how vast the 5 treasure peaks were, the cultivators weren't particularly eye-catching. It really is rare to find such a quiet place. Ning landed, then stood there upon the wilderness, head raised as he stared at the crisscrossing sword stances that had been left atop the distant mountain cliffs. Phew! Ning's heart clenched as a series of sword techniques began to flood into his brain. This sword art was ancient, profound, and beyond the heavenly Taos themselves. Truly inconceivable. How could such a divine sword art exist in the world? Ning was only able to recover after a long period of time had passed. A cloud appeared beneath his feet as he began to slowly fly upwards. The first peak was 1,000 kilometers high, and so it naturally pierced far up into the clouds. As for the first chapter of the 5 treasures, sword art, it covered more than half of the mountain walls of the first peak. Ning continued to view the sword art as he flew upwards, and various sword stances began to flash past his eyes. Ning viewed them very slowly, taking a full hour before finishing his viewing of the first chapter. The first chapter is truly as vast as an ocean. Ning sighed in amazement. This was definitely the most complicated sword art he had ever seen. Just the first chapter alone contained a total of 3,729 different stances, each one incomparably marvelous. Ning transformed into a streak of light, charging back downwards. As he landed on the ground, he pointed off into the distance. Instantly, the power of heaven and earth began to activate, quickly causing an ordinary thatched cottage to take form. Ning stepped into it, then sat down into the lotus position. He faced the 5 treasure peaks, then closed his eyes and began to think back to what he had seen. The sword stances began to replay through his mind as he began to attempt to fathom them. Ning knew what his advantages were and what his disadvantages were. He had been tremendously lucky, as he had the chance to learn divine abilities like the 8-9 arcane art and the star-seizing hand. These 2 divine abilities were already enough to allow him to stand at the very peak of power for Empyrean gods. But his goal wasn't to be a powerful Empyrean god, it was to become a true god and a Tao Father. During the final end war, one had to have the power of a true god or a Tao Father in order to be of use. In addition, he had to become a supremely powerful true god and Tao Father. In fact, he wanted to try to work hard to reach the level of the leaders of the Taoist path and the Buddhist Sangha, or even the level of Niwa and Pangu. But how was he supposed to reach this level? Ning knew very well that compared to the other major powers, his greatest weakness was that he hadn't trained for very low. This was a tremendous disadvantage. The storm had already begun to press down upon them, and the final, terrifying explosion wouldn't be too far off. He didn't actually have that much time. If he wanted to take things step by step, first mastering the various grand Daos and then slowly work on the heavenly Tao of water, then the rest of the 5 elements so as to reach the level of Lord Buddha or Taoist 3 purities, without question, it would take an unfathomable amount of time. He didn't have enough time. What could he do? His only choice was to make a lateral thrust, to make an unconventional gambit. His greatest talent currently lay in heart force. The heart was an invisible, formless thing, but it was possible to make great breakthroughs in it. Right now, Ning had already reached the 4th stage in heart force. If he was to reach the 5th stage, he would instantly be comparable to the most supreme of Tao Fathers. Long ago, Hui had reached the 5th stage of heart force as an Empyrean god and thus became capable of killing true gods and Tao Fathers. Master Subhuti believed that Ning's talent with the sword was even greater than his talent in heart force. Supposedly, if sword force reached the 5th stage, it would be no weaker than heart force of the 5th stage. But how was he to reach such a level? The best choice was to train in the number 1 sword art of the 3 realms, the 5 treasures, sword art. The 5 treasures, sword art was even capable of allowing the speed of his sword to exceed the limitations of the heavenly Daos. It would definitely allow him to be the most powerful figure amongst his peers. Even if his peers also mastered 5th stage sword force, if he mastered the 5 treasures, sword art, he would still be far more powerful than them. I'll walk these 2 paths simultaneously. So long as one of them succeeds, I, Ning, will stand at the very peak of the 3 realms. Ning knew very well that both paths were extremely difficult paths to walk, but if you wanted to stand at the top, how could you avoid taking a difficult path? Others wouldn't even have the chance to make an attempt like this. Ning had both the chance and the necessarily talent. Of course he had to go all out. Not just for himself, it was also for his family, for his loved ones. If he didn't have enough power, not only would he be doomed, even Brightmoon and the others would find it hard to survive. Ning completely subsumed himself into his training. Every so often, he would leave the thatched cottage to take another look at the first chapter of the 5 treasures, sword art. Although he had already memorized it all, the sword stances on the cliff had been personally left behind by Tao Father Fujiu, and it contained Fujiu's sword intent. Ning was able to memorize the stances, but he wasn't able to memorize the sword intent. This was the reason why, in times of peace, thousands of Empyrean gods and true immortals would come here to cultivate, with each cultivation session often lasting 1,000,000 years or even longer. Time passed, one day after the other. The entire 5 treasure peaks were completely silent. All of the Empyrean gods and true immortals were as silent as deadwood, completely focused on the sword. The Tao is slipping away. Ning opened his eyes. The Tao was vanishing from his mind, one strand at a time. No matter how hard Ning tried to recollect those memories, he was unable to do so. They had truly been lost. Continue. Ning shut his eyes, continuing his meditations. If he lost his other Daos, he lost them. For the sake of the sword, it would all be worth it. Losing the other Daos represented that Ning was continuously progressing in his understanding of the 5 treasures, sword art. Ning also had the 9 chaos seals to meditate over as well. As time passed and as his insights deepened, Ning began to realize that the 9 chaos seals were even more profound and even more difficult to fathom. By comparison, the 3,729 sword stances of the first chapter of the 5 treasures, sword art were simply meant to familiarize Ning with a system that was different from all other sword arts, a system that transcended the heavenly Daos themselves. The 5 treasures, sword art was more detailed, but its power was also a bit weaker. It made sense, truth be told. The 9 chaos seals, not even Taoist 3 purities or Mother Nuwa, prior to the destruction of the primordial era, had been able to completely master them. The 5 treasures, sword art, however, had been created by Taofather Fujiu. Just by comparing them, it was clear which one was superior. However, both transcended the Tao of the heavens, and so they could be compared to each other. Finally, I've lost the grand Tao of the water drop. Midway through his training, Ning suddenly could sense that his grand Tao of the water drop was no longer perfect and complete. He paused for a moment, but then he once more began to calmly continue his meditations. The Tao continued to leak away from him in tiny strands, but his understanding of the 5 treasures, sword art grew increasingly refined. 5 treasures, 5 treasures, Ning rose to his feet, walking out of the thatched cottage. He raised his head to stare at the distant first peak, then sighed softly to himself. It truly is a treasure. Only when you truly begin to train in it will you understand how vast and marvelous it is. I really have no idea how Taofather Fujiu could have developed such an unfathomably powerful sword art in the past. How could a major power like him have perished in such a silent, noiseless manner? Taofather Fujiu's death was a mystery. He was so formidable, how could he have perished? Why was it that before he went into the primordial chaos, he intentionally left behind his legacy within the 5th peak? It was as though he knew that there was a chance he would die. Did he encounter outsiders in the primordial chaos who killed him? Or did he encounter a mysterious, dangerous area within the infinite primordial chaos which he had to enter despite the danger? Ning was unable to come up with the answer, and so he stopped guessing. The primordial chaos was simply too vast and mysterious. The 9 chaos seals themselves had come from the primordial chaos. Training in the first chapter alone has made my sword far faster than it was in the past. Ning had already mastered the first chapter of the 5 treasures, sword art. The first chapter wasn't that difficult, the majority of those who were truly determined to train in it would succeed in their efforts. But of course, one had to have at least reached the first stage of sword force to succeed. Come out. A dark north sword emerged, appearing in Ning's hands. He began to execute the sword art. He didn't use any of his immortal energy or his divine power. He was like an ordinary mortal training with the sword. Chopping, piercing, slashing, deflecting, these were the most basic of sword stances, but in Ning's hands they seemed to flow together like water. As Ning continued with his swordplay, a layer of white gold light began to appear atop his sword. The dazzling, white gold halo caused his sword to possess inconceivable might. It made his sword faster, sharper. Even space itself began to crackle and tear. This was the second stage of sword force, the dazzling sun stage. The first stage of sword force was known as the silver moon stage, because at this stage a layer of silvery white light would appear atop the sword. So, without even realizing it, I've already reached the second stage of sword force. Ning laughed. Mount Inner Heart. Within the Taoist monastery, Subhuti sat there with his eyes closed. In truth, he was watching over the entire 3 realms. The 3 realms were currently in a state of chaos. As the most accomplished expert of the 3 realms in the art of spacetime, Subhuti would naturally keep an eye on all places. Subhuti opened his eyes, a trace of a smile within them. This disciple of mine has actually reached the second stage of sword force. I imagine that he's probably calmed down by now. It's time to let him exchange blows with the seamless gate. Given Subhuti's abilities, he had long ago found some suitable headquarters of the seamless gate for Ning to act against. However, if he always let Ning attack so furiously, Ning would probably die in his fury. Thus, Subhuti wanted to ensure that he was in control of the general tempo of things. He wouldn't let Ning get involved in an excessive slaughter, but he had to allow Ning to reach his goal of forcing the seamless gate to bow its head. Thus, Subhuti needed to handle things with precision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 17, The 5 Monarchs. Book 19, Empyrean God, Chapter 17, The 5 Monarchs. The towering 5 treasures peaks. Ning was staring at the sword stances engraved upon the mountainside of the first peak, sensing the sword intent radiating from it. Suddenly, the space around him turned blurry as an old man in Taoist robes suddenly manifested. Master! Ning immediately called out respectfully upon seeing him. Work hard to learn the 5 treasures sword art. If you master it, you'll have a greater chance to survive this storm, Subhuti said with a laugh. Now, prior to this, you said you wished to act against the Seamless Gate, I believe? Ning's eyes lit up. He nodded repeatedly. Yes. The Seamless Gate is spread across the 3 realms. Some worlds have more experts, some worlds have fewer. Subhuti continued, realms such as the one Crimson Bright ruled over are comparatively weak. Your homeland, the Grand Xia, for example, prior to the Seamless Gate's actions, there were almost no Empyrean gods or true immortals within it. Ning nodded repeatedly. Master, I want to go to the major worlds of supreme powers. Killing loose immortals and celestial immortals won't affect the Seamless Gate that much, unless I kill an absolutely enormous amount of them. I'm going to be launching sneak attacks, there's not going to be enough time for me to kill that many of them. That's why I want to primarily focus on Empyrean gods and true immortals. Only the deaths of Empyrean gods and true immortals would cause heartache for the Seamless Gate. In the 3 realms, the strongest force on our side is that of the human race, Subhuti said. The human race is led by the 3 emperors of mankind, Swearan, Fuxi, and Shinon. The 3 of them are on the same level as the leaders of the Taoist path and Buddhist Sangha. Second to them are the 5 monarchs. These 5 monarchs were all former rulers of the human race. The final one, Xiaoyu, completely unified all humans under his rule, only then did they all become true rulers. Ever since then, the primordial imperial clan which rules the human race has been led by the Xia clan. 1. Ning nodded. He knew that during the primordial era, Xiaoyu had tamed the floods with his divine abilities, blessing the lands with kindness and benevolence. Even the 3 emperors acknowledged him and supported him, causing his rule to become even more stable and firm. And of course, Xiaoyu himself possessed tremendous power. How could someone be considered a monarch of the human race be weak? Even Ning's own senior apprentice brother, Sun Wukong, had acquired the golden staff he used from Xiaoyu, who had made it for him. 2-inch. Thus, in terms of major worlds, the major worlds which are controlled by the primordial imperial clan are all extremely powerful. The Seamless Gate has stationed many troops in those worlds, and the battles between the experts there are all incredibly savage. If you attack, the Seamless Gate will immediately send their vast armies to tie you down. I recommend that you do not go there, Subhuti said. Ning understood. The battlegrounds between the primordial imperial clan and the Seamless Gate were some of the most terrifying places of the entire 3 realms. Both sides had concentrated enormous amounts of power there. The realms ruled over by the other 4 monarchs, however, are comparatively much weaker. But of course, they are still much stronger than the Crimson Bright realm, Subhuti said. Which of the realms ruled over by the other 4 monarchs would you like to go to? Which one? Any one of them works, Ning said hurriedly. He just wanted to kill the Seamless Gate's people. The location didn't really matter. One of the major worlds under Monarch Xuanxu, the Winter Herald world, holds Young Flame Freak within it. He has a total of 18 clones spread throughout the 3 realms, with 16 of them being within the Winter Herald world, Subhuti said. Although Young Flame Freak's life-preserving methods were formidable, they were nothing to Subhuti. Ning's eyes lit up. Does the Winter Herald world have many Empyrean gods and true immortals within it? Although war has yet to come to the Winter Herald world, the Seamless Gate has a total of 9 Empyrean gods and true immortals already stationed there, Subhuti said. Ning sighed in amazement. Monarch Xuanxu was one of the 5 monarchs who had once ruled over the human race. Naturally, he had many powerful human experts following him. He himself was also exceedingly powerful, and in truth, the Kind Water 3 clan was a branch of Xuanxu's clan. But of course, the Kind Water clan was on a lower level than the Shamong clan, much like how Monarch Xuanxu was on a lower level than Monarch Xiaoyu. 9 Empyrean gods and true immortals, fine. I choose this world. Ning nodded. This is a map of the forces of the Seamless Gate that are spread throughout the entire Xuanxu realm. Subhoodie handed over a furled scroll to Ning, then instructed, but you must not tarry overlong in each battle. Your disciple understands. Ning nodded. Hurry up and look at it, then destroy it, Subhoodie instructed. Ning immediately opened up and began to memorize the contents of the scroll. The scroll had very detailed notes regarding the disposition of forces of both sides across the 39 major worlds of the Xuanxu realm. The locations of the 16 clones of Young Flame Freak were all marked out as well. Whoosh! Ning flared the divine power in his hands, reducing the scroll to dust. Good. Subhoodie nodded, then disappeared into thin air. A hint of a killing intent flashed past Ning's eyes. The time has finally come. 9 Fangs. Ning's form blurred momentarily, then he appeared next to 9 Fangs, who was napping next to a nearby thatched cottage. Manor Lord. 9 Fangs hurriedly woke up and rose to his feet. Go back to the Starsizer world for now, Ning instructed, and carry out the plan as we previously discussed. 9 Fangs instantly understood what Ning was planning. Yes, 9 Fangs said respectfully. He then allowed Ning to pull him directly into the Starsizer world. By now, after Ning had completely mastered and bound the Star-seizing manner, Ning realized that the Starsizer world was actually hidden within a special region of the Star-seizing manner. Mother Nuwa had actually created the Starsizer world in that region. He was now completely capable of drawing others straight into the Starsizer world or teleporting people out from it. There was no need to go through the Star-seizing manor first, though of course this was only possible because he had already fully bound it. The Xuanxu realm. The Winter Herald Major World. Winter Herald was the world where the great army which Monarch Xuanxu had once used to unify the human race, the Winter Herald Army, was stationed. The various matters of the Winter Herald world were all decided upon by the general and the deputy general of the army. Normally, this was quite a peaceful world, but ever since the Seamless Gate had begun to infiltrate it, a large number of minor clashes had begun to erupt, causing the Winter Herald world to become rather chaotic. But of course, these were all small-scale battles. They were still far away from launching the campaign against this major world, to say nothing of launching a realm war. A war against Monarch Xuanxu, one of the 5 monarchs of the primordial imperial clan, would definitely come towards the very end of the campaign against the 3,000 major worlds. The only thing the Seamless Gate was doing right now was tying down his forces, preventing him from being able to easily reinforce the other Daofathers. This really is a different place. Ning stood atop a mountain peak, staring at the vast world. His heart force had spread out to cover it long ago. Heart force, ephemeral and invisible, one had to reach the 4th stage to be able to cover an entire world with it. Most importantly of all, there was almost no way to sense someone else's heart force, as it was completely traceless. The only possible way was to possess heart force on the same level. For example, when Ning had made his breakthrough on the Grand Xia, he had unconsciously spread his heart force out to cover the entire Grand Xia without Daofather Ink Bamboo or Daofather Crimson Bright noticing it. This was because, although they were born as a true god and a true fiend of tremendous power, they weren't particularly strong in heart force. Neither had reached the 4th level. Old Man Yuan and some of the supreme major powers, in turn, had only reached the 4th stage of heart force. Only Hui had ever reached the 5th stage. Of course, the God King of the Seamless Gate would have been able to notice that Ning had spread his heart force out, but the God King had been in the 5th world, not the Grand Xia. He was able to watch the battle and mentally converse with Daofather Ink Bamboo through sending his core sense out through the void and into the Grand Xia, but core sense alone wouldn't be able to discover heart force. The Winter Herald world is actually very tightly governed and ruled. The celestial immortals and fiend gods are all arranged into armies, Ning sighed internally. The Grand Xia only formed immortal armies when forced to do so, but the army of Monarch Xuanxu has existed since the primordial era. I imagine that their teamwork is far superior as well. Right. First, I'll go wipe out the 16 clones of Young Flame Freak. Young Flame Freak truly is a cautious fellow. On the surface, he appears to be accompanying Azure Fox in the Crimson Bright realm, but his other bodies were squirreled away here at the Xuanxu realm. Ning's body transformed as he used the 8-9 arcane art, instantly becoming a bit taller. He now had the aura of a celestial immortal. Swoosh! Ning disappeared into thin air. The Winter Herald World. The Seamless Gate had 3 headquarters here, each of which had 3 Empyrean gods and true immortals guarding over them, along with many immortals and layers of formations. Even if the experts of the Winter Herald World assaulted them, they would be able to hold on. Aside from these 3 headquarters, there were also 182 bases spread throughout the world. These bases could be withdrawn or abandoned at a moment's notice, or be used to launch sneak attacks when needed. They were more than enough to create chaos throughout the Winter Herald World. To the Winter Herald World, however, these bases were like ants that would occasionally give them a bite. But if they were to actually attack those bases, given the Seamless Gate's intelligence abilities, the bases would be instantly evacuated. And, most importantly of all, those bases were so weak that they weren't really worth annihilating. Oof. Yeah. Keep on killing. So many of us died during the Crimson Bright Realm War, and now you want us to go kill others? An ugly old man was eating some meat, a cold light in his eyes. Still, I don't really mind. Even if I lose another one of my clone, I'll still have my 16 clones hiding here safe and sound. The Xuanxu realm, I imagine that the war will only come here at the very end. That's going to be quite some time from now. When it comes, I'll slink off to a different realm. The 2 alliances were battling each other, and there was nowhere for the celestial immortals to run. He had to have a legal status somewhere. The Crimson Bright realm was very far away from the Xuanxu realm. Given that Young Flame Freak had been very low-key in the Grand Xia, there had only been a very low number of celestial immortals who had ever seen him. His clones in the Winter Herald World were similarly low-key, and the number of celestial immortals who encountered him was similarly low. Only someone who had previously met him in person before would be able to tell that these were his clones. But clearly, Young Flame Freak hadn't been that unlucky thus far. He had been hidden for countless years with the false identity of Immortal Bloodfiend. This was a publicly acknowledged persona, and no one suspected that there was a connection between Immortal Bloodfiend and Young Flame Freak. Now that he had joined the Seamless Gate and had been inserted here, he was quite low-key. Young Flame Freak was very famous, but only had 2 clones, one public, one hidden. Immortal Bloodfiend was almost unknown. He had 1 public clone and 15 hidden ones for a total of 16. This storm is supposedly going to be a very dangerous one, but perhaps I'll be able to survive yet again. Oof, of what use is power? Staying alive is what matters. Gee, Ning? I can't be bothered to deal with you. You have already displayed your brilliance and your sharpness, now, let's see if you'll be able to survive the storm. Young Flame Freak munched on his meat and guzzled his wine in a very relaxed manner. I'm not going to go too crazy in defending this base. Some of the other bases are much more brash than me. The Winter Herald World will go after them first, not me. However, my base isn't a weak one either. The Seamless Gate will have no grounds to blame me. How pleasant. When he thought about how the other immortals and fiend gods were risking their lives, and how many had died in the Realm War, Young Flame Freak felt even more self-satisfied at how clever he was. Staying alive is what really mattered. Young Flame Freak's face suddenly changed. And enemies attacking? Wait, that doesn't make sense. There shouldn't be any attacks against me. Young Flame Freak immediately flew out, having no time to worry about anything else. 1. Yu the Great is a quasi-historical Chinese figure who founded the historical Xia dynasty, considered to be the very first Chinese dynasty. 2. This is the legendary Rui Jinggu Bang which Sun Wukong used in Journey to the West. 3. In Chinese, kind water was zhuanshui. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 18, Executing Young Flame Freak. Chapter 18, Executing Young Flame Freak. This was a fairly small base, with just a single celestial immortal protecting it, Young Flame Freak. It was similar to the Myriad Demons Cavern base which Ning had rescued Moon North Sun out of. That place also had just a single celestial immortal within it. This was on purpose. The relative weakness of each base made it easier for them to relocate as necessary, without paying much of a price. Who is it? There were groups of roving guards within the base, as well as some black-robed figures in the distance. The black-robed figures all had auras at the loose immortal or earth immortal level. For ordinary immortal cultivators, a place like this was an absolute devil's den, but to Ning, this place normally wouldn't be worth his time at all. His target was the guardian of this base, Young Flame Freak. An enemy has barged in. Attack! It's a celestial immortal. Surround and attack him. The base was tightly guarded, and as soon as Ning used a greater teleportation to bypass the formations, he was instantly discovered. Attack! The group of black-robed figures instantly set up a great formation, beginning to attack Ning en masse. All of them were loose immortals, and some of them were comparable in power to loose immortals who had survived for 1,000,000 years. If they joined forces, they were absolutely capable of battling a celestial immortal. Unfortunately for you, I'm not a celestial immortal, Ning sighed to himself. Whoosh! A giant flag appeared in Ning's hands, brimming with menace. This flag was a transformation of one of the 36 heavens created by the 3,600 star gold beads. This protocosmic spirit treasure could change form at will, and it possessed tremendous power. Ning enjoyed using it very much. Attack! Tie him down. Once Immortal Bloodfiend arrives, he'll be dead. Right. Immortal Bloodfiend is incredibly powerful, no ordinary celestial immortal can match him. Tie him down. The black-robed figures were all valiant and fearless. They formed together into an enormous black dragon, attempting to tie Ning down for now. Ning held up the giant flag, pointing the tip of the flagpole towards them. Such hollow, meaningless attacks. Ning stood there in the air, moving lightning fast as he charged into the base. The flag in his hands swept outwards like an immortal sword, causing golden light to appear in the skies. As for the black-robed figures who were in formation, every single one of their chests was pierced straight through. Bang! 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 As Ning advanced, the flag in his hand stabbed through the chests of 9 of the black-robed figures. They were crushed like ants, all 9 of them dying on the spot. The great formation was instantly dispersed. Who dares to barge into the forbidden grounds? An ugly old man charged out with a hideous roar, surrounded by the stench of blood. Milord, Milord. The surrounding guards felt as though their savior had come. They all called out hurriedly towards him. They had been utterly terrified just now. The only reason they had dared to battle Ning was because they had a formation, but even the formation was useless against him. Faced with such a supremely powerful celestial immortal, they no longer dared to fight back at all. Name yourself, the ugly old man said coldly. Ning stood there in midair, staring at the ugly old man. He recognized him as Young Flame Freak right away. He had personally seen Young Flame Freak before, after all. Ning laughed coldly, then said angrily, "The seamless gate killed my loved ones. Now that my power has increased, I'm going to wipe you all out. If I find one, I'll kill one. If I find 2, I'll kill a pair. I'll make the seamless gate regret what it did." All by yourself? The ugly old man snickered. The seamless gate isn't something the likes of you can offend. I urge you to leave right away. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Leave? In your dreams. Ning charged straight towards young Flame Freak. In his heart, young Flame Freak was cursing to himself. What horrible luck! I actually ran into a madman who wants revenge. The Seamless Gate has harmed countless people throughout the three realms. There are far too many people with grudges against it. This is a celestial immortal who I've never even seen before. He must have been harmed by the Seamless Gate in the past. Now that he's broken through to become a celestial immortal, he's gone mad for revenge. There are so many bases in the Winter Herald world, why the hell did he have to choose mine? What horrible luck! He felt extremely unhappy, but since his foe was already attacking, young Flame Freak didn't dare to take him lightly. He produced a blood-colored horsetail whisk in his hand, then swept the whisk forward, transforming it into 3,000 blood serpents that surged towards Ning. Whoosh! The giant flag in Ning's hands fluttered. The flagpole was still merely as thick as a palm, but suddenly it expanded to become 3,000 meters long. It struck out lightning fast, stabbing straight into young Flame Freak's chest with a piercing sound. As for those 3,000 blood serpents, how could they possibly stop the might of this banner of the heavens? Young Flame Freak's eyes bulged out as he stared towards Ning in disbelief. His heart was filled with utter rage. He's close to a pure Yang true immortal in power? He absolutely is extremely close to that level. Why is my luck so horrible? A random attacking celestial immortal ends up having close to the power of a pure Yang true immortal. His treasure is an extraordinary one as well. It has to be a proto-cosmic spirit treasure. What horrible luck! Thank goodness I have many other clones. He shouldn't be able to find the place where my other clones are hidden. Young Flame Freak gave Ning a cold glare, then died. My lord! Quick, flee! His lordship is dead. Everyone began to panic. The giant flag in Ning's hands swept forward. Boom! The flag of the heavens contained a world within it, and he immediately dragged all of the servants of the Seamless Gate's base inside that world. In fact, he even absorbed some of the local palaces and structures into the flag of the heavens. Within the world inside the flag. What is this place? Where are we? This was an empty world. The immortal cultivators and fiend gods of the Seamless Gate were all terrified. Rumble! Two vigorous streams of power surged through the skies, forming a pair of enormous millstones above and below them. These two giant millstones began to grind down towards the people between them. As the spatial millstones began to crush down. Splat! 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 The servants all perished. Even the fiend gods were completely slain and destroyed, and one of the bracelets worn by one of the fiend gods was completely smashed apart. That fiend god's other treasures, however, were left unharmed. What's going on? One old man after another began to appear. Each of them had different appearances, but their auras were all identical to young Flame Freak's aura. There was a total of 14 of them. Young Flame Freak's 14 clones stared at their surroundings. Instantly, the looks on their faces changed. My 14 clones have been captured. Young Flame Freak instantly understood, then began to panic. How is this possible? That fiend god was just an ordinary fiend god, and his bracelet was just an ordinary heaven-ranked storage treasure. Generally speaking, powerful immortals wouldn't deign to act against such puny fiend gods. Even if they did, they wouldn't go so far as to destroy a heaven-ranked treasure. But of course, he had no idea that Ning knew exactly where he was. Patriarch Subhoodie had told Ning long ago. Thus, there was no chance for young Flame Freak to escape at all. Boom! The millstones once more came smashing down, and so the 14 celestial immortal clones were all crushed within this supreme proto-cosmic spirit treasure. It must be understood that Ning was using his true immortal energy in controlling these treasures. Even Empyrean gods and true immortals would perish if they were trapped within this star gold bead, to say nothing of young Flame Freak. The internal crushing power of the star gold beads of the heavens was no lower than the power of the 8 fires Chin Kuan world. Most importantly of all, once you entered it, there was no way out. Empyrean gods might be able to endure the crushing power for a period of time, but they wouldn't be able to endure it forever. The Winter Herald World. Within Iron Soldier Hall, one of the three major headquarters of the Seamless Gate. This was a massive, towering edifice that was completely built using enormous swords, sabers, staffs, and other weapons. It had the appearance of a countless number of weapons plunged deep into the earth, but in reality all of the weapons were parts of a single titanic formation. They were shaped as weapons for cosmetic purposes only. Immortal blood fiends suffered an attack. Within the main hall of Iron Soldier Hall. This was a grand hall that was shaped like an enormous axe. A middle-aged man was solemnly staring at a mirror as two other Empyrean gods and true immortals hastened over. Immortal blood fiends suffered an attack. These are the scenes from just now. Take a look. The leader of Iron Soldier Hall, true immortal Iron Soldier, spoke out. His power was significantly stronger than the power of the other two, so he naturally became the temporary leader of the group. However, each headquarters only had a total of 3 Empyrean gods or true immortals, and so there really wasn't much of a difference in status. Oh. The other two consisted of a male golden-armored Empyrean god and a female pink-robed true immortal. The two appeared to be quite intimate with each other. Clearly, they were a couple. They were known as the Gold-Red Couple, and they had a bit of a reputation in the 3 realms. They were fairly average in terms of power, but had a bit of a reputation for a rather unsavory reason. Empyrean god Goldspear had thousands of concubines, while true immortal Redflower had more than 10,000 male lovers. The two of them really were a perfect pair for each other. The Gold-Red Couple stared towards the mirror, which was replaying the scenes from earlier. The Seamless Gate killed my loved ones. Now that my power has increased, I'm going to wipe you all out. If I find one, I'll kill one. If I find 2, I'll kill a pair. I'll make the Seamless Gate regret what it did. The Ning's eyes were filled with madness, and then he immediately attacked Young Flame Freak. It took only one stance, and Young Flame Freak was wiped out. He then completely uprooted and destroyed the entire base. I've never seen this celestial immortal before, but he's quite handsome. True immortal Redflower nibbled her lips, an interested look in her eyes. Yes, he's new. He must have come out from some backwater place. Most likely, he just broke through from being a void-level Earth immortal, but for him to have such power means that he must have had some special encounters. That flagpole is particularly powerful. It may well be a protocosmic spirit treasure, Empyrean god Goldspear evaluated. In short, this is just a person who deeply hates our Seamless Gate, and who was lucky enough to break through to become a celestial immortal. He doesn't really matter. Immortal Bloodfiend can only curse his own terrible luck, for him to have been chosen by this celestial immortal. He has close to the power of a pure Yang true immortal. Can't be too overconfident in dealing with him, true immortal Iron Soldier said. Agreed. Want me to go capture him? True immortal Redflower had a greedy look in eyes. She stared at the image of Ning as though she wanted to devour him. He's already left that base. For now, his whereabouts are unknown, true immortal Iron Soldier said. If I use Corsense to search for him, I'll probably disturb the Winter Herald army. Let's just watch for now. Now that we are on guard, if we notice this celestial immortal attacking any of our other bases, Goldspear, you are an Empyrean god. Teleport straight to him and execute him. It'll only take me a single spear strike to kill him. Empyrean god Goldspear laughed in a disdainful manner. True immortal Iron Soldier felt resigned. It was his bad luck to have been assigned into a team with these two. Still, this was what his superiors had arranged. There was nothing he could do. How did you find me? Young Flame Freak stared in terror at the celestial immortal in front of him. Just now, his other 15 clones had been slaughtered by this celestial immortal. He had a total of 16 clones within this world, with only Immortal Bloodfiend being a public figure, the other 15 had all been hidden. The 14 hidden within the magic treasure were all dead, and now, even the last one had been located. "Young flame freak, you are the reason I am here." A cold voice rang out. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 19, Chapter 19, Shocking the Three Realms. Chapter 19, Shocking the Three Realms. Who are you?" Young Flame Freak stared towards the man before him in disbelief. "It seems you've offended many people. You aren't even able to guess at who I am." Ning stood there, his face and his aura beginning to completely change back to normal. The reason why he had used the 8-9 arcane art was so that he wouldn't rattle the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Seamless Gate, giving him the chance to first execute the 16 clones of Young Flame Freak. If he hadn't hidden his true identity and had gone straight for Young Flame Freak, the Seamless Gate would have grown cautious and their Empyrean gods and true immortals might have immediately slipped away. If he had gone for them first instead, the Tao Fathers behind the Seamless Alliance would have been alerted, at which point Ning wouldn't have the time needed to deal with Young Flame Freak. Ning? Young Flame Freak couldn't believe it. He hurriedly said in terror, "Spare me, spare my life." He had a total of 18 clones. 16 were hidden here, while the other 2 were in the Crimson Bright realm. The Duanshu realm was fairly safe, but the Seamless Gate had already lost the war for the Crimson Bright realm. The 2 clones he had hidden there were in grave danger, but he didn't dare disobey the Seamless Gate's orders. As for creating new clones, it must be understood that every single clone of his was an extraordinary one, comparable to his true body. So long as one survived, he would remain alive. But in turn, the creation of these clones required a very long period of time. The storm had already descended, he simply didn't have enough time at all. Thus, once these 16 were destroyed, only the final 2 would be remaining. If they died as well, then he would be truly dead. "So long as you spare me, I can give all of the bugs that I've been raising to you." "All of them?" Young Flame Freak said frantically. "And proto-cosmic spirit treasures, I can give them to you as well." "Just die." Ning coldly stabbed out with the flagpole in his hands, and it pierced straight through Young Flame Freak's chest. The difference in power between the 2 was simply too great. Young Flame Freak wasn't able to resist at all. "No!" Young Flame Freak was filled with terror and rage. "When you die, your treasures will become mine regardless." Ning casually ripped the flagpole out of Young Flame Freak's body, and the soul in that body dispersed. Wiping out the 16 clones of Young Flame Freak is just the appetizer. Soon, I will start preparing for the main course. Ning's gaze was cold as he turned to look at the other clones. His true targets were the Empyrean gods and true immortals. They were what really mattered in this war for karmic luck. They were able to command armies of immortals and fiend gods, and were able to use incredibly powerful spells and magic treasures. Only when they were the commanders would the armies of immortals and fiend gods possess truly shocking levels of power. Without them at the head, those armies would be much weaker. The 3 realms only had so many Empyrean gods and true immortals. Every single loss would be noticed and felt by the Seamless Gate. If 10 were to die, that would be more than enough to cause heartache for the Seamless Gate. The Starsizer world. A vast, desolate wilderness. Ning appeared out of nowhere in midair. "Respectful greetings to you, Manor Lord." An awe-inspiring sea of celestial immortals and loose immortals all fell to their knees upon seeing Ning. "Manor Lord." Empyrean God Reds now and the rest of the 7 all bowed as well. The reason why Ning had sent Nine Fangs back to the Starsizer world was naturally to have the people here get ready for battle. They had made their preparations for war long ago. "My star-seizing manor has been hidden for many years now. The 3 realms have long since forgotten our might and our name. As for you, you have lived here within the star-seizing world for countless years. Now, it is time for you to show the 3 realms your fangs." Ning spoke in an icy voice as he stared at the horde of immortals. Fight! Fight! A heaven-shaking roar rang out from the mouths of the countless immortals. Their eyes were all blazing with eager fire. They had always known that the three realms were just outside, but never had the chance to actually go out. They had been sealed in here for far, far too long. The other immortals of the three realms could rove about, making friends everywhere, but they had to stay here. Now that Ning had bound the star-seizing manor, they could leave, yes, but this was a time of war. Which celestial immortal would dare to travel about by himself to visit friends? The entire three realms had been swept up into a storm of blood, and many of the immortals had all gathered together into armies. These immortals had all been feeling very stifled. But now, they would have the chance to show their power in the three realms. Assemble the formation, Ning ordered. Instantly, with a series of rumbling sounds, the countless immortals began to fly into the skies. In a very orderly manner, they began to surround the midair Ning. A flood of natural energy surged towards them, quickly coalescing into the form of an enormous fiend god. The star-seizing world was a major world, after all, and the amount of natural energy it contained was extremely vast. It was extremely simple for a perfect heaven punisher to be formed. Soon, a heaven punisher took shape, with a 7 planets god next to it. Both were 30,000 meters tall. Reds, now, you go to the second headquarters. I'll go to the first one, Ning said. We'll handle the third one together. All right. The 7 planets god nodded. Let's go. Ning's heaven punisher and the 7 planets god simultaneously left the Starsizer world. They were simply too fast. Both of them used a spatial teleport to move towards their destination. Iron Soldier Hall, one of the 3 headquarters. Come, drink. True Immortal Iron Soldier and the Gold-Red couple were sipping wine and relaxing within a palace. They were maintaining a constant vigil, however, once they found that crazy celestial immortal, Empyrean god Goldspear would immediately attack. Come here, my pretty. Goldspear pulled one of the dancing, singing women into his arms, and the woman laughed as she picked up a cup of wine. My lord. Come, let's drink together. Goldspear drank a cup, then lowered his mouth to kiss the woman, passing the wine into her mouth from his. As for his hands, both of them were already kneading and playing with the woman's chest. The nearby female immortal, Redflower, didn't care at all, because she had 2 of her male playthings by her side, attending to her needs. Iron Soldier felt rather uncomfortable with this, but since he was a true immortal, he was able to calmly ignore it all. They had no idea that Ning had already killed the 16 clones of Venom Flame Freak. Those 15 hidden clones really had been hidden too well. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion could be heard from outside. The entire Iron Soldier Hall shook violently, and even the palace itself was trembling. Wine cups shattered and wine spilled everywhere as the dancers all cried out in shock. Not good. True Immortal Iron Soldier, Empyrean god Goldspear, and True Immortal Redflower all transformed into streaks of light, charging into the skies above the palace. But upon reaching the outside, they became dazed, because a massive, towering, 30,000-meter fiend god had appeared before them. This fiend god had no head, was barefoot, and wielded a pair of massive swords in its hands. The formations in front of him were all gleaming with golden light, but they were all visibly shuddering as well. Xingtian the Heaven Punisher? Look at the face on its chest, that's Ning. Sword Immortal Dark North, Ning. The 3 of them were now stunned. Ning had commanded a Heaven Punisher in the Crimson Bright Realm War and displayed godlike valor. This story had long ago spread throughout the 3 realms. Ning definitely stood at the very peak of power amongst the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the 3 realms. Although the 3 of them had been assigned to the Zhuanshu realm, they had read very detailed intelligence reports regarding Ning. Boom! Ning's Heaven Punisher slashed out with the giant twins words, and with a boom, the entire formation completely broke apart. What? How can this be? The formation was destroyed? All three of them felt terror in their hearts. Flee! The formation had been meant to protect their headquarters. It would be able to hold out for a period of time even if 20 Empyrean gods and true immortals jointly assaulted it. However, Ning's Heaven Punisher was far more powerful than 20 Empyrean gods. It was at the Taofather level of power, and in truth, even a Taofather golem had been suppressed by Ning's might. All Ning had been forced to do was deliver 9 successive sword blows in a short period of time and the formation was completely chopped apart. As soon as the 3 seamless gate experts had charged out and recognized Ning, Ning had finished the job and charged straight towards them. Run, run, run! All 3 of them were completely terrified. Too late. A flood of swordlight swept towards them, many tens of thousands of meters in size, covering the skies and blotting out the sun. In fact, this strike was even more terrifying than the strikes Ning delivered during the Realm War, because his sword arts had clearly grown even more exquisite and even faster. The slowest of the 3, true immortal Redflower, saw the swordlight sweep past her body, and her body was instantly transformed into ash. The only thing left behind was the final echoes of an unwilling scream. No true immortal Iron Soldier hurriedly used an evasive technique, but how could he compare in speed to Ning's weapons? He was slain as well. At such close range, and faced with such a fast attack, there was no time to use a spatial teleportation technique at all, much less use greater teleportation. As for hiding within an estate treasure? The only result would be that Ning would collect it. It represented certain death. Thus, if they wanted to escape, their only chance lay in fleeing at high speed. When true experts of the 3 realms engaged in battle against each other, they would generally rely on their evasive techniques. Thus, everyone possessed some formidable evasive skills. If they didn't, possessing protocosmic spirit treasures that were highly suited for fleeing also worked. The Xia Emperor, for example, had once commanded a lightship that allowed him to match the extremely fast speed of the great sage who swallows the skies, of the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragon Eater. But alas, true immortal Iron Soldier's evasive techniques were poor, and he didn't have any top-quality protocosmic spirit treasures meant for fleeing. Naturally, the only result was death. Spare me! Spare me! Empyrean god Goldspear was utterly terrified. As he begged for mercy, he immediately transformed into 9 clones that fled in 9 different directions. Although every single clone was fairly weak, if he didn't do this he wouldn't have any chance to escape at all. Rumble! The swordlight spun around, causing the tens of thousands of meters around it to become a region of death. All 9 of Empyrean god Goldspear's clones were slain. Ning swept the area below with his gaze. Instantly, the world itself seemed to shatter as the terrifying, fleeing celestial immortals and loose immortals were blown into dust. Next, Ning's Heaven Punisher turned and used a teleportation technique to head towards the 3rd headquarters. His own realm war had ended more than 2 years ago. Ning's Soul Heart Force technique had made some further, minor improvements. Now, he was able to control 100% of the perfect Heaven Punisher's power. He was already very close to reaching maximum power in the past, and now that he had perfect control over it, no energy leaked out of it at all. Thus, he was now able to use the Heaven Punisher to teleport with him, as though it was part of him. If he didn't have full control over it, there would be no way to teleport with it. He'd have to rely on treasures like the Void Boat in order to travel. But now, there was no need. Sneak attacks had to be carried out quickly, with overwhelming force. Thus, Ning immediately used the Heaven Punisher upon attacking. The 1st headquarters had been wiped out with incredible speed. The news of its destruction had yet to even reach the 3rd headquarters before Ning arrived. The massive, towering Heaven Punisher stood barefoot upon the desolate wilderness. Raising its twin swords up high, it furiously chopped down upon the palace that was built atop the towering mountain peak. The light of a formation began to flicker and flash as 3 Empyrean gods and true immortals charged out from the palace. Flee! A voice rang out in the minds of the 3. It's the Taofather. The three instantly understood. The Seamless Gate's Taofather had finally noticed and was frantically trying to warn them, but alas, it was too late. Boom! The formation collapsed. Ning's overwhelming powerful Heaven Punisher, two giant swords in its hands, began its massacre of the three Seamless Gate experts. The Empyrean God managed to have one of his clones escape, but alas, the other 7 clones he created were all destroyed, and the parts of his soul in them were obliterated. He had lost too much of his soul. The remnants of his soul in the 7th clone were unable to survive on their own, and so his soul shattered and he died. This was a weakness of Empyrean gods. Although their divine bodies were formidable, once you destroyed their souls, they would die. For example, when Ning acquired the Rahu Bao in the Crescent World, he had encountered the corpse of Empyrean god Qi. Although Qi's divine body was in perfect shape, his soul had been destroyed. When one's soul suffered too much damage, the remaining parts would crumble as well. Ning, I've wiped out the 2nd headquarters. They almost managed to escape. You moved much faster than me. The space around Ning turned blurry for a moment as a voice rang out in his mind, then a towering, spear-wielding fiend god appeared. It was the 7 planets god. Reds now, let's go, Ning sent back. As they spoke, a large boat that was 300 meters long appeared. This was the Protocosmic Spirit Treasure, the Void Boat. Ning currently had 3 top-grade Protocosmic Spirit Treasures. This was one meant for escape. Whoosh! Ning's Heaven Punisher and the 7 planets god both flew into the Void Boat. Although the Void Boat looked like it was only 300 meters long, it was like a tiny speck of sand that was capable of holding an entire world within it. It was actually extremely spacious inside. Naturally, Ning's Heaven Punisher and the 7 planets god were able to enter it. Swish! They tore a hole through space, and the Void Boat departed from the Winter Herald world, heading towards a different major world of the Zhuanshu realm. Ning wasn't going to let up so easily. 9 dead Empyrean gods and true immortals? Not enough. What's going on? What's this all about? The Winter Herald army on Winter Herald planet had immediately noticed the ripples of power. Their Empyrean gods and true immortals were all gathered together, watching the scenes being displayed within the mirror. By the time they noticed it, however, Ning had already started to wipe out the 3rd headquarters. They saw a massive, nearly naked fiend god who was dressed only in a fur loincloth and who wielded 2 giant swords in his hands. The fiend god chopped down against the formations, then completely swept through the headquarters, not letting a single one of the 3 survive. Quick, look at the other 2 locations, an Empyrean god said. The images in the mirror quickly transformed to display the other 2 headquarters of the Seamless Gate. Utter annihilation. Utter devastation. Both headquarters had been completely destroyed. Wiped out. The commanders of the Winter Herald army stared at each other, stunned. The 3 headquarters of the Seamless Gate held a total of 9 Empyrean gods and true immortals, all of whom were hidden behind the protective embrace of formations. They were all wiped out? They had battled these 9 Empyrean gods and true immortals for countless years. The major powers of the 3 realms all possessed remarkable abilities. As soon as Ning wiped out the first headquarters, some of them began to take notice. What a formidable man, Ning. He really is quite bold. This Ning actually dares to launch sneak attacks by himself, outside of a realm war? He really is going all out against the Seamless Gate. These major powers all sighed in amazement. They knew very well that launching this sort of merciless sneak attack against the Seamless Gate would utterly incense it. Within a different major world. This vast world was filled with an endless aura of cold. This was one of the true, major headquarters of the Seamless Gate, the 3rd world. The wars against Crimson Bright Realm and certain other realms were conducted by the 5th world of the Seamless Gate. As for the Zhuanshu realm, the even more powerful 3rd world was responsible for attacking it. Within the 3rd world. Ning? At the very peak of a towering mountain that emanated an aura of infinite cold, there was a palace with a man seated in the lotus position within it. The man had long, jade-green hair and jade-green eyebrows. His eyes were open, and they were filled with ice. His corsets had spread out to cover the entire Zhuanshu world. 9 of his Empyrean gods and true immortals had perished in such a short period of time. He was now completely enraged and stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 20, A Kill, Kill, Kill. Chapter 20, A Kill, Kill, Kill. He's courting death. The skinny, jade-haired elder seated atop the cloud of beds was absolutely stunned and enraged. Whoosh! Black energy swirled in the air beneath his cloud, coalescing into the form of a black-robed man. The black-robed man raised his head to look at the skinny elder. Uncle Master Helljade. God King. Taofather Helljade glanced at the black-robed figure below him. He addressed him respectfully as God King, as this man was still the nominal leader of the Seamless Gate. Although in power, Taofather Helljade was a bit more powerful than the God King. The God King was the sole heir to their true king, who every single true fiend in Taofather of the Seamless Gate venerated. Naturally, this veneration extended to the God King as well. Normally, Taofather Helljade stood guard over the Third World, but it was still the God King who was usually in charge of deployments and army movements. In fact, all of the Seamless Gate's matters throughout the 3 realms were the responsibility of the God King. The Fifth World, for example, there was actually a different Taofather who stood guard over it, but at important moments the God King would make the arrangements and deployments. He had learned the techniques of the King of the Seamless Gate, the Lord of the Demon Heart, allowing him to silently and soundlessly communicate in secret with any living creature of the 3 realms. This made it so that the Nuwa Alliance found it very hard to uncover the deployments and schemes of the God King. Don't panic. My true body is already beginning to summon our generals. The God King chuckled, but his eyes were filled with ice. No matter what, we aren't going to let Ning escape again. Right. We absolutely cannot let him escape again, Taofather Helljade said angrily. He killed 9 of our Empyrean gods and true immortals just now. We've fought with the Zhuanshu realm for so long, but we had only lost a single true immortal to date. Now, all of a sudden, we've lost this many. This Ning is simply far too brash and wild. He actually dares to sneak attack us? He's looking to die. We have to wipe him out. He cannot be allowed to escape. Agreed. The God King nodded as well. He, too, felt pain in his heart at what had happened. They had already lost dozens of Empyrean gods and true immortals during their defeat at the Crimson Bright Realm War. Now, Ning had suddenly struck out of nowhere and wiped out 9 more. How could he not feel pain? How could he not feel anger? Don't worry. The army is already assembling. Just give me a bit of time, and he'll definitely die. The God King's voice was filled with a murderous intent. Quick, assemble. Assemble. Quick. The Fifth World held a truly shocking number of Empyrean gods and true immortals. Once they received the God King's order, they immediately began to assemble together. The Skyland's major world of the Zhuanshu realm. There was a towering golden structure in this world within a region surrounded by mountain peaks. It was quite dazzling and eye-catching. This was one of the 2 major bases of the Seamless Gate on the Skyland's world, and it held a total of 4 Empyrean gods and true immortals within it. Quick, let's go. Withdraw. The 4 of them had been relaxing, but upon receiving their orders they began to panic. One had been training quietly, one had been teaching disciples, and the others had been eating as the God King's orders had suddenly come. Space shattered apart, and a 300-meter boat crashed in through the void, appearing outside this towering edifice. 2 massive fiend gods appeared simultaneously. The 7 planets' gods simply willed it, and the surrounding space became completely sealed and locked. Ning's Heaven Punisher and the 7 planets' gods simultaneously struck out with their weapons. An explosive collision could be heard, as though the heavens themselves had been shattered. In the blink of an eye, the extremely tough and tenacious formations surrounding the structure had been shattered. Ning and the 7 planets gods simultaneously charged forward. Quick, flee, dot. Let's go. If they were one step ahead, they would survive. If they were one step behind, their souls would die. The 4 Empyrean gods and true immortals had received the order to withdraw, but alas, only one of them was able to just barely escape. The other 3 were slaughtered by Ning and the 7 planets god. Manor Lord. The 7 planets god looked towards Ning. Ning stared at the rubble before him. His core sense had long ago spread out to cover the entire Skylands world, and he sent mentally to Reds now, we're not going to have any more opportunities. We were incredibly fast, tearing straight through the void to travel from Winter Herald to this place, but we're just barely able to kill 3 of them. The other headquarters here on Skylands has already been evacuated. I imagine the other major worlds have been evacuated as well. They've spread multiple headquarters across many major worlds. I refuse to believe they'd be willing to withdraw from all of them, the 7 planets god sent mentally. Let's go to the other major worlds and take a look. Even if we can't kill many of them, we can destroy their bases. It wasn't easy to build up a headquarters like this. Ning had paid a significant price to set up the grand formations around Swallow Mountain, and the formations that were protecting these Seamless Gate headquarters were powerful enough to receive 9 successive strikes from Ning's Heaven Punisher, which had the power of a Taofather. Every single headquarters had been very expensive to build up. Whoosh! The void boat flew out from the Skylands world, once more tearing through the void and hastening to another major world. Withdraw! 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 The God King's true body was sending the orders and redeploying his soldiers. The 6 of you, stand guard over Divine Gold-like Mountain. The 8 of you, stand guard over the Seamless City. Various individuals were being ordered to withdraw, but the God King was also sending some Empyrean gods and true immortals out to gather together at some special locations, such as the Seamless City or some other citadels. Once 10 of them hid inside these war citadels and joined together, even Ning would find it difficult to breach their defenses. Of course, if they didn't have any war forts protecting them, Ning would find it much easier to deal with them. But those war forts were very hard to breach. This was why, during the realm war against the Crimson Bright realm, once one side retreated into its war citadel, the other side would halt its attacks. Both sides understood that unless there was an enormous disparity in power, it would be very hard to breach the defenses of a war citadel. You guys, go draw Ning's attention and tie him down. Go draw his attention. By some time, the God King's orders came in rapid succession. Whoosh! The void boat tore through the void, arriving at yet another major world. There are 8 Empyrean gods and true immortals hiding within the Seamless City here. Ning's heart force instantly discovered the black, levitating Seamless City. He immediately sent a mental message to the nearby 7 planets god. Hiding inside a Seamless City? Oof. If they are hiding inside a war citadel, even if we attack, it'll be hard for us to break through, the 7 planets god sent mentally. If there were 18 of them standing guard within a Seamless City, we'd have no chance at all, but there are only 8 of them. If we join together, we still have a chance. The Seamless Gate is intentionally giving us false hopes, they want us to attack and waste time here. I imagine that they are currently deploying their armies against us. Soon, their armies will arrive. Agreed. Ning understood this as well. Next world, dot. Boom. The void boat once more departed, heading towards yet another major world. In fact, Ning actually decided to leave the entire Zhuanshu realm and head to a different realm, the Xingtian realm. War god Xingtian, the Heaven Punisher, was a tremendously powerful figure. How could anyone who was proclaimed as a god of war during the primordial era be weak? And given that he was a member of the primordial imperial clan, the realm under his control was definitely not weaker than the Zhuanshu realm at all. Damn! Withdraw! Ning's sudden assault against a completely different realm resulted in him reaping the rewards he wanted. In one realm after another, the forces of the Seamless Gate fell into chaos. These were all supreme, top-tier realms, and so the entire Seamless Alliance was filled with commotion. He's just running around randomly. Ning really moves quite quickly. Damn him. The true gods and Tao fathers of the Seamless Gate were so angry, their teeth hurt. In fact, all of them wanted to personally intervene, but they could sense core senses of the major powers of the Nuwa Alliance clashing against their own core senses. The Nuwa Alliance was watching all this happen as well. The major powers of the Seamless Gate could sense the core senses of terrifying figures such as Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Taoist Three Purities, Subhuti, Fushi, Swearen, and others. Instantly, they all calmed down. All they could do was watch and do their best to redeploy their soldiers. The Third World. A total of 289 Empyrean gods and true immortals had all been gathered here. The black-robed God King and Taofather Helgate stared downwards at the group of Empyrean gods and true immortals. The Third World was meant to deal with the Zhuanshu realm and other top-tier realms. Monarch Zhuanshu alone had more than 600 Empyrean gods and true immortals under his command, to say nothing of the rest of the 5 monarchs and the other realms. He controlled several times as many experts as Taofather Crimsonbright. This was the difference between a powerful realm and a weak realm. Empyrean gods and true immortals all preferred to follow experts, after all. If you could become a disciple to Taofather Three Purities, why would you choose to become a disciple to Taofather Crimsonbright instead? The strong would naturally grow stronger and the weak would naturally grow weaker. The likes of Lord Buddha, for example, had an entire pile of Taofathers under his command. The Zhuanshu realm alone had so many Empyrean gods and true immortals. The Third World had to simultaneously deal with the Zhuanshu realm and multiple other realms. Naturally, it had a large number of Empyrean gods and true immortals. Thus, it didn't take too much time for it to summon 289 of them. Joined together into the seamless infinity formation. You have to slay Ning, the black-robed God King ordered. Yes, the 289 Empyrean gods and true immortals acknowledged in unison. Head out. The God King gave the order, and the battalion of Empyrean gods and true immortals all flew into a black shuttle, then disappeared into the skies. The seamless infinity formation, when formed by more than 200 Empyrean gods and true immortals, was unfathomably more powerful than the three-eyed demon that had been formed by the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragon Eater. It had the power to battle against even real true gods or Taofathers. It would indeed be quite easy for it to slay Ning's Heaven Punisher. 1 or 2 Empyrean gods or true immortals might not be a match for it, but a large number of them would prove to be a terrifying threat. In any war, a single person by himself was a puny, unremarkable force. Unless, of course, you had reached Nuwa's level. Even the leaders of the Taoist path and the Buddhist Sangha had a chance of dying in the war, which was why Subhuti hadn't joined in the first one. A void boat continued to frantically travel from one major world to the next. Ning knew that he was taking on tremendous risks, but his decision to incense and incite the Seamless Gate was always a dangerous one. So he would kill as many as he could. His heart force was spread around him in a giant bubble. As soon as something happened, he would immediately flee. After killing those 9 on Winter Herald, he had killed 6 more in his dangerous lightning strikes. Ning, however, wanted to kill even more. Hurry, Ning. The Seamless Gate's army has arrived. You need to flee. Subhuti's voice suddenly blasted out within Ning's mind. What? Ning was shocked. Boom! Far off in the distance, space itself blew apart as a black shuttle suddenly appeared. When the 289 Empyrean gods and true immortals had assembled on the 5th world, the God King had personally cast a spell to completely prevent any outside force from scrying on it. Subhuti's dream of the 3 worlds was formidable, but the God King had been personally taught by the Lord of the Demon Heart, and so his abilities were incredible as well. If he focused on blocking any scrying, he was still capable of preventing Subhuti from detecting what he didn't want them to detect. Only after the group of Empyrean gods and true immortals left the third world aboard the Black Shuttle did Subhuti discover them. He immediately notified Ning, just as the Grand Army was about to arrive. Boom! Subhuti's voice transmission caused Ning to feel shocked, but he immediately tore into the void to flee. Thus, just as the Seamless Gates army appeared, Ning began to flee. Chase him! Boom! Boom! As soon as the void boat tore into the void to escape, the Black Shuttle also pierced into the void. They were able to trace the spatial ripples to find out exactly which region Ning's void boat was headed towards. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 21, All for Nothing. Chapter 21, All for Nothing. This was a world filled with fire, a vast, endless world. In fact, it was a bit vaster than even the Celestial Realm or the Netherworld Kingdom. This world was comparable to 100 grand xias in size. This place was a holy land for the human race. This was a world created by the most powerful and oldest human alive, Swearin. When Mother Nuwa had created the human race, it had started off very weak. Swearin was alive during those earliest of days. Despite his weakness, he not only learned how to control fire and taught it to his fellows, he also unified the weak human race under his rule and led the humans to a path that permitted their survival during the ancient era where fiend gods ruled. Swearin was tremendously talented and tremendously steadfast, and he managed to create an inconceivable path for himself and his race. He was the most exalted, most revered, most supreme emperor of the entire human race, the leader of the three emperors. Swearin was low-key and a down-to-earth person. He often roamed in the primordial chaos, and even cut a canal through it, creating a vast major world in the canal. This world was the Kindlefire major world, and it became a truly sacred land for the human race. One could use the size of a created world to judge the power of its creator, and Swearin's Kindlefire world was second only to Nuwa's world in size. In terms of power, Swearin's power was unfathomable. During the primordial era, even the elder god of fire, Jiron, a god who lived for battle, admitted that he was not a match for Swearin after sparring against him. Fushi and Shinon often appeared in the three realms, but Swearin always kept to himself in seclusion. His very existence, however, was a mighty sword hanging over the necks of any who dared to cause the human race harm. He was the oldest and most powerful member of the human race. Even if he didn't actually emerge from seclusion, no one in the three realms would dare to forget about him. Even the Seamless Gate felt great dread towards this almighty human expert. Some powerful outsiders had run into Swearin in the primordial chaos, and Swearin had slaughtered them all. That scene had stunned the entire three realms, and had made the Seamless Gate even more nervous regarding his power. It was his power that ensured that the human race remained the unquestioned leader of the myriad races. Not even the true gods of primordial chaos would argue against him. At the very top of a towering, divine mountain of fire, a man was seated in the lotus position, nearly naked and clad only in a fur loincloth. His black hair was spread casually over his shoulders, with every single strand of hair having an aura of inconceivable might, as though they were the horns of a dragon. His face was covered with a thick beard, and his eyes seemed capable of seeing into the future. Although he simply sat there atop the mountain, in truth, his gaze was spread throughout the three realms. He was a transcendental figure that cared about little, but now that the storm had arrived, he was watching over everything. Guazi. Swearin's voice was vigorous and powerful. It was transmitted more than 300,000 kilometers away, straight into the ears of a woman who was amongst a crowd of thousands who were quietly training in front of a massive image of a god. Father. The human woman, face covered with divine tattoos, rose to her feet. The tattoos on her face was a relic from back when humans tried out many different types of cultivation methods. Guazi was one of the humans who had been willing to try anything, no matter the risk, and Swearin had eventually accepted her as his foster daughter. Lead your brigade to go rescue Ning, swear an order. Yes, Wazi said respectfully. Swearin, as the oldest human emperor, had many experts following him. In the Kindlefire world alone, he had more than 10 Daofather subordinates and more than 10,000 Empyrean God and true immortal subordinates. The number of celestial immortals under his command was even more astonishing. This place, a holy land for the human race, could be described as the most powerful of the major worlds. The Seamless Gate didn't even dare to attempt to infiltrate it. The void boat was hurtling forward through the infinite void. Every so often, it would tear through the void to travel to another world, then once more begin to fly at high speed. Aboard the void boat, Ning and the 7 planets God didn't dare to be the slightest bit overconfident. The Seamless Gate's army is very powerful. If we end up trapped, we'll definitely die, the 7 planets God sent mentally. But suddenly, Ning, hold on for just a while longer. Human Emperor Swearin has already sent Empyrean Goddess Gwazi in command of 365 Empyrean gods and true immortals to reinforce you. Subhoodie's voice rang out within Ning's mind. Good. Ning let out a sigh of relief, then turned to glance backwards. The long black shuttle behind him was still chasing at high speed. Damn. We were just a fraction too slow. There were nearly 300 Empyrean gods and true immortals gathered aboard the black shuttle. The leader was a tall, skeletal-looking fiend god whose flaming eyes stared intently towards the distant void boat. If Ning was just slightly slower just now, our seamless infinity formation would have been able to lock the surrounding space and prevent him from fleeing. It was so close. But now, we can't catch up to him no matter how we try. Damn. Damn. The major powers of the New Alliance truly are formidable as well. We were quite fast, we tore straight through the void and into the 3 realms, but they were still able to discover us and notify Ning. Ning ran quite quickly as well. A man holding a scimitar in his arms gave his solemn opinion. Yes. What a pity it dot. Just one step behind. The other Empyrean gods and true immortals felt resentful as well. Fortunately for Ning, Subhoodie had warned him, and so he had chosen to enter the void boat and flee without hesitating at all. He had been just half a step ahead of them. If it wasn't for that half step, his foes would have been able to activate their seamless infinity formation and completely lock down the surrounding area for 10,000 kilometers. The power of that formation was enough to ensure that even the void boat would find it difficult to tear a path to the void. Alas, Ning had been able to escape before their all-encompassing net had been set up. Keep chasing. Chase him down, no matter what. If Ning makes even the slightest mistake, we'll be able to catch and trap him, the skeletal fiend god growled. If Ning made some mistakes due to being panicked by this life-threatening situation, he would be caught. One continued to flee, the other continued to chase. Through the infinite void, through the major worlds, through the minor worlds, the pursuit continued. Ning was riding aboard the void boat, while his foes were also riding a supreme protocosmic spirit treasure, the Heaven Witch shuttle. Both were extremely well suited for high-speed maneuvers through the void, and for a time the two were equally matched. Not good. The face of the skeletal fiend god aboard the Heaven Witch shuttle changed, along with the faces of his fellows. A blazing mountain had appeared, hanging in the skies above the vast, sea-like heavens. The blazing mountain had multiple figures standing on it, each possessing an aura of ancientness. These were all experts who had been alive since the primordial era, and the leader was Empyrean Goddess Gwazi, whose murderous aura filled the heavens. A total of 365 Empyrean gods and true immortals were by her side. As for the void boat, it flew straight next to the blazing mountain, and as it did, 2 towering fiend gods came walking out from it. The 2 armies stared at each other from afar. Both consisted of the elites of their respective camps. One side was skilled in the seamless infinity formation which the Seamless Gates King had created, while the New Alliance had its own incredibly powerful sidereal star god formation. During the primordial era, the Empyrean gods and true immortals who used this grand formation were similarly able to fight against true gods and Taofathers. Do you wish to battle? Empyrean goddess Guazi stared at them coldly. Her voice was like ice, but it shook heaven and earth. Dark North. The skeletal fiend god pointed towards Ning, then said coldly, "Consider yourself lucky this time. You managed to escape by a hair. But your actions, well, you are looking to die." Looking to die? Then come here and kill me. Ning looked back at him, his voice similarly icy. If you have the ability to kill me, come and do so. I'm right here. What's the point of just making empty threats? The skeletal fiend god ground his teeth. Two flames blazed within his eyes as he swept his gaze over the powerful Empyrean gods and true immortals standing atop the fiery mountain. All he could do, however, was swallow his resentment. Although Ning was rather reckless in what he did, by holding on for a period of time, he had been able to receive reinforcements from the New Alliance. The Seamless Gate had not decided to launch the end war yet. For now, they were helpless when faced with such a powerful enemy army. Withdraw. The God King's voice rang out within the mind of the skeletal fiend god. Let's go. The skeletal fiend god had no choice but to give this resentful order. Boom! The heavenward shuttle tore a hole into the void, departing from this world. The third world. Both the God King and Taofather Helljade were standing in midair, watching as this unfolded. Damn! The God King's eyes flashed with cold light. What a pity. We were just one step behind. Taofather Helljade said in a cold voice, but that one step meant that we were unable to catch him. This Ning fellow actually has a supreme protocosmic spirit treasure, the Void Boat. This Void Boat is a treasure that existed long ago, even before our seamless Chaos World had engaged in the first war against the Pango Chaos World. It originally belonged to Taoist 3 Lives. 3 Lives, he truly was a valiant, courageous warrior. He was extraordinarily brave, and quite willing to be vicious to himself when needed. Agreed. The God King nodded as well. He, too, remembered the valiant, powerful Taoist 3 Lives. Although 3 Lives had never mastered a heavenly Tao, he was able to rely on his powerful true God body and his utterly terrifying divine ability, the star-seizing hand, to slay multiple true fiends and Taofathers of the Seamless Gate. The power of his star-seizing hand was simply too great. Ning has the Void Boat. The only way to kill him is to first seal off spacetime in the area around him or set up a trap for him. The second way is to use an even better flying treasure, but the only ones better than the Void Boat are all Chaos treasures. The God King frowned. Our side only has a single Chaos treasure meant for high-speed flying, but it's with Tao Mother Devil Hand. Tao Mother Devil Hand is a very solitary figure. She wouldn't necessarily be willing to hand such an incomparably important Chaos treasure over to a few Empyrean gods and true immortals. Yes. Given Devil Hand's temperament, it'll be hard to make her agree. Taofather Helljade nodded. Tao Mother Devil Hand. She was a truly terrifying fiend who had once unleashed a storm of blood and murder across the seamless Chaos World. The countless experts of the seamless Chaos World had all been terrified whenever they had heard her name. Her power also came from her hands, but she was different from Taoist 3 Lives. The reason why Tao Mother Devil Hand's hands were so powerful was because she had acquired a set of glove-type Chaos treasures in the primordial Chaos. She had created a divine ability to go with the gloves, a supreme technique known as the Extinction Devil Hands. Perhaps in terms of fleeing abilities, she was inferior to the Lord of all Fiends, but she wasn't the slightest bit weaker than him in terms of actual combat power. It had been the Lord of the Demon Heart, and him alone, who had been able to subdue this demon amongst demons. Ning really is courting death. The more the God King thought about what had just happened, the angrier he became. Ning's slaying of those 15 Empyrean gods and true immortals didn't have much of an impact on his total combat force, but it had grave implications for his disposition of forces across the entire 3 realms. If he continued to lay down forces in a spread-out manner as he currently did, Ning would once more succeed in his ambushes. But if he was to change his force layout, then he would have to do so throughout the entire 3 realms. The price of such a change would be enormous. Ning was currently expressing his thanks to Empyrean Goddess Guazi. Thankfully, you and your friends came in the nick of time, fellow Daoist Guazi. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. Ning had already dispersed the Heaven Punisher and allowed his million-plus immortals to teleport back into the Starsizer world. By his side stood only Redsnow and the rest of the 7. I came to rescue you on orders of Human Emperor Swerin. If you want to thank someone, thank the Human Emperor. Empyrean Goddess Guazi smiled and nodded towards Ning, and the ancient Empyrean gods and true immortals behind her nodded towards him as well. They all treated Ning in quite a friendly manner, because Ning himself was of the human race. These Empyrean gods and true immortals had been born in an era when the human race was still young and weak, and so they placed even more importance on solidarity with their fellow humans. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 22, Negotiations. Chapter 22, Negotiations. However, Ning, your actions are far too risky, Empyrean Goddess Guazi said. Right now, our 2 sides are only engaging in small-scale skirmishes against each other. Both sides are still holding back, as no one is willing to expand the scale of the war just yet. Both sides are searching for weaknesses and openings, so as to win the war for karmic luck. Not only are we trying to win, we are also trying to ensure that our Empyrean gods and true immortals will survive. The Seamless Gate is trying to do the same thing, but even if we win the war for karmic luck, if all of our Empyrean gods and true immortals end up dying, along with the majority of our true gods and Tao Fathers, what's the point? Guazi looked towards Ning. Until the final moment arrives, neither side is willing to launch a frenzied, all-out assault. When that final end war comes, it will be a massacre on both sides. There is an invisible line which neither side is willing to cross. But you've crossed that line. Guazi gazed towards Ning. But of course, that's just you, and so the Seamless Gate will only act against you and you alone. The further across that line you dare step, the more effort they will put into getting rid of you. Ning nodded. Still, don't worry too much. If they begin to deploy their Empyrean gods and true immortals in large numbers, we'll immediately move to stop them, because any actions involving nearly 300 such experts is an act of war. Guazi continued to look at Ning. But if they just send small numbers of their most top-tier Empyrean gods and true immortals to kill you, there's no way we can send an army to stop them. You are very powerful, but the Seamless Gate also has some truly astonishing Empyrean gods and true immortals on their side. Ning nodded. Fellow Daoist Guazi, I understand these things. But since I've already chosen to embark on this path, I naturally am prepared for the consequences. Guazi no longer tried to dissuade him. She knew that Ning was a powerful Empyrean god and a true immortal, not a fool. And so she bid farewell and left, along with her forces. As for Ning, he rowed his void boat back to Sword Immortal World. Sword Immortal World. The mountain peaks of the 5 treasure peaks still pierced high into the clouds, and things were as quiet as ever. Ning and the 7 Empyrean gods landed atop the mountains. Ning, you can't ignore what Guazi said just now, Empyrean god Redsnow said worriedly. Although you are powerful, our new alliance alone has multiple figures who are on your level, such as the various divine archers. If any of them are given Tao Fruit of Primordial Chaos, they'll probably be a bit more powerful than even you with your perfect Heaven Punisher. The Seamless Gate has powerful figure as well, and none of them are easy to deal with. If I encounter an army, there's nothing I can do, but if I encounter just one person, I can still fight back, Ning said. Don't disregard what she said. There are those who are more powerful than us when they use chaos treasures or Tao Fruit, Redsnow said. Prime Light and the rest of the 7 looked towards Ning as well. Ning understood. In truth, both sides had a tacit understanding with each other. If you are fighting by yourself, then I'll send a single person to deal with you. Whoever ends up dying can only blame himself for being too weak. But now, a madman appeared on your side who is ambushing and murdering my subordinates. He's going too far. I'm going to send my army after him. If this madman halts his actions, I'll naturally no longer have an excuse to send out an army. Only if you employ an army will we do the same. This came without any negotiations or public declarations, but this was indeed how both sides acted. This was a rule of their war. If there were no rules at all, then it would be easy for things to rapidly escalate until a point was reached where the end war would begin prematurely. Clearly, neither side wished for the end war to begin just yet. Within the thatched cottage, Ning was seated in the lotus position, waiting patiently. He had risked his life today. Why? To incite the seamless gate. Rumble, suddenly, a thought strand descended upon Ning. Ning. An icy voice rang out. Finally. Ning allowed the thought strand to guide him into the dream world. This was exactly what he wanted, to negotiate with the seamless gate. Within the dream world of darkness, the towering throne was still hovering within the center of this world, and the black-robed God King sat upon it, staring down at the figure which had just appeared. Ning. The God King roared with absolute fury, "You actually dare to rely on your personal power to assault some of the bases of my seamless gate? You are the first person in the Nuwa Alliance who dares to do such a thing." In truth, there were quite a few Empyrean gods and true immortals with deep-seated hatred towards the seamless gate. However, Ning was the only one who was actually willing to risk his life in such a manner, and who had the power to carry it out. The formations around those bases were generally capable of withstanding the combined attacks of more than 20 Empyrean gods and true immortals for a period of time, after all. What do you want? Ning raised his head to look at the God King. The God King paused, then growled out, 15 Empyrean gods and true immortals have died by your hand. If you let matters rest, I can let bygones be bygones. The God King, in the end, had chosen to swallow his rage. He had to take into consideration his disposition of forces across the entire three realms, and he couldn't perpetually be on alert against Ning's ambushes. His only option would be to change his force disposition throughout the entire three realms, but that would come at a price. For example, if he withdrew all the Empyrean gods and true immortals from the bases and headquarters, there were a number of major worlds that would become impossible to penetrate and infiltrate. Let bygones be bygones? Ning looked at the God King. I can let matters rest, but I have a request. The God King was utterly enraged. This child actually dared to make a request? But the God King still suppressed his anger and said, "Speak." "Give senior apprentice sister Yue back to me," Ning said. Yue? The God King was stunned, and then he began to roar with laughter. His laughter, tinged with fury, shook the entire world of darkness. So the reason why you've gone so crazy is for Yue. It seems that woman is quite important to you, for you to risk your life in such a way. Yes. Ning nodded. I can risk my life for her sake. If you hand her to me, I'll immediately halt. If you don't, I'll keep killing. So you are doing this to extort us, to force our hand? The God King's voice was like ice. Ning, you value yourself too highly. I'm just trying to avoid a bit of unnecessary trouble, which is why I gave you a chance to calm things down with us. But you actually dared to threaten us, the Seamless Gate? You truly are too arrogant. Do you think that just because you succeeded with your first ambush, you'll succeed in a second or a third ambush? Do you really think that our Seamless Gate is unable to deal with a stripling like you? Who was the God King? He was, nominally speaking, the leader of the entire Seamless Gate. He could converse as equals with even the three emperors of mankind or the leaders of Taoism and Buddhism. Just now, the God King had been putting on a charitable, magnanimous air. If Ning halted, he would spare Ning. But now, Ning dared to make requests of him? Fine, then, if the request wasn't excessive, the God King would agree to it. But Ning had actually carried out these actions to threaten the Seamless Gate, to force them to do something they didn't want to do? That was courting death. I only hope for you to return her to me, God King. Ning looked at the God King. Impossible. The God King stared back at Ning. You only have two options before you. To halt and be spared, or to continue and perish. As for Yue, you can forget about her. Ning stared at the God King. The God King stared back at Ning. Whoosh! Ning disappeared into thin air. He really is courting death. The God King felt even angrier now. An Empyrean god actually dares to try to threaten and extort the Seamless Gate? What a joke! A joke! The Seamless Gate's original incarnation was that of the Seamless Chaos World, a world on par with the Pango Chaos World. How could a power like this allow itself to be extorted? Ning sat there by himself within the thatched cottage. He sat there for a long, long time. Senior apprentice sister. Although the chances are very slim, I will still go and kill them. Kill them until they can no longer bear it. A breathtaking determination could be seen in Ning's eyes. This was a dangerous path, a path which involved repeatedly risking his life, but that was the nature of his decision. Ning cast the matter to the back of his mind, sending his mind into the star-seizing manor. Within the main palace of the manor was a large pile of treasures. These were the treasures he had acquired during his earlier ambushes. Ning quickly began to bind them to himself. These treasures might not be too useful to him, but they'd be plenty of help to other Empyrean gods and true immortals. If he could increase the power of his forces, their chances of success in the future would be slightly greater. Pure Yang Treasure. Pure Yang. A protocosmic spirit treasure, but it's just a low-grade one of ordinary power. Still, quite interesting. Quite a few Pure Yang Immortal pills. Great Firmament Immortal pills. Poison? Ning quickly finished sorting through all of the treasures of the Empyrean gods and true immortals. And then, Ning began to bind all of the various treasures left behind by the many slain celestial immortals and loose immortals. This happened quite quickly, as these were the treasures dropped by the low-level figures he had casually mopped up after killing the Empyrean gods and true immortals. Their items weren't particularly valuable, with most being at the immortal rank at best. Every so often, he would be lucky and encounter a pure Yang treasure. These are the treasures left behind by Young Flame Freak. HRM, where's the World Hold Pagoda? Pity. The World Hold Pagoda isn't with these 16 clones. Ning still remembered how the World Hold Pagoda had sent him to the Nihilam Zone. Still, after searching through all the items, he still hadn't been able to find it. Instead, he encountered some bugs and aberrations. Ning paid no notice to most of Young Flame Freak's treasures, but one treasure did attract his attention. What's this? Ning was startled. An enormous, pitch-black stone stele was hanging there in midair. The stone stele was emanating a faint aura of might. Although the aura was very weak, it had an exalted quality about it, far more exalted than even the aura which Patriarch Subhuti had. Whoosh! Although Ning's true body remained within the thatched cottage, he quickly sent out a strand of divine power to form a body which manifested within the star-seizing manor. He took a personal, close look at the levitating black stone stele. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 23, Stone Stele. Chapter 23, Stone Stele. The enormous black stone stele was 299 meters tall, and it emanated an aura of majesty that was so faint, it could only be sensed from less than 300 meters away. The aura, however, had an exalted quality about it. Ning only saw two enormous, strange characters carved into the face of the stone stele facing him, while the other side was filled with countless strange characters that were clustered as densely as ants. These characters. Ning examined them carefully. I've never seen these characters before. It seems as though the Three Realms doesn't have a language like this. Ning had never seen them before, but was certain that these were characters from a language, because they were actually quite similar to the characters of the human race. The two enormous characters on the front, in particular, Ning could almost sense what they meant. Let me try with core sense first. Ning willed his core sense to surge forward. This. Ning stared at the stone steel in surprise. How can this be? Impossible. Why is it that my core sense sees nothing at all? It's as though nothing is there. Can it be that this stone steel is covered with a restrictive spell that blocks out core sense? Ning pondered for a moment. Let me try with heart force. Heart force was invisible, undetectable, and extremely formidable. Instantly, his true body in the outside world sent its powerful heart force into the underwater estate to cover the stone steel. This caused Ning's face to truly change, because he discovered that all his heart force found nothing whatsoever. It was as though the stone steel didn't even exist. But, Ning stretched his hand out to touch the stone steel. The stone was icy cold, and its surface was very rough. This stone steel is clearly right in front of me. How can it be that not even heart force can detect it? This is an extraordinary item. In fact, it isn't even of the Three Realms. This thought instantly flashed past Ning's mind. The two enormous characters engraved on the stone steel, the countless tiny characters on the back of the steel, the unique runes engraved on other parts of it, clearly, someone had created this item. The stone steel's aura was so powerful that the creator had to at least be on the level of the Buddhist and Taoist leaders. In fact, he might be even more powerful. For heart force to be unable to discover the stone steel when one could see it with the naked eye and touch it with the hand, Ning had never, ever heard of such a strange item. Such an item shouldn't be able to exist within the Three Realms. Then, it had to have come from the primordial chaos outside the Three Realms. Ever since the most ancient of days, the unique items found within the primordial chaos were generally referred to as chaos treasures. They were either used as ingredients for forging treasures, or used as treasures themselves. When used as treasures, they would become far more powerful than protocosmic spirit treasures, and so they would be titled chaos treasures. Where and how were chaos treasures born? Hard to say. The primordial chaos did indeed give birth to chaos treasures, but the terrifying golems that the Lord of all things had created were definitely no weaker than any chaos treasure. Thus, the Three Realms had suspected for some time now that some of the more powerful outsiders were perhaps capable of creating artifacts that rivaled chaos treasures in might. Can this be a chaos treasure? A thought flashed through Ning's mind. Whoosh! Instantly, a figure appeared. Ning's true body descended upon the clone, merging into it. As for the outside world, Ning left a small amount of his divine power there, in the form of yet another clone. Neither core sense nor heart force can detect it. That leaves just divine power and immortal energy. Ning picked up the stone steel, then gently placed it down within the very center of the hall. Previously, he had thought this to simply be a treasure which young Flame Freak had acquired by luck. He didn't think it could possibly be particularly powerful. But now, it seemed, this stone steel had a weighty background to it. Not even core sense or heart force could detect it. Most likely, the other major powers of the Three Realms didn't even know that it existed. Young Flame Freak. Oh, young Flame Freak. For a celestial immortal like you to have been in possession of a treasure like this, if it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to gain revenge for my mother and for junior apprentice brother Northsun, I probably wouldn't have been able to acquire something like this. This should be an item from the primordial chaos. I wonder if it is a chaos treasure. Ning felt a certain itchiness in his heart. If this really was a chaos treasure, this would be a tremendous stroke of luck for him. But of course, not all items from the primordial chaos were particularly valuable. For example, when first testing out the Heaven Punisher, Ning had been able to shatter apart Chaos Goldstone. Shinon located many different medicinal herbs within the primordial chaos, but their value was far, far lower than that of a chaos treasure. Let me try to bind it first. Ning sat down in the lotus position, placing his hand atop the giant stone stele. The stone stele was nearly 300 meters tall and nearly 30 meters thick. The divine power within Ning's body instantly flooded into the stone stele. Not a chaos treasure? As soon as Ning sent his divine power into it, he realized something was wrong. There was no way to bind this treasure. Ning knew exactly how it felt to bind a treasure, even a protocosmic one, but when his divine power flooded into this treasure, he found the insides to be empty. There was nothing at all for him to bind. However, when his divine power flooded into the two massive characters at the front of the stone stele, a ripple of information was transmitted straight into Ning's mind. 17. Ning instantly understood what the enormous characters meant. Those two words mean 17. What does that mean? Can it mean that there are many of these stone steles, and that this is the 17th? Ning guessed. Right, there are many other characters at the back. Swoosh! Ning's body blurred, then he appeared in the lotus position to one side of the stone stele. He began to pour a large amount of divine power into the stele. As his divine power flooded into it, it quickly began to interact with the countless characters on the other side of the stone stele. As it did, Ning could sense a tremendous, invisible force resisting his own power. Clearly, to forcibly scan and understand the information contained within those countless characters was beyond what his capabilities. Wait! Ning came to a halt. The front side only has 2 characters, whereas the back side has at least 1 million. 2 characters didn't give me much pressure, and I was able to understand them right away, but 1 million is far more than what I can handle. The stone stele was nearly 300 meters tall, and its rear was filled with those tiny, worm-like scribbles. As best as Ning could tell, there was roughly 1.2 million of them. Let's start from the top and proceed slowly. Ning immediately began to attempt to fill up a few characters with his divine power. This is so slow. Ning immediately found the process to be quite taxing. Despite that, a good amount of information began to fill Ning's mind. Tao 18 Fiend Gods, an extremely ancient technique, immediately began to be transmitted into Ning's mind. As Ning's divine power filled each character, more and more information regarding this technique entered his mind. Soon, he completely memorized this entire technique. It's actually a cultivation technique. Ning stared at the stone stele in astonishment. And this is just a small part of the top. The characters on the stone stele were divided into 7 major regions. The first region had this technique, the Tao 18 Fiend Gods. What a powerful technique! It actually allows you to divide into 18 different bodies. Ning let out a sigh. Although Fiend Gods can divide into many different clones, once the clone dies, the part of the soul within it will die as well. This will result in the soul fragmenting, and when too much of the soul is destroyed, you will die. But this technique, upon mastering the first level, you'll be able to perfectly divide the soul into 18 different spawns. Although each spawn will have less than 1/10 of the power of the original body, they are all capable of surviving on their own. In addition, if the other 17 are destroyed, the final spawn will slowly be able to recreate the other spawns, but once you reach the second level of this technique, the 18 spawns will all have the same level of power as the original body. If you master the third level, the 18 spawns can merge back into the original body at any point in time, and the original body can also divide into those 18 spawns. When they merge into the original body, the power of the original body will explosively increase. Ning sighed in amazement. If he mastered this technique, it would be as though there were 18 Nings. Even if he chose to use his original body to fight by itself, his power would still exponentially increase. How monstrous a technique was this? It seems that this is the technique which young Flame Freak used, and that he was only able to train to the first level of this technique. Ning immediately understood. I had thought that he trained in a secret art like the Blood Shadow incarnation, but it seems he's actually training in this unfathomably profound technique. The three realms had powerful techniques of its own. The Blood Shadow incarnation, for example, guaranteed that so long a single incarnation remained alive, the others would come back to life as well. However, true experts would rarely use this technique, because the power of each incarnation would drop dramatically. It was better to keep the true body at maximum power instead. Everyone believed that young Flame Freak had trained in this technique because he was a coward who feared death, but who would have thought that he actually was in possession of a technique like this? Tao Wu 18 Fiend Gods? The relative weakness of his bodies was only due to the fact that he had merely trained to the first level. Where did this technique come from? Ning let out a sigh of amazement. Still, it will be very hard to truly master this technique. There were detailed notes regarding this technique. It was easy to gain a basic level of skill in the technique and master the first stage, but the second stage was thousands of times more difficult. As for the third stage? It would be easier to ascend to the heavens than to master it. It required both talent and luck. It must be understood that even Taoist three purities was only capable of dividing himself into the three pure ones. As for the Lord Buddha, he only had his 5 major clones. The second level of this technique immediately allowed for the creation of 18 clones that were as strong as the original. This was absolutely unearthly. Let's see what the second technique holds. Ning once more filled the steel with his divine power. Instantly, the information pertaining to the second technique began to leak into his mind. The second technique was named the 9 Bug Solutions. This was an extremely mysterious and marvelous method for cultivating bug-type beasts. Ning now understood why young Flame Freak had been able to cultivate and rear such powerful bugs. Everyone in the three realms thought that young Flame Freak had received a particular expert's legacy, as there were quite a number of experts who specialized in rearing powerful bug-type beasts. Since young Flame Freak's skills in raising bugs wasn't excessively amazing, no one paid much attention to him. But what the outside world didn't know was that the issue was that young Flame Freak was too weak and didn't have access to enough treasures and materials, which was why he didn't have the chance to rear any powerful bugs at all. This technique needs an enormous amount of time and effort. It doesn't suit me. Ning immediately gave up on the technique. Time for the third technique. Ning slowly began to notice that the further down he read, the more taxing it became, as the resistive force which filled the steel seemed to grow in power. What Ning didn't realize was that young Flame Freak himself had only been able to acquire parts of the first technique and second technique. He had been completely unable to gain access to any of the other parts. He was merely a celestial immortal, after all. Young Flame Freak treated this stone steel as his most valued treasure. He cared about it far more than the World-Hold Pagoda, and was extremely careful about it. The reason he had kept it hidden with him in the Winter Herald world was because it was a safe place where he was extremely low-key. By contrast, he was still willing to keep the World-Hold Pagoda in the Grand Xia, but who would have thought that Ning would end up acquiring it? Every single technique is marvelous. Ning could sense that his divine power was finding it harder and harder to read the meaning of the characters. By the time he reached the 5th technique, he was completely unable to make any more progress. Let me try with my pure yang energy. Unwilling to give up, Ning immediately tested out his pure yang energy, flooding the stone steel with it. Push! Ning discovered, to his utter amazement, that the pure yang energy was clearly much more effective in reading the characters on the stone steel. I might just be able to acquire all 7 of these techniques. Ning instantly felt a certain eagerness in his heart. In fact, he had a feeling that once he learned all 7 techniques, he would perhaps know where the stone steel came from. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 24, The 7 Mighty Techniques. Chapter 24, The 7 Mighty Techniques. Pure Yang energy was clearly better suited to penetrating these characters on the stone steel. Ning received the complete 5th technique, the 6th technique, the 7th technique. Ning's eyes began to turn bloodshot. He was pouring all of his energy and effort into acquiring these techniques, which had completely stunned him. They were simply far too incredible. Some of these were comparable to the most supreme of techniques the 3 realms had. As for some of the others, they surpassed any techniques of the 3 realms. The first technique, Tao 18 Fiend Gods, had already caused Ning to feel extremely excited. The second technique, 9 Bug Solutions, contained unlimited potential. However, since the storm had already arrived, Ning didn't have enough time to meditate on them. The third technique, Sin Armaments, was a technique that was very similar to the Fiend God rites of blood forging. This was a technique that absorbed the hatred and resentment left behind by slain enemies, using them to forge weapons. These weapons were truly terrifying armaments that possessed tremendous power. By comparison, the rites of blood forging was excessively simple and crude in the manner through which it absorbed the negative energy. Sin Armaments was thousands of times more profound than the rites of blood forging. It allowed weapons to rise in power far more quickly, and in a more perfect manner. Weapons created through Sin Armaments had much greater potential, and could even become chaos weapons. The fourth technique, Jewel Talisman, was a technique to create Tao talismans. It was extremely complicated. Although Ning had memorized it, he didn't understand it whatsoever. Clearly, it was incredibly profound. The fifth technique, Inverse Chinkuan Gestalt Formation, was a formation that worked together perfectly with the Tao 18 Fiend Gods technique, because this was a technique that required 18 cultivators whose minds were as one. If one mastered the Tao 18 Fiend Gods technique, then set down this grand formation, an entire heaven would be created that could be used to trap one's foes. It would be as though they were trapped someone else's a major world. This was a technique that was perfectly suited for defense and for trapping, rather than attacking. However, due to how profound and abstruse it would probably take a very long period of time to master. The sixth technique, God of Ghosts, was a technique meant for cultivating and raising ghosts. The soul was the foundation of all life, and the ghosts that were left behind after one died held limitless potential within them. The God of Ghosts technique allowed one to constantly strengthen ghosts all the way to the true God level. In fact, there was even a chance to raise ghosts to have the power of an elder god. The seventh technique, Indestructible Body, was a technique that was similar to the 8-9 Arcane Art. However, compared to the 8-9 Arcane Art, this divine ability was even more incredible. The Indestructible Body had a total of 6 stages. Empyrean gods could only train in the first 3, while only true gods could train in the final 3. According to the description of this divine ability, the first 3 stages alone were comparable to the complete 8-9 Arcane Art, while the final 3 stages, based on what Ning could tell, would allow the divine body to become comparable to a supreme protocosmic spirit treasure. During the primordial era, the various major powers had joined together to develop the 8-9 Arcane Art, with the goal of developing a total of 12 cycles. Alas, in the end they were only able to complete 9 of them. This Indestructible Body technique, however, had achieved what those major powers had aspired to. But of course, it required an enormous amount of magic treasures. The 9th cycle of the 8-9 Arcane Art required an astonishing amount of Great Firmament Immortal pills. As for the Indestructible Body, there were few even amongst true Immortals and Taofathers who could absorb the necessary cost. 7 mighty techniques, each of which was astonishing. Sin Armaments and Indestructible Body were specially prepared for Fiend God body refiners. The Sin Blades would generally be used in close combat, after all. 9 Bug Solutions and Jewel Talisman were meant for key refiners to use. As for the remaining 3 techniques, both key refiners and Fiend God body refiners could execute them. I've finally finished. Finally, with great difficulty, Ning finished reading the characters of the 7th technique. All 7 of them were now memorized in his heart. What a tremendous stroke of karmic luck! These definitely are not techniques that were created by the major powers of the three realms. Many of the described materials don't even exist in the three realms. For example, the God of Ghosts is probably completely unusable. The indestructible body will also be hard to train to a high level, because the treasures described are not present here. And yet, Ning understood, despite all that, these techniques are still incredible. The alien outsiders in the primordial chaos, they truly are incredible. Ning let out a sigh. The alien outsiders who had arrived in the three realms, such as the terrifying Lord of all things, were capable of doing things like secretly manipulating the Pango Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World into a collision course. In addition, the Lord of all things had been able to create golems and Queen Mother armies that were comparable to the full might of the entire Pango Chaos World. From this, one could tell how terrifying the alien outsiders could be. Ning's gaze landed upon the divine runes engraved on the edges of the stone steel. Just now, I only focused on the characters. I wonder what these divine runes hold within them. Ning felt a certain excitement in his heart. He had the feeling that the power and aura of the stone steel primarily came from the divine runes. The characters didn't hold any power in them, but the divine runes held tremendous auras of might. Go! Ning willed the stone steel to be sent to a side hall within the star-seizing manor, then sent his pure yang energy into it from afar. That way, even if something dangerous happened, given that the star-seizing manor was a nigh-unbreakable protocosmic spirit treasure, he should be able to stay safe. It really is hard to fill. His pure yang energy slowly filling the divine runes, Ning instantly began to sense a connection to that exalted aura of supremacy, as well as how hard the runes were to penetrate. Keep going. Keep going. Just a little more. Just a little more. Finally, all of the divine runes on the stone steel were completely filled with Ning's pure yang energy. Although the characters had been rather tiring, by comparison they weren't that hard. These divine runes had actually caused Ning's vision to go dim. He had used up almost all of his heart force before just barely being able to succeed. In the instant when he successfully finished pouring his energy into the runes. Boom! An inconceivable aura of power exploded forth from the stone steel. The divine runes lit up with dazzling golden light, carrying an aura that was so exalted, it was even superior to that of the Tao of the heavens. As it exploded outwards, it followed the path of Ning's unleashed pure yang energy to instantly arrive at Ning himself. Ning had a feeling that this exalted, mighty aura was something which no one in the three realms aside from the legendary Mother Nuwa and Pangu were capable of matching. They, too, were supposedly superior to the heavenly Taoists themselves. The exalted aura completely surrounded Ning. In the face of its might, Ning was like an infant, completely unable to fight back. Swoosh. The aura of power rapidly flew back into the stone steel, and the golden light covering the countless divine runes slowly dimmed and faded to a normal color. It just stood there like an ordinary stone steel, except Ji Ning had already disappeared from the underwater estate. Master! The giant yellow bear appeared, absolutely frantic. All he knew was that Ji Ning had been analyzing that stone steel. As for what mysteries the stone steel contained, the bear had no idea. However, upon sensing his master disappear, he had naturally panicked. I'm fine. Ning's voice rang out within the giant yellow bear's mind. Now that he had completely bound the manor, he had a true master-servant connection to the giant yellow bear. A blurry region of chaos, merely a few hundred meters in size. Ning appeared out of nowhere within this region. Where am I? Ning was extremely puzzled. He could, however, still sense the panicking giant yellow bear outside, and so he hurriedly consoled the bear. What's that? Ning saw two figures fly towards him from far away, each of whom had auras of tremendous power. They had swarthy black skin and were many meters tall. Ning immediately grew guarded as he saw them approach. After arriving, the two figures simultaneously fell to their knees, then prostrated themselves on the ground. Respectful greetings to you, Overseer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 25, Tremendous Fortune. Chapter 25, Tremendous Fortune. Ning looked at the two prostrating figures, his heart clenching. It seems my blunder has resulted in them believing me to be the overseer. I have to be very careful. The first thing I should do is get a sense as to what an overseer does. I can't let them see through me, that'll put me in grave danger. That exalted aura he had sensed earlier told him that he was a very weak figure, compared to the power of the stone steel. It seems they are very respectful to me, their status should be lower than mine. Ning pondered for a moment, then said, "The two of you, report your names." "This humble one is East Cricket." The taller man was the first to respond respectfully. His voice was low and deep, and seemed quite honest. "This humble one is West Bat," the pudgier one said. "The two of us have been awaiting you, Lord Overseer, for 3 full chaos cycles. Ever since we were created, we've been diligently working here at Prison World 17. Without you here, Lord Overseer, we've been quite nervous and restless. We were worried that something unexpected had happened to this prison world." Ning's heart clenched. 3 chaos cycles? A chaos cycle had to be a unit of time, and from the sound of it, it was a very long period of time. After being created? Were not they living creatures? Prison World 17? As the overseer, was he supposed to be in charge of this prison? Has anything unexpected happened in this prison world? Ning casually followed their line of conversation. He needed to ask as many questions as he could and learn more information from them. "We were blessed by your good fortune, and so nothing has happened during the past 3 chaos cycles. It won't be so easy for the imprisoned criminals to cause any problems." The pudgy Westbat hurriedly added, "I knew that you have to be busy, my lord. The various duties of the prison world can be left to the two of us for handling. If there really is a major event, we'll immediately notify you. All you need to do is then report it to His Majesty. You can spend your time touring the prison world, or you can quietly train by yourself. If there's anything you need, just inform us." "Right. Report it to His Majesty," Ning nodded slowly. "His Majesty, Of which kingdom? Could it be that this stone steel belonged to a particular nation? Tell me about the various matters, great and small, that have occurred during the past 3 chaos cycles," Ning said. The tall East Cricket blinked at Ning, then mused to himself, how long would it take to describe all the events that occurred over the course of 3 chaos cycles? How bored is he? In contrast, chubby Westbat grew excited. "My lord, allow me. Shall I start from the time when the last Lord Overseer left, or? Tell me a bit about the previous Lord Overseer, then speak about the past 3 chaos cycles." Ning wanted to learn more, but he was afraid of exposing himself. Thus, he was very careful with his words. These 2 jailers seemed to be very respectful to him, but Ning still had a strange feeling about them. In truth, ever since his pure yang energy filled the divine runes, he had gained a strange sort of control over this chaotic region. In fact, he could easily leave it if he chose. And yet, he didn't have any direct control over these 2 jailers. Clearly, they had to have been produced by this mysterious dominion and only answered to the dictates of the dominion. If they were to discover that Ning was a foe, they would probably attack him. Well, the previous Lord Overseer would chat with us when he was bored. Now, it could just be that he was bragging for the sake of bragging, but he claimed to be the son of an elder god, and that the only reason he had been punished to serve as an overseer for a chaos cycle was because he had run afoul of the law. Westbat mused to himself, "I don't know if he was just bragging or not, but based on my own judgment, I think he was telling the truth. Generally speaking, overseers are all core members of our Pangea Chaos Kingdom. After all, even though being forced to stay here in solitude for a full chaos cycle is technically a form of punishment, it also allows the offender to learn those 7 supreme techniques. In addition, the offender is even allowed to enjoy one of the bottles of chaos nectar which Prison World 17 is able to refine from the primordial chaos around us. This is actually a great benefit. Ordinary immortals would be willing to spend a full chaos cycle in solitude to gain a bottle of chaos nectar or to learn the 7 supreme techniques, but they wouldn't even have a chance. Chaos nectar? Ning's eyes lit up. Tao 18 Fiend Gods was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was very easy to learn, but the second stage was thousands of times more difficult, because it required one to be able to transform into 18 mighty clones, each of which was as powerful as the original body. Even the soul had to be identical in power. It was easy to train in divine power or immortal energy, but to duplicate the soul 18 times while maintaining the same level of power was incredibly difficult. It required the assistance of precious supportive treasures. Chaos Nectar was incomparably precious. If he had Chaos Nectar, he would be able to master the second stage of the Tao 18 Fiend Gods. Right. Chaos Nectar. Jailer Westbad said hurriedly, a bottle of Chaos Nectar, based on the experiences of the past Lord Overseers, is generally enough to allow mastery of the second stage of the Tao 18 Fiend Gods. Where is the Chaos Nectar? Ning asked. The previous Lord Overseer took the Chaos Nectar back with him to offer it to His Majesty. However, during the past 3 chaos cycles, Prison World 17 has continued to distill primordial chaos, accumulating quite a bit. The 2 of us have been working hard on this task. Given that it's been 3 chaos cycles since we've been contacted, we have a total of 18 bottles. The 19th bottle isn't full yet, we still need to spend some time and fill it up, Westbat said. Give them to me, Ning instructed. The chubby jailer Westbat was startled. He hesitated momentarily, then waved his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, a total of 18 black bottles appeared before him, hovering in the air. The ancient surfaces of the bottles were covered with divine runes. They were clearly extraordinary items. Milord, Westbat said hurriedly, Milord, you'll be here for at least a full chaos cycle. You are only permitted to use a single bottle, no matter what, don't use more than that. His Majesty knows exactly how much we are able to harvest. If you use too much, you'll probably run into trouble. Chaos Nectar is extremely valuable. Generally, we only give it to the Lord Overseer when he finishes his tour of duty. Relax. I'm not suicidal, Ning chuckled. He waved his arm, collecting the 18 bottles. Westbat hurriedly laughed ingratiatingly. Right. You have an exalted status, milord, naturally, you won't act rashly. Hey! Are there any other treasures here in Prison World 17? Ning's eyes seem to be shining right now. Nothing. The chubby jailer Westbat shook his head repeatedly. He had served quite a few overseers, and he knew that all of them had special statuses. All of them were core members of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, which was why they were sent to such an important location as this. Although it was nominally a punishment, it was also a great boon. There were many of them who acquired Chaos Nectar, then greedily desired other things as well. There really is nothing else. This is just a prison world with many prisoners, the chubby jailer said. If you are talented enough to get something out of the prisoners, that's entirely your business. However, all of the prisoners are filled with hatred, and many of them are incredibly powerful. I imagine that not only will they not give you anything, they'll try to kill you. If you really want to interact with the prisoners, milord, I urge you to hurry up and master the Tao 18 Fiend Gods. That way, with 18 clones, you at least won't be at any risk of death. Right. Nin nodded. Prisoners? Continue telling me about overseer duties, as well as the various events that have occurred during the past 3 chaos cycles. I'm actually quite bored right now. Ugh, a full chaos cycle. It'll feel like forever, Ning sighed. Please permit me to elaborate, the chubby jailer Westbat said excitedly. He loved to talk, but East Cricket was a stuffy gourd who was always silent. This caused Westbat quite a bit of irritation, and he would often go chatting with some of the prisoners. Many of the prisoners wanted to kill him, but fortunately for him he always stayed outside of the protective formations, preventing them from injuring him. More than half of the prisoners of Prison World 17 absolutely hated this chattering, prattering jailer. The last Lord Overseer had a rather foul attitude. In my opinion, he had indeed been spoiled rotten by an elder god. As soon as he arrived, the chubby jailer Westbat began to narrate non-stop. As for Ning, he just smiled and listened in a very relaxed way. Relaxed? He wasn't relaxed at all. But he knew very well that his acquisition of the stone steel was a stroke of tremendous karmic fortune. The greater a stroke of karmic fortune, the more careful one had to be. Otherwise, one might end up with nothing, or worse. As Ning continued to listen, he began to understand more and more. An entire world had indeed been placed within this stone steel, and from the sound of it the world was extremely vast. This was a place where many of the criminals of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom were located. The Pangea Chaos Kingdom was an extremely powerful kingdom. The most powerful figure was the King of Pangea, an exceptionally formidable and powerful figure. The stone steel which held this prison world had been created by the King of Pangea, and there were a total of 36 of them. The 36 stone steel prison worlds would naturally join together into the shockingly powerful 9-layered heaven chaining formation, making it incredibly hard for enemies to enter. Only members of their own kingdom could enter. Each of the 36 stone steels had 7 mighty techniques engraved upon them, for a total of 252 techniques. These techniques had all been left behind by the King of Pangea. Although these weren't the supreme techniques which the King of Pangea had used to dominate his opponents, they were still some of the best techniques he had to offer. Every single overseer would have the opportunity to learn the 7 techniques on their respective stone steels, but they wouldn't be permitted to learn from any of the others. Pangea Chaos Kingdom? From its name, it has to be a kingdom located within the primordial chaos, Ning mused to himself. The primordial chaos truly is an absolutely amazing place. In the past, there have been quite a few incursions by alien outsiders into our 3 realms. The primordial chaos is vast and infinite, capable of giving birth to many true gods, elder gods, and even figures like Pangu. It makes sense that a nation like the Pangea Chaos Kingdom would exist. However, judging from what these jailers said, the 9-layered heaven chaining formation which these 36 stone steels are a part of is nothing more than a joke. This stone steel ended up in young Flame Freak's hands during the primordial era, and now it is in my hands. It's always been by itself for these countless years. I imagine that the formation was long ago destroyed, resulting in the stone steels being scattered apart. I wonder what this stone steel experienced, for it to have ended up here in the 3 realms. Although Ning was surprised and delighted, he was still cautious. The 3 realms had often battled against alien outsiders such as Rahu or the even more powerful Lord of all things, but had killed all of them. Most likely, many in the 3 realms had acquired some of the treasures or supreme techniques of the alien outsiders. Ning had merely acquired a single such treasure, albeit, his seemed to be quite impressive. Ning continued to listen relaxedly for some time, then said with a laugh, "Alright, you can stop for now, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 19, Chapter 26, Training in the Chaos Region. Chapter 26, Training in the Chaos Region. The 2 of you can go patrol the prison world, Ning instructed. Understood. The 2 jailers respectfully assented to the order, then began to fly back the way they came. Far away, there was a blurry spatial door. Upon entering it, the 2 disappeared from Ning's senses. The only person left in this region was Ning. Ning sat down in the lotus position. Below him was the edges of this chaos region. Although it was invisible, it was enough to support Ning. Chaos nectar? Distilled from primordial chaos? I've never even heard of such a thing in the three realms. Ning waved his hand, producing a black bottle. A single bottle of chaos nectar is enough to train the second stage of the Tao-18 fiend gods? But from the sound of it, this chaos nectar is incredibly valuable. Generally speaking, in the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, only elder gods and ancestral immortals are allowed to enjoy this nectar. Aside from them, only some people with special statuses will be occasionally bestowed a bit of it. Ancestral immortals was a term of power from the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. As far as Ning could tell, it referred to Tao Fathers. The language of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom was incredibly similar to that of the human language of the three realms. The words were very similar to each other, and even the pronunciation was similar. Previously, when the torrent of information regarding the seven mighty techniques had entered Ning's mind, he could hear echoes of a great Tao, allowing him to easily understand their language. In truth, it could even be treated as a mere human dialect of the three realms. A person assigned to be an overseer would have to have a high level of status in the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. They would be punished to stand guard for a chaos cycle, but would then acquire a bottle. Ning now knew exactly how long a chaos cycle was. The chatty Westbat had spoken for 3 days and 3 nights. He had provided much information, allowing Ning to hypothesize even more. Chaos cycles. They referred to the natural cycles every chaos world would go through. Its birth, the slow passage of time, its eventual aging, and then its final destruction. This extremely long period of time was known as a chaos cycle. But of course, there were some chaos worlds which were attacked and destroyed by outside forces during their prime. For example, the primordial world of Pangu was a chaos world that had collided with the seamless chaos world, then experienced a battle that caused its destruction. Still, in the end, the destruction of the Pangu chaos world and the seamless chaos world had resulted in the birth of the new world, the three realms. Prison World 17? Ning glanced at the distant spatial doorway. He now knew that once he left this region, he would enter Prison World 17. This was one of the 36 great prison worlds that were used to hold the prisoners of the ancient Pangea Chaos Kingdom. Chaos nectar is extremely valuable and rare. It's hard to say if it even exists anywhere else in the three realms. I absolutely cannot waste such a precious treasure. Ning pondered on what to do next. As for the jailer's instructions for him to only use a single bottle, Ning didn't give a damn. Who knew in what corner of the primordial chaos the Pangea Chaos Kingdom was even located? In fact, it might have been destroyed long ago. And of course, Ning himself was merely feigning allegiance to it. All 18 bottles would naturally belong to himself. According to what the jailer said, all of the overseers would choose to use their bottle of chaos nectar to train in the second stage of the Tao-18 fiend gods. Ning nodded. The overseers were all core members of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. They should have known exactly how valuable chaos nectar was. If they chose to use it for this technique, then it should be worth it. That'll be my choice as well. First, I'll train in Tao-18 fiend gods. Ning's primary issue was that he knew far too little about chaos nectar. Chaos nectar was gathered by the vast prison worlds, which had created incomparably complicated formations to harvest it from the primordial chaos. Every single chaos cycle, only a total of 6 bottles would be harvested. In addition, there wasn't necessarily anyone in the entire three realms who was capable of setting up such a complicated formation. Most likely, only Mother Nuwa, who had established her own Nuwa world, would be able to do so. No matter how Ning looked at it, it seemed as though acquiring more chaos nectar would be extremely difficult. The chaos nectar of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom would generally go to the King of Pangea, who would occasionally bestow a bit to his subordinates. Every single bottle used would represent an irrecoverable expenditure. He had to be judicious and sparing in its use. Perhaps in the future, he might discover an important effect or use for it. But of course, the second stage of Tao-18 fiend gods, was absolutely shocking in power. Ning deeply desired to train in it, and so he started to do so immediately. The blurry chaos region was only a few hundred meters wide. Although this region of primordial chaos is very small, it's extraordinary marvelous. Ning stared at his surroundings. Earlier, when I was outside, I couldn't find anything when I sent my divine power into the stone steel. The stone steel holds this chaos region within it, as well as the prison world. I had to activate the divine runes before I was drawn inside. The strangest thing is, it seems as though this place is not under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Daos. By now, Ning was at a formidable level of power. He could vaguely sense how the heavenly Daos of the three realms functioned. To surpass the jurisdiction of the heavenly Daos was possible if one went into the vast void. Although a heavenly Tao of primordial chaos was present there, the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos of the void was different from that of the three realms, even though the rules were the same, as they belonged to different regions. Similarly, the primordial chaos itself held a heavenly Tao of primordial chaos, as did this stone steel, but the heavenly Daos of the three realms did not have any sway outside the three realms or inside the stone steel. The stone steel is clearly inside my star-seizing manor, but it isn't subject to the dikates of the three realms. It seems that the major power who created this stone steel is also a figure who has surpassed the heavenly Daos. After coming to this conclusion, Ning no longer thought any further on the matter. Whoosh! A green jade bottle appeared within his hands, with some pure yang immortal pills located inside of it. The first stage of Tao-18 fiend gods is very easy. All I need to do is use up some pure yang immortal pills. Ning opened the stopper to the green jade bottle, then placed it to one side as he began to train. Crisscrossing lines of gold began to appear all over Ning's body. Slowly, golden runes began to take form. As more time passed, the golden runes became more and more numerous. In the blink of an eye, a golden rune-covered kasaya seemed to have appeared over Ning's body. A certain aura began to emanate from it. Rumble. The many golden runes began to connect to each other in an organized way, linking together into lines that began to ripple and flow. The lines of golden runes thus began to merge into each other in an extremely marvelous way. A strange, nameless aura began to drift out. Boom! As time flowed out, the lines of golden runes finally completed their fusion, having transformed into a single, enormous divine rune. This enormous divine rune had completely covered Ning's body, and then, with a swoosh, it went straight inside Ning. Slowly, a miracle began to happen. My true soul. Ning felt a sensation akin to intoxication. Everything felt blurry, but he could still sense that his true soul was slowly being divided into halves, thirds, quarters. His soul was beginning to split apart as well. As he felt his body grow low on energy, Ning immediately began to consume some pure yang immortal pills. This dreamlike state persisted for a period of time. Then, whoosh! 17 rays of light suddenly shot out from Ning, each of which then transformed into a white-robed youth. The 18 white-robed youths all sat there in the lotus position within the chaos region. Their auras were absolutely identical, and their power was the same as well. They actually became independent, self-sustaining bodies. Every single one of them has a perfect true soul and soul. They even have pure yang genedans within their body. Ning was absolutely delighted and shocked. The 18 clones shared memories together, as they were fundamentally the same person. However, the death of one wouldn't have any impact on the other 17 at all. In addition, thanks to the Tao-18 fiend gods, a slain clone could be remade. However, the cost to remake another soul and another pure yang genedan would be quite large. This time, Ning hadn't paid much of a price to train to the first stage. This was because Ning's true body had essentially had its power divided by 18 to create those 17 additional bodies. Absolutely identical. Even the divine tattoos are identical. The 18 Nings simultaneously stared at their respective palms, each of them had star-seizing tattoos on their hands. When Empyrean gods created clones, their power would only be slightly affected, and they would still have their divine abilities. The fatal flaw of those clones, however, was that their souls weren't standalone. If too many clones died, the soul would be tattered and break apart. Ning, however, didn't have to face this danger, but his power did decrease. Time to train the second stage. Ning didn't hesitate at all, immediately pulling out a bottle of chaos nectar. The 18 white-robed youths all sat down in the lotus position, forming into an enormous circle with the chaos nectar at the center of the circle. Drip! 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 Droplets of chaos nectar flew out from the black bottle. Although each drop looked translucent, it was as though they held entire worlds within them. Tiny little bubbles occasionally appeared within each drop, occasionally breaking apart and popping. The little worlds within those bubbles were similarly being born and destroyed. An inconceivably powerful aura of life emanated from those chaos droplets. In raw power alone, each drop was perhaps only comparable to a great firmament immortal pill, but the chaos nectar seemed to hold everything within them. True soul, heart force, immortal energy, divine power, all types of energy seemed to be hidden within them. The primordial chaos could give birth to worlds. It could create countless living creatures. Chaos nectar was distilled and extracted from the primordial chaos. It was incomparably marvelous and incomparably valuable. One drop of chaos nectar after another flew out, moving towards the 18 white-robed youths. When the chaos nectar entered Ning's body, Ning felt an unprecedented cold sensation fill it. Even his soul itself felt chilled. However, this icy feeling was quite comfortable, and he felt more refreshed and awake than he ever had before. Every part of his body, from his muscles and his flesh to his soul, felt alive and refreshed, as though he had just been bathed. Ning immediately began to apply the Itawu 18 Fiend Gods technique in guiding the chaos nectar to take effect in the necessary manner. First the soul, then the pure young Jindan. They immediately began to grow at high speed, like a sapling growing into a tree. Even Ning's divine power was rapidly increasing. The auras of all 18 white-robed youths were strengthening at a shockingly fast pace. In truth, the first stage of this powerful technique was easy to learn precisely because it involved dividing the power of the true body into 18 different bodies. The reason why the second stage was thousands of times harder was precisely because it involved using different types of extremely rare items to rebuild the lost power, but finding items that could replenish the soul and heart force was incredibly difficult. The third stage not only had high material requirements, it also required a certain level of insight, making it even harder to train. But once one succeeded, the 18 clones would be able to once more merge together, resulting in a simply shocking increase in power. In truth, there had been many in the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom who had acquired this technique, but aside from the king of Pangaea himself, no one had ever been able to train to the third stage. The chaos region was completely silent. The bottle of chaos nectar had long ago been used up. At the very bottom of the black bottle, a little bit of remaining chaos nectar could be seen. Success! The 18 white-robed youths simultaneously opened their eyes. From this day forth, I finally have the strength I need to truly battle against the Seamless Gate. Ning could finally sense that the terrifying pressure the Seamless Gate had brought him had begun to lessen. Finally, he had a true chance to rescue his senior apprentice sister. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 27, Prison World. Chapter 27, Prison World. In terms of value, the Tawu 18 Fiend Gods was comparable to the other 6 techniques. However, thanks to this bottle of chaos nectar, Ning had been able to train to the second level of the technique, causing his body to undergo a fundamental change in quality. There's actually a bit left over. Ning waved his hand, causing the black bottle to fly into it. The drops of chaos nectar were clearly visible at the base of the bottle. Each bottle holds a total of 99 drops. There are actually 22 left. According to what Jailer Westbat said, the previous overseers would all use up nearly an entire battle. It seems as though my strength is slightly lacking, compared to the previous overseers. The more powerful one was, the more chaos nectar would be needed to train to the second stage of the Taowu 18 Fiend Gods. The price of training the first stage and creating 18 clones was having one's strength lowered. The price of training the second stage lay in consuming chaos nectar to quickly return back to one's original level of power. Thus, the more powerful one was, the more chaos nectar would be needed. For example, the Jindan and the soul which true gods and Tao Fathers possessed were far more powerful than Ning's, and so they would need far more chaos nectar as well. This, too, had been recorded within the details of the technique. The generations of overseers were only permitted to assume their position after showing that they were capable of reading the entire stone steel. Ning had just barely succeeded, but had still successfully become an overseer. This meant his level of power was still quite close to that of the previous overseers. Clearly, the previous overseers hadn't reached the true god or Tao Father level. Prison world. The other 17 clones remained seated, pondering the remaining 6 techniques. One of them, however, arose and walked out towards the spatial gateway. Whoosh! Upon passing through the gateway, the world seemed to change. He was now in a wide, vast world. At the very peak of a 10,000-kilometer mountain, a white-robed youth appeared out of nowhere. So this is a prison world. Ning saw that this vast world was dark and blurry. There were no stars, no sun, no moon. Countless divine runes could be seen swimming through the skies like dragons. These golden divine runes caused the skies to glitter, perpetually casting the vast earth in dim light. Spread out. Standing atop the peak of the towering mountain, Ning willed his heart force to emerge. Boom! His heart force instead spread out in every direction. Ning did not dare to release his core sense in this region, where so many prisoners were located, for fear of suffering an attack. Comparatively speaking, using heart force was much safer. In an instant, his heart force spread out to cover an area that was at least 3 times the size of the Grand Xia. Far away, there was a filthy-looking old man who was leaning against a stone cliff. His legs were shackled together, and the shackles emanated strange, mysterious ripples of power. It was precisely because of these shackles that he had been imprisoned here for more than 10 chaos cycles. Heart force. It seems that the new overseer has arrived. The overseers are all young fellows. This one has fairly strong heart force, at least. The filthy-looking old man raised his head, a green light emanating from his eyes. Instantly, a surge of powerful heart force swept out to cover an area of 1,000 kilometers. As for the heart force which Ning had sent into the region, it was completely surrounded and smothered by the second surge of heart force. Off in the distance, there was a wild dog who was lying on the ground. The wild dog's fur and skin was damaged so badly that his black bones could be seen in some places. The wild dog blinked. This kid really doesn't know his own limits. That old bastard, Pangea, is increasingly lax when sending out his overseers. Doesn't he warn these kids? Still, his heart force is much stronger than that of the previous overseer. Everything within 1,000 kilometers suddenly turned dark. Even the surrounding space trembled slightly. Still atop the distant mountain peak, Ning's face suddenly turned ashen. He gritted his teeth. Break. Instantly, Ning forcibly severed off part of the heart force which he had sent out. He treated it as though he had shot out an arrow with heart force, completely severing it from himself. How terrifying, but. Only after breaking the connection did the fear hit Ning. The region my heart force was able to cover had to be just a tiny portion of this prison world. The most terrifying figures within this region were that old man and that wild dog. Ning swallowed, hard. That old man had to be at the Tao Father level, while the wild dog should be at the Elder God level. That old man's heart force is merely at the 4th stage as well, but he's far more powerful than me in using techniques to apply it. He was actually able to instantly trap me in an illusion. Fortunately, both of us are at the 4th stage of heart force, which is why I was able to forcibly sever the connection. As for that wild dog, his divine ability is simply incredible. He was able to devour my heart force in the blink of an eye. 1. Ning instantly understood that those two figures were definitely not people he could mess with. The area I scanned also contained 18 true gods, 33 pure young true immortals, 71 Empyrean gods, and 96 celestial immortals. Ning did some quick calculations. The auras of the true gods were as powerful as expected. The pure young true immortals also gave Ning a sense of tremendous danger. The Empyrean gods and celestial immortals shouldn't be too dangerous. Ning pondered for another moment. Right. I'll choose a celestial immortal as my first contact. Celestial immortals are the weakest. I should be able to discover quite a few secrets from them. The two jailers were nothing more than constructs. They didn't understand any cultivation techniques at all. The prisoners here, however, did. Whoosh! Ning sat down within his void boat. The void boat transformed into a streak of light, rapidly advancing through the dark prison world. Ning intentionally kept more than 1,000 kilometers away from the prisoners, because every single prisoner was surrounded by complicated formations that were 1,000 kilometers around them. These formations were meant to subdue the prisoners and prevent their techniques from going outside. There was no way to tear through the space in the prison world, nor was there any way to engage in spatial teleportation. The only choice was to slowly fly forward. It usually took the two jailers more than 120,000 years to complete a full inspection of all the prisoners in the prison world. From this, one could tell how vast this world truly was. But of course, this was also a testament to how slow the jailers were. As constructs, they were able to absorb enough energy from the world to stay alive, but their flying speed was ridiculously slow. If they had a void boat like Ning did, they would be much, much faster. Ning flew for half a day. Here it is. Ning put away the void boat, then landed within a valley. That celestial immortal is right up ahead, As he walked through the valley, Ning moved hundreds of kilometers with each step. He quickly arrived at the margins of the formation. The blurry formation barrier covered the region like a giant dome. The prisoner was completely unable to step past the formation barrier. However, the barrier was only effective against the prisoner. Ning and the two jailers could enter and exit as they pleased. Whoosh! Ning took a single step forward. The barrier didn't harm Ning at all. Ning once more sent out his heart force, using it to encompass this region. Far away, there was a youth dressed in tattered clothes who was seated in the lotus position. The youth had a pair of black shackles around his feet. The chains attached to the black shackles stretched off into the distance, disappearing into an empty region as though they had emerged from it. The black shackles were absolutely terrifying. Once they were attached, there was no way to remove them at all. Not even elder gods could do it. Although the black shackles looked like they were attached to the legs, in truth they bound the soul and the true soul. Suddenly, faint footsteps could be heard off in the distance. The youth dressed in tattered clothes blurrily opened his eyes. It had been far too long. He had been here far too long, so long that even the magic treasure clothes he wore had been reduced to a tattered state. In truth, all he had to do was use a bit of energy and he would be able to instantly repair them, but there was no way to absorb any energy whatsoever within the prison world. All any of them could do was rely on the original amount they had to sustain themselves. He had committed a grave crime, so great that not even his school could save him. His master had given him many spirit pills, so that he might live longer within this prison world. His master had said to him, "Good Hill, I'm unable to save you. Be sparing with these spirit pills. You'll only be able to survive within the prison world by relying on your own immortal energy, but once it is used up, once the spirit pills are used up, you will die. Only if you manage to stay alive will you be able to escape." I'll definitely help you and come up with a way to save you, so you have to hold on. No matter what, don't kill yourself. Hold on. Someone's finally come. It's been far, far too long. A look of hope was in the youth's eyes. Am I going to be released? It was this hope which had sustained him for 3 chaos cycles, which kept him going even now. He had been extremely sparing with every drop of energy, and fortunately his master had provided him with many spirit pills. However, by now he had already used up the majority of them. Most likely, he would only be able to hold on for another chaos cycle, at which point he would succumb. Eh? The youth looked at the white-robed figure. Is Aura true immortal? Wait, why is he so weak? Ning stared at the skeletal-looking youth. This youth had a human-like appearance, but he was too skinny. Still, Ning's heart force had discovered that every single prisoner seemed to be extremely gaunt, as though they were ordinary mortals that were starved to the brink of death. No, not even starving mortals would be as ridiculously gaunt as them. The elder god in the shape of a wild dog, for example, he had been starved so badly that his very skin had broken apart, revealing his black bones. You must be the new overseer. The youth looked at him. I am a celestial immortal, but an overseer has actually come to visit me. Are you going to release me? Release you? Ning was startled. Why didn't you bring the talisman of command? Without it, you won't be able to open these shackles. The youth shook his head. Ning shook his own head as well. I don't have it. I have no way to release you. Not even elder gods could break these shackles, to say nothing of Ning. The youth was stunned. He stared at Ning in amazement. Why you aren't of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. Who are you? How did you enter this prison world? What happened to the Pangea Chaos Kingdom? I'm the overseer which His Majesty sent, Ning said, looking at the youth. Don't deny it. The youth shook his head. If you came from our Pangea Chaos Kingdom, if you were sent by His Majesty, then you would definitely know that His Majesty would personally send an elder god or ancestral immortal to open the shackles. Even if you did have the command talisman, you still wouldn't be able to open the shackles. But just now, when I asked you about opening the shackles with the command talisman, you didn't express any puzzlement at all. Ning was stunned. He hadn't revealed anything in front of those 2 golems, but as soon as he interacted with an actual intelligent being, a celestial immortal, he had immediately revealed himself. Still, Ning didn't panic at all. When he had first entered, he had been worried about his true identity being revealed, but after chatting with Westbat for so long, Ning realized that this stone steel was a very special treasure, much like his star-seizing manor. It contained many formations and restrictions within it, but he now truly was the master of the stone steel. As for the 2 golems, they were nothing more than laborers. Perhaps they weren't weak, but they would never, ever be able to leave the stone steel. Ning, however, could leave the stone steel world whenever he so chose. And so, he was no longer worried about any danger. Why did you suspect my identity? Why did you test me? Ning asked. Tell me, what has happened to the Pangea Chaos Kingdom? The youth asked frantically. 1. This wild dog is likely modeled after the Tiango, the heavenly dog which eats/swallows the sun during an eclipse. The Japanese Tengu was derived from the Chinese Tiango. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 28, Celestial Immortal Goodhill. Chapter 28, Celestial Immortal Goodhill. The youth stared at Ji Ning, his eyes filled with hope. It was destroyed, Ning replied. Even if it wasn't destroyed, the 36 stone steels had been split up. Given how long this one had been within the 3 realms, there was likely no way the Pangea Chaos Kingdom would ever find it again. Destroyed? Destroyed. But, how? Princess, Master, and no, the youth finally broke down. He had resolutely stood firm for 3 full chaos cycles because of that unyielding desire in his heart. 3 full chaos cycles. There had been many true gods who had felt despair due to solitude and killed themselves, but he, a mere celestial immortal, had been able to persevere for so many years. It was your people. You wiped out our Pangea Chaos Kingdom, you destroyed everything, took everything from me, and no, the youth went crazy. Go die. Hundreds of streaks of light suddenly exploded forth from the youth's body. The streaks of light swirled around him, and then an enormous, jade-green sword shadow suddenly appeared, chopping down towards Ning. Ning had been fairly calm, because all of this was as he had expected, and the person before him was merely a celestial immortal. Upon seeing the attack, however, Ning was truly stunned. The enormous jade-green sword shadow carried so much power that his heart clenched. This wasn't an attack which celestial immortals were capable of. In fact, not even every pure young true immortal was as powerful as this. Impossible. Star-seizing hand. Ning didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately executed the star-seizing hand ability. Whoosh! An enormous palm, glowing with blurry light, smashed downwards towards the giant jade-green sword shadow. Boom! The two collided. Shockwaves spread outwards from the collision, causing the earth to tremble and crack. Ning couldn't help but be knocked several steps backwards by the collision. As for the youth, he still stood there, eyes completely bloodshot as he stared crazily at Ning. How can this be? You are merely a celestial immortal. How can you be this powerful? This is impossible. Ning was completely stunned. This outcome had completely turned his world upside down. After using the star-seizing hand, he could be considered a supreme Empyrean god. Why, then, was he put at a disadvantage when colliding against that sword? Die. Go die. The youth had gone completely mad. It seems I'll have to suppress him in order to understand what is going on. Ning unleashed his full power. Star-seizing hand. The same technique, the star-seizing hand, but this time, Ning's powerful 4th stage heart force was completely activated at full power. The power of the star-seizing hand instantly increased once more. Most likely, it was comparable to a full-strength arrow from the divine archers of the 3 realms. Rumble. The enormous palm smashed downwards with unearthly powerful. It was markedly and visibly far more powerful than before. When the celestial immortal's enormous jade-green sword shadow chopped against it, there was a sudden explosion, followed by the sword shadow instantly breaking apart. The giant palm, however, continued to chop downwards. The Wyoth wanted to dodge, but the giant palm made a sudden grabbing motion. Whoosh! It seized the youth, capturing the youth within itself. 4th stage heart force? The youth stared at Ning, laughing like a madman, his laughter tinged with desolate grief. So what if your heart force is at the 4th stage? You are such a weak true immortal. Speak! How could a celestial immortal like you be so powerful? Ning stared at him. I'm not powerful, you are just puny. The youth stared at Ning. I would never have thought that the Pangea Chaos world would be destroyed and that this prison world would end up in the hands of someone as weak as you. Answer me. Ning's giant palm clenched around the youth as he said coldly, how can a celestial immortal be as strong as you? Why did you say I am weak? It's too late. Even if you found out, it's still too late. The youth truly seemed gripped by madness as he giggled, but I still refuse to tell you. Not gonna tell you. Ah ha ha ha. Ning frowned. He could sense that this youth truly seemed to have gone crazy. If you tell me, not only will I spare you, I can give you what you want, Ning said. What I want? I want to go back to the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. I want to leave this place. I want to see the princess. I want to see Master. Can you do these things? Can you accomplish even one of them? The youth stared at Ning, madness apparent in his eyes. Someone as weak as you couldn't possibly accomplish any of them. You can't do it. Ning was stunned. He didn't even know where the Pangea Chaos Kingdom was. As for letting the man leave, he didn't have the ability to do so. It's true that I can't do it, Ning said. However, I can make it so that your life is a bit more comfortable. I can let things be more pleasant for you. Comfortable, It's over, all over. Master, princess, I've waited bitterly for 3 full chaos cycles, but this is the result? This is my destiny? The insane youth couldn't stop laughing. Master, princess, Goodhill is on his way now. Boom, dot. The youth in Ning's giant palm suddenly blew apart, his soul completely shattering. Suicide? Ning shook his head. The man had stood here for 3 full chaos cycles by himself. It would indeed be hard to persuade such a person with just a few simple words. Ning stood there, staring at a large pile of items. These were the relics which the young prisoner had left behind. I hope I can find something that will tell me about the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, something that can explain why the youth was so powerful. Ning carefully looked through the items. The first things he noticed were those jade-green flying swords. He saw a total of 360 of them, each of them emanating an invisible aura of sword intent. But Ning was instantly stunned as he inspected them more carefully. Top-grade pure yang flying swords? All of them are top-grade, and there are 360 of them. Ning knew very well that the youth had controlled these 360 pure yang flying swords to form the jade-green swordlight to fight earlier. How could he, a celestial immortal, possibly be able to simultaneously control so many top-grade pure yang swords? It was extremely hard to control such powerful treasures. Even most true immortals would be unable to control so many top-grade pure yang swords. And inside this, Ning instantly began to bind some of the storage treasures and investigate their contents. He began to discover one item after another. The deceased Goodhill could be considered a core member of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. Otherwise, as a celestial immortal, there was no way he would even be qualified to be imprisoned here. He would have simply been executed, rather than locked in here for countless years. Clearly, the king of Pangea had certain concerns of his own. Most likely, he didn't want to so directly offend the school behind Goodhill. And so, Goodhill naturally had quite a few treasures. He actually has a second set of 360, Ning was shocked and delighted. Aside from the first set of 360 jade-green immortal swords, there was also a second set of 360 fiery red immortal swords. Both sets were of top-grade pure yang swords. These 2 sets, combined, were better than any of the pure yang treasure sets which Taoist 3 Lives had left behind. But of course, they were still far from being a match for the 3,600 gold star beads, which were supreme protocosmic spirit treasures. Every single bead was more valuable than a top-grade pure yang sword, and there were 3,600 of them. That set was something which Taoist 3 Purities had acquired. For a celestial immortal to have so many treasures, his wealth is far more staggering than that of the vast majority of the true immortals of our 3 realms. Most likely, only supreme Empyrean gods and true immortals like me or Patriarch Lu would be able to compare to him, Ning mused to himself. He continued to carefully inspect the other items. Most of the treasures being carried by the youth were pure yang treasures. All the items were on the pure yang level. It was as though to this youth, pure yang treasures were just common items. However, the strange thing was, the youth didn't have so much as a single protocosmic spirit treasure on him. It must be understood that even people like the Xia Emperor had multiple protocosmic spirit treasures. He destroyed all his spirit pills and immortal herbs? Ning looked at some shattered bits and pieces of items, then shook his head. Before dying, the youth had destroyed everything he could. However, he had been unable to destroy the pure yang artifacts, and so Ning had acquired them. He really didn't want to leave anything nice for me at all. Still, in the end these immortal swords became mine. 2 sets of flying swords, 360 in each set. Ning sighed to himself. What Ning didn't know was that one of the 2 sets was the set which Goodhill normally used, while the other set was a backup set. Aside from the weapons, the other treasures were quite ordinary. For example, the treasures meant for fleeing were all merely at the pure yang level. They were far from being a match for the likes of the void boat. After going through Goodhill's possessions, Ning was unable to find a single cultivation technique or any records of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. It makes sense. Generally speaking, techniques are directly transmitted into the mind. Secret manuals are rarely carried around. Ning nodded. After he had learned techniques from the Black-White College and the Tri-Star Crescent abode of Mount Innerheart, he had either put the secret manuals back where they belonged or destroyed them. There was no way he would just carry them around with him. This was why it was virtually impossible to acquire techniques like the 8-9 Arcane Art, the full, Crimson Bright Diagram of the 9 Heavens, or Hoi's Archery, through killing enemies. Ning, for example, simply wouldn't be carrying those techniques on him. He had memorized them all within his mind. Ah, right. All that aside, celestial immortals and even Empyrean gods probably have low status within the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. There's no way they would be allowed to carry complete techniques around. And generally, when a master teaches an art, various solos will be employed as well, Ning mused to himself. The more important a technique was, the more a school would work to ensure it wouldn't be leaked out. In fact, even soul scouring usually wouldn't be effective in acquiring a complete technique. Still, things might be different for someone with high status. High-status individuals might have the ability to acquire some special techniques, including ones that can be taught to those who are of a different school, Ning mused to himself. In the 3 realms, true gods and Tao Fathers could choose to teach some techniques to outsiders, if they so desired. In the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, the Elder Gods and Tao Fathers could probably do the same. Earlier, when I used my heart force to scan the region, I found an Elder God and a Tao Father. Ning nodded slowly. The Elder God should be more powerful, and he looks like a wild dog. Perhaps it'll be easier to persuade him. Right now, Ning desperately wanted to know why a celestial immortal could be so powerful. After Ning left Goodhill's prison cell, he sat back into his void boat and flew towards the Elder God that looked like a wild dog. In truth, pure yang treasures were now of limited benefit to Ning, and they were also useless to Tao Fathers and true gods. Tao Fathers and true gods generally used protocosmic spirit treasures or chaos treasures. Ning's most powerful treasure set right now was the star gold beads of the heavens, but these 2 top-grade pure yang swords could be used in setting up the Greater Thousand Swords formation. If he gave it to his primal twin would also have a powerful treasure to use. The void boat carefully flew forward, avoiding the many prison cells in the region. Divine runes continued to flow densely through the dark skies of the world. Their power and aura made it so that Ning's flying speed was much slower here than it was in the 3 realms. After flying for more than 3 days, he finally arrived at the location where the wild dog Elder God was located. Senior. Ning stood outside the formation, but sent a strand of his divine power inside of it in the form of a clone. The clone carried a wooden platter with it, covered with 2 flagons of wine and fine delicacies. A fragrance of saliva-inducing meat wafted out from the plate. Senior, Ning's clone called out, carrying the platter forward into the formation towards the direction of the wild dog Elder God. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 29, Meeting the Elder God. Chapter 29, Meeting the Elder God. Even though they were hundreds of kilometers apart, Ning's clone could still see the distant form of the utterly emaciated wild dog lying on the ground. He immediately grew even more courteous and respectful. His heart force had shown him how formidable this seemingly unremarkable wild dog was. It had been able to devour even the invisible, formless power of heart force. How could Ning possibly be a match for it? Senior, this junior is the newly arrived overseer. There's something I would ask of you, Senior, Ning's clone said. Sniff. Sniff. The wild dog's nostrils flared a few times, and then its eyes opened, revealing a pair of ancient-looking dark yellow pupils. It opened its mouth. Rumble. Everything within 1,000 kilometers began to change. The platter which Ning's clone was holding actually flew into the air and towards that mouth. The fine wine and delicacies on the platter flew with a special speed. Ning's clone was completely unable to resist this power. What a formidable divine ability! As the wine and food reached the wild dog's mouth, they began to shrink in size, then flew straight into it. Even Ning's clone was about to be sucked in. Senior! Senior! Ning's clone called out repeatedly, but the wild dog completely ignored him. Whoosh! Ning's clone could sense that he was shrinking in size, while the wild dog before him was growing larger and larger, seemingly as large as the heavens themselves. It flew helplessly into the mouth of the wild dog, then dispersed. Outside the formation. Thank goodness I only sent a clone, all I lost was a bit of my divine power. Ning stood outside the formation, calling out, Senior, there's something I need to ask of you. But the wild dog, a few hundred kilometers away, just continued to lie there as though he was asleep. And of course, if there is anything you need, Senior, I'll do my best to satisfy you, Ning said. Lucky kid, are you able to release me? Let me out of here? Finally, an ancient voice rang out by Ning's ears. The eyelids of the distant wild dog lifted upwards as he glanced at Ning. Ning immediately asked, might I ask, what do I need to do to release you? There are two methods, the ancient voice said. The first method is to have an elder god or an ancestral immortal with a talisman of command from the king of Pangaea come here, then activate the talisman to unlock the prison chains. At that point, you as the overseer can bring me out of this prison world, and I will regain my freedom. The second method is to have a mighty individual who has reached the world level to forcibly shatter these shackles. World class? Ning was stunned. What's the world level? The wild dog glanced at Ning, a hint of disappointment in its eyes. Still, it answered Ning's question. They are the ones who have ascended beyond the elder gods and ancestral immortals. You look as though you live in a chaos world. You should have heard rumors that your chaos world was originally formed from the primordial chaos by a mighty fiend god, yes? Yes. Ning nodded. Those who are capable of creating a chaos world are at the world level of power. However, those fiend gods who are born from the primordial chaos at the world level will all perish upon creating their chaos world. They were born for the sole purpose of establishing a world, and there is no way for them to continue living afterwards. As for other gods or immortals who manage to train to the world level after countless years and experiences, they are even more powerful than those fiend gods who were born at the world level. Those individuals are capable of destroying these shackles outright. In fact, given enough time, they are even capable of destroying this entire prison world. Ning now understood. Pangu. The world level was Panga's level. Mother Nuwa had reached Panga's level as well. No wonder Mother Nuwa had been able to effortlessly dominate the Lord of all things as soon as she broke through to Panga's level. The Lord of all things had been powerful, and the seamless chaos world had been quite formidable, but Mother Nuwa had immediately slaughtered the Lord of all things, then frightened the Lord of the demon heart into merging himself into the heavenly Daos. As for the Lord of all fiends, his escaping abilities were quite impressive. He had been able to escape while bringing along many of the shattered remnants of the Seamless Gate's forces. They had hidden themselves in the primordial chaos, not daring to return until Mother Nuwa left the three realms. Once anyone reached her level, they would be able to effortlessly dominate all comers. The difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. So above the elder god and ancestral immortals are the world-class experts? Then what level has the king of Pangaea reached? Ning asked. He's also a world-class expert. The wild dog looked towards Ning. However, he's an extremely powerful world-class expert. The Pangea Chaos Kingdom has a total of 3 world-class experts, which is why it is so powerful. You must understand that it is very, very rare for a chaos world to give birth to even a single world-class expert. Ning nodded. The seamless chaos world, for instance, hadn't produced a single one. As for the Pango chaos world, only Mother Nuwa had reached that level. Apparently, this was a level of tremendous power, even within the endless primordial chaos. Your master, your elders, are any of the experts you know at the world class? The wild dog looked at Ning. They can be world gods of the fiend god path or chaos immortals of the immortal cultivation path. So long as they have reached the world class, they can forcibly break apart these shackles. I know of one. Ning nodded. Truly? The wild dog's eyes lit up with eagerness. Given his incredible level of power, he was completely capable of telling if Ning was telling the truth or not. However, I haven't personally met this person yet. Ning looked back at the wild dog. I can sense that you aren't lying to me. The wild dog's attitude instantly became noticeably better. Previously, he had been rather indifferent towards Ning, because his experience was that it was incredibly rare for a world-class expert to appear within the primordial chaos. However, now that he knew that Ning's side had a world-class expert behind it, and given that he himself knew that Ning's side wasn't an enemy, suddenly, he saw the light of hope. Freedom. He desperately craved it. The many prisoners jailed here all crave their freedom. Senior, tell me more about these world-class experts. My master has met that mighty individual before, but I have not. I know nothing about them. Please tell me a bit more, Senior, Ning said. And indeed, Subhuti had met Nuwa before. Ning was telling the truth. Your master met this person? The wild dog's attitude became even better. The paths of cultivation are divided into 3. The first path is the fiend god path. The primordial chaos will give birth to some living creatures that will title themselves gods, and they will subconsciously choose to call their enemies fiends. The fiend god cultivation path is generally created by these fiend gods who were born from the primordial chaos, which is why it is named that. The second path is the key refining path, which allows ordinary commoners born from the mortal dust to constantly improve themselves and break through to higher levels. Finally, there is the invisible, formless path of the heart. These 3 paths are the 3 major paths of cultivation. The fiend god path can be divided in the mortal, empyrean god, true god, elder god, and world god levels. Supposedly, there are even higher levels of power in the primordial chaos, as well as figures who are even more powerful than the king of Pangea. However, in my 16 chaos cycles of life, I've never encountered such a powerful figure. The key refining path can be divided into the mortal, celestial immorta, true immortal, ancestral immortal, and chaos immortal levels. As for the path of the heart, even I do not understand it. The wild dog continued, the core of any key refiner lies in the Jindan golden pellet within the body. This is their heart, which contains all of their ineffable might. At the world class, however, the cultivator shall completely destroy the Jindan region, letting it return to the primordial chaos it sprang from. When that happens, a chaos world will emerge within the Jindan. Ning was surprised. The region within the Jindan was extremely vast, all of Ning's magic treasures were placed within it, as was his sea of immortal energy. To destroy it all and let it return to the primordial chaos, then give birth to a chaos world. When that happens, the Chaos Immortal shall have a chaos world located inside his very body. Naturally, his power will be utterly indomitable, the wild god said. As for the Daos which young fellows like you inside the chaos world train in, these Daos are nothing more than the rules by which the chaos world operates. The natural energy of heaven and earth which you cultivate is the energy of the chaos world itself. All you are doing is temporarily borrowing it for your own use. However, to reach the world level, you'll have to establish a chaos world of your own, inside your body. Although the chaos world within your gene dam wouldn't be as vast as a real chaos world in the outside world, you will be the ruler and absolute master of it. Naturally, your power will become enormous. It would be very easy for you to destroy an actual chaos world. Ning nodded. Mother Nuwa did indeed have the power to destroy the three realms. Because immortal cultivators at the world level have established a world region of primordial chaos within their jindans, they are known as Chaos Immortals. As for fiend gods, their path involves continually increasing the power of their divine bodies. With each improvement in their body, their power will increase greatly. World gods possess almost limitless power, and they are capable of establishing chaos worlds of their own. Thus, they are referred to as world gods. These two paths are equal in power, the wild dog said. Equal? Ning was suddenly startled. Senior, are you saying that Empyrean gods and celestial immortals should be equals? True gods and true immortals should be equals? Elder gods and ancestral immortals are equals? Of course. Although these are two different paths of cultivation, the two paths are indeed equal in power. The wild dog nodded. Ning was stunned. How could the two paths be equal? True gods were clearly comparable in power to Taofathers, while Empyrean gods were on the same level as true immortals. The key refining path is a path that has been slowly developed and tested over countless years, a path that allows ordinary mortals to cultivate and rise in power. Thus, there are many different methods of key refining. The wild dog stared at the distant Ning. However, there are three primary methods through which a person can overcome the celestial tribulation and become a celestial immortal. These three different methods will result in jindans of different qualities. As for you, you've trained the worst method. The wild dog shook his head. Your jindan is incredibly puny. Even though you are now a true immortal, powerful Empyrean gods and celestial immortals are probably on par with you. Right. Earlier, I fought against a celestial immortal in here. We were indeed on par with each other, Ning immediately said. The wild dog shook his head. The key refining path you people train in is too weak. If your world had a chaos immortal within it, things wouldn't be this bad. I believe the person on your side who broke through to the world level had to have made the breakthrough as a fiend god cultivator. This person must be a world god. Ning didn't deny it. Nuwa had followed in Pangu's path. She had indeed walked the fiend god path. There are three different paths for key refiners. Breaking through to become a celestial immortal is the most important checkpoint in all of cultivation. The jindan formed during the breakthrough will determine the power and potential the cultivator will have in the future, the wild dog said. The weakest type of jindan is formed when the cultivator has to laboriously draw on the natural energy, condensing it into a jindan. A higher level method is to rely on many precious treasures in forming the jindan, guiding the essence of those treasures to come together through your own personal power. These jindans are much more powerful. The best method of all is a method which imitates the birth of fiend gods from the primordial chaos. The bodies of those fiend gods are formed from the power of chaos itself. To create the most supreme of celestial immortal jindans, you have to use an entire vast world as your furnace. This world needs to be extremely large, at least on par with this prison world. What you need to do is to summon all the limitless power of that vast world, then condense it into a jindan. This is the best possible jindan, and it will contain tremendous power of incredible purity. Of the three methods, the best method is to use the energy of an entire world in order to cultivate the jindan. The second method is to rely on precious items to help you increase your power. The third method primarily relies on you relying on your own power to draw more in. But of course, there are advantages and disadvantages to everything. The best method requires you to use an entire vast world as your furnace, which is only possible with the assistance of a chaos immortal. In addition, when undergoing your tribulation, the power of the celestial tribulation will be a bit more powerful than even an Empyrean tribulation. The wild dog looked at Ning. In the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, only a very small percentage of the core members are capable of using the best method to produce a Jindan. As for you, it's too late. You're already a true immortal. Your path is set. There's no way to change it. The wild dog shook his head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 30, Upgrading the Jindan. Chapter 30, Upgrading the Jindan. My path is set? Ning refused to accept this. He immediately asked, I'm a true immortal right now. My Jindan is still fairly weak. Is there really no way to upgrade it by even a single tier? According to the cultivation techniques of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, true immortals and true gods should be on the same level of power. That meant he would be equivalent to a Taofather in the three realms. It's useless. Your Jindan is already formed. No matter how much you struggle, your path is already set. The wild dog's dark yellow eyes stared at Ning. You have the weakest type of Jindan possible. Even though you are a true immortal, some of the most powerful celestial immortals will be stronger than you. Even if you become an ancestral immortal, top-tier true immortals will be comparable to you in strength. You will always be a step behind them. Ning gritted his teeth. In the three realms, things were different. True immortals were comparable to Empyrean gods, while Taofathers were comparable to true gods. But the heavens always leave behind at least a sliver of a chance. There has to be some way. Ning said. Oh, technically there is, the wild dog said. However, the Jindan is formed after the tribulation. To upgrade it later, this will be far more difficult than even the celestial tribulation itself. What method? Ning immediately asked. Special treasures from the primordial chaos, the wild dog said. The primordial chaos has given birth to many marvelous things. Certain treasures, when mixed together, can allow the Jindan to be upgraded in quality. However, very few know this method for upgrading the Jindan, and even fewer are able to locate these incredibly rare chaos ingredients. It'll be almost impossible for you to upgrade your Jindan. And, even if you do manage to scrounge up the necessary chaos ingredients as well as the upgrade method, you'll at most be able to upgrade your Jindan to the second tier. That's the absolute limit, the wild dog said. The second tier? Ning's eyes lit up. The first tier is the tier where true immortals become equal to true gods. The second tier will only allow for true immortals to be comparable to the weakest of true gods. As for the third tier, your tier, any true god would completely massacre you, the wild dog said. Ning said delightedly, the second tier is perfectly fine. To have a foundation comparable to that of a weak true god was enough. Perfectly fine? First of all, very few know the Jindan upgrade method. To acquire the necessary chaos ingredients is even more difficult. The wild dog looked at Ning. Senior, I wonder if... Ning eagerly awaited the response. I do indeed know a method for upgrading the Jindan. The wild dog shook his head. However, I couldn't possibly teach it to you for no reason at all. But of course, if you were able to bring that world-level expert here, I would immediately teach you the Jindan upgrade method. Ning hurriedly said, Senior, the stronger I am, the higher my status will be. Only then will I have a chance of meeting that individual. I've said everything I need to say. Bring the world-level expert here. If that person doesn't come, then you can forget about bringing anyone else, such as your elder gods and ancestral immortals. There's no point in them coming. The wild dog closed his eyes. Senior. Senior. Ning repeatedly called out to the wild dog for a long period of time, but the wild dog completely ignored him, acting as though he was asleep. Ning understood. The wild dog wasn't going to act without an incentive, as the saying went, you don't release the hunting hawk until you've seen the hare. The only reason this ancient elder god was even willing to tell Ning so much was because of Mother Nuwa's existence. The elder god, however, wasn't willing to actually help out Ning at all, unless he was given an incentive to do so. Half a day later. Senior. Ning's clone once more was carrying a wooden platter of food and wine, but this time he was walking towards the filthy-looking old man. Only now did Ning understand that in the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, Tao Fathers and Elder Gods were considered to be on the same level. This filthy-looking elder was equal to the wild dog in power, and most importantly of all, he walked the key refiner path. Ning naturally felt tremendous hope. Thanks to his experiences in conversing with the Elder God, Ning was very careful in his actions. The filthy-looking old man also wanted to leave this place, and he was also capable of telling that Ning was not lying to him. Thus, he told Ning many things. This old man also knew a method for upgrading the Jindan, and he even had 2 of the chaos ingredients needed to carry it out, although he didn't have all of them. However, he wasn't willing to give Ning anything at all. Senior, would you like for some fine wine or delicacies? Senior, do you need any slaves or servants? Some people to accompany you, serve you, and amuse you? Ning knew that there was no way to force it out of him, and so he tried a softer tactic. Kid, stop wasting your energy. I have an estate treasure with me, and inside the estate are a large number of servants and slaves. All sorts of wonderful wine and food are inside the estate, just waiting for when I feel hungry. The filthy-looking old man gave Ning a glance. I'm an ancestral immortal. I'm capable of drawing on the power of primordial chaos to replenish the energy of my treasures. Although this prison world has set up a grand formation to harvest chaos nectar, I'm still able to pull in enough energy to keep myself and my estate treasure in perfect shape. Ning was speechless. The man was carrying servants and slaves with him? Don't bother with any other tricks. None of them are able to beguile an elder god or an ancestral immortal. I'll only be willing to help you once you bring that world-level expert over and release me from my captivity, the filthy-looking old man said. And then, he shut his eyes as well, paying no more attention to Ning. They really respond to nothing whatsoever. He's just like the wild dog. He won't act without an incentive. Ning sat there on his void boat, grinding his teeth in a very discontented fashion. If I was able to meet with Mother Nuwa, why would I be here? If Mother Nuwa was around, the Seamless Gate wouldn't dare to cause trouble. In fact, the Lord of all Fiends and his Seamless Gate army wouldn't even have dared to return from the primordial chaos. Ugh! This prison world had imprisoned quite a few Tao Fathers and Elder Gods. All of them were shockingly powerful, but none of them were able to do anything to their shackles. Only if their power increased to Panga's level, the world level, would they be able to forcibly shatter them. What should I do? These experts at the Tao Father or Elder God level all have some degree of insight into the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. All of them are able to withdraw energy from the primordial chaos. Ning pondered on what to do. The celestial immortals present here all had to rely on consuming spirit pills to stay alive, but the Tao Fathers did not. The filthy-looking old man, for example, was able to sustain even his estate treasure. Most likely, every single elder god and ancestral immortal was still at peak combat power. The reason the king of Pangea keeps overseers in his prison worlds is to keep a watch on them. Once an overseer sees that an elder god or ancestral immortal is breaking through to the world level and shattering the manacles, the overseer is to immediately notify the king. Ning understood this. Not even the king of Pangea was able to prevent these elder gods and ancestral immortals from meditating on the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. The heavenly Tao of primordial chaos was everywhere, after all. But of course, becoming a world-level expert was far too difficult. Generally speaking, those capable of succeeding would do so within a single chaos cycle. Mother Nuwa, for example, had done so long ago. In truth, these elder gods and ancestral immortals who had already been alive for multiple chaos cycles had almost no chance of succeeding. However, they were very long-lived and very powerful. Even if Ning asked his master Subhuti to come here to help out, Subhuti would have no chance of breaking the manacles, and if Subhuti attempted to kill these people to steal their treasures, he might end up suffering a backlash from it. I should take things slow. If things look grim for us when the end war begins to approach, I'll tell Master and the others about this prison world. Ning wasn't a completely selfless person. This prison world was equivalent to an enormous treasury. It was up to him to figure out a method to unlock it and access the treasures within. The treasures and techniques these elder gods and ancestral immortals possessed were all definitely extraordinary. However, for now Ning had no ways to access any of them. Even if he summoned Subhuti, Dao's three purities, Tathagata, Swearin, and the others to join forces, they would still be taking on an enormous risk. Once these ancient prisoners began to go berserk, there was no way for Ning to assess exactly how powerful these prisoners. He was, however, certain of one thing: the Pangea Chaos Kingdom was far more powerful than the three realms. Ning rode the void boat at high speed for more than 4 hours before lowering it to the ground. He slowly walked forward across the desolate landscape. More than 1,000 kilometers from him was a woman, seated in the lotus position. HRM? The woman's eyelids twitched, then slowly opened. Finally, a living being approaches. The woman's eyes lit up. She was far too lonely. It was hard for her to even stay alive here, much less sustain an estate treasure. Generally speaking, only the Tao Father and Elder God prisoners within this prison world were able to waste energy on such a thing. It's been a long time since I've seen an overseer. The woman looked at the distant Ning, but upon seeing him, her face instantly changed. A true immortal? He's clearly a true immortal, but such a weak true immortal. The overseers of Pangea are all core members of the kingdom. Any true immortal overseer should be a supreme, top-tier true immortal. Suddenly, a thought entered the woman's mind. She instantly felt completely stunned. The white-robed youth walked over, then said in a calm voice, "As you suspected, the Chaos Kingdom of Pangea has been wiped out. You only have two paths before you, to serve me, or to die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 19, Chapter 31, Soul Scour. Chapter 31, Soul Scour. The seated woman didn't panic at all. Instead, she began to laugh loudly as she rose to her feet. As she did, her formerly emaciated figure began to transform. She became full-figured, and her skin became soft and tender. In the time it took for her to rise to her feet, she transformed from a starving beggar to a truly peerless beauty. "Lilisoft greets you, true immortal." The woman smiled merrily. "It's been a long time since I've seen an outsider, and 3 chaos cycles since I've seen an overseer. I truly feel delighted by your appearance. Most delightful of all is the news that Pangea has actually been wiped out." "Wonderful, wonderful." Ning stared at the woman. She wasn't going to panic at all? "Might Lilisoft learn your name or sobriquet, true immortal?" the woman asked. "Dark North." Ning looked at her. "Dark North?" The woman nodded slowly. "If you are able to release me, true immortal, I will submit to you. I'd even be willing to become your servant." "I'm unable to release you," Ning said. The woman was slightly startled, but she then nodded. "Right. It is too difficult to open these shackles. Only a chaos immortal or a world god can open these shackles without a talisman of command from the king of Pangea. However, true immortal, I don't wish to die. Thus, I'm willing to submit to you. I would like to ask, however, that you not place a soul imprint upon my soul." Ning actually chuckled. "You agreed quite quickly. When the Chaos Kingdom of Pangea existed, the King of Pangea wouldn't kill me, as he had to worry about other factions and factors. Now that it is destroyed, however, in your eyes, true immortal, all of us are nothing more than alien prisoners. In a case like this, the only outcomes are either death or servitude. I don't want to die, so I have to serve, the woman said with a smile. Ning nodded. This was much like how things were in the mortal world. Humans and monsters were born enemies. Humans would kill wild beasts and cook them, while wild beasts would attempt to eat humans when possible. Of course, powerful immortal cultivators and dire monsters wouldn't fight that much against each other. In the eyes of those of the three realms, no mercy at all could be shown to any alien outsiders. If they released one, that person might return with other alien outsiders and wipe out the entire three realms. Thus, all of them had to die, unless they could be forced to pledge fealty. The soul imprint. The woman looked at Ning. A soul imprint would have a slight impact on her ability to comprehend the Tao, making it even harder for her to progress on her immortal path. There's no need for a soul imprint. Ning shook his head. However, I am going to use a soul scour technique on you. You are not to resist. Since there was nowhere for these people to go, there really was no need for him to soul imprint them. Soul scour? The woman hesitated for a moment. This was equivalent to revealing everything about herself to this man. If you are unwilling to comply, then you are of no use to me, Ning said. The woman gritted her teeth. Fine. Lilysoft will comply, true immortal. Although the true immortal in front of her was of the weakest tier, if they ended up actually fighting, even if the true immortal was unable to kill her, he would be able to force her to use up her immortal energy. Once it was all used up, she'd be finished. By contrast, the true immortal in front of her was the overseer. His own energy would be constantly replenished from the side world. Excellent. Ning nodded. Ning felt no pity at all for these alien outsiders from the primordial chaos. For the sake of his own race, for the sake of his wife and daughter, Ning would show them no mercy, no matter how many he had to kill. Ning walked into the cell. Lilysoft shut her eyes. She sighed to herself. I used an innate beauty spell, but it had no effect on him at all. Alas, just now, she had used up her immortal energy to restore her appearance, then cast an innate beauty spell that enhanced her natural charm. This sort of natural, innate charm and beauty was even more effective than ordinary, coarse charm spells. But alas, Ning's heart force was shockingly powerful, having reached the 4th level. It wasn't something which the beauty of a celestial immortal like her could possibly shake. In truth, Ning hadn't even noticed that this woman had cast a spell. All he had felt was that this woman truly was surpassingly beautiful. However, ever since he had sent his wife, Yue, into the infinity hells, to him, external beauty was nothing more than rouge applied to a skeleton. Ning reached out, placing his hand upon the top of Lilysoft's head, immediately using a soul-scouring technique. Within her body was a dazzling, enormous golden Jindan. Above the Jindan, there were images of heaven, earth, mountains, rivers, and other things. The aura of the Jindan was incredibly powerful. First-tier Jindans truly are formidable. She clearly is just a celestial immortal, but her Jindan isn't weaker than my true immortal Jindan at all. Ning felt absolutely stunned as he sent his core sense into the Jindan. However, he immediately cast that aside as he began his soul scouring. Her soul had merged into her Jindan, becoming one with it. However, invisible strands of soul energy began to infiltrate her Jindan like dots of starlight, teasing their way into her soul. Fairy Lilysoft would have been able to effortlessly fight back, as she was actually Ning's equal in power. There was no way for Ning to forcibly soul scour her. However, Fairy Lilysoft had already given her. She suppressed her instinctive desire to fight back, not daring to resist at all, allowing Ning to investigate as he pleased. Instantly, Ning began to flip through a large amount of memories. The many things Fairy Lilysoft had experienced after being born. The vastness and the might of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. Everything was laid bare before Ning. Oh, these are the cultivation techniques. Ning finally located information regarding key refining techniques within Fairy Lilysoft's memories. These memories were sealed like bubbles. Ning wanted to go inside them, but the surface of these bubbles was covered with many mysterious runes. No matter what Ning tried, he was unable to look inside these memories. All he was able to do was see a few odds bits and pieces from the outside. In our three realms, people usually swear oaths to the Tao of the heavens or swear demon heart oaths that they will not divulge or reveal the secrets behind certain important techniques. Even if an enemy attempts to soul scour them, the Tao of the heavens will intervene to prevent it. This technique the Pangea Chaos Kingdom uses, however, is even tighter than that. There was nothing Ning could do. The mysterious runes covering these memories were incomparably marvelous and profound. No celestial immortal could have possibly devised these runes. It had to have been her seniors within her school who had created them. Ning's only choice was to give up and to continue viewing her other memories. He spent a full 12 hours doing so before he finally moved his hand away from Fairy Lilisoft's hair. She simply had far too many memories, and Ning had wanted to get a detailed understanding of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, which was why he had spent such a long period of time. So that's how things are. A smile appeared on Ning's face. What an unexpected surprise. After fully reviewing Fairy Lilisoft's memories, he understood quite a bit about the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. Fairy Lilisoft had a very special status. Her grandfather was the King of Pangea. The King of Pangea had 3 sons, and Fairy Lilisoft's father was the second. When wandering the world, the second prince had ravished a sacred maiden of a local school, then went on his merry way, completely forgetting about her. Generally speaking, the more powerful one was, the harder it would be for one to conceive. The King of Pangea, for example, had all 3 of his children prior to reaching the world level, and none after. The second prince had never imagined that this casual rape of his would result in the birth of a daughter. For a sacred maiden to grow pregnant and give birth, instantly, countless people cursed her as shameless, and her life became very difficult. Fairy Lilisoft had grown up by her mother's side. She had watched as her mother was tormented, beaten, and cursed at until her mother finally committed suicide. This caused Fairy Lilisoft to feel boundless hatred towards this father she had never met. Sometime after this, the King of Pangea had cast a spell that alerted him to the fact that there was actually a member of his bloodline outside the palace. He found this granddaughter of his, then brought her back. Fairy Lilisoft's status had instantly skyrocketed, and she was able to effortlessly destroy the school that had become a nightmarish hell for her mother. However, she actually felt even more hatred towards her father, the second prince. She had lain in wait like a viper, waiting for her chance. Finally, her chance came, and she sent the completely unprepared prince into the sea of infinite suffering. Although the King of Pangea quickly arrived to rescue the second prince, he had still spent a full hour inside the sea of infinite suffering, and as a result, he had gone insane. The King of Pangea had been utterly enraged by this. There were very few members in the Imperial clan, however, and so instead of killing her, he had imprisoned her within a prison world. The King of Pangea truly is incredible. He was actually able to conquer a total of 12 chaos worlds. In fact, he has actually killed at least 3 world-level experts. Ning was secretly amazed. After a chaos world was born, it would slowly grow old with the passage of time, then perish. After its destruction, however, a new fiend god would be born who would establish a new chaos world. Thus, the Pangea Chaos Kingdom had actually been commanding a very large region for a very long period of time. He was able to kill someone at the level of Pangu and Mother Nuwa. The King of Pangea is both a fiend god and a key refiner. He truly is incredible. Ning sighed. In terms of power, the Pangea Chaos Kingdom was far more powerful than the 3 realms. However, I didn't expect that the 5 treasures sword art is actually this incredible. Ning's eyes lit up. There definitely was no way that Tao Father Fujiu came up with this sword art. He must have found it somewhere. Only after searching Fairy Lilisoft's memories did Ning realize that only those who had reached the world level could create a technique that surpassed the limits of the heavenly Taos, with emphasis on the word could. Not every chaos immortal or world god was capable of creating such a technique. Not even Mother Nuwa had been able to do so. Even the Pangea Chaos Kingdom only had 3 techniques that surpassed the heavenly Daos in some way. The Pangea Chaos Kingdom had a total of 3 world-level experts, with the King of Pangea being the most powerful of them. The other 2 world-level experts, however, hadn't been able to create any techniques that surpassed the heavenly Daos. 2 of the 3 had been created by the King of Pangea, with the third having come from a chaos world which they had conquered in the past. Techniques that surpassed the heavenly Daos, even elder gods and ancestral immortals of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom had to render major merits to the kingdom before they would be bestowed and taught one of the techniques. Celestial immortals and empyrean gods weren't even qualified to learn them at all. As for true gods and true immortals, they had to have astonishing talent, have extremely high statuses, and have rendered many contributions to the kingdom before they would be taught one. Those who were taught one of the 3 techniques would have to swear life oaths that they would not teach it to any others. In the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, the only one with the power to transmit these 3 major techniques to others was the King of Pangea himself. All the elder gods and ancestral immortals had sworn life oaths upon acquiring them. In other words, there's no way I could possibly acquire any techniques that surpassed the heavenly Daos in this prison world. Ning felt truly stunned. Tao Father Fujiu of our 3 realms, however, actually possessed such a technique, something which only a tremendously wise person who was on Mother Nuwa's level of power could devise, but Ning suddenly thought of the fact that before Tao Father Fujiu had died in the primordial chaos, he had actually arranged for this legacy to be taught to others. It was as though he had known that he would be in great danger. Tao Father Fujiu must have acquired the 5 treasures, sword art from somewhere else. However, he didn't want to divulge the location, which is why he claimed he created it, Ning mused to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 32, Dominating True Gods and True Immortals. Chapter 32, Dominating True Gods and True Immortals. Lilisov stood there, not daring to say a word. She knew that the overseer before her was thinking. Finally, Ji Ning looked towards her. Excellent. I know that you are running out of spirit pills. This bottle of spirit pills should be enough for you to stay alive for a period of time. As he spoke, he produced a jade bottle in his hand, filled with pure yang spirit pills. These pills instantly caused Lilisov's eyes to light up. Thank you, true immortal. Lilisov was extremely respectful. This was exactly what she needed right now. In truth, celestial immortals used up very, very little energy if they focused on staying alive and didn't fight against others. However, they simply couldn't deal with the obscene amount of time they had been imprisoned here. A chaos cycle was an incredibly long period of time, and total the amount of immortal energy they used up each chaos cycle was quite shocking. There's something I would ask you, Ning said. Pray tell, true immortal. Lilisov was puzzled. The man knew all of her memories, why did he need to ask her anything? I trust you can tell that my Jindan is the weakest type of Jindan, Ning said. I've heard that there are ways to use chaos ingredients and special techniques to transform and upgrade the Jindan to the 2nd tier. This prison world currently holds many prisoners. What should I do in order to acquire what I need from them and upgrade my Jindan? Although he had seen her memories, her thoughts and her ideas remained her own. Do you have any assistance, true immortal? Lilisov looked at Ning. I'm by myself, Ning said. If that's the case, Lilisov pondered for a moment. The weakest prisoners here are empyrean gods and celestial immortals. The higher level figures are true gods and true immortals, while the highest are elder gods and ancestral immortals. The last 2 are able to draw upon the energy of primordial chaos and are very powerful. I imagine, true immortal, that you won't be a match for them. As for the empyrean gods and celestial immortals, they were fairly weak members of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. No matter how special they were, and even if they do know of methods to upgrade the Gene Dan, they would have been forced to swear life oaths to never teach these methods to others. In addition, it's virtually impossible that they might have valuable chaos ingredients on them. Thus, only the true gods and true immortals are left. Lilysoft looked at Ning. Only from them might you find the materials that you need, Lord Darknorth. Those true gods and true immortals generally haven't reached the level of being able to draw upon the energy of primordial chaos, and so they are also forced to rely on using spirit pills to survive. It's one thing to use spirit pills to preserve their life force, but quite another to fight in battle. Lilysoft smiled merrily at Ning. If you continuously attack the true gods and true immortals, forcing them to use up their divine power or immortal energy, no matter how many spirit pills they have, they won't be able to keep fighting for too long. In the end, they'll end up running out of energy and dying. Milord, you can force them to submit to you. Alternately, you can kill them and take their treasures for yourself. The treasures which true gods and true immortals have are all far superior to the treasures which Empyrean gods and celestial immortals have. Lilysoft looked at Ning. The prison world is a vast place, and there are many true god and true immortal prisoners here. Kill them or force them into servitude. If you completely sweep through all of them, I trust, Lord Darknorth, that you'll be able to find what you need. Ning gave Lilysoft a glance. What a vicious mind she had. She was merciless, even to members of her fellow race. Although Ning had access to her memories, he truly hadn't come up with an idea like this before. Milord, all you need to do is stay outside the formation. You can attack them, but they won't be able to attack you. Lilysoft smiled at Ning. The only outcome will be their defeat. Either they submit, or they perish. I'm far from being a match for true immortals and true gods. Ning let out a sigh. To kill a true god? Or a true immortal who was equivalent to a three realms Dowfather. In the outside world, Ning wouldn't even dare imagine such a thing, given his current level of power. But it would indeed be possible, here within the prison world. Milord, all you need is patience. Each of the true gods and true immortals will be defeated by you, one by one. You'll dominate them and sweep through them, aside from any who might be able to draw upon the energy of primordial chaos, Lilysoft said. Perhaps there are some with that power in this prison world, but they are definitely in the tiniest of minorities, less than 1 in 100. Ning chuckled. Very good. He then turned and left. Time flowed one. Ning continued to sweep through the Empyrean gods and celestial immortals, going through 6 more of them. 2 of them, upon learning that the Pangea Chaos Kingdom had fallen, went berserk and tried to kill Ning. However, Ning was protected by the 8-9 arcane art. He wasn't someone they could kill. Those 2 naturally ended up dying. As for the other 4, they were actually delighted by this news, and they willingly allowed Ning to soul scour them. Their choice, after all, was to serve or to die. They knew what to choose. Ning had scoured the memories of a total of 5 Empyrean gods and celestial immortals, Lilysoft included. He instantly knew far more regarding the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. It seems I really do have to turn towards those true gods and true immortals. Ning sat there within the void boat. The idea which celestial immortal Lilysoft came up with is the only possible solution. True gods and true immortals were far more exalted figures than Empyrean gods and celestial immortals. Just like in the 3 realms, the difference in status was like the difference between heaven and earth. Status, power, treasures, they were on a completely different level. In fact, in the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, some powerful true gods and true immortals of certain schools were permitted to transmit the Tao on their own accord, and so they actually carried certain techniques with them. Whoosh! The void boat flew into the air above a lake. The lake was dotted with tiny little islands, one of which had a true immortal prisoner on it. Atop the island, true immortal Winterpeak was seated in the lotus position, completely absorbed in his own thoughts. Suddenly, he sensed ripples from the outside world and was startled into wakefulness. Someone's coming? True Immortal Winterpeak opened his eyes. He instantly saw the white-robed figure who was a few hundred kilometers away. He was quite surprised. True Immortal? With such a puny aura? This is a true Immortal of the weakest variety possible. For the denizens of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, true Immortals had a much higher status than Empyrean gods and true Immortals, who were considered equal to each other. Ning's true body was both a fiend god and a key refiner, and Winterpeak could sense the fiend god aura emanating from Ning's body, but he paid much more attention to Ning's pure young aura. Except, the pure young aura around Ning was ridiculously weak. You are the new overseer? The look on true Immortal Winterpeak's face suddenly changed. What happened to Pangea? How could it have sent you here? I imagine you have guessed it already. The Pangea Chaos Kingdom is no more. Ning stood there in midair as he spoke. This prison world has now fallen into my hands. The previous overseers probably wouldn't have dared to assault and kill the prisoners with no cause, but I dare. True Immortal Winterpeak scoffed. You? Naturally, he felt quite arrogant. This sort of puny true Immortal was too weak. Winterpeak would be able to effortlessly dominate him. I'll give you two options. Ning could sense the aura of danger emanating from the man before him. The aura was so terrifying, it dwarfed even the combined auras of the nearly 300 Empyrean gods and true Immortals the Seamless Gate had sent to kill him. This true Immortal of Pangea definitely was on par with the true gods and Taofathers of the three realms. The first choice is to submit to me, Ning said. The second choice is to resist me. I'll continuously assault you from outside the formation, while you will be unable to attack me at all. Your power is incredible, and you are much more powerful than me, but when you fight against me, you'll use up your immortal energy. Once it is all used up, you'll die. Choose, Ning said calmly. True Immortal Winterpeak's eyes flashed with cold light. In the era of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, this sort of puny true Immortal would be terrified and quiver in his presence. You overestimate your abilities, you crawling insect, True Immortal Winterpeak said coldly. None of the trillions of living creatures under my domain would have dared to disobey my commands. An inferior true immortal like you who was born to a lowly caste, I can stand here and allow you to attack me, and you still won't be able to injure me. His pride and his arrogance, as well as the status he had enjoyed for so long, prevented him from lowering his head before such a weak true immortal. It must be understood that even though he had committed a major offense, the exalted king of Pangea had only elected to imprison him here. Is that so? Then permit a lowly, crawling insect such as myself to see your power. Ning waved his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, a total of 729 pure yang flying swords appeared around him. 720 of them had come from the slain Goodhill. All of them were imprinted with the runes of the Greater Thousand Swords formation. With Ning's fourth stage heart force aiding his soul, he was able to activate and command all 729 flying swords at the same time. Ning's current soul was capable of controlling even the perfect Heaven Punisher, to say nothing of a few flying swords. Instantly, a jade sword took form in front of Ning. Greater Thousand Swords formation, level 9. Oh, so you have a bit of ability. True Immortal Winterpeak sat there in the lotus position, a cold smile on his face. This crawling vermin, if it wasn't for this formation, Winterpeak would be able to easily annihilate him. Swish! A streak of light appeared in the skies as the jade sword stabbed straight towards True Immortal Winterpeak. Oof! Winterpeak just let out a cold snort. A streak of golden light shot out from his eyes, and with a boom, the jade sword formed by Ning's 9th level, Greater Thousand Swords formation, was instantly blasted apart. It was as though Ning's swordlight was an egg smashing against a rock. Naturally, it had been a completely one-sided fight. The difference in power was too great. He really does have the power of a true god or Taofather of the three realms. Ning began to feel even more desire for the chance to upgrade his Jin Dan, even if it was only to the 2nd tier. At least the difference in power wouldn't be this ridiculously huge. Go, go, go. Ning formed one jade sword after another in front of him. The light of the greater thousand swords formation flashed repeatedly as the swords chopped towards True Immortal Winterpeak. True Immortal Winterpeak blocked 3 successive attacks. Finally, he began to frown. I'm using up my energy too quickly. If this continues, True Immortal Winterpeak didn't want to admit it, but the truth was that controlling magic treasures to fight in this manner used up his energy far too quickly, even though it was simple. Go! A look of anger and embarrassment appeared on his face as he let out this angry roar. Instantly, a 30-meter-tall bowl-shaped treasure appeared. It covered the area where True Immortal Winterpeak was located, protecting him. For Winterpeak, cowering like a turtle in this fashion was a source of humiliation. But by hiding under a magic treasure, he was able to use up much less of his energy. Boom! 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 One flash of swordlight after another came chopping down upon the bowl-shaped magic treasure, but they were unable to break through. Ning frowned. The greater thousand swords formation uses up energy too quickly. If I rely on just absorbing natural energy from the outside world, it'll take me forever to kill him. If I use spirit pills to replenish my energy, I'll end up using too many pills. It seems I have to come up with a low energy tactic. Ah, right. Ning suddenly was struck by a thought. He was reminded of a treasure he had, the 8 Fires Chinkuan world. The 8 Fires Chinkuan world held 8 different types of true fire within it, and their blazing power was quite terrifying. All Ning had to do was use a bit of his own energy to activate and maintain the 8 Fires Chinkuan world. In addition, his foe was trapped within a region of 1,000 kilometers. He wouldn't be able to attack the 8 Fires Chinkuan world at all. His only option would be to sit there and be roasted. This was indeed a perfect method. The burning power of the 8 Fires Chinkuan world wasn't one whit weaker than Ning's sword chops with the greater thousand swords formation, but it used up far less energy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 33, Roaming the Primordial Chaos. Chapter 33, Roaming the Primordial Chaos. True Immortal Winterpeak, hiding under the bowl-shaped treasure, discovered to his astonishment that Ning had halted his attacks. He stopped? With but a thought, Winterpeak dismissed his bowl-shaped treasure. The mere act of keeping a treasure active required him to use up immortal energy. There were many prisoners here who wouldn't even use their energy on maintaining their clothes, causing them to corrode and decay over the course of time. Although it was very hard for magic treasures to be damaged, if enough chaos cycles passed, they would still end up destroyed. Winterpeak raised his head, staring at the white-robed youth in the skies. He smirked. I urge you to give up. A puny true immortal like you must be forced to consume an enormous amount of energy to release swordlight of such power. Soon, your energy will be used up, and you'll have to leave the prison world to replenish it, which will take time. It will take a very, very long amount of time for you to wipe out my energy using such a method. Are you afraid? Ning suddenly asked. Winterpeak twitched. Poof. After a cold snort, he fell silent. It was true. He had no way to replenish his immortal energy, while the overseer was able to constantly regain it. With enough time, his immortal energy would be used up in the end. Let's see just how patient you are, Winterpeak mused to himself. Ning had placed the 8 Fires Chinkuan world within the star-seizing manor. He had just sent one of his clones to leave the stone steel and bring it back. Because there was a bit of distance to travel, it took him a full day of flying before he returned. Winterpeak frowned. He could see yet another white-robed figure flying towards him from afar. Tawu 18 fiend gods? He instantly was able to guess at the technique. Do you really think it'll take me a lot of energy to attack you? The white-robed youth waved his hand, and a lotus of fire quickly soared into the skies, moving to a location that was directly above Winter Peak. The flaming lotus faced the ground and began to swivel. At the same time, it quickly expanded to become 1,000 kilometers in size as all the petals of the lotus flower began to open. A total of 8 lotus petals completely unfurled, and streams of true fire began to surge towards the ground. Shit! Winter Peak's face instantly changed, and the bull-shaped magic treasure once more appeared around him. As the sea of flames surged towards him, every single inch of the bull-shaped treasure was bathed in fire. The ground around him was charred into ash. Winter Peak just stood there in midair, protected by that giant bowl as 8 different types of true fire frantically assaulted him from every direction. Poof! This is much easier. Ning just stood there in midair, watching. The 8 Fires Qiankuan world created an independent world of its own, filling it with flame to assault its foes. However, it wasn't invincible. Once the enemy fled outside the world created by the treasure, the enemy would no longer have to fear the assaults of those 8 streams of true fire. But alas, these prisoners were completely unable to leave the region they were in. All they could do was endure the 8 punishing streams of true fire. This was a treasure that had been personally forged by Zhurong, elder god of fire. The combined power of these 8 types of true fire was truly astonishing. However, since the treasure itself contained and nourished these 8 types of true fire, the only attack it really had was true fire. All Ning had to do was to keep the treasure active, then occasionally replenish a little bit of energy. Shit, shit. Winter Peak was truly beginning to panicking. This blazing treasure relies on internal flames to attack. It won't use up much of his energy, he can keep it active indefinitely. I, however, have to continuously use my treasure to defend against it. If this continues, where the hell did he find a treasure like this? Winter Peak was both furious and frantic. The 8 Fires Qiankuan world held 8 types of true fire in it. This treasure, by itself, was worth more than 100 top-grade pure yang treasures. Although Ning had killed 3 celestial immortals and empyrean gods within the prison world, he hadn't acquired a treasure like this from them. Within the star-seizing manor, a stone stele was placed within a hall. Swoosh! Ning appeared out of nowhere. He glanced at the stone stele, then willed it to transform into a streak of light that flew into Ning's forehead. Come out! Ning glanced sideways, then 15 more figures appeared out of nowhere. All of them had the auras of celestial immortals, and they all had different appearances. These 15 were 15 of the 18 bodies Ning now had, transformed using the 8-9 arcane art. When they are using the 8-9 arcane art to disguise themselves, not even true gods or Taofathers will be able to see through them, unless those Taofathers see them in person and use special ocular techniques to test them. Not even the major powers who have the ability to view the entire 3 realms and see into protocosmic spirit treasures like the star-seizing manor should be able to tell from far away that these 15 are all my clones, Ning mused to himself. It was very difficult to infiltrate protocosmic spirit treasures and see inside of them. The number of people in the 3 realms who could do such a thing could be counted on 2 hands. After activating the 9th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art and transforming, there was definitely no way someone would be able to see through the technique when it was used within the star-seizing manor. Only when no one knows how many clones I have will the clones be safe and effective, Ning mused to himself. Ning emerged from the star-seizing manor, going back to his little thatched cottage. He dispersed the minor clone he had left there, then raised his head and looked towards the 5 treasured peaks. 9 fangs, Ning sent mentally. Instantly, a streak of light shot towards him. The bald old man, empyrean god 9 fangs, immediately said respectfully, Manor Lord, return to the Starsizer world for now. There's something I need to do, Ning said. Acknowledged, 9 fangs said. And then, Ning left by himself aboard the void boat, departing from Sword Immortal world. The infinite, vast void held many enormous stars within it. The most dazzling of all stars were the solar star and the lunar star. In terms of size, even Nuwa's world or Suweren's Kindlefire world were much smaller than the solar star and the lunar star. The light that emanated from these two supreme celestial bodies shone down upon the entire three realms. These were stars that were formed from the primordial chaos as well. When Pango had established heaven and earth, he had used up an enormous amount of primordial chaos, so much so that a massive area around him became empty and devoid of all matter. This was where the seemingly infinite void came from. With all the primordial chaos sucked away, the stars that had been hidden within them now emerged. Swoosh! A void boat was traveling at high speed through the void, passing through one star after another. Soon, it reached the end of the void. Although the void was often described as infinite, there was an end to it, and at the end of the void was the primordial chaos itself. The void boat plunged into the primordial chaos, continuing to fly forward. Within a world of darkness. The God King, seated upon his massive, levitating throne, mused pensively to himself, "Why has Ning entered the primordial chaos?" The Nuwa Alliance had yet to notice Ning's abrupt departure from Sword Immortal world and entry into the primordial chaos, but the Seamless Gate had. This was because the Seamless Gate was worried that Ning was preparing to ambush them once more, and so they had people watching him at all times. What's he doing in the primordial chaos? The God King was puzzled. Unfortunately, there's no way for us to investigate. The God King possessed formidable divine abilities, and his invisible power could infiltrate and investigate even the void itself. There was nothing in the void that could block it, after all. But there was far too much energy and matter in the primordial chaos, there was no way for him to scan it at all. The primordial chaos was vast and truly endless, filled with limitless amounts of gray fog that contained marvelous types of energy and power. If one was able to comprehend the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos, one would be able to extract chaos energy from these chaos clouds. Ning, however, clearly was not capable of this. He was unable to replenish his energy from the primordial chaos, and so his only choice was to use up his spirit pills to do so. But of course, this was fine for a short journey into the primordial chaos. If he spent too much time within it, the end result would be that his energy would be depleted and he would die trapped. So many stars. He often encountered stars within the primordial chaos. The smallest were perhaps just 1,000,000 kilometers in size, while the largest were far larger than even a major world. Although these stars were located within the primordial chaos, they were so close to the three realms that the major powers of the three realms had already thoroughly searched and investigated them, marking them out in maps. Ning had acquired these maps from Mount Innerheart, and so he traveled the quickest route possible past the various stars. I'll choose this star. The star which the void boat had reached was a star that was completely formed from unyielding ice. In terms of size, it was probably comparable to the Grand Xia. The entire star emanated an aura of absolute ice, and the surface of the star was dotted with enormous crevices that looked like gorges, as well as bulges that looked like mountain peaks. A wild wind blew through the star, but there were no living creatures on it at all. Not even fiend gods or immortals would be willing to live within such an icy, harsh environment. Go! Ning willed it, and the stone steel instantly flew out from his forehead. As it flew out, it flew straight towards the deep abyss located in front of Ning. Soon, the gusts of wind blew it deep into the bottom of the abyss. Ning used his core sense to watch as the stone steel landed at the bottom. Very soon, a layer of icy frost appeared atop it, causing it to completely freeze within the abyss. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to use core sense to locate it. Ning, however, was the master of the stone steel. He was naturally able to sense it, wherever it was. There is no way for anyone to locate the stone steel here, Ning mused to himself. Not even major powers should be able to scan and locate it from far away within the void. Even if some of them are so incredibly powerful that they can reach this place with core sense, the stone steel is an incredibly mysterious object. Others have to see it with their actual eyes. Even if a major power knew that Ning had the stone steel and had hidden it within this star, the major power would have to visually and physically search through every single inch of the star. To search through every inch of a star that was the size of the Grand Xia? Ha! And of course, no one even knew that Ning had placed the stone steel here. This place shall be my base for a last stand. If I end up being destroyed, at least the 2 clones that I will keep within the stone steel will be able to continue to cultivate, eventually restoring all the other clones as well, Ning mused to himself. Swoosh! The void boat then continued its journey forward, going past several of the other stars in the primordial chaos before Ning departed from it, returning to the great void. At his current level of power, he only dared to voyage through the portions of primordial chaos that were very close to the 3 realms and had already been fully investigated by others. He didn't dare to delve any deeper into the chaos. No one knew that on this voyage into the primordial chaos, Ning had hidden a stone steel with 2 clones inside of a star. Those 2 clones would use the 8 Fires Qiankuan world and other Pure Yang treasures that could unleash elemental attacks to assault the true immortal and true god prisoners inside the prison world. Ning returned to the void, then passed through it to enter the Grand Xia. Standing in midair, Ning produced a talisman in his hand, filling it with his energy. Disciple. Subhudi's voice rang out in Ning's ears. Ning said, "Your disciple wishes to return to the Crescent world. In addition, there's something I need to speak to you regarding, Master." Whoosh! Instantly, a whirlpool appeared in the air next to Ning. Ning stepped into it, then began to head towards the Crescent world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 34, A Surprise for Subhudi. Chapter 34, A Surprise for Subhudi. Ning passed through the spatial vortex. A massive, levitating mountain suddenly appeared before his eyes, Mount Innerheart. Uncle Master. Uncle Master. Grand Uncle Master. Ning occasionally exchanged a few words with familiar faces as he walked up Mount Innerheart. Eventually, he reached Subhudi's Taoist temple. The 2 novices at the entrance, Clearwater and White River, didn't move to stop him. Clearly, they had already received instructions from the old patriarch. Ning entered the Taoist monastery, then saw his master Subhudi seated in the lotus position in the distance. Master. Ning bowed respectfully. What is it? Subhudi looked towards Ning. I ambushed the Seamless Gates forces multiple times and killed more than 10 Empyrean gods and true immortals, Ning said. I wanted to force the Seamless Gate to release my senior apprentice sister, but they still refused to agree. What I didn't expect was that I gained a surprising spoil of war. Subhudi chuckled. And why have you come in person to tell me, your master? The treasures of the Empyrean gods and true immortals weren't that special. My greatest spoils came from the death of a celestial immortal, Young Flame Freak, Ning said. Amongst Young Flame Freak's relics, I found a unique item that contains 7 great techniques. These 7 techniques are all unfathomably profound, and I had to struggle quite hard in order to learn them. After I learned them, the unique item actually shattered apart and dissolved into nothingness. Ning had pondered for a long time before deciding on explaining things thusly. He could choose to keep these 7 techniques a secret from his master, but given that both alliances were at war with each other, and that most of these techniques were useless to him, it was better for him to report it to his superiors. He wasn't afraid of the Seamless Gate acting against him, rather, he was more afraid of someone from his own alliance acting against him. For example, if a major power who was on par with Subhudi suspected that Ning had acquired formidable treasures from alien outsiders, then killed Ning, Subhudi might be enraged, but it would be too late for Ning. Oh? Subhudi smiled and nodded. It may have been a legacy left behind by a major power. It was fairly common for a legacy teaching item to automatically shatter once the legacy was taught. This was done to prevent the legacy leaking and becoming too widespread. These are the 7 techniques your disciple has memorized. Ning produced a bamboo scroll. Your disciple has already copied them down in their entirety. Master, please take a look. Subhuti accepted the scroll, then sent his core sense into it to read. A full hour passed. Subhuti was completely occupied by his reading, while Ning simply stood there to one side, waiting quietly. Ning. Finally, Subhuti raised his head, a look of surprise and delight on his face. You've just done a great deed. Ning felt a relaxed feeling in his heart. It would be good if this could help his alliance. His personal power was limited, and of the 7 techniques, the only ones that were of benefit to him were the Tawu 18 Fiend Gods and Armaments of Sin. Tawu 18 Fiend Gods could only be trained to the 2nd level if one had some extraordinarily precious Chaos Nectar. As for the other techniques, for now it was difficult for him to advance in them. These 7 techniques are definitely techniques left behind by alien outsiders. Subhuti let out a shocked sigh. I didn't expect that this weak little celestial immortal was actually holding techniques like this. It seems that a slain alien outsider must have left his relics and treasures behind somewhere in the 3 realms, with young Flame Freak discovering them. I know quite a few alien outsider techniques, but these 7 techniques are definitely top-tier ones. The Jewel Talisman is the most useful one of all. Subhuti's face was covered with excitement. You have quite a few alien outsider techniques? Ning looked at his master. Of course. Subhuti laughed. We've killed quite a few alien outsiders in the years since the primordial era. Some were as powerful as Rahu, and the Lord of all things was particularly powerful. He had a mighty army under his command, but we wiped them out. Naturally, we ended up with the relics they left behind. The 7 techniques you gain must have similarly been left behind in the 3 realms by a slain alien outsider. Ning nodded. However, while some alien outsider techniques are very useful, some are. Subhuti shook his head. Some require treasures that exist in the worlds where they were from, but don't exist in the 3 realms at all. Those techniques are naturally useless. For example, the Tawu 18 Fiend Gods, an enormous amount of treasures are needed to train to the 2nd level, some of which I've never even heard of. We've previously acquired 2 types of clone body techniques from the alien outsiders. These 2 are the 12 Heavens Fiend God and the 1,000 Bodies Sutra. The 12 Heavens Fiend God technique is very similar to this technique of yours, but it allows for the creation of only 12 bodies, and it's a bit easier to train as well. There are a few experts amongst the major powers who train in it. As for the 1,000 Bodies Sutra, it's extremely formidable. When mastered, one can use it to transform into 1,000 clones, each of which is as powerful as the original body. Once they merge together, the true body's power will explosively increase. But alas, just gaining a basic level of skill in the 1,000 Bodies Sutra requires a treasure known as a world heart. Where are we supposed to find treasures like that? 1,000 Bodies Sutra? Ning was shocked. To be able to transform into 1,000 clones? That was too terrifying. A world heart is created after countless years pass in a chaos world and the chaos world begins to grow old. When the chaos world dies, it'll transform into an extremely small gemstone which is the source of energy for many new fiend gods to eventually be born and establish a new chaos world. This gemstone is known as a world heart. Subhuti chuckled. The 1,000 Bodies Sutra requires a world heart. We only have a single chaos world, the 3 realms. Where are we supposed to find a world heart? Ning had searched the memories of several celestial immortals and Empyrean gods of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. He knew of world hearts. World hearts were treasures that were even more valuable and rare than chaos nectar. The Pangea Chaos Kingdom might have acquired some in the past, but without question they were in the hands of the King of Pangea or the other 2 world-level experts. The ancestral immortals and elder gods could forget about acquiring them. Of the 7 techniques you acquired, the Jewel Talisman is the most useful technique of all. Armaments of Sin will also be of some use in an era like ours. I trust that it will give birth to some new protocosmic spirit treasures, Subhuti said. However, to rely on slaughter alone to give birth to chaos treasures is far too difficult. I can't even imagine how many people you would have to kill to give birth to one. The leaders of Buddhism and Taoism, the 3 emperors, the 5 monarchs, Subhuti, and many other mighty major powers had access to chaos treasures. Thus, they wouldn't care too much about armaments of sin. But of course, this armaments of sin technique will be of use to you. Subhuti chuckled. Still, the jewel talisman technique allows for the creation of Dao seals. Every single Dao seal creation technique is tightly guarded. You can create Dao seals in advance, then use a large number of them in battle to overwhelm and slay your foe. Naturally, that's only possible if we can find an expert in Dao seals who can understand the mysteries of this jewel talisman. In the 3 realms, the most powerful expert in the art of formations and talismans would be human Emperor Fuxi, Subhuti said with a smile. Even I feel delighted upon having reviewed the jewel talisman, and I'll be able to produce some new Dao seals. When Fuxi sees it, he might be able to learn everything within it. Ning was speechless. The jewel talisman was simply unfathomably profound. When he read it, he felt like he was reading gibberish. To human Emperor Fuxi, however, this would indeed be shockingly useful. Right. You said that young Flame Freak was in possession of that item. Did he learn these 7 techniques? Subhuti's face suddenly changed. Ning hurriedly explained, Master, I had to use all my power to learn these 7 techniques. Given that young Flame Freak was a celestial immortal, I expect that he was probably just barely able to learn the Tao 18 Fiend Gods and part of the 9 bug solutions. He wouldn't have the ability needed to learn the rest. That's what I hoped to hear. Subhuti chuckled. The Tao 18 Fiend Gods and 9 bug solutions aren't that dangerous. In the past, when there was peace between us and the Seamless Gate, many of us were friends with each other. In fact, some of us became lifelong, bosom friends, and we exchanged many techniques. They have many of ours and we have many of theirs. They have the 12 Heavens Fiend God, and the 1,000 Bodies Sutra, as well. As for the 9 bug solutions, given that a very long period of time is needed to breed these bugs, and that the process is a very expensive one, neither side has the luxury of time and resources that would be needed. Ning nodded. Still, just to ensure that nothing unexpected happens, young Flame Freak needs to be gotten rid of, Subhuti said. Right. Ning nodded. Ning had first bound the treasures left behind by the Empyrean gods and true immortals, then began to work on the many other relics he had acquired. Only at the very end did he discover the stone steel hidden away amongst the miscellaneous items. Binding so many treasures had taken him a full day. If young Flame Freak was going to reveal it to anyone, he would have done so long ago, and so Ning hadn't been in a rush to kill his final few clones, pulling up grass by the roots. Indeed. Young Flame Freak was hoping to be lucky enough to survive. Of those 7 techniques, I was only able to learn the first technique and part of the second technique. Young Flame Freak was sitting within a palace, drinking wine. I could tell, however, that these were all inconceivably profound techniques. And the aura that stone steel emanated, it was even more terrifyingly powerful than the heavenly Daos. If I was to report this loss to the Seamless Gate, in order to ensure that none of the techniques are leaked, they'll probably kill me to silence me, once they acquire the technique from Ning. Ning will probably hide those 7 techniques for his own use. He won't be willing to tell others about them. Right. It has to be that way. Young Flame Freak himself had kept those 7 techniques hidden without telling anyone else at all. He believed that Ning would do the same. In addition, he didn't even dare to make a report. If he gave such a powerful technique to the Seamless Gate, he might be silenced and killed instead of rewarded. Young Flame Freak knew exactly how the Seamless Gate acted. They were absolutely savage and brutal. Young Flame Freak suddenly felt his head turn dizzy. What's going? Die. I might as well die. Young Flame Freak's eyes turned dim, and then his soul dispersed and shattered. He died, and the same happened to his other clone. Mount Inner Heart. Subhoodie closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them. He looked at Ning. The other 2 bodies of young Flame Freak have now died. All 18 bodies have perished now. Ning let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, young Flame Freak didn't possess a treasure like the Void Boat. He didn't dare to journey out within the primordial chaos, and so he kept all his clones within the 3 realms. Subhoodie was thus able to effortlessly kill him. Much like how Ning would be able to effortlessly hypnotize weaker cultivators, Subhoodie was able to effortlessly cause a celestial immortal to commit suicide. Of course, the Seamless Gate would have deeply desired to cause Ning to commit suicide in such a manner as well. However, Ning's heart force had reached the 4th level, the same level as that of many Dao Fathers. There was no way the Seamless Gate could force Ning to commit suicide. Let's go. Accompany me on a visit to human Emperor Fushi, Subhoodie said with a laugh. When he sees this jewel talisman, he's going to be delirious with joy. A top-tier seal creation technique like this is something he dreams of. Whoosh! A spatial vortex appeared before them. Subhoodie took Ning by the arm and led him straight into the spatial vortex. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 35, Meeting Fushi. Chapter 35, Meeting Fushi. They emerged from the spatial vortex. In front of them, as far as the eye could see, were endless flows of primordial chaos. A short while ago, Ning had journeyed by himself into the primordial chaos, but of course he had only toured the region that was very close to the 3 realms. Fushi is currently within the primordial chaos, working on various formations, Subhoodie said. Of the 3 emperors of mankind, Shinong and Fushi spend most of their time in the primordial chaos, with Swerin usually staying at the Kindlefire world. As he spoke, he led Ning forward at high speed. Space and time constantly shifted about them, causing them to move incredibly fast. Is that, due to the speed at which they were moving, the flows of primordial chaos around them became blurry and hard to see. However, Ning suddenly saw an enormous blazing fire appear in the distance. There we are. Subhoodie's voice rang out as their speed suddenly and dramatically lessened. Ning was quickly led by his master towards those towering flames. The flames roared and hissed in a veritable sea of conflagration. It was hard to see where the sea of flames ended. Water? Ning suddenly discovered to his astonishment that there seemed to be dark, barely visible waves that were rippling above the sea of flames. Only when he stared at them carefully did he recognize them for what they were, countless waves of black water. Below was an endless sea of flames, while above were endless waves of black water. The two seemed to be part of a whole, and the space between the flames and the waves seemed to be continuously destroyed. Fushi, Subhoodie called out. Whoosh! Instantly, a corridor appeared within the sea of flames in front of them. The flames on each side of the corridor couldn't enter it in the slightest. Come, let's go inside, Subhoodie said. Ning followed behind Subhoodie, the 2 of them flying inside. Is this a formation which the human emperor set up? Ning couldn't help but ask. These flames, I can't even tell what type of flames they are. The most famous flames in the 3 realms were the 9 types of true fire. This is the eternal kindle fire which human emperor Swerin developed, Subhoodie said. These flames surpass the 9 types of true fire in power. As for the waves of water above them, they were formed by extracting the essence of arcane moonwater from the lunar star. The kindle fire was established with the help of Swerin, which is why the flames are so numerous. The essence of the lunar star, however, has to be extracted by Fushi himself, which is why there is a bit less of the water. This is a formation that Fushi has been working on for some time, and it isn't perfected yet. Ning was stunned. Eternal kindle fire? Arcane lunar water? Most weaker cultivators, including Ning himself, had no idea that there were any flames more powerful than the 9 types of true fire. Ning himself only found out now. Solar true fire was commonly seen on the surface of the solar star, there was an enormous amount of it there. However, golden solar fire came from the very core of the solar star, and its power was far greater than that of solar true fire. Golden solar fire, even true gods and Tao fathers had to be careful around it. If they weren't carefully, they'd be burnt to death. Golden solar fire came from nature itself. However, the Zhurong god fire which elder god of fire Zhurong created was also a type of fire that surpassed the 9 mighty types of true fire. Alas, elder god Zhurong himself had perished long ago. Human Emperor Swearen had developed the eternal kindle fire, which was another type of fire that surpassed the 9 types of true fire. The 3 realms also had 9 types of true water. Above them in power were 2 types of water, arcane moon water from the lunar star, and the Gangyang god water from elder god of water Gangyang. Alas, elder god Gangdang had also died long ago. The 10 exalted elder gods had fought amongst themselves during the primordial era, and several of them had died in their struggles for supremacy. In truth, Pangu wasn't really an elder god, he was a world god. However, back then the various fiend gods didn't know what world gods even were. Because Pangu was simply far too overwhelmingly powerful, the 10 elder gods considered Pangu to be in a class of his own, the Pangu-level, a level which surpassed all immortals, Buddhas, fiends, and gods. Pangu established heaven and earth, then died from his labors. Mother Nuwa entered the primordial chaos, never to return. Elder god Fuxi had been reborn as a human, becoming human Emperor Fuxi. Multiple elder gods had died during the struggles for supremacy of the primordial era. The war against the seamless chaos world and the lord of all things that destroyed the primordial era had resulted in the deaths of even more elder gods. Thus, the likes of human Emperor Fuxi were now forced to laboriously extract arcane moonwater from the lunar star. Fortunately, Fuxi was a master of the heavenly Daos of Yin and Yang, which was why he was able to draw upon the supremely yin-aligned arcane moonwater. However, clearly his skill in controlling water was not a match for Swearen's skill in controlling fire. Fuxi has focused his efforts on the art of formations. If he was to focus his efforts on water, given his power and his insights into the heavenly Daos of Yin and Yang, he probably would have long ago been able to develop a form of arcane water that surpassed the 9 types of true water, Subhuti said with a sigh. In his past life, he was an elder god that was a master of the heavenly Tao of destruction. In this life, he is a human emperor, but he has decided to focus on formations. Ning felt extremely curious regarding Fuxi. Fuxi was someone who stood at the very peak of the 3 realms, in both this life and the previous one. Whoosh! After they passed through the flame corridor, they saw an island that was a few hundred meters long hover there in the midst of the primordial chaos. Atop the island was a tall, muscular man dressed in Taoist robes who was seated in the lotus position. His robes were covered with many Taiji diagrams, 8 trigrams diagrams, stellar diagrams, and other types of formation diagrams. The area surrounding him was filled with countless swirling runes. Fuxi was staring at the countless runes, occasionally changing them and occasionally moving them around. Don't be impatient. Wait a bit, Subhuti instructed. Understood. Nin nodded. After the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, the distant Fuxi finally came to a halt, allowing all the runes around him to disappear. Smiling, Fuxi looked towards Subhuti and Ning. Subhuti, why have you brought your treasured disciple here? Come, sit. He waved his hand, producing a pair of prayer mats in front of him. In front of each prayer mat was a table covered with wine. Subhuti led Ning forward. The two seated themselves. Naturally, I come bearing good news. Subhuti handed the scroll Ning had given him to Fuxi. Take a look. Oh. Fuxi accepted the scroll, then immediately sent his core sense into it to examine it. Upon doing so, he instantly became completely transfixed. Don't be impatient, Subhuti said to Ning. This is just how Fuxi is. Let's just wait here for now. Come, taste the wine. This is wine which Fushi personally created using his insights into the art of formations. There's no other place with wine like this. Ning lifted up his wine cup, taking a sip. Instantly, an incredibly comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. Even his soul felt more relaxed. It really is fine wine. Ning sighed in amazement. No one else can make it, Subhuti agreed. These two, master and disciple, began to chat and drink the wine. The tables were covered with what appeared to be small flagons of wine, but in truth every single flagon contained an enormous lake of immortal wine within it. The two drank to their heart's content for more than a full day before human Emperor Fushi finally withdrew his core sense from the bamboo scroll. Good. 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 Fushi was so excited, he said the word good 3 times in a row. What do you think? Subhuti looked at him. The jewel talisman is nice, eh? The Dao seals recorded within the jewel talisman are all incredibly marvelous. I had to spend 6 hours to completely comprehend all of them. Once I acquire all the necessary materials, I'll be able to construct quite a few powerful Dao seals. Fushi chuckled, thanks to these Dao seals, our new alliance will have an extra tool to rely on. Although the benefits will be minor, when many minor effects are added together, they'll be able to influence the overall course of events. Upon hearing the words benefits will be minor, Ning instantly understood that the new alliance had an extremely deep foundation, many of which he had no idea about. The Seamless Gate had formidable abilities, but the new alliance did as well. At this point in time, there are very few things that can increase the power of our new alliance as a whole. This jewel talisman, however, is one of them. Fushi shook his head and sighed. However, as far as I'm concerned, the most beneficial technique of the 7 was the Qiankuan reversing Gestalt formation. The reason I spent so much time just now was primarily because of that formation. What? The Qiankuan reversing Gestalt formation? It helped you significantly? Subhuti was puzzled. This formation requires 18 individuals to set up, and it also requires them to be of completely one mind. How could it have been of assistance to you? Ah, this is where you are wrong. Fushi shook his head. Although this is an excellent formation, the formation that I'm developing is even more astonishingly powerful. I naturally won't turn towards setting up the Qiankuan reversing Gestalt formation. However, the mysteries and secrets this formation contains are completely different from those used to set up formations in the 3 realms. In addition, it is especially powerful in the Qiankuan reversal aspect. Fushi sighed. All these years, I've been slowly working on my water flame apocalypse formation and coming up with ideas on how to better combine these 2 types of supreme fire and water. The Qiankuan reversal in the Gestalt formation gave me many new ideas. Although the Qiankuan reversing Gestalt formation isn't that powerful, the person who developed it is most likely much more powerful than even myself in the Tao of formations. At Fushi's level, when he looked at a formation, Fushi looked at how the formation was constructed. He was able to completely disassemble it into its component parts. Clearly, Fushi had gained what he had needed from this formation. And it was true, this Qiankuan reversing Gestalt formation had indeed been created by a major power within the primordial chaos, expressly for those who trained in the Tao 18 fiend gods. However, when Fushi said that this person was superior to him in the Tao of formations, Fushi had been wrong. The major power that had created this formation had lived in a completely different environment, which was why there were naturally many differences in the mysteries this formation contained. This was the reason why Fushi had gained so many new ideas upon seeing this formation. In terms of actual insight into the Tao of formations, however, the creator of the Qiankuan reversing Gestalt formation was just barely on par with Fushi. Can it help you perfect the water flame apocalypse formation? Subhuti was surprised and delighted. Eternal Kindle Fire, Arcane Moonwater, either of the 2 were tremendously powerful on their own. But if Fushi was to successfully and perfectly combine the 2 of them, the results would be utterly astonishing. It would be extremely useful during the final end war, and it would give them better chances of winning it. It was indeed of use. Fu Shi nodded. However, I'm still far away from being able to completely perfect this technique. I still need to spend some more time analyzing this gestalt formation in detail. These 7 techniques, all of them are excellent. They clearly do not belong to the 3 realms, they should have come from alien outsiders. Since you brought your disciple over, was it Ning who discovered these 7 techniques? Yes. Subhuti nodded. Swearin looked towards Ning, then sighed in a gratified manner. All people are selfish. Petty selfishness is focused on the self, nobler selfishness is focused on one's family, one's clan, one's nation, one's race, and even one's entire world. You are merely an Empyrean god and a true immortal. For you to be willing to hand over these 7 precious techniques, this really is quite rare and admirable. Ning felt ashamed upon hearing this. He had indeed given the 7 techniques to his master for the sake of the New Alliance, but he had kept the stone steel for himself. He had hidden it away without telling anyone, partially because he was worried about the Seamless Gate's formidable intelligence mechanisms, but also because he wanted to keep something in reserve for himself. It was very possible that he might die as a result of this storm that was sweeping the 3 realms. He wasn't afraid of dying, but if he died, who would protect his daughter? Of the 7 techniques you provided, the Jewel Talisman will be of benefit to the entire New Alliance, while the Chenkuan reversing gestalt formation is of considerable benefit to me. I can't just take these things from you without giving anything back, Fu Shi said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 36, Skyrocketing Cultivation. Chapter 36, Skyrocketing Cultivation. Fu Shi pondered for a moment, then said, Ning, how much of the perfect heaven Punisher's power can you control? I can already control all of it, Ning said respectfully. Oh. Fu Shi revealed a small smile. This type of grand formation that involves commanding countless celestial immortals and loose immortals is extremely taxing on both heart force and immortal energy, and it also requires a powerful soul heart force technique. Of all the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the 3 realms, you are the one who is best suited to commanding these formations. Prior to this, there was no one as skilled as you in this regard, which is why the likes of the perfect heaven Punisher formation were viewed as the apex. Ning nodded. There were several formations comparable to the Heaven Punisher formation, and his own master Subhuti had access to some of them. Since their power was on par with that of the Heaven Punisher formation, Ning hadn't asked for them. 4th level heart force, and a soul heart force technique, yes, you really are a perfect fit for these formations. Fu Shi chuckled. Give me a bit of time, I'll gift you with a formation that will allow you to control even more celestial immortals and loose immortals. Naturally, the maximum power of the formation will greatly increase as well. However, controlling it will also be considerably more difficult. Thank you, Human Emperor. Ning was overjoyed. In truth, he wasn't interested in any treasures the Human Emperor could give him, because Ning already had access to protocosmic spirit treasures. In addition, 2 of Ning's clones were within the prison world and were assaulting the various true gods and true immortals. He would definitely have plenty of powerful treasures in the future. A chaos treasure would be excellent, but what were the chances that Fu Shi would give him one? Many major powers didn't even have access to such treasures. A formation that was more powerful than the Heaven Punisher formation was something which Ning was in desperate need of. This was because Ning's most powerful battle mode was the Heaven Punisher mode. However, he had already completely utilized all the power available to the perfect Heaven Punisher. There was no way to increase his level of power at all. But alas, there were no superior formations of this type in all the 3 realms, and there were very few individuals who were capable of creating one. Fu Shi, however, was definitely the most powerful expert in the 3 realms in the Tao of formations. This won't be too difficult for me. All I have to do is spend a bit of effort on it when I'm not working on the water flame apocalypse formation. I imagine I should be able to complete it within 10 years, Fushi said. Disciple. The nearby Subhuti looked towards Ning. You can count on one hand the number of times Fushi has custom designed a formation for someone. This is incredibly rare. Fushi, Ning, and I won't disturb you any further. All right. Fushi smiled and nodded. I'll have to trouble you to leave my formation first. Whoosh. A corridor appeared in the endless sea of flames in front of them. Subhuti immediately led Ning out through the corridor. Within this water flame apocalypse formation, not even Subhuti was able to engage in teleportation. He had to first leave the formation area, then teleport. This was a formation that Fushi had spent countless eons perfecting. Its power was truly terrifying. They returned to Mount Innerheart. Master, Ning said respectfully, I wonder if I can teach this, Tao 18 Fiend Gods, technique to Uncle White and the others. Subhuti said, this is a technique that you acquired. By all rights, I shouldn't stop you from teaching it to others. However, it's best if you do not. Your spirit beasts are all too weak, after all. It's impossible for the Seamless Gate to stealthily steal this technique from your mind, but your spirit beasts haven't even undergone the celestial tribulation. That God King would probably be able to steal away those techniques from them in their dreams. How about this? If you want to teach them something, teach them the 12 Heavens Fiend God technique. There are others in the 3 realms who have mastered it and are able to transform into 12 bodies that each have the power of the original. Understood, Ning said. I'll go pay them a visit, then I'll leave the Crescent World. Go. Subhuti nodded. First, Ning carefully read through the entire 12 Heavens Fiend God technique. This technique was very similar to the Tao 18 Fiend Gods. Both were divided into 3 levels. The first level allowed the true body to divide into 12 clones, with each clone being much weaker in power than the original. This state was actually not a very good one. The only benefit was that it allowed the user to have a much better chance at staying alive. The second level allowed for all 12 bodies to rise in power, returning to the level which the original body had been at. The third level allowed for all 12 bodies to merge back together into a single true body once more, with the true body instantly and explosively increasing in power. This was almost identical to the Tao 18 Fiend Gods formation. However, it was noticeably easier to train in, and it required less materials. In fact, all of the ingredients needed to train to the second level could be located within the 3 realms. But of course, all of those ingredients were still quite rare and expensive. In addition, the more powerful one was, the more of the ingredients would be needed, as the cost of training would increase. After soul-scouring the prisoners of the prison world, Ning had learned quite a bit. Fairy Lilysoft, for example, had been the king of Pangaea's daughter. The other Empyrean god and celestial immortal prisoners were similarly extraordinary figures who also knew many things. For example, Ning had learned from them that to train to the second level of the Tao 18 Fiend Gods, a celestial immortal of the first tier would generally need a full bottle of chaos nectar. Ning had roughly used up a full bottle as well, but a little was left over. This was because Ning was the lowest tier true immortal. In terms of the quality of his immortal energy, he was merely on par with the highest tier celestial immortals. But in terms of how much energy he actually had much less. This was because first-tier celestial immortals formed their Jindans through absorbing the energy of an entire vast world. Their Jindan regions were quite shocking, and the amount of immortal energy they contained was huge. First-tier true immortals would generally need 100 bottles of chaos nectar to succeed. In every aspect, be it the Jindan or the soul, first-tier true immortals were far more powerful than first-tier celestial immortals. First-tier true immortals, their core sense was enough to cover an entire chaos world. In the 3 realms, only true gods and Taofathers had this sort of power. One could judge the power of one's soul from the strength of one's core sense. To split such a powerful soul into 18 parts, then have all of them return to the power level of the original soul. The amount of chaos nectar that would be consumed was enormous. If a first-tier ancestral immortal was to train in the technique, the price would increase 100-fold. The more powerful one was, the greater the price one would have to pay to acquire 18 clones of tremendous power. Thus, even the king of Pangaea had only been able to train to the second stage as a true immortal. After becoming an ancestral immortal, he had wandered through the primordial chaos and experienced many hardships before being lucky enough to acquire the resources to master the third stage of the Tao 18 Fiend Gods. His power level had instantly exploded, making him an absolute hegemon amongst ancestral immortals. After he broke through to the world level, he was thus able to build up an extremely powerful nation and slay other world level experts, with 2 such experts electing to follow him. In the entire Pangaea Chaos Kingdom, only the king of Pangaea had fully mastered this technique. Within a quiet little city, a black-robed Ning was seated within a winehouse, staring far away while holding a wine cup in his hands. He watched as a woman was leading a girl forward through the distant streets. The woman was Autumn Leaf. The girl was Bright Moon, junior apprentice brother, Uncle White. Ning looked towards Moon North Sun and Uncle White. Wait here for now. I'm going to make a short trip, but I'll be back soon. Alright, senior apprentice brother. Go ahead. We'll keep an eye on things here, North Sun said with a laugh. Don't worry, son, Uncle White said. They had spent the past period of time wandering the crescent world alongside the childlike Bright Moon. Everyone had been quite relaxed, and this caused both North Sun and Uncle White to both become more amiable and gentler. The black-robed Ning nodded, then disappeared without a trace. Although some people in the winehouse were watching, none of them thought that anything was amiss. Outside the little city, there was a seemingly ordinary-looking immortal estate. This was a pure yang treasure which Ning's primal twin was controlling, their temporary home. Because he wanted to give his daughter Bright Moon a good upbringing, he naturally couldn't just let her wander about the crescent world willy-nilly. She had to have a permanent place to call home. The black-robed Ning flew into the immortal estate. A white-robed Ning was already inside, having come here to deliver a bottle of chaos nectar. Just half a day later, within a private room inside the immortal estate, 18 black-robed Nings were seated in the lotus position. All of their auras were completely suppressed, and they seemed to be ordinary mortals. All of them opened their eyes, smiling at each other. The second level is complete. After handing them the copy of the 12 Heavens Fiend God technique, Ning's true body had immediately left. The primal twin had used up a bottle of chaos nectar to master the Tao 18 Fiend Gods technique. However, all 18 clones had completely suppressed their auras. When Ning had broken through to become a pure yang true immortal, none of the other major powers of the 3 realms had been able to find out, because of this aura suppressing technique which Patriarch Subhuti had taught him. Ning continued to keep his aura suppressed. So long as Ning didn't voluntarily activate these 18 clones, no one would be able to find out how powerful Ning's 18 primal twin clones were. Sword Immortal World. The 5 Treasured Peaks. Ning had returned. All the arrangements have been made. Ning stood there in front of his thatched cottage, staring at the distant, towering 5 treasured peaks. The 5 peaks continued to emanate that shocking, breathtaking aura of majesty. The stone steel has already been hidden away. I now have a better chance of surviving this great storm. My primal twin has now successfully manifested 18 clones as well. I only have slightly more than 16 bottles of chaos nectar left. Swoosh! Ning flew towards the second mountain of the 5 treasured peaks, beginning to read the second chapter of the 5 treasures, sword art, and meditate on it. Within the star-seizing manner, those 15 clones of his true body were all seated in the lotus position, completely focused on meditating on the 5 treasures, sword art. Within the stone steel, the 2 clones of his true body were using some of their energy to maintain the 8 fires Chankuan world, but they didn't have to spend much attention on it, and so they were also meditating on the 5 treasures, sword art. Within the Crescent world, 17 clones of his primal twin were all meditating on the 5 treasures, sword art, with the final clone spending all of its time and energy on taking care of Bright Moon. It could be said that right now, 35 Nings spread across his true bodies and primal twins were simultaneously meditating on the 5 treasures, sword art. Or, to put it another way, compared to before Ning had started to train in the Tao 18 Fiend Gods, Ning's training speed was now 35 times faster. This sword art is incomparably arcane and unfathomable. The 35 clones all shared the same mind and memories. When one gained an insight, all of them gained the insight, and so a non-stop flow of insights was entering his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 37, Roaming the 3 Realms. Chapter 37, Roaming the 3 Realms. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. Next to a towering, cloud-piercing mountain peaks, Ning stood atop a cloud, staring upwards towards the sword art left behind on the mountain wall. The 5 treasures, sword art truly is a sword art that has surpassed the limits of the heavenly dais. I'm just a tiny bit away, but I'm unable to completely master the 2nd chapter. Ning frowned. During this past half year, he had almost completely mastered the entire 2nd chapter at one go, but the final bottleneck had stymied him. Bottlenecks were terrifying things for cultivators to face. There were many who would be stuck at a bottleneck for countless years without being able to advance. Time alone wouldn't necessarily suffice for a cultivator to break through a bottleneck. If one could constantly improve, then logically speaking all celestial immortals should eventually become true immortals. Clearly, however, this wasn't the case. The reason why Ning had been able to break through the final bottleneck and master the complete Tao of the sword was because he had battled in the Nilam zone for 18 years, and had mastered first-level sword force. This was why things proceeded so smoothly for him. This next breakthrough won't be so easy. What should I do? Ning frowned. At this point, not even his many clones could help him. Standing here like an idiot won't be of any use. Breakthroughs require luck and destiny. Ning immediately sent a mental message. 9 fangs. Swoosh. A streak of light flew over, landing atop the cloud. It was the bald old man, 9 fangs. Empyrean god 9 fangs immediately said respectfully, Manor Lord. I wish to travel through the 3 realms, Ning said. Travel through the 3 realms? 9 fangs was startled. He gave Ning a close look. He had thought that Ning wanted to once more ambush the seamless gate, but now, it seemed, that wasn't the case. Let's go. Ning immediately led 9 fangs away from Sword Immortal world. Within a vast world of darkness, the God King, seated upon his great, levitating throne, immediately received word of Ning's departure. Ning has left Sword Immortal world. The God King immediately released his powerful core sense to investigate Ning's whereabouts. He's already gone to Tiger Fong Major World. After having suffered such severe losses last time, the Seamless Gate would naturally be prepared for a reoccurrence. They wouldn't succumb to the same trick twice. The Tiger Fong World. A wooden ship was drifting through a wide river. Atop the wooden ship was a white-robed youth who was drinking wine by himself. Next to him stood an old, respectful, bald-headed servant. This Tiger Fong world belongs to the mighty immortal Tiger Fong. He rose to sudden prominence during the primordial era, and even took part in the war that ended that era. However, he likes to travel alone and does as he pleases, and so he dislikes taking apprentices. There are still 2 Empyrean gods who are willing to follow him, and he is quite a powerful figure of the 3 realms. The Xia Emperor had relied on his experts and his background to unify the Grand Xia. Mighty immortal Tiger Fong, however, had completely relied on his own personal power. If I didn't rely on the Heaven Punisher formation, I probably wouldn't be a match for him either, Ning chuckled. The three realms had many Empyrean gods and true immortals, the most supreme of which all had formations of their own that were comparable to the Heaven Punisher formation. In this regard, none of them were able to overcome Ning. But in a purely one-on-one fight, there are indeed quite a few who were stronger than Ning. In fact, in his very own school, Mount Innerheart, there were a number of fellow disciples who were superior to him. Reds now, Patriarch Lu, Immortal Tiger Fong, they were at the very precipice of becoming true gods or Tao fathers. In terms of the Tao or in terms of techniques, they were significantly superior to Ning. Ning had to admit to their superiority in these areas. He simply hadn't spent enough time cultivating, and his mind had been focused on cultivating his sword force and heart force. After all, he simply didn't have enough time slowly meditate on many Taos in the midst of this great storm. Manor Lord, be wary of the seamless gate, Ninefangs cautioned mentally. Don't worry, Ning said. Once they entered the Tiger Fong, Ning had immediately sent his heart force out to cover the entire world. The seamless gate is currently quite cautious. When I was in Sword Immortal world, there was someone using his core sense to watch over me at all times. They probably knew the moment I left the world. Although Tiger Fong world has quite a few bases of the seamless gate, only one of them has Empyrean gods and true immortals. That base has a total of 19. They should have just hurried over there a short while ago. If 19 Empyrean gods and true immortals hide behind protective formations, there's no way for me to breach their defenses at all. Ning shook his head. In his heart, however, Ning sighed. He had succeeded in his first ambush, but it would now be far more difficult for him to give the seamless gate a few more vicious cuts. Come, try again. Tired already? Is this all you have? Come on. Voices could be heard from far away. Ning turned to sweep towards that area with his gaze. Far away, there was a village located next to the side of the river. The villagers relied on the river to make their living. Within the village, there was a tall, muscular, fur-clad man who was training a youth in using the sword. The muscular man was calling out repeatedly, "Come on! Hit harder! Hit smarter! Your sword arts need to be more direct and forceful. All those fancy flourishes are useless." Boom! The youth's sword came chopping down, but he instantly was knocked flying. He landed on the ground, then quickly and grimly clambered to his feet and charged forward again. Each time they collided, he was knocked flying. Each time he was knocked flying, he rose to his feet. And each time, the tall man continued to berate him. Ning watched this scene from afar, aboard his boat. He could tell that the man and the youth looked similar, most likely, they were father and son. This scene caused Ning to think of how his own father, Ji Ichuan, had taught him how to use the sword all those years ago. Compared to the tall man, however, Ning's father's sword arts were slightly superior. Still, in terms of actual power, this man wasn't any weaker than Ning's father had been. This was because this man had already reached the Zifu level. His only weakness was that his sword arts weren't a bit weaker than Ichuan's had been. This is quite an ordinary little village, but this man is a Zifu disciple. It seems he's brought his son here to live in seclusion, Ning mused. If father was still alive, if I could still train in the sword alongside father, how wonderful it would be. Suddenly, Ning rose to his feet. Manor Lord! Ninefangs immediately called out. Ning took a single step forward. Whoosh! He instantly appeared next to the tall man and the youth. Bufong stared in astonishment at the white-robed youth who had suddenly appeared. Although he had been training with his son, as a Zifu disciple he had kept a continuous watch on the surrounding area. He had seen long ago that a wooden boat had appeared a few kilometers away, drifting about on the river, and he had also noticed the white-robed youth who was seated on the boat, drinking wine, but that youth had suddenly appeared before him in the blink of an eye. No spatial ripples. It wasn't teleportation. Although Bufong was merely a Zifu disciple, he had come from a major school. He relied simply on pure speed to instantly arrive here, and the wind around us is still very calm and gentle. Skill like this, not even primal Taoists can accomplish it. Who are you? The mud-splattered youth looked towards Ning. You Nur. Bu Feng barked. The youth was instantly terrified, no longer daring to make a sound. Ning, however, simply smiled towards the tall man. Don't panic. I just come to compete with you in sword arts. Compete? Bu Feng was completely flabbergasted. Was this a joke? Just come on, Ning said. Bu Feng didn't dare to disobey. This person could probably wipe him out with a single finger. He immediately suppressed all of his other thoughts, focusing entirely on the sword. Be careful, then. A heavy sword suddenly appeared in front of Bu Feng. Ning reached out with his two hands, and a pair of long swords suddenly manifested in front of him. These long swords had been formed by Ning out of natural energy. At his level, any swords he casually created would be far tougher than mortal rank swords. Upon seeing this, Bu Feng felt even more stunned and terrified. What the hell is this senior playing at? But he didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately activated his Zifu level key, sending his heavy sword howling forward like a streak of light as he stabbed towards Ning. Clang, dot. Ning's twin swords instantly seemed to transform into flowing water as the heavy sword came stabbing towards him. He blocked multiple times in succession, but was still knocked flying backwards. In fact, after he landed on the ground, he actually staggered back a few steps. Father seems to be very afraid of this white-robed man, but why is it that he seems so weak? The mud-splattered youth was puzzled. How can this be? Bu Feng, however, couldn't even believe it. As for Ning, he softly mused to himself, it seems as though when using Hotian-level strength to execute my sword arts, even I will find it very difficult to resist the magic treasures of a Zifu disciple. He hadn't used any spells of silence, and so Zifu disciple Bu Feng was able to hear what he said. Bu Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. The man had merely used Hotian-level strength to resist the treasures of a Zifu disciple? Hotian, Xiantian, Zifu. The gap between each level was enormous. Continue, Ning instructed. Bu Feng didn't dare to disobey. He immediately launched yet another attack. His heavy sword, controlled by his Zifu level key, attacked with absolutely savagery. However, although Ning's sword arts seemed simple, they went straight to the essence of the sword. In truth, Ning would be able to manifest sword force from his long swords with but a thought, but if he did that, there was no way this fight could continue. Thus, Ning forcibly kept all of his power suppressed, ensuring that his strength would be no more than that of a Hotian-level expert. This naturally meant that even the speed of his sword had dropped drastically. His sword was slow and weak, he had to completely rely on his sword arts in order to block. Fortunately, his foe was merely a Zifu disciple, and Ning's own understanding of the sword was far greater than his foe's. I didn't expect that this sudden whim of mine would have actually. Ning had never experienced something like this before. He kept himself at a Hotian strength, with his foe's heavy sword completely eclipsing Ning's swords in both speed and power. The end result was that Ning was forced to use every single scrap of skill and talent he had in order to defend. He had a feeling that he was improving. He had found the right path. Through this path, he might be able to break through this bottleneck and reach an even higher level of sword arts. How powerful! How can sword arts be this marvelous, this miraculous? This is impossible. Bu Feng frantically unleashed all the most powerful sword arts he had, and in fact he even began to use some of the rare, unique flying sword techniques he had learned. That way, the mysterious white-robed youth in front of him would reveal even more sword arts for him to see. The sword arts of this white-robed youth had completely broadened his horizons. It was as though an entire new universe had appeared before him. He discovered, for the first time, that the sword could be used in manners like this. It was precisely because Ning continued to use a mere Hotian's speed and strength that a Zifu disciple like Bu Feng was able to see all these things clearly. However, although he was able to see it clearly, he still felt that it was all unspeakably arcane. Even the simplest of sword stances caused Buffon to feel befuddled, no matter how hard he worked to comprehend it as he continued to unleash more attacks. And yet, despite that, he could sense that his own insights into the sword were rising non-stop. Karmic luck. A tremendous stroke of karmic luck. I, Buffon, was forced to flee with my son, but I actually ended up stumbling into such a tremendous stroke of karmic luck. The Tao of the sword, I can embark upon the Tao of the sword. I can reach a higher level of understanding, and I'll be able to quickly become a Wanshang adept or even a primal Taoist. By then, I'll be able to go back. I'll rescue my woman. Bufeng's heart was filled with wild joy, but he then immediately suppressed all other thoughts. He focused all of his efforts on attacking Ning, while also doing his very best to memorize some of Ning's sword stances. Although these were all techniques which Ning casually came up with and displayed on the spot, to Buffon these stances were like a Pegasus soaring through the skies in a bold, unconstrained manner. Every single technique was incomparably exquisite. Ning was a peerless genius of the Tao of the sword who had long ago mastered it. Right now, his foundation was the 5 treasures sword art, a sword art which surpassed the limits of the heavenly Taoists themselves. For someone who was studying the art of the sword, even the tiniest part of Ning's insight was enough to give that person limitless benefits. Perhaps this is the true essence of the sword. Forget about heart force, forget about sword force, forget about all outside sources of power and strength, only then can you truly find what the essence of the sword truly is. The 5 treasures, sword art is something which truly guides one towards the very essence of the sword itself. Yes, from today onwards, I shall roam the 3 realms, competing against countless people with the sword. As a ray of clarity suddenly shone down upon Ning immediately came to his decision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7. Book 19, Chapter 38, Sword Training Throughout the Realms. Chapter 38, Sword Training Throughout the Realms. Buffon and Ning battled for a full day and night. Emperor and God Ninefangs used a technique to completely separate this area from the outside world, ensuring that the commoners in the village wouldn't be able to see the battle. The only ones that could see were Ninefangs and the mud-splattered youth. Huff. 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 Bufeng's face was turning pale as he panted. He had been working hard to unleash as much power as he could. The ki in his Zifu region had long ago been used up, and so he had been using spirit pills to replenish it. Finally, the last of his spirit pills was gone, causing him to mentally panic. He knew very well that spirit pills weren't worth a damn, compared to this chance to spar against this mysterious figure. This was a tremendous opportunity for him, and he wanted to make use of it to fight for a bit longer. All right. You can stop now, Ning said. He could sense that his opponent's attacks had grown quite weak. The man was clearly out of ki. Buffon had no choice but to stop. Here are some spirit pills for you to replenish your ki with. Ning tossed a bottle of spirit pills to him. Buffon hurriedly accepted the bottle, and as he took a look inside, he was instantly shocked and overjoyed. Good heavens, not even primal Taoists would be able to produce as many pills as this. What he didn't realize was that this was something Ning had acquired when he had slaughtered countless immortals and fiend gods during the Realm War. Back then, every single white-faced flood dragon he had slain contained 100,000 loose immortals, each of who had been carrying a large amount of immortal pills with them as they fought. Ning had simply pulled out a random bottle, one which belonged to a loose immortal. To a puny Zifu disciple like Buffon, however, this was something that utterly shocked and overwhelmed him with joy. Senior, I can keep fighting, Buffon said hurriedly. I've had enough, Ning said with a laugh. Ninefangs, let's go. Yes, Manor Lord, Ninefangs said respectfully. Whoosh. The white-robed youth and the bald old servant disappeared into thin air. But Buffon was incredibly agitated. This bottle of pills was probably comparable in value to the entire fortune of an average primal Taoist. This would give him the resources he needed, and the mysterious, profound sword stances he had managed to memorize would serve as lampposts that would guide him on his immortal path. He would be able to walk much farther along his path, and would be able to make his dreams a reality. Father? The mud-splattered youth looked at Bu Feng. Let's go home, right away. Bu Feng said hurriedly. He immediately pulled his son back into their home within the village. He wanted to immediately and fully memorize and record the many sword arts he had seen during the battle, for fear that he might forget them. In the days to come, Bu Feng continued to teach his son swordplay. Eventually, he would manage to gain a basic level of insight into the grand Tao of the sword. 16 years later, when Bu Feng returned to his former school, he was already an expert of the Tao of the sword. Atop a wooden boat within the river. Manor Lord, the techniques you put on display came from the 5 treasures sword art, a technique that surpasses the heavenly Taos which was created by the number 1 sword immortal in the history of the 3 realms. Learning even the tiniest little morsel of that sword art represents a tremendous stroke of karmic luck for that Zifu disciple, Ninefang said. He had personally witnessed the mighty power of the 5 treasures sword art. Generally speaking, not even celestial immortals could endure seeing the power and majesty contained within the full sword art. As for a few scattered techniques and stances, even if they saw it, they wouldn't be able to understand it. Ning had personally put the sword art on display, and had sparred with Bu Feng for a long period of time, which was why Bu Feng had managed to understand how truly formidable these sword stances truly were. Naturally, it had been much easier for him to understand them than others. I gained some insights of my own, Ning chuckled. In truth, after spending just an hour sparring against Bu Feng, Ning had already been able to completely understand and defeat all of Bu Feng's stances. The reason why Ning had spent a full day and night fighting against him was because he was testing new ideas and gaining new insights. 3,000 kilometers from here, there's a Zifu disciple who is quite skilled in longsword techniques. Come. Ning's heart force had already discovered a Zifu disciple 3,000 kilometers away who was training in quite an extraordinary flying sword technique. Atop a distant mountain peak. A scarred, gray-robed woman was standing here, controlling a flying sword from afar. Suddenly, a white-robed youth and an old, bald servant appeared next to her out of thin air. Eh? The scarred woman was badly shocked, but she hurriedly said respectfully, "Respectful greetings to you, senior." "Use your flying sword to attack me at full force," the white-robed youth said. Ah? The scarred woman was stunned. This mysterious figure was very strange. Still, she didn't dare to refuse, and so she immediately began to attack. Time flowed on, day after day. The Seamless Gates God King continued to maintain a close watch over Ning, taking a look at him every so often. After half a month of doing so, the God King finally ran out of patience. To him, Ning wasn't a true threat, after all, just a troublemaker. The truly dangerous figures in the 3 realms were the true gods and Tao fathers of the New Alliance, as well as the many preparations they were making in secret for the End War. Ning is actually dueling some laughably weak cultivators in order to train in the sword? What a joke! Even if he gains any insights, how strong could they be? The God King could no longer be bothered to pay any more attention. Day after day. Month after month. Year after year. Ning roamed the 3 realms. Although low-level Zifu disciples and Wanxiang adepts were weak, different places had different battle styles. In the trillion minor worlds in particular, the differences in combat styles were particularly noticeable. In fact, there were certain sword art techniques which caused even Ning to feel tongue-tied and speechless. Ning sparred against countless combatants and against countless styles. He never used any of his immortal energy, his heart force, his sword force, or anything else. He simply relied on his Hotian-level strength to battle against the Zifu disciples, and on Xiantian-level strength to battle against the Wanxiang adepts. This caused Ning to gain quite a few more insights into the 5 treasures sword art. His many clones were all focused on meditating and visualizing new techniques, extracting the essence of his insights from battle. 9 years later, Ning was within a beautifully scenic minor world. This minor world was in a very remote region, but occasionally immortals and fiend gods of the three realms would pass by here, as did Ning. However, this was a place with many people. In terms of population size, it was comparable to Ning's previous home of Earth. Here, experts were divided into several different ranks: mortal rank, earth rank, heaven rank, and the legend rank. In truth, this was essentially equivalent to the Hotian, Xiantian, Zifu, and Wanshan levels. The energy cultivation methods in this world were extremely coarse. Anyone who was able to reach the legend level was actually comparable to the primal Taoists of the Grand Xia in terms of their insights into the Tao. In fact, some legends had even mastered a complete Tao. It was precisely because they had such deep insights into the Tao that they were able to forcibly train their way into the Wanshan level, despite having such terrible energy cultivation methods. Swordforge Mountain Villa. This was viewed as a sacred place within this minor world. The Lord of the Swordforge Mountain Villa was given the exalted title of Sword Saint. He was a legend, and the entire world only held 3 legends. Sword Saint, however, was publicly acknowledged as the most powerful of the 3. Master. 13 disciples were standing there respectfully. In front of them was a middle-aged man dressed in simple clothes who was seated in the lotus position. This middle-aged man was Sword Saint, the number 1 expert of the world. These 13 disciples were 13 of the 15 celestial swords of Sword Saint's school. Number 6, you first, Sword Saint said. Yes, Master, the 6th disciple said respectfully. Right at this moment. Whoosh! A white-robed youth and an old, bald man suddenly appeared next to them. Because Sword Saint was seated facing them, he was the first to see them appear out of nowhere. His face instantly changed. How could they have suddenly appeared here without me detecting them? Upon seeing the look on Sword Saint's face, the 13 disciples all followed his gaze. They also saw the youth and the old servant, and they too were startled. However, although they were startled, they didn't panic. This was because everyone knew that Sword Saint was the undisputed number 1 expert in the world. Still, it was true that there were some people who were especially skilled in stealth. The 6th disciple instantly barked, "This is a restricted area of the Swordforge Mountain Village. Who are you two? Report your names." The white-robed youth, however, just looked towards Sword Saint. "I heard that you are the strongest person in this world, and that your sword arts are the best. Use your sword and display your strongest sword arts." "Didn't you?" The 13 disciples all grew angry, but Nine Fangs just glanced at them, then said softly, "Sleep." Thud. 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 The 13 disciples all collapsed, having fallen asleep. This scene completely stunned Sword Saint. The majority of his 13 disciples were all at the heaven rank, but they were all actually sent into a deep slumber in an instant? An ability like this was utterly inconceivable. Ugh. If this was a major world, things wouldn't be such a pain. Ning shook his head, then released his aura. Instantly, Sword Saint felt as though he was nothing more than an ant drowning within a sea that was vaster than the heavens themselves. In fact, he could sense that his body couldn't even move in the presence of this boundless aura of might. Moments later, Ning finally retracted his aura. If he didn't reveal a bit of his power, most likely this Sword Saint, who had long ago become accustomed to being the number 1 in the world, wouldn't be able to realize what the situation was in a short period of time. If they were in a major world, the man most likely would have immediately begun to respectfully address Ning as senior. "Attack," Ning commanded. "Senior, your power is truly tremendous. I, Woodclear, have roamed the world for 100 years. I thought that I was the number 1 expert in existence, but now I see that I was nothing more than a frog in a well gazing towards the heavens." Sword Saint looked towards Ning. "Over the course of my many years, I have developed a technique known as the 99 sword-forged swords. Please have a look. Although he knew the difference in power between them, his many years of pride at being the best in the world compelled him to want to prove himself through his sword arts. A short while later. How can this be? But he was completely stunned and speechless. He's able to block my sword arts while merely using earth-rank strength and speed? Sword Saint was truly dazed. He was proudest of his accomplishments in sword arts, but compared with the youth before him, this youth used seemingly simple stances, but no matter how hard Sword Saint tried, he simply couldn't understand or comprehend any of them. Still, he was unconsciously inspired in many ways by this battle, and in the short period of time they sparred, he had already come up with several different sword arts in his mind, all of which were far more powerful than the 99 sword-forged swords he had spent so many years working on. Although this Sword Saint is from a minor world, he's really quite strong. He's mastered an ordinary Tao, and he's even gained a basic level of insight into the grand Tao of the sword. Of the Wanxiang adepts I've dueled, this is the one with the best sword arts thus far. Ning was very cautious. He continued to use Xiantian-level strength against Wanxiang adepts, but he naturally was beginning to choose increasingly powerful Wanxiang adepts to fight against. This was the first time that he had fought against a Wanxiang adept who had already gained insight into a grand Tao. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ning's sword arts were like a black hole, devouring any and all attacks which Sword Saint attempted to unleash, no matter how berserk they were. Finally, my defensive sword art is beginning to take embryonic form. Ning felt joy in his heart. Over the past few years of dueling, he had gained an even deeper understanding of the sword. In fact, he began to have a vague idea of the path that he would take in the future, and the outlines of a sword art had begun to take shape in his heart. Ning could sense that this sword art would have a total of 5 different stances. But of course, he hadn't developed any of the 5 senses yet. Today, however, as he dueled against this Sword Saint, Ning finally began to gain an idea of how one of the 5 stances should be shaped. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 39, Soul Heart. Chapter 39, Soul Heart. The 3 Realms. The Celestial Realm. The Tao Palace in the eastern regions was extraordinarily lively on this day. Many major powers had gathered here. Even Buddhas Tathagata and Amitabha had arrived to celebrate, along with many others. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Eastflower, you finally made your breakthrough. Congratulations. Ha, Eastflower, you finally broke through. I've been waiting for this day since the primordial era. The Tao Palace was bustling with activity. The man of honor for this occasion was not Taoist 3 purities. Rather, it was someone who the Taoist path had placed great expectations in, Patriarch Lu Dongbin. For some time now, Lu Dongbin had been journeying through the primordial chaos. Upon returning, everyone discovered that he had already broken through to reach the Tao Father level. Thus, upon his return almost all the major powers had learned of Lu Dongbin's breakthrough. Fushi. Fushi, long time no see. The major powers all chatted amongst themselves in small groups. Some had come in person, while others had sent their clones or incarnations. Subhuti. Fushi. Subhuti and Fushi ran into each other in the Tao Palace. Subhuti had come in person, while Fushi had merely sent over a clone. Eastflower caused quite a stir when he returned from the primordial chaos. It seems he encountered quite the stroke of karmic luck, Fushi said with a laugh. And from what I saw, it seems as though Eastflower should have mastered the 5th level of Taiji Force as well. Amazing, truly amazing. He wished to merge the teachings of Buddhism and Taoism together. Eastflower truly is an ambitious man. Subhuti sighed with emotion. However, it was precisely because his ambitions were too great that, despite possessing deep insights in both his previous life as Eastflower and his current life as Lu Dongbin, he remained unable to make the final breakthrough. This time, thanks to a lucky encounter in the primordial chaos, he was able to make a fortuitous breakthrough, merging Buddhism and Taoism into one, with the Taiji supporting him. Upon making this breakthrough, he has now become one of the top-tier Tao fathers of the three realms. No wonder three purities, Carefree, and the others all viewed him with such favor. Fuxi nodded as well. Everyone felt quite moved. True gods and Tao fathers could roughly be divided into three levels of power. The first level of power was the level which ordinary true gods and Tao fathers were at. Most true gods and Tao fathers were on this level, and unless they made a qualitative, transformative breakthrough, they would find it very difficult to improve any further. The second level was the level often described as the top-tier level. The five monarchs of the human race, Tao Father Carefree, War God Xingtian, and other extraordinarily powerful figures were considered to be on this level. The third level was the Overlord level. This was the level the two leaders of Buddhism and Taoism were on, along with the three mighty human emperors. In truth, it was certain that the likes of Subhuti, Old Man Yuan, and Hui were significantly more powerful than the likes of War God Xingtian. Most people usually viewed them as being very close to the Overlord level, but because their exact power level was a mystery, it was hard to say if they had reached the Overlord level or not. Lu Dongbin had managed to combine his cultivation in both Buddhism and Taoism, and his Taiji force had reached the fifth level. He definitely had reached the top-tier Tao Father level of power. There had been others who had made such powerful breakthroughs in the past. Xingtian was another example, as was Hui, whose breakthrough was even more ridiculous. Yudu was another example. As an Empyrean god, he had trained in the 12 Heavens Fiend God, and reached the second level, and so he had 12 clones that were all equal in strength to his true body. After he broke through to become a true god, he had combined his 12 bodies and also become a top-tier Tao Father. But of course, what the Nuwa Alliance had, the Seamless Alliance also had. That disciple of yours has formidable heart force, Fuxi said. If he can break through to the 5th stage of heart force, he'll instantly have the power of a top-tier Tao Father as well. It's not that easy. Eastflower only succeeded because he's been building up a foundation for countless years. Honestly, if it wasn't because he was simultaneously training in so many things at once, he probably would have become a Tao Father long ago. Eastflower is simply too ambitious, which is why it took him this long to make his breakthrough. Subhuti shook his head. As for Ning, he hasn't trained for long enough. It's far too difficult for anyone to reach the 5th stage of heart force. To be honest, I've always felt that his talent lay more in the sword than in anything else. To this very day, I feel that way. Compared to the Tao of the sword, heart force is too ephemeral and formless a path. Fuxi nodded in agreement. How's he doing in his Tao of the sword? He's still building up his experiences, Subhuti said. Oh, right. Here's the formation I promised Ning. Fuxi waved his hand, producing a bamboo scroll. I brought it along with me to give to you. The Seamless Gate was naturally aware of Lu Dongbin's breakthrough. All they could do, however, was gnash their teeth in silence. The Nuwa Alliance had gained yet another powerful ally. In truth, they had wanted to get rid of Lu Dongbin long ago, but he was the true immortal which the Taoist path cared about the most. Everyone knew that given Lu Dongbin's cultivation path, he would become incredible as soon as he made that final breakthrough, and so the Taoist path had treated them as a precious treasure. In addition, Lu Dongbin hadn't been as suicidal as Ning, and so the Seamless Gate had never had the chance to do anything to him. For him to make his breakthrough just as the storm arrives, Lu Dongbin is going to be a threat. Still, in the end, victory will be decided in the end war. The God King was absolutely furious, but on the whole was still calm and level-headed about it. In this war between the two alliances, the addition of a single top-tier Tao Father was something they could still handle. If, however, an Overlord-level Tao Father was to appear within the Taoist path, he really would go crazy with shock and rage. As for Ning, the God King had all but forgotten about Ning by now. Based on Ning's current actions, it seemed as though Ning was completely focused on training in swordplay and was no longer going to ambush the Seamless Gate. Ning has finally wised up. The news that a new Tao father had been born was mainly circulated amongst the major powers themselves. Very, very few Empyrean gods and true immortals knew of this matter. Because Ning was completely focused on his training with the sword, Subhuti didn't tell him about this matter. In fact, he wasn't even in a rush to give Fushi's formation to Ning. It'll be easy for him to learn this formation. This disciple of mine is currently wandering the 3 realms, training in the sword like a madman. It's best if I don't bother him for now. After he's completed his training, I'll give it to him. Subhuti's judgment was quite accurate. Ning had indeed entered a berserk state. When he had mastered the Tao of the sword, he had just reached the first stage of sword force. Upon reaching the second stage of sword force, a new world had opened up before his eyes. And so, Ning wandered the 3 realms, constantly training and competing against others in swordplay. He began to gain an increasingly clear picture of the path he had to take. As for all the insights he gained, he merged all of them into those 5 stances he had visualized. As Ning saw it, the essence of all sword stances in the world, including those of the 5 treasures, can be merged into these 5 stances. This sword art that I, Ning, will create, let it be called the Bright Moon sword art. In the many years to come, I will spend much of my time constantly improving and perfecting these 5 stances. This was what Ning's idea, for these 5 sword stances to encompass all the mysteries of swordplay which the 3 realms contained. In truth, sword arts were quite simple when broken down. The most fundamental sword stances were to chop, pierce, scrape, sweep, break, tap, cleave, support, intercept, twist, lift, draw, and sheath. Although they were seemingly simple, like the Tao itself, these simple concepts gave birth to countless different things, and were capable of transforming into infinitely powerful sword arts. Based on his own experiences, Ning had come up with 5 all-encompassing stances. Strictly speaking, these 5 stances represented 5 different types of sword intent. What mattered the most was the intent, not the actual technique. The 15th year of Ning's training with the sword. Careful! A primal-level fiend god roared as he charged towards Ning. Ning was using Zifu-level strength to fight back with a sword in each hand. When his sword struck out, it was like a black hole had been created, draining and weakening his opponent's massive strength. No matter how fast the opponent attacked, he remained unable to escape. Bang! In fact, the fiend god's own power was beginning to work against him. He couldn't help but stagger back by 2 steps. The 5 stances of the Bright Moon, I didn't expect that the first one to take form would be this one. I shall call it Soul Heart. Nin nodded slowly. The Bright Moon sword art. He had named it after his daughter. His decision to do so reflected the fact that to Ning, she was that which he had to protect above all others. The Soul Heart stance of the 5 stances of the Bright Moon was a sword art that was meant for defending in a one-on-one battle. It represented the most profound insights Ning had gained in defensive sword arts. When his sword struck out, it was as though a black hole had formed that would absorb and trap the enemy's strength. But of course, this sword art was still very crude and unfinished, but it was still the most powerful sword art which Ning currently possessed. In this moment, Ning silently and soundlessly reached the 3rd stage of sword force. However, Ning actually didn't care too much about that. The only thing in his heart right now was his Bright Moon sword art. This sword art represented the crystallization of all his blood, sweat, and effort. This would be the true foundation of his sword arts in the future. Only after creating all 5 sword stances would Ning rest. I've finally subdued the true immortal Winter Peak. Ning suddenly cracked a smile. Within an ice-locked stone stele that was located deep within a gorge of an icy star that was within the infinite primordial chaos. Prison World 17. 8 lotus petals were high in the sky, facing the ground as they continued to unleash 8 streams of true fire. The streams of true fire completely filled the ground beneath the lotus petals, blazing away at a bowl-shaped treasure. A white-robed youth was located outside the restrictive formation, eyes closed as he continued to meditate on his sword arts. Every so often, he would add in a little bit more energy to keep the treasure active. Although his opponent was only a pure Yang true immortal, this sort of top-tier true immortal was comparable to the Tao Fathers of the Three Realms. Once he hid himself under the bowl-shaped magic treasure and began to fill it with his energy to defend against the 8 blazing streams of true fire, he had been able to hold on for 15 full years. I admit defeat. The embarrassed, enraged, and resentful voice of true immortal Winterpeak finally rang out from underneath the bowl-shaped treasure. His energy and his pills had all been used up. He would at most be able to endure for another 3 days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 40, Raking It In. Chapter 40, Raking It In. Ning waved his hand, and the 8 downward-facing petals instantly withdrew their streams of true fire. The 8 petals then shrank in size and flew back into Ning's hands. As the saying goes, it looks like you wouldn't shed tears until you saw your coffin. You knew that you were eventually going to die if you fought against me, but you still just had to fight against me until now. Still, Ning had to sigh at how strong his foe was. Ning had 8 types of true fire to rely on, while the enemy had to actively control a magic treasure to defend. This true immortal was using up far more energy than him, but thanks to his Deofather equivalent level of power, he had been able to survive for 15 years, but from this, one could see how vast a gulf in power there lay between Ning and a Deofather. If it wasn't for the fact that this person was imprisoned, there was no way Ning could have forced him to bow his head. Whoosh! The bowl-shaped magic treasure disappeared, and true immortal Winterpeak reappeared. A hint of anger and humiliation was in his eyes as he stared at Ning. I admit defeat. I'm willing to serve. Anger. Humiliation. All sorts of complicated emotions filled his mind. For him to prostrate himself before Ning was like having Ning prostrate himself before a celestial immortal. Experts had their own pride and arrogance. Fortunately, he had been imprisoned here for many chaos cycles, which had whittled it away a bit. Otherwise, he would have chosen to die rather than to bow his head. Even the current him had spent 15 years resisting before submitting after realizing that he had already reached the end of the line. There's no need to feel so upset, Ning said. I'm unable to allow you to leave your prison cell, and so you'll continue to live here as before. Winterpeak knew that Ning was trying to console him and make him more pliable and less resistant. He said calmly, What do you wish for me to do? Do you want magic treasures? Or to ask me certain questions? I can give you any treasures you desire. Imprisoned here, they are of no use to me anyways. I need you to not resist me whatsoever. Open up your soul to me. Let me see your memories, Ning said. Winterpeak's face completely changed. Overseer, don't go too far. It's a mere memory search, Ning said. Winterpeak ground his teeth as he stared at Ning. Impossible. I can give you all of my magic treasures, but a soul scouring, impossible. To completely open up his soul meant that this person would know everything about him. He wouldn't be able to fight back against a chaos immortal or world god who wished to do this to him, but this person was far weaker than he was. To completely expose himself in such a manner to a weakling? An expert like Winterpeak truly couldn't accept it. To you, I'm nothing more than an outsider, Ning said. Those private memories of yours are useless to me. Winterpeak shut his eyes. Memories and scenes began to flash through his mind. Junior apprentice brother. Grandfather. Disciple. He would never be able to forget these people. These were the most important people in his life. Perhaps the Pangea Chaos Kingdom had truly been destroyed, but even so, perhaps some of the important people in his life were still alive. He wanted to go see them, go search for them. Fine. Winterpeak opened his eyes. He looked coldly at Ning. I accept, but I imagine you wouldn't dare to come inside and soul scour me. Ha, Ning chuckled, then immediately stretched out his arm. Whoosh! His arm instantly expanded to become hundreds of kilometers long, stretching out to land on Winterpeak's head. Coward, Winterpeak sneered. Even after training in the Tao 18 Fiend Gods, you are still so cowardly. If a prisoner like you was to suddenly wipe out one of my clones in a desperation attack, that really wouldn't be worth it for me. Ning stood there outside the formation, but his incredibly long arm had reached Winterpeak. Even if his foe wanted to suddenly counterattack, Ning could instantly and voluntarily separate that arm. The severing of an arm would only result in the loss of some divine power, and in fact some of the divine power from the arm would make it back to him. Come, then. Winterpeak shut his eyes, still seated in the lotus position. Ning's hand was pressed against the top of Winterpeak's head. He began to invade the man's soul, and Winterpeak didn't fight back at all. Instantly, magnificent scenes of an expert's rise to power began to appear before Ning. As a top-tier true immortal, Winterpeak's life experiences had been far more exciting than those of the Empyrean gods and celestial immortals, and his status had been much higher as well. A full day and a night passed before Ning withdrew his hand. He closed his eyes and thought. It seems, there really is no hope of gaining a top-tier Jindan. Ning sighed to himself. Although he had expected this, after searching through Winterpeak's memories Ning became certain of it. To form a first-class Jindan, one of the prerequisites was that a Chaos Immortal had to be by your side, assisting you. In addition, in Pangaea the technique of forming a first-class Jindan was only known to the 3 world-level experts. Not even elder gods or ancestral immortals were qualified to learn this technique. Second-class Jindans, there were quite a few who knew the technique for this, including true gods and true immortals. Winterpeak, however, was not one of them. This made sense. The Jindan creation techniques were only needed by mortals who wanted to train to become celestial immortals. Ning, for example, had long ago become a pure young true immortal. These techniques really were of no use to him. The reason why Ning had searched for more information about them was so that he would be able to transmit them to Brightmoon and the others, assuming they all survived this great storm. And there truly are very few ways of upgrading a true immortal's Jindan. Ning shook his head. A Jindan upgrade method was what Ning truly wanted. However, in truth, these upgrade methods were also fairly valuable as well. This was because there were some immortals in backwater regions who were incredibly talented, but who had already become celestial immortals or true immortals using inferior methods. The various powers in the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom would often recruit them, then work with them to upgrade their Jindans. Still, since even the best techniques only allowed them to upgrade the Jindans to the second tier, they weren't that valuable. Almost all the true gods and true immortals imprisoned here possessed the most elite level of power at their rank. They had incredibly high statuses, and so there was a chance that some of them knew these techniques. The chances that an elder god or an ancestral immortal knew these techniques were even higher, but alas there was nothing Ning could do to any of them. Let's take it slow. If I can't find it from one true immortal, I'll go find a second true god or true immortal. 10, 100, I'll just keep searching. Eventually, I'll definitely succeed. Ning then looked towards Winterpeak. Did you find what you wanted? Winterpeak looked at Ning. Give me your flashing sky stars, Ning said. Winterpeak ground his teeth. You've already soul scoured me. Now, you want my protocosmic spirit treasure? Hand it over, Ning said. Poof. Winterpeak truly didn't want to give it up, but he waved his hand. Instantly, a large amount of 8-cornered, deep blue stars appeared in midair. There were a total of 99 of them, and each of them seemed to contain the vast skies within them. This was the most important treasure which Winterpeak possessed, a protocosmic spirit treasure set. Take it. Winterpeak dispersed his soul imprint on the treasure set, then tossed it towards Ning. Ning's hand expanded to become 300 meters in size as he caught the various treasures. Here is a bottle of Immortal pills and a message talisman. The pills should be enough for you to stay alive for a period of time. If there's anything urgent, you can shatter the talisman to summon me." Ning waved his hand, tossing these two items. Winterpeak immediately accepted them. He had completely used up his spirit pills. This was exactly what he needed right now. Humph! Winterpeak gave the items a look, then snorted. Ning knew that this person was feeling rather frustrated after having been soul-scoured, then forced to hand over his most powerful treasure. Thus, Ning didn't quibble about his attitude, instead transforming into a streak of light and departing. Judging from true Immortal Winterpeak's memories, hierarchical stratification is extremely strict in Pangaea. Ning flew forward atop a cloud, thinking to himself. True gods and true immortals all generally use protocosmic spirit treasures, but only first-class true immortals like Winterpeak are allowed to use entire sets of protocosmic treasures, such as these 99 stars. Most importantly of all, Pangaea actually has methods of producing even higher-class treasures. Ning sighed in amazement. In truth, it was actually quite simple to upgrade the power of a protocosmic spirit treasure. The method was to add more seals into the treasure itself. His own gold star beads of the heavens, for example, had the 9 chaos seals infused into them. This was a method strengthening spirit treasures, but of course, you had to be capable of binding and infusing the necessary seals. Or, for another example, Taoist 3 Purities had devised his immortal slaying sword diagrams using a total of 7 seals. The more profound the seals were, the more powerful they would be. This set of flashing sky stars also contained seals within them, and their power was extraordinary. However, this set of treasures isn't a good fit for me, Ning murmured softly to himself. Still, the more treasures my side has, the stronger my side will become. I have to take away all the protocosmic spirit treasures these true gods and true immortals have. In the 3 realms, only some of the major powers had access to chaos treasures, and the majority of them weren't meant for combat. Thus, the absolute vast majority of major powers still used protocosmic spirit treasures in battle. Treasures like the gold star beads of the heavens were actually rather useless to most major powers. For Ning, of course, the beads were quite suitable, thanks to his powerful heart force. To the others, however, treasures like the flashing sky stars were more valuable, and the seals they contained inside them would delight quite a few major powers. I can trade this to the emperors of mankind for other treasures, Ning mused. Once I acquire a few more treasures, I'll go and do a trade. The emperors of mankind, the Taoist path, and the Buddhist Sangha all had vast treasuries. If he went with treasures of his own, he could trade the ones he didn't need for ones which he could. But of course, the value had to be equivalent. Now that the storm had descended, all of the various headquarters of the New Alliance had placed the various items they didn't need within those treasuries, including many precious materials, chaos ingredients, immortal pills, and other things. That way, members of their alliance could trade for what they needed, making the alliance as a whole grow more powerful. I succeeded against a true immortal. Now, let me see if I can deal with a true god. Ning's cloud flew straight towards a large mountain. Atop the mountain, there was an emaciated, green-haired man seated in the lotus position. As soon as Ning landed, the man opened his eyes. What a true god! Ning felt a bit breathless. The true gods of the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom were comparable to the true gods of the 3 realms. Overseer? The green-haired man's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as he carefully scrutinized Ning. What happened to Pangaea? Why have they sent you? The Chaos Kingdom of Pangaea has already been destroyed. Ning stood there atop the mountain as he spoke. I am now in control of the entire prison world. You have 2 choices before you. The first is to resist me. The second is to submit to me. Just now, true Immortal Winterpeak submitted to me, and I have already acquired his protocosmic spirit treasure, the flashing sky stars. Ning revealed the 99 deep blue 8-sided stars that were hovering above his hands. The green-haired man narrowed his eyes. Winterpeak, that useless piece of, he actually submitted to you? Will you? Ning looked at him calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 41, Initial Successes in the Sword. Chapter 41, Initial Successes in the Sword. The green-haired man let out a snort, then shut his eyes. He just sat there at the mountaintop, not moving at all, as though he couldn't even be bothered to pay any attention to Ning. If that's the case, I have no choice but to attack. Ning shook his head, then waved his hand. A streak of swordlight instantly slashed across the skies, leaving behind an enduring scar in the heavens. This sword strike looked simple, but Ning had filled it with his fourth-stage heart force. It instantly traversed hundreds of kilometers and stabbed directly against the green-haired man. Clang! It was as though it had stabbed into a magic treasure. A ringing sound could be heard, but the green-haired man didn't even budge. He opened his eyes, glancing sideways at Ning, then smirked. Is that all you have? I can just sit here, and you won't be able to harm me at all. Hurry up and beat it. Oh? Ning shook his head and laughed. Although the power of that sword attack wasn't great, if you didn't resist its power at all, you would have been knocked flying. Don't tell me you didn't use up any of your divine power at all in order to ensure that you were able to sit there without budging an inch. He knew exactly how powerful his sword attack had been. A minor world like Earth probably would have been smashed into dust by it. Even if his enemy's body was as tough and unbreakable as a magic treasure, once a blow of such power landed, it should have been knocked flying, just as a magic treasure would have been. Poof! I have the body of a true god. You can't possibly damage it at all, the green-haired man said calmly. I simply care about my image and my face. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't use up any divine power at all, no matter how you strike me. None. What a joke. Any expert, no matter how formidable, has to use up divine power or immortal energy to stay alive. Ning smirked. Key refiners use up their key energy, while you need to use up your divine power. Why are you so emaciated? Isn't it precisely because you are trying to converse your divine power? Even if I don't act against you, in a few chaos cycles, your divine power will be used up and you'll still die. The green-haired man's face turned ugly. All living creatures had to use up energy to stay alive. The reason why gods and immortals could stay alive was because they were able to absorb the natural energy of heaven and earth. If, for example, they were trapped in primordial chaos without being able to draw upon either the energy of chaos or natural energy, they would die after their immortal pills were all used up. If you want to stay alive, you have to continue to use up your divine power. Every attack I launch against you will speed that process up. Let's see how long you can hang on for. Ning stretched out his right hand. A lotus flower appeared within it, and then the 8 petals of the flower quickly flew into the air above the mountain peak. They transformed to become 3,000 meters in size, then began to swivel facing the ground. The petals bloomed open, releasing streaks of flame that roared downwards like divine dragons, completely covering the area where the green-haired man was. The 8 streams of true fire blazed around the green-haired man, but he was able to easily resist their power. Stop wasting your time and effort, the green-haired man growled. These flames can't hurt me. No rush. I have plenty of time. Ning responded coldly, your divine power will be consumed quite quickly by my 8 fires Chinkuan world. The green-haired man had an ugly look on his face. His divine body was comparable to a pure yang artifact. In hardness, it was comparable to Ning's own body, after he had mastered the complete 8-9 arcane art. Although this true god had access to an even better protective ability, that divine ability required even greater resources, and so he hadn't been able to master it yet. Thus, his body was like a magic treasure, but even untouched magic treasures would eventually decay and break apart after the passage of multiple chaos cycles. This was why many of the elder gods and ancestral immortals here had damaged-looking clothes. They only needed to use up a little bit of energy to repair them, but they weren't willing to do so. Nothing could truly exist perpetually. Even chaos worlds would eventually decay and perish. When Ning battled, he allowed people to strike his body with impunity, and it could be described as not using up divine power. But in truth, everything used up energy and power. Even speaking used up power. However, the amount of power consumed was very tiny. At Ning's level, the enormous amount of energy he could draw from the natural world with a single breath was more than enough to render irrelevant the amount which he had lost. Shit. Shit. The green-haired man's face was ugly. He had been imprisoned here for a long time. He had slowed down the rate at which he used up his divine power, allowing him to stay alive for a long period of time. However, the Eight Fires Qianquan world was capable of burning Empyrean gods to death. Although true gods wouldn't die, the amount of divine power they would be forced to consume to defend against it was very significant. By comparison, he was now using up his divine power at an explosively greater speed than before. If he was in the outside world, he would be able to replenish his lost energy tenfold with but a single breath. But alas, here, there was no source of energy at all. Submit to me and you'll have a chance to leave this place in the future, Ning said calmly. Continue to resist, humph. Your only exit will be death. Damn. This treasure with fire inside it, the green-haired man was both frustrated and nervous. This overseer can rely on these 8 types of fire to attack me while using up very little energy, and he can go to the outside world whenever he needs to in order to replenish his power. I, however, am stuck here. Who the hell came up with this treasure, anyhow? These 8 types of fire are clearly quite weak, but when they are combined they actually become as powerful as this. Seeing that the green-haired man wasn't responding to him, Ning fell silent as well. This was yet another who wouldn't shed tears until he saw his coffin. Hurry up and submit. Yet another clone of Ning, in another part of the prison world, was standing in midair, surrounded by a bottle, a gourd, a bracelet, and 3 other types of magic treasures. These 6 magic treasures were releasing true fire, god wind, true water, and other types of attacks. The world was filled with fire and water, and a dark wind howled forth. All of the attacks were aimed at a female true immortal who was hiding behind the protection of a magic treasure. True Immortal Winter Peak has already surrendered. If you continue to waste my time like this, don't blame me for being merciless. Ning barked. The woman just gave Ning a cold glare. As for Ning, he could only sigh to himself. He had 2 clones here, one was controlling the 8 Fires Qianquan world, while the other was carrying many other types of magic treasures. Clearly, the second clone's treasures couldn't compare to the 8 Fires Qianquan world, which was indeed a perfect treasure to use against these prisoners. It primarily relied on the true fire it contained. After all, there was very little need for Ning to use his own energy. This process of sweeping through the people in the prison world was guaranteed to be a slow one. These true gods and true immortals were all comparable to the Tao Fathers of the 3 realms. Ning would have to use up an enormous amount of effort to deal with each and every one of them. Still, dealing with these prisoners didn't use up too much of his mental energy, and so his clones were all mainly focused on meditating on sword arts. The 32nd year of Ning roaming the 3 realms. Be careful, senior. A primal level fiend god was wielding 2 massive warhammers in his hands. He bound through a forested region as he charged towards Ning, the trees around him all blasted apart and knocked down by his might. In fact, some were immediately reduced into dust. The white-robed youth, Ning, held 2 swords in his hand, and he moved at the speed of a Zifu-level fiend god. His sword light was like a black hole, drawing a warhammer aside. And then, with another flash, the sword light stabbed towards the fiend god. Clang! A warhammer was able to block in time. That was close. The fiend god was badly terrified. This senior clearly isn't using much power, and his blows seem weak. But that sword just now, why was it so bizarrely fast? I was almost unable to block in time, but Ning, however, frowned. He then continued to battle against the fiend god. Every so often, he'd launch that stab once more. Ning's stabbing attack had far exceeded the mysteries that were contained in an ordinary mastery of the Tao of the sword. This was a sword art that contained some of the mysteries of the 5 treasures sword art, which itself had exceeded the heavenly Taos. Even when using Zifu level strength, the power of the stab was enough to cause the primal level fiend god to feel uneasy and nervous. Slash. Finally, a terrifyingly fast sword managed to lash out with enough speed that it stabbed straight through the forehead of the fiend god. The terrifyingly fast speed brought a shocking penetrative power with it as well. Right. That's the feeling. Ning revealed a hint of a smile. Senior. The primal level fiend god was completely stupefied. This junior admits to being vastly inferior. Senior, your sword arts are simply inconceivable. This junior has never even heard of such powerful sword arts before. Continue, Ning instructed. Slash. 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 Poor fiend god. He was repeatedly lacerated and stabbed over and over. This sword stance, of the 5 stances, it looks the simplest, but it is the fastest and most direct sword stance. It is the second stance to take form. Nin nodded. This sword stance, let me be known as Blood Drop. The Blood Drop stance, the fastest, most savage, most penetrating sword stance of the 5. The 36th year of Ning training in the sword. Within a minor world. Go! 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 A violet-robed maiden was controlling a pair of azure and violet flying swords from afar, sending them streaking towards Ning as streaks of light. Boom! Boom! Ning had 2 swords in each hand. These 2 swords were both shockingly heavy. When Ning wielded it, he felt as though he was striking out with a hammer or a mace. When his 2 swords collided against the flying swords, 2 deep booming sounds could be heard as he smashed the flying swords back, knocking them far away. How can this be? This senior clearly isn't that strong, his power is merely at the Zifu level. I'm a primal Taoist. How could he have smashed back my flying swords with raw force? The violet-robed maiden was completely stunned. This 3rd sword has finally taken form as well. Ning revealed a smile. This sword stance shall be the Heavenbreaker stance of my 5 stances. All magic treasures could change in weight. Even the most ordinary of mortal-ranked or earth-ranked treasures could, through the usage of certain seals, transform to weigh 10,000 kilograms or become as light as a feather. As for protocosmic spirit treasures like the gold star beads of the heavens, they could be as heavy as a small star or as light as a bubble. Of course, not even Ning would be able to control the 3,600 beads if he made all of them weigh as much as a small star. Thus, a weight that was a good fit would be the best weight. The Heavenbreaker stance involved changing the sword to make it heavier, then using that weight to strike. If a sword was ridiculously heavy, it would become very slow, but if a sword was too light, there would be limits on how fast it could be. To reach the fastest speed possible, one had to find the perfect weight for a particular cultivator, based on his or her actual strength. The Heavenbreaker stance was very fast, but it also contained tremendous force. It was capable of splitting apart heaven and earth. The 43rd year of Ning training in the sword. Whoosh! 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 Countless divine needles, more than 10,000 in total, had completely surrounded Ning. Ning was holding those 2 twin swords in his hands. 2 streaks of sword light lit up. Instantly, 2 vortexes of water that were spinning in completely opposite directions appeared in midair. When the 10,000 plus needles struck, they were completely blocked by these 2 curtains of water that were spinning in opposite directions. This stance shall be called Yin-Yang. Nin nodded. Yin-Yang stance, a defensive sword stance to be used when faced with countless simultaneously attacks. The 51st year of Ning training in the sword. What's up with this senior? His strength and speed are both quite low, merely at the Zifu level, but he's able to simultaneously fight with us 13 brothers at the same time. He really is odd. But he's quite formidable. In close combat or in ranged combat, we are completely unable to harm him. 13 primal dire monsters had joined forces against Ning, each of them fiend god body refiners. Ning still held those 2 swords in his hands. Occasionally, the swords would transform into black holes, at other times, they would transform into vortexes of water that surrounded him. All attacks were blocked, and at the same time he continued to battle against the 3 primal level dire monsters closest to him. This attack went on for a full day and 2 full nights. Still not quite there yet. No, that's not it. Ning could sense that he was close to the critical component, and so he hadn't stopped. Suddenly, 3 strange sword flashes suddenly appeared out of nowhere. All 3 of the nearby dire monsters had their heads severed apart. Although those heads quickly flew back and reconnected to their bodies, the 13 dire monsters were completely stunned. They had surrounded and attacked this man, but he was still able to sever the heads of 3 of them, all primal level dire monsters? Finally. That's more like it. Ning grinned. This sword stance, let it be known as shadowless. Shadowless stance, the strangest stance, and a very fast one. Its speed was second only to the blood drop stance, and it completely surpassed the speed of the other 3. The blood drop stance, by comparison, was honorable and open, whereas this shadowless stance was strange and unpredictable. A wooden boat was drifting about within a river. Ning was seated within the boat, meditating. His old bald servant, Empyrean God Ninefangs, was quietly standing guard next to him. I've been training for 51 years with the sword. I used the 5 treasures as the foundation, coming up with 5 stances of my own, based on my insights into the Tao of the sword. Finally, these 5 stances have all taken form. Ning felt a joyful feeling in his heart. Years ago, a vast, broad world of the sword had opened up before him. Only today had he finally managed to truly separate that world into 5 major parts. All sword arts could be divided up as belonging to one of his 5 stances. The 5 treasures, sword art had been infused by Ning into these 5 stances as well. As a result, all 5 of these sword stances were incredibly fast. The 5 sword stances of the Bright Moon, Sword Art, Soul Heart, Yin Yang, Blood Drop, Heavenbreaker, Shadowless. Ning had a feeling that any of the 5 sword stances, when trained to the utmost limit, would far surpass all other types of sword art that existed in the 3 realms. But of course, that would only happen if he was able to continuously improve upon them and perfect them. They were nothing more than rough outlines, right now. Disciple. A spatial vortex suddenly appeared within the wooden boat, with Patriarch Subhuti emerging from within it. Ning hurriedly rose to his feet. Master. Patriarch. Empyrean God Ninefangs was shocked as well, and he immediately bowed with respect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 42, The Human World of You the Great. Chapter 42, The Human World of You the Great. You succeeded? Subhuti sat down in the lotus position, facing Ning. Sit. Ning sat down in the lotus position as well. Nodding, he said, still, it's just an outline for now. What's the name of this sword art? Subhuti asked. The Bright Moon, Sword Art, Ning replied. Subhuti nodded. The sword art you created isn't bad. It has a certain quality about it, as though a school can be founded around it. Although it's still quite new and young, its future potential is limitless. The method you used to come up with this sword art was quite amusing. You actually suppressed your own power to go spar against Zifu disciples, Wanshang adepts, and primal Taoists, and you actually succeeded in developing a set of sword arts. Before you, all we would ever see was major powers of the three realms occasionally providing some guidance to young cultivators through sparring. There has never been anyone who actually sparred against them in earnest and thus developed a peerless sword art. I'm a bit embarrassed, Ning said. I thought about it carefully, actually. Weak cultivators do indeed have slow, weak swords. When you suppressed yourself to make yourself even weaker to spar with them, you were forced to constantly ponder ways to improve your sword arts, given the disparity in strength and speed. Subhuti nodded. However, in the end, you won't be able to accomplish great things solely by sparring against weaklings. Your future opponents won't be as weak as them. Ning said, your disciple understands. I only competed against them for the sake of creating a rough outline for my sword arts. When two experts competed, it was easier for both sides to see what their strengths and weaknesses were. Ning had discarded sword force, heart force, immortal energy, and all other sources of power in his quest to find a sword art that belonged to him. Now that the rough outlines of the sword art had taken shape, in the future he would compete against true experts. That would be how he would perfect his sword arts. I have to say, you were quite patient. Subhuti nodded. It's good that you understand this principle. Now, I've come here today because of Fushi. Ning instantly felt a surge of joy. Fushi? When he had offered up those 7 mighty techniques, Fushi had promised to create a special formation just for him. However, he had said that it would be done within 10 years. You've been meditating on the sword all this time, and so I didn't wish to disturb you. Subhuti pulled out a bamboo scroll. This was created just for you. It's a formation that is very suited to you. Study it carefully. Yes. Ning reverently accepted the scroll, then sent his core sense into it. All the information regarding the formation was rapidly transmitted into his mind. This was a formation that was far more complicated and profound than the Heaven Punisher formation. It was based on some of the mysteries behind the divine body of the deceased alien invader, Rahu. When executed, the formation would allow for the creation of a Rahu body. And so, this formation was known as the Rahu formation. The Rahu formation had a total of 3 levels. The first level allowed one to command 6,000 celestial immortals and 360,000 loose immortals. This level alone was already comparable to the perfect Heaven Punisher. The wielder would have just barely reached the Taofather level. The second level allowed one to command 30,000 celestial immortals and 2.1 million loose immortals. At this level, the Rahu's strengthened divine body would be comparable to that of an actual true god or Taofather. The third level allowed one to command 90,000 celestial immortals and 8 million loose immortals. At this level, the Rahu would actually be a bit stronger than most true gods and Taofathers. But of course, Ning himself had a lower level of insight into the Tao than true gods and Taofathers had. Thus, if Ning was in command, the strengths of the formation would counteract Ning's weaknesses in the Tao, and in turn, that meant that Ning would be able to battle against actual true gods and Taofathers without being at any disadvantage. But of course, that was only if he could command and control the power of 90,000 celestial immortals and 8 million loose immortals. This was incredibly difficult, 100 times more difficult than controlling the perfect Heaven Punisher. Even amongst true gods and Taofathers, there weren't many who could succeed. So many loose immortals and celestial immortals, Ning was rather dazed. How am I supposed to command so many? Take it slow, Subhuti advised. Oh, right. At present, you don't even have that many loose immortals and celestial immortals under your command. Ning nodded. As Fushi developed this formation for you, he also arranged for an immortal army to be placed under your command, Subhuti said. You can head to the human world of you the Great and go speak with Taofather Hasbear. Fushi has already notified Taofather Hasbear. If you go see him, you will be given an immortal army of 90,000 celestial immortals and 8 million loose immortals. Ning was shocked and delighted. Fushi's gifts truly were extraordinary, but it made sense. Even Taofather Crimsonbright had nearly 1 million celestial immortals and countless loose immortals under his command, and he was considered one of the weaker Taofathers. The likes of the 5 monarchs had far more soldiers under their command. As for the human world of Yu the Great, that was the central headquarters of the primordial imperial clan. Yu the Great was also known as Xia Yu. He was the founder and ancestor of the Xia clan, also known as the imperial clan of the human race. His world was thus the place where the primordial imperial clan was based in. This world, the human world of Yu the Great, was essentially an enormous military base for the primordial imperial clan, and so it possessed tremendous power. To the primordial imperial clan, Fushi giving Ning an army of this size was like him giving away a single strand of hair from a yoke of 9 oxen. Right, you still wish to act against the Seamless Gate, yes? Subhuti looked at Ning. Why haven't you done anything for so long, After I ambushed them last time, the Seamless Gate became incredibly careful. While I was roaming the 3 realms, they kept a continuous watch on me through core sense. Even if I did try to ambush them again, it would be hard for me to succeed, Ning said. Of course Ning wanted to attack them again. In truth, he felt very impatient, but he knew that being impatient would do him no good. If he made a single misstep, he would pay a calamitous price. Subhuti nodded. It seems you are still cool-headed. Good. Take it slow. To force the Seamless Gate to bow its head before you won't be an easy task. Work hard on your sword arts, especially the 5 treasures sword art. If you can completely master the entire 5 treasures, then you'll be able to receive Fuju's legacy. Fuju was always a secretive, mysterious man. I have no idea what he left behind. Both our side and the Seamless Gate has tried to find out, but we weren't able to reach it at all. It seems that the only method really is for a fiend god body refiner to master the 5 treasures sword art. Nin nodded. He, too, was curious as to what Taofather Fuju had left behind. Taofather Fuju's death made no sense, after all, and it was as though he had actually arranged for everything to be taken care of perfectly. A while later, Subhuti left. As for Ning, he first had Empyrean god Ninefangs return to the Starsizer world, then traveled by himself to the main headquarters of the primordial imperial clan, the human world of Yu the Great. Whoosh! Seated upon his void boat, Ning traversed through the void, heading towards the human world. By now, Ning wouldn't even be able to teleport if it wasn't for the void boat. This was because he had already completely forgotten everything he had learned regarding the Grand Tao of Qiankuan, due to the effects of training in the 5 treasures sword art. What an imposing aura it has! Standing atop his void boat, Ning stared at the distant, vast world. As far as the eye could see, there were interconnected cities that were spread out throughout the world. Some of the cities were even levitating in midair. All of the cities were drawing in enormous amounts of natural energy, so much so that one could see with the naked eye a vortex of energy swirling around each city. Clearly, the number of immortals within those cities was simply massive, resulting in a storm of energy that testified as to the stupendous level of consumption of natural energy here. After the primordial era ended, the primordial imperial clan moved to this place. Now that the storm has arrived, this has become an enormous military camp. Ning sighed with emotion. So it's fellow Taoist Dark North. A distant figure suddenly appeared via teleportation, then flew towards Ning's direction. It was a muscular, fur-clad man who had a bare chest. This particular expert of the primordial imperial clan had gotten used to dressed in animal furs when he was young, and so even after he became a divinity, he continued to dress in this manner. Empyrean God Futsu, Ning called out to him. This was the headquarters of the primordial imperial clan. He didn't dare act rashly here. After appearing here, Ning had been waiting for someone to welcome him. Whenever anyone entered this world, the primordial imperial clan would immediately know. I've already received Taofather Hasbear's command. Fellow Taoist Dark North, come. Let's go meet Taofather Hasbear, Empyrean Godfutsu said. Nin nodded. Tao Father Hasbear. He had quite a high level of status amongst the human race. Although he rarely engaged in battle, he was one of the truly ancient figures of the primordial imperial clan. When Mother Nuwa had created the human race, Tao Father Hasbear was one of the first humans who she had personally created. He had been born in an area which had wild bears, and so he was given the name Hasbear. In that era, the human race had been incredibly weak and primitive, and so they had chosen names for themselves in a very casual manner. 1. Back then, Tao Father Hasbear was an ordinary mortal, but he still founded a small tribe of his own, the Hasbear tribe. In fact, an incredible figure actually ended up emerging from Tao Father Hasbear's tribe, Huangdi the Yellow Emperor, one of the 5 monarchs of the human race. The Yellow Emperor came from the Hasbear tribe, and after his rose to prominence, he actually unified the human race for a time. Hasbear thus supported the Yellow Emperor, allowing him to stabilize the world. 2. Whoosh! A wild wind howled, and the distant army banners fluttered in the wind. There were citadels scattered everywhere, each of which had armies of immortals and fiend gods stationed within them. Some of these armies had existed since the primordial era, while some had recently been moved here from other major worlds. The human world of Yu the Great didn't just have many immortal and fiend god soldiers, it also more than 20 true gods and Tao Fathers who were permanently stationed here, with Tao Father Hasbear being one of them. This is Tao Father Hasbear's territory. These armies are all under Tao Father Hasbear's command, Futsu said with a chuckle. Tao Father Hasbear himself is located inside the largest city over there. 1. This comes from actual Chinese quasi-history. There was once a tribe named Yoshion, has bears, because the tribe was located in a region that had bears. This was the tribe that gave birth to a very, very important figure in Chinese history. 2. The Yellow Emperor is arguably one of the most important figures in Chinese history/mythology. There are many stories about him, but in short, he is regarded as the founder of Chinese civilization and the ancestor of all Chinese people. To this very day, Chinese people waxing poetic will refer to themselves as the descendants of Yan and Huan, with Yan being another famous emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 43, Years of Seclusion. Chapter 43, Years of Seclusion. Guided by Emperor God Futsu, Ning was led before an ancient figure of the human race, Tao Father Hasbear. Although Tao Father Hasbear was as old as Swearen and also had very high status, he was even more low-key than Swearen. There were many stories in the 3 realms of the power of the 5 monarchs, but there were many celestial immortals who had never even heard of Tao Father Hasbear. Tao Father, Ning has arrived, Futsu said respectfully. Ning pays his respects to you, Tao Father, Ning said respectfully. They were within an enormous, plainly adorned palace. A muscular old man was seated on a prayer mat in the lotus position, dressed in simple animal furs. His beard and hair looked as hard and tough as iron, and he had the face of someone with an explosive temper. When he opened his eyes, however, a look of eternity could be seen within them. In fact, the ancient aura that emanated from him caused Ning to unconsciously calm down and feel peaceful. As Tao Father Hasbear looked towards Ning, a loving look slowly but naturally took form with his gaze. Good. Tao Father Hasbear smiled. Mother Nuwa had created the human race. Hasbear was one of the first humans to be created, and he had watched as the human race had struggled, survived, and thrived. In his heart, he naturally felt very loving and protective towards every single dazzling human descendant he saw. Although this was Ning's first time meeting Tao Father Hasbear, he couldn't help but feel a natural veneration towards him. Fushi has already spoken to me. This is a minor matter, and I've already made the arrangements. Tao Father Hasbear smiled as he looked at Ning. It's rare for our human race to produce someone so talented in heart force. You were able to reach the 4th stage of heart force despite having trained for less than a century. I want you to make sure you make something of yourself. Before the end war comes, I want you to make a breakthrough to the 5th stage. Let the myriad races of the three realms know that our human race is capable of giving birth to a heart force expert of the 5th stage. I shall do my utmost, Ning couldn't help but say. Good. That's the attitude I like to see. Defeat isn't frightening, what's frightening is not even having the courage to try. Doubtfather Hasbear smiled and nodded. Seize every moment to train. If you can become a true god or Doubtfather before the end war comes, our side will be all the stronger for it. Yes. Ning didn't speak any modest words at all. In his heart, he truly desired to become a true god and a Doubtfather. The three realms had far too many Empyrean gods and true immortals. It must be understood that the primordial chaos had given birth to 10 great elder gods, 81 mighty true gods, and 108,000 Empyrean gods. 108,000. Although many died during the countless wars of the primordial era, as well as in the war which destroyed Pangu's chaos world, many others eventually trained to reach the Empyrean god and true immortal level. The Seamless Alliance itself also had many Empyrean gods and true immortals within their ranks. Thus, there were currently many at this level of power in the three realms. The addition of Ning, by himself, had almost no effect on the overall balance of power as a whole. In the face of a massive army, a single person's power wasn't even worth talking about. Only when one became a true god or a Doubtfather would one have the ability to have an impact on the end war. Master. A short, muscular man with a great axe on his back walked into the palace. Luozu, Doubtfather Hasbear said, give it to Ning. The short, muscular man looked towards Ning, then produced a palm-sized city within his hands. He handed the miniature city towards Ning, then said, Dark North, I heard that you are skilled in commanding soldiers in a formation. Don't let these immortals down. Don't worry, Empyrean god Luozu, Ning said. During the primordial era, when the human race was still young and primitive, its cultivation methods were imperfect and flawed. They learned many of their techniques from fiend gods, which was why many humans from the earliest days of the primordial era trained as fiend god body refiners. Later on, after key refining techniques became better, more celestial immortals and true immortals began to slowly appear. Go. Doubtfather Hasbear looked towards Ning, a look of eagerness in his eyes. Ning bowed respectfully, then departed. The city had a total of 100,000 celestial immortals and 10 million loose immortals inside of it. Ning set all of these immortals into his own Starsizer world and made arrangements for them, then transmitted the basic components of the Rahu formation to them. Most likely, the celestial immortals and loose immortals would only need half a year to master it, at which point they would be able to set up the formation. Sword Immortal World. 5 treasured peaks. The 5 towering peaks pierced high into the clouds as always. Ning was floating atop a cloud, standing in front of the stone walls of the 3rd mountain peak and reading the 3rd chapter of the 5 treasures, sword art. During his previous 51 years of cultivation, Ning's sword force had reached and surpassed the 3rd level, and he had also long ago mastered the complete 2nd chapter. In truth, when he had gone to meet Doubtfather Hasbear, he had done so with a sense of pressure weighing down upon him. We have to win the end war. We can't lose. If we lose, the entire New Alliance will be annihilated, as will the entire human race. Ning didn't even dare think about what would happen if they lost. Discarding those thoughts for now, he turned to carefully read through the 3rd chapter of the 5 treasures. The 5 treasures, sword art, was extraordinarily profound. This 3rd chapter, it caused Ning to sigh in amazement. In fact, he couldn't help but unconsciously begin to include some of the essence of the 3rd chapter into his own, Bright Moon, sword art. Within a vast world of darkness. The God King, seated atop his towering throne, gently strummed the fingers of his left hand against the armrest. Tap. 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 The tapping sounds echoed throughout the entire dark world. I didn't expect that Ning would end up making a play like this. He actually gave up alien outsider techniques to Fushi, who developed a formation just for him and gave him 100,000 celestial immortals and 10 million loose immortals. The God King pondered silently to himself. What sort of techniques did he hand over? And what sort of a formation did Fushi give him? Although their intelligence methods were formidable, there was no way it could be detailed to such a level. They weren't even able to find out the details of the formation Fushi had created. And it seems Ning has finished developing his own sword art. Swordfather Darklight evaluates it as being extraordinary. Third stage sword force? This kid, Ning, through sparring with those puny little cultivators, he actually ended up reaching the third stage of sword force. Sheesh, the God King shook his head. He himself didn't know much regarding the Tao of the sword. Swordfather Darklight, however, was a terrifyingly powerful member of the Seamless Alliance who, in the Seamless Chaos world, had been their #1 expert in the Tao of the sword. However, the Seamless Chaos world and the Pango Chaos world were both destroyed, resulting in the birth of the three realms, and by then, everyone acknowledged that he was a bit inferior to Tao Father Fujiu, but I knew that Ning was formidable in heart force, but he's actually this impressive in sword force as well? Still, he's merely at the third stage, that's nothing. The God King shook his head. Not much of a threat. And then, the God King cast Ning to the back of his mind, turning his attention to other matters. He was responsible for the entire Seamless Gate, and compared to his many other concerns, Ning truly was a minor figure. The Stone Steel. The Prison World. The prison world held two of Ning's bodies. One was dealing with a true god, while the other was dealing with the female true immortal. Ning opened his eyes, ceasing his meditations on his sword art. He looked downwards. The bottle, gourd, bracelet, and other magic treasures around him continued to unleash torrents of fire, water, and wind against the foe below. The enemy's magic treasure was shuddering, and its defensive force was beginning to weaken. 56 years. Finally, she's unable to hold on any longer. Ning felt a hint of eagerness in his heart. Perhaps this female true immortal would be able to help him by providing him with extremely powerful techniques or magic treasures. Ning willed it, and whoosh! Instantly, the fire, water, and wind all returned to their respective treasures. Everything returned to normal. Ning definitely didn't want to accidentally roast the woman to death. Submit. Ning looked at the female true immortal. The female true immortal dispersed her own magic treasure as well. She gave Ning a cold look. Ning could sense how resolute she was. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "Why must you be like this? You are going to be imprisoned here for countless ages, no matter what, so what if you choose to serve me? All I need are some of your magic treasures and some of the techniques you hold in your memories. I won't harm you or lower your own personal power at all. In the future, you'll have a chance to escape this place. Stop dreaming." The female true immortal continued to look at Ning coldly. "You lowly, crawling insect, forget about making me, Shui Jin, submit." Empress Jin? Ning was stunned. When he had scoured true immortal Winterpeak's memories, he had learned of some of the more famous true gods and true immortals of the Pangea Chaos Kingdom. The woman before him was extremely emaciated, and her aura was unfamiliar to Ning. This was why, prior to this moment, Ning had no idea as to who she was. She was an extremely domineering true immortal who was even more powerful than Winterpeak, and so she was referred to by others as Empress Jin. Empress Jin, a reminiscent look appeared in the female true immortal's eyes. That's all in the past now. All in the past. Pangea is gone. Everything is gone. You want me, Shui Jin, to submit? Submit to someone as weak as you? Ha ha! She began to laugh loudly, laugh wildly, laugh in a dreary, desolate way. Whoosh! She suddenly vanished, her soul dispersing. The only thing left behind was the echoes of her desolate laughter, which reverberated in the empty world. Ning couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this. Upon learning that she was Empress Jean, Ning had realized right away that it was highly unlikely that she would submit. In truth, every single top-tier true immortal possessed incredible pride and self-confidence. The only reason why there was even a chance for them to submit to Ning was because their souls had been tormented by their chaos cycles of imprisonment within this prison world. Some, however, would still rather die than submit. But despite this, Ning didn't waver in his decision. He needed to acquire more power from this prison world. He wanted to survive this tribulation, to survive the end war. He wanted to rescue his wave, to ensure that his daughter Brightmoon would be able to live a long and happy life. He wanted to ensure that his master and his other loved ones would survive as well. Thus, Ning would only give these alien outsiders a single chance to survive, submit to him. If they refused to choose to submit, then, they could all go die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 44, Empyrean Gods and Celestial Immortals. Chapter 44, Empyrean Gods and Celestial Immortals. After the female true immortal known as Empress Jean perished, Ning carefully went through the relics that she had left behind. Although his gains were significant, he didn't find any important techniques or chaos items which he was in desperate need of. Clearly, prior to coming to this prison world, she had exchanged items that she couldn't use for large amounts of spirit pills and immortal pills. Here in this prison world, those were what really mattered. Although I used 6 types of treasures at the same time to unleash fire, water, and wind against her, clearly, the power was vastly inferior to that of the 8 Fires Chinkuan world. Ning shook his head. I'll let my other clone deal with the true gods and true immortals. I should have this one deal with the Empyrean gods and celestial immortals. Although their treasures are much less valuable, and although the chances that they are in possession of a powerful technique are very low, at least I can kill them or force them to submit in a much shorter period of time. I can also use them to train and temper my Brightmoon sword art. Ning had already comprehended 90% of the 3rd chapter of the 5 Treasures sword art. The remaining parts were becoming increasingly difficult to understand. He would need to rely on repeated, actual battles so as to gain the insights he needed to better understand the 5 treasures. In addition, he created the Yi Brightmoon sword art through dueling weak immortal cultivators. Only by battling against experts on his level in actual, life and death duels would he be able to further perfect this sword art. Obviously, outside the prison world it would be hard for him to find so many experts on his level to spar against. The prison world, however, had many. Overseer? A skinny, weak-looking youth sat there, head raised as he stared at the distant Ning. A true immortal, but with such a weak aura? Strange. Logically speaking, a position as important as Overseer should be given to core members of Pangea. How could a core member be a true immortal of the weakest possible level? Can it be that the prison world has fallen into enemy hands? Die! Ning let out a loud roar, and his twin swords howled through the skies towards the youth. Upon seeing Ning attack him without even speaking to him, the skinny youth was shocked, and then a mad look appeared in his eyes. So it really is an enemy. You want me to die? Puny true immortal, you go die first. The skinny youth let out a low growl as the muscles on his tiny frame suddenly began to bulge out. His rune-covered skin became pure white as he instantly transformed from a skinny, beggar-like youth to a figure that looked like a god of war. His body went blurry for a moment, then 4 different faces appeared on him, as well as a total of 8 arms, each of which was wielding a strange, black, staff-like weapon. He growled, then pounced towards Ning. Outsider, die. Ning viewed these people as alien outsiders. They, too, viewed Ning as an alien outsider. Clang! 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 Swordlight flashed everywhere, as did dancing staff shadows. Ning was knocked flying backwards in their very first clash. He smashed hard against the ground, creating a deep ditch within it. Ning's body then blurred momentarily before he, too, gained 3 heads and 6 arms, with a sword in each hand. Master's words were wise. If I wish to truly perfect Bright Moon, I have to fight against more experts. A blazing light was in Ning's hands as he once more charged forward. The two battled non-stop. It seemed as though the skies would collapse and the earth would shatter. The fight was absolutely frenetic. This prisoner had 4 faces and 8 arms, and his staff techniques were extremely profound. Imprisoned here for countless eras, the only thing he had to do was to meditate and cultivate, resulting in his staff techniques become even more formidable, far more so than Ning's Bright Moon sword art. Ning was at a complete disadvantage in their battle. Fortunately, however, Ning was protected by the 8-9 arcane art, and so even when he was struck he wouldn't be injured at all. Ning didn't use the star-seizing hand, or his heart force. The star-seizing hand used up too much divine power, while heart force was quickly depleted in a battle. In addition, what Ning really cared about right now was to further perfect his sword arts. By relying on the protection of the 8-9 arcane art, Ning was able to continue the fight, even though he was being completely outclassed. Damn! What the hell type of protective ability is this? As a fiend god body refiner, he's clearly just an Empyrean god. How the hell is his divine body this tough? The youth was beginning to panic. Even in the Pangea Chaos Kingdom, protective divine abilities were extremely precious. It was incredibly difficult for someone at the Empyrean god level to be able to train his body to become comparable to a top-grade pure young treasure. For example, the true god which Ning's other clone was dealing with only had a body that was on Ning's level as well. In truth, the only reason why Ning himself was able to completely master the 8-9 arcane art was because of his accomplishments in the Realm War in the Grand Xia. Dao Father Crimson Bright wished to express his thanks, which was why he had gifted Ning with the many great firmament pills Ning needed. If this continues, my divine power continue to be depleted. Once it is all used up, I'll die. The youth was both furious and frantic. But even if I die, I'm not going to let this alien outsider off. Outsider, die. The youth's entire body suddenly began to glow with red light. Clearly, he had used some sort of divine ability that allowed his power to increase by an explosive amount. However, Ning was extremely skilled in defensive techniques, and his 8-9 arcane art continued to render his opponent's attacks ineffective. He was still able to endure the blows and continue fighting. After battling for another hour, Ning had become completely familiar with this foe's techniques. The youth had begun to repeat them over and over, and they were of no further use to Ning in terms of perfecting his sword arts. Star-seizing hand. Heart force. Shadowless. Ning's sword suddenly became blurry. Whoosh! The youth's 4-faced head was instantly severed and sent flying into the air. The severed head's eyes were filled with a look of shock. He had clearly been dominating his foe. How was it that his foe had suddenly exploded with power that far surpassed his own? He had no idea that when Ning used both the star-seizing hand and his 4th-stage heart force, Ning's power was vastly superior to his own. When he had overpowered Ning, he had struck Ning more than 100 times without being able to breach Ning's 8-9 arcane art in the slightest. When Ning had overpowered him, a single sword had lopped his head off. This made it obvious how important a protective divine ability was. Alas, the indestructible body technique which Ning had learned from the stone steel required an incredible price to be paid for mastery. Even the likes of Fushi and Subhoodie, upon seeing the price, had instantly discarded the notion of training in it. This was because they hadn't even heard of some of the chaos materials necessary to master it. Swoosh! The severed head came flying back, reattaching itself to the body. Eh? The youth frowned in puzzlement as he stared at Ning. Outsider, why didn't you kill me? Given that Ning was able to sever his head with a blow, Ning clearly was capable of completely crushing and destroying his body, and yet, Ning had not, allowing his head to fly back and reattach to it. Ah, I've long heard that the Immortals and gods of Pangea are incredibly formidable. My hands were a bit itchy, so I wanted to see it for myself, Ning said with a laugh. See it for yourself? The youth was speechless. Why you? Aren't you afraid of me killing you? Are you able to? Ning rebutted. The youth was stunned. Yes, given how formidable the man's protective divine ability was, it would be impossible for anyone on his same level to overpower and kill him. The only solution would be to keep him suppressed. Right. Even if I suppressed you with my power, eventually, my divine power would be used up and I would still die. The youth shook his head. What he didn't know was that Ning actually had another body here. Even if the Empyrean gods and celestial immortals of Pangaea were powerful enough to suppress him, the other clone could come and, by relying on the 8 fires Chenkuan world, slowly roast to death any and every Empyrean god or celestial immortal. To roast the energy out of a true god or true immortal might take dozens of years, but to do the same to an Empyrean god or celestial immortal would be far quicker. What exactly has happened to Pangaea? And, what exactly do you want? The youth looked at Ning. A short while later, the youth succumbed to Ning's combination of threats and blandishments, electing to serve Ning. Ning was more powerful than him, which naturally made it so that he didn't feel as opposed to serving Ning as more powerful figures might. If you really just wanted to spar against me, you could have first recruited me, then fought me. Both of us could have simply lowered the amount of energy we used to keep things safe. Wouldn't that be easier? The youth still felt a bit of resentment, that battle just now had used up an enormous amount of his divine power. If I had first recruited you, would you have been willing to go all out against me? Ning shook his head. If the youth hadn't had the desire to go all out and try to kill Ning, the battle would have been completely different. After recruiting the youth, Ning searched his memories, then went to the field of primordial chaos to replenish his divine power. The chaos region inside the stone steel was just a few hundred meters in size, but it was completely split apart from the prison world itself. This was because this chaos region was meant for overseers to use. Because the chaos region had been created by the king of Pangaea, it naturally converted the primordial chaos within it into elemental energy. The previous overseers would occasionally wander the prison world, but they generally spent most of their time in the chaos region. After replenishing his divine power, Ning spent a bit of time pondering the 5 treasures, then improved his Bright Moon sword art before once more seeking out that youth for more sparring. Only after a full month did Ning leave to go deal with the next Empyrean god or celestial immortal. And so, just like that, Ning began a voyage through the prison world in which he would sweep through all the Empyrean gods and celestial immortals. Although the prison world was vast, it actually didn't have that many Empyrean gods or celestial immortals. There weren't many, after all, at that level of power who would be qualified to be locked up in a place like this. Ning took every single battle very seriously, and after each battle he would gain many new ideas for further perfecting his sword arts. The Bright Moon sword art continued to improve, and its power grew greater and greater. In the blink of an eye, another 40+ years had passed. Ning had swept his way through more than 400 Empyrean gods and celestial immortals. It must be understood that the entire prison world 17 only held a bit more than 1,000 individuals at that level of power. These 400+ Empyrean gods and celestial immortals offered Ning many treasures, and he even acquired a pair of protocosmic spirit treasures. As for the number of pure yang treasures he acquired, the number was ridiculously high. Ning couldn't help but sigh at how different the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom was from the 3 realms. In the 3 realms, these pure yang treasures would be considered quite rare and valuable. Powerful Empyrean gods and true immortals would generally all have protocosmic spirit treasures on them. In the Pangaea Chaos Kingdom, however, protocosmic spirit treasures were very rare, but extremely powerful pure yang treasures were very common. Judging from the memories Ning had sifted through, Pangaea had far superior methods for manufacturing and producing magic treasures, which was why there were so many top-class pure yang treasures. Boom! 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 8 streaks of true fire dragons continued to blaze away at the green-haired man. It had been 82 years. Ning had used the 8 fires Qianquan world to burn away at the green-haired man for 82 years. As far as this true god was concerned, every one of these years had been more difficult to endure than a trillion ordinary years. His divine power continued to deplete without any replenishment at all. Stop it! Finally, the green-haired man called out. Ning's clone had been analyzing some sword arts. The past 82 years had been quite boring. All he did was occasionally add a bit of ki into the treasure while spending most of his energy on his sword arts. Upon hearing the green-haired man's call, Ning immediately woke from his meditative trance. Upon seeing the green-haired man looking towards him, Ning smiled. If the man intended to commit suicide, he probably wouldn't have called out to Ning. He would have rather been burnt to death than speak. Since had spoken out, he was most likely about to submit. Prior to him, Ning had dealt with 2 true immortals. This would be the first true god who would submit to him. Perhaps there might be an unexpected surprise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 45, Great Fortune. Great Fortune. Chapter 45, Great Fortune. Great Fortune. The green-haired man's eyes were like those of a starving hawk's as he glared at Ning. He said hoarsely, "If I submit to you, what do you wish of me?" Ning laughed. Clearly, the man was considering submitting. However, he was also a true god. If Ning went too far in humiliating him, he'd probably rather die than submit. Ning explained, "I need the treasures that you have on you. Here in this prison, your treasures are of no use to you anyhow. You might as well give them to me. Also, I need to search your memories." Memories? The green-haired man's face changed. To you, I'm an alien. To me, you are an alien. Ning smiled. Your personal secrets might be very important to you, but they are completely meaningless to me. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about them. The green-haired man stared at Ning. I guarantee, Ning said, that these 2 requests are all I want. If you accept, you continue living a peaceful life here. In addition, I'll provide you with spirit pills to ensure that you'll be able to continue to survive. If you stay alive, you'll have a chance to leave the prison world in the future. Fine. The green-haired man said hoarsely, I accept.